Chapter 2 of the 9th level of Qi Condensation Morning Dai. In the room of the Lin family, Lin Yan, the young master of the Lin clan, is seated upon a mat in the center, his eyes tightly shut and his expression grave. A faint aura of vital energy envelopes his body. Lin Yan's breathing gradually becomes more even and profound, his mind devoid of any distractions, with all his focus directed towards the vital energy within. Under his guidance, the energy begins to coalesce at the location of his dantian, forming a swirling vortex of Qi. As time progresses, the vortex of vital energy within Lin Yan intensifies, its rotation accelerating with each passing moment. Suddenly, a subtle explosive sound emanates from within him, as if some form of constraint has been shattered. His body jolts, and a powerful aura erupts from within, dispersing the surrounding Qi. Lin Yan slowly opens his eyes, a glimmer of excitement and joy illuminating his gaze. At last, he has succeeded. Lin Yan's voice emerges somewhat hoarse, yet it cannot conceal the exhilaration bubbling within him. He senses that the vital energy within him has become purer and more potent, confirming that he has successfully broken through to the 9th level of Qi Condensation. Lin Zhan, who has long been devoid of smiles, finally reveals a rare expression of delight, knowing that his son has triumphed. He steps forward, gently resting a hand on Lin Yan's shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. Yener, you have grown. The future of the Lin family now rests upon your shoulders. I hope you do not find yourself, as I once did, eternally trapped at the 9th level of Qi Condensation. As Lin Zhan's words linger in the air, a cascade of memories floods his mind, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow crosses his eyes. Trapped at the 9th level of Qi Condensation, hadn't his father been ensnared at the 1st level of the Qi Sea? Lin Yan recalls the years his father, Lin Zhan, had lingered at the 1st level of the Qi Sea, often accompanied by a sense of regret and melancholy whenever the topic of cultivation arose during his childhood. Lin Zhan's body trembles slightly as he regards Lin Yan, a moment of hesitation flickering in his gaze before he ultimately exhales a sigh. It matters not. Focus on your cultivation and protect our kin, especially your younger brother, Lin Fan. Lin Yan nods in agreement. I wonder how 6th brother is faring. He should be nearing a breakthrough as well. You speak wisely. I shall go and check on him. You, in the meantime, should solidify your current realm. With that, Lin Zhan exits Lin Yan's room. In front of Lin Fan's courtyard, Lin Zhan gazes at the space with a complex expression before turning to Xiaohe. Xiaohe, how fares the cultivation of 6th young master? Reporting to the family head, the 6th young master mentioned that he is likely to break through in the coming days and has refused to see anyone. Xiaohe replies. Lin Zhan nods, then retrieves a delicate little storage pouch from his belt, gently placing it in Xiaohe's hands. When mealtime arrives, please deliver this to 6th brother. After casting another complex glance at Lin Fan's courtyard, he walks away. Half an hour later, Lin Fan lounges on his bed, reclining with his legs crossed, leisurely engrossed in a novel. A soft knock at the door interrupts his reading. Setting down the book, he muses, is it time for a meal? Rising from his bed, he strides to the door and opens it. Standing outside is Xiaohe, holding a refined food box, atop which rests an even more exquisite storage pouch. Lin Fan's gaze falls upon the pouch, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. What is this? He inquires. This has been entrusted to me by the family head for you, young master, Xiaohe responds. Lin Fan accepts the food box and storage pouch, feeling their weight, as if they contain a substantial amount inside. He then opens the food box to reveal an array of meticulously prepared dishes and a fragrant bowl of soup. He knows that these culinary delights have been lovingly prepared by Xiaohe herself, each dish aligning perfectly with his palate. Chapter 3 The Triple Refinement of Qi. With a flushed face, Lin Fan opened the panel. Host, Lin Fan Realm 5th level of Body Refinement Cultivation Technique. Mastery of the Xian Yu Qi Refinement Art. Martial Arts, minor accomplishment in Falling Leaf Sword Technique, beginner in Wild Bull Fist points. It appears that points can be accumulated indefinitely. Lin Fan gazed at the information displayed on the panel. Let me test the efficacy of the elixir on me. He opened his storage pouch and retrieved a small vial of Thunder Leopard Body Refinement pills, totaling 3. Pouring one out, he placed the pill into his mouth. As soon as the pill touched his tongue, it transformed into a surge of warmth, flowing down his throat and into his abdomen. He silently chanted the system's Xian Yu Qi Refinement Art, adding 1 point. First month. After diligently practicing the Xian Yu Qi Refinement Art to mastery, your innate talent as a waste seems to hinder your absorption of the Thunder Leopard Body Refinement pill, though your cultivation has seen some improvement. 3rd month. Through relentless effort, you have successfully broken through to the 6th level of Body Refinement. 11th month. You have persevered and successfully broken through to the 7th level of Body Refinement. 12th month. Your continuous practice of the Xian Yu Qi Refinement Art has yielded new insights, leading to further progress in your cultivation. Points. 1. It seems the elixir does not greatly benefit me. However, I can utilize it to enhance my points, though it cannot automatically activate resources for my relentless training. Nonetheless, should I encounter a challenging elixir to refine in the future, I can consume it directly, allowing for swift absorption. Observing the remaining pills in his hand, he swiftly consumed another. The system added points. First month, your diligent practice of the Xianyu Qi refinement art, coupled with the Thunder Leopard body refinement pill, has resulted in significant enhancement of your cultivation. Third month, you have persevered day and night and successfully broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. 11th month, you have worked tirelessly and successfully broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. 12th month, through day and night of practice in the Xianyu Qi refinement art, you are on the verge of a breakthrough to perfection, with your cultivation showing improvement. Points 0. Feeling the strength of the 9th level of body refinement coursing through him, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. Breaking through from the 1st to the 9th level of body refinement in just 3 days is commendable. Truly, I am exceptional. However, it seems I must wait until tomorrow to break through to the Qi refinement realm. Lin Fan mused aloud, a confident smile gracing his lips. He understood that this was not merely innate talent, but a testament to his unwavering diligence and perseverance. The next day, host, Lin Fan realm. 9th level of body refinement cultivation technique, mastery of the Xianyu Qi refinement art, martial arts, minor accomplishment in falling leaf sword technique, beginner in wild bull fist. Points 1. The system has bestowed points upon me due to my unparalleled talent, Lin Fan roared internally. First month, your relentless practice of the Xianyu Qi refinement art indicates that you are close to breaking through the Qi refinement realm. Third month, the heavens reward hard work. Through day and night of practice, you have successfully broken through to the 1st level of Qi refinement. 10th month, after persistent practice, you have finally grasped a glimmer of insight, leading to a successful breakthrough in the Xianyu Qi refinement art to perfection, advancing your cultivation to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. 12th month, continuous practice has led to further progress in your cultivation. Points 0. Lin Fan slowly rose, an aura of Qi refinement emanating from his being. He felt his body becoming lighter, the power within him steadily increasing, with each breath seemingly drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. Is this the power of the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Lin Fan pondered, reveling in his newfound strength. These past days have truly been arduous. With a smile, Lin Fan exited his chamber. As he stepped outside with a smile on his face, Xiao He approached him excitedly, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master, on your successful breakthrough." Lin Fan paused, looking at Xiao He with a glint of playful intrigue in his eyes. The smile on his lips deepened. "How do you know I have succeeded, and not failed instead?" Xiao He was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with a smile. "I have always believed that you would undoubtedly succeed, and I sense that your aura is vastly different from before, so you must have succeeded." Lin Fan laughed heartily, ruffling Xiao He's hair. "Xiao He, prepare hot water for my bath." "Understood, young master." With that, Xiao He turned and left the courtyard. After bathing, Lin Fan stood before the mirror, gazing at the reflection of the young man. The boy in the mirror appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with long, jet-black hair, a few strands brushing against his forehead. His eyes were deep and luminous, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating steadfastness and wisdom. His nose was straight, lips thin yet shapely, and the slight upward curve of his mouth hinted at an elusive confidence. His muscular physique was both fluid and powerful, perfectly balancing strength and grace without being overly exaggerated or appearing frail. Dressed in a soft, snug white robe that accentuated his tall stature, the collar of the robe was slightly open, revealing a delicate collarbone and a portion of his well-defined chest. A dark belt cinched his waist, simple yet elegant, enhancing his already perfect proportions. Truly, I am as handsome as ever, just like in my previous life, just as charming as my fellow readers," Lin Fan remarked to himself, admiring the young man in the mirror. Meanwhile, Lin Wu approached with Lin Xian'er beside her. "I heard that younger brother Lin Fan has broken through to the Qi refinement realm. Sister Wu brings Xian'er to invite you out to play." Previously, Lin Wu had intended to invite Lin Yan along, but he had declined with the excuse of "in the midst of cultivation, do not disturb," infuriating Lin Wu, who declared she would never invite that cultivation-obsessed fool again. Alas, Lin Fan sighed helplessly, opening the door and stepping out slowly. As he approached the two girls, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance. He looked at the two among the 4 great beauties of Xianyang City. The older Lin Wu, with bright, amber-like eyes that sparkled with mischief, as if always concocting a playful prank, her lips perpetually curled into a bright smile, effortlessly spreading her vivacious energy to those around her. She wore a light blue long dress, its hem swaying gently with her movements, resembling the ebb and flow of waves. The younger Lin Xian'er possessed long, smooth black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Her delicate face was always tinged with a hint of shyness and gentleness, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, perpetually adorned with a soft smile, as if quietly observing the world around her. She wore a simple white dress, its hem swaying gracefully with her steps, both simple and elegant. Gazing at these two, Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. "Brother Lin Fan, long time no see." After speaking, Lin Xian'er blushed and hid behind Lin Wu. Younger sister Xian'er remains as adorable as ever. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian'er's cheeks flushed even deeper. Lin Fan then turned to Lin Wu. Sister Wu, why did you not invite brother Lin Yan to join us? Don't mention that cultivation fool, all he does is practice day in and day out, Lin Wu replied, exasperated. Hearing this, Lin Fan internally lamented, oh no, with a seemingly pivotal older brother absent, what will unfold next? He could already envision the script in his mind. Originally, it should have been Lin Fan, Lin Yan, Lin Wu, and Lin Xian are going out together, only to attract unwanted attention due to Lin Wu's beauty, culminating in Lin Yan showcasing his prowess. But with Lin Yan absent, it would fall to Lin Fan alone. But would anyone truly dare to act out in Xianyang City? One should remember that Xianyang City is governed by 6 major forces. The City Lord's Mansion, the wealthy Eternal Merchants Association, the Lin family, the Lu family, the Yin family, and the Chu family. The 4 great families are interconnected. To offend the Lin family here, one must either possess a formidable background as an outsider or be a fool under the influence of a dimming halo. What is my younger brother pondering? Lin Wu inquired, noticing Lin Fan lost in thought. Nothing at all, Lin Fan replied earnestly. As Lin Fan walked through the bustling marketplace, he was not particularly fond of crowds. Which young master and young lady are these? Are you foolish? You can't even recognize young master Lin Fan and the 4 great beauties of Xianyang City? But young master Lin Fan is so handsome. If only Xianyang City had a few great-looking men, young master Lin Fan would undoubtedly take the top spot. As he observed Lin Wu and Lin Xian are walking side by side, their beauty and grace captured countless gazes, becoming the most striking scenery on the street, while he himself was the most handsome sight. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless, thinking to himself how nice it would be if Lin Yan were here as well. Before long, Lin Fan noticed the 2 girls halting at a nearby stall displaying an array of exquisite ornaments. The stall owner felt a surge of confidence, realizing the day was about to flourish. Just then, Lin Fan spotted a young man resembling a wealthy heir approaching them. Lin Fan thought to himself, my script is about to unfold. Soon, he saw the individual walking directly towards him. Wait a moment, something feels off about this script. Chapter 4 of The Duel of the Two Ladies. Wait a moment, this script seems amiss. Lin Fan gazed at the affluent young man striding towards him. Long time no see, brother Lin, Lu Mingxuan's voice was tinged with excitement. Hold on, is that you, Mingxian? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he scrutinized the man before him, seemingly verifying something. Lu Mingxian laughed heartily, stepping closer to affectionately pat Lin Fan's shoulder. What's wrong, brother Lin, can't even recognize me? Lin Fan's brows relaxed slightly as he regarded Lu Mingxian, a complex emotion crossing his gaze. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. The source of this complexity lay in their shared childhood. They had both occupied similar standings within their families and had endured the suppression of their older sisters, which rapidly forged a friendship between them. Brother Lin, are you accompanying a fair maiden on her shopping spree? Lu Mingxian inquired, glancing at the 2 ladies. Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wu, shook his head, then turned his gaze to Lin Xian. I suppose so. Observing Lin Fan's shake of the head, Lu Mingxian glanced at Lin Wu, who was selecting accessories. A thought struck him, prompting an involuntary shake of his head. At that moment, a light, playful voice chimed in, oh, how lively it is here. The voice carried a hint of charm. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Lu Mingxian involuntarily shuddered. A singular thought flashed through their minds: we're doomed. Lin Wu trembled similarly. Lu Mingxian turned away in anguish, forcing a smile. Sister, what brings you here? I came to fetch you home. Father has something to discuss. However, Lu Meyer's gaze shifted to Lin Fan. Isn't this Lin Fan, my little brother? She then directed her attention to Lin Wu and the others. The eyes of Lin Wu and Lu Meyer met in the air, sparking a palpable tension. Meanwhile, seasoned vendors and pedestrians in Xianyang City began to retreat, sensing the brewing storm. Hey, brother, why are you running away? Don't you see there are 3 stunning beauties here? One bystander exclaimed. It's evident you are unfamiliar with Xianyang City. Though there are 3 beauties, 2 of them are like fire and water, constantly at odds. I doubt this encounter will be any different. Heed my advice and run while you can, lest you be caught in the crossfire. The onlooker gazed sympathetically at the accessory vendor. Soon, only the accessory stall remained. The vendor, drenched in sweat, dared not speak, internally lamenting, this is it. Lu Meyer approached the accessory stall, picked up a delicate jade pendant, and regarded Lin Fan. This pendant is quite exquisite. It would surely suit my little brother Lin Fan, don't you think? Lin Fan replied coolly, indeed, it is certainly suitable for Lin Fan. Lin Wu, seizing another pendant, declared indignantly, how dare you, this pendant is perfect for Lin Fan. Lin Fan interjected, oh, come now, don't frighten Lin Fan.
Surely, Lin Fan prefers this pendant chosen by Sister Meyer, right?
With that, Lu Meyer held the pendant in one hand while grasping Lin Fan's right hand with the other.
Remove your hand from Lin Fan at once.
Lin Wu retorted angrily.
I shall not.
Lu Meyer shot back with a hint of defiance in her eyes.
Looking for a fight?
Lin Wu exclaimed, channeling her energy as she lunged at Lu Meyer.
Who is afraid of whom? Lu Meyer countered, unwilling to back down.
Thus, a fierce contest erupted between the two ladies in the marketplace. Lin Fan turned to Lu Mingxian.
Why aren't you stopping your sister? Me?
Lu Mingxian appeared bewildered, pointing at himself. At that moment, the intensity of the duel escalated abruptly. A potent aura erupted from both ladies, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest. Onlookers hastily retreated, fearing the fallout from the clash.
You've broken through! Lu Meyer exclaimed, astonishment lacing her voice. So have you.
Lin Wu replied, equally surprised. Simultaneously, both shared a singular thought: I must not lose to her. Their energies intertwined, creating a unique atmospheric pressure around them. They emanated the formidable aura of the fifth layer of qi condensation, palpable and tangible. The accessory stall was caught in the fray, overturned, and items were shattered. The vendor, at the ninth layer of body refinement, could only watch in despair as he lamented, "Oh dear, ladies, please stop." "Fear not, I will compensate you," Lin Fan said, retrieving 500 yuan stones from his storage pouch and handing them to the vendor. "Thank you, young Master Lin, thank you," the vendor expressed gratefully. Minutes later, the two ladies halted simultaneously, their breaths coming in quick gasps. The prolonged skirmish had rendered their garments tattered, revealing their fair skin. Both understood that they could not continue fighting.
In unison, they declared, "Next time, we shall decide the victor."
Seeing this, Lin Fan approached Lin Wu and draped his robe over her shoulders. Lin Wu's eyes widened in surprise, then she shot a smug glance at Lu Meyer before casting a look at Lin Fan and Lu Mingxian.
Lu Mingxian asked, "What?"
Lu Meyer's expression darkened as she glared at Lu Mingxian, fuming, "You blockhead, hurry and take off your clothes." Lu Mingxian hastily complied, inwardly seething at Lin Fan. "Why are you so adept at this?"
Lu Meyer, observing Lin Fan and Lu Mingxian, felt her irritation swell. She kicked Lu Mingxian lightly. Homeward.
With that, she departed the marketplace. "I shall take my leave now. I will accompany brother Lin Fan to buy new clothes. The sister Wu need not worry," Lin Xianer interjected eagerly. Lin Wu glanced at her own attire, then at Lin Fan and Lin Xianer. "Very well," she acquiesced, turning to leave the marketplace. Among the onlookers, whispers began to circulate.
"Wow, how thrilling! Is this the prowess of the geniuses from the four great families? So formidable."
"Indeed, compared to them, I feel utterly insignificant. Sigh, I shouldn't have removed my stall. I envy the accessory vendor, he will feast for 3 years. 3 years, I reckon 5 years. Those items combined are hardly worth 200 or 300 yuan stones, and now he has received 500. Young Master Lin is truly generous."
"Indeed, handsome, wealthy, and generous, with decent cultivation too."
Lin Fan grimaced inwardly, lamenting that he had perhaps given too much.
"Are you all right, brother Lin Fan?" Lin Xianer asked, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine, let us go."
Lin Fan replied with a smile. As the cacophony of the marketplace faded, Lin Fan and Lin Xianer arrived at the opulent Everlasting Wealth Commerce's clothing store. The shop brimmed with a variety of garments, from splendid gowns to simple fabrics. Lin Xianer scanned the store, her gaze ultimately settling on a white robe. The fabric was soft, adorned with simple cloud patterns, exuding an air of elegance and simplicity that seemed perfect for Lin Xian. Lin Fan noted her fixation.
"Let us go with this one." He picked up the robe, and upon trying it on, found it fit him perfectly, comfortable and tailored. Standing before the mirror, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Lin Xianer stood beside him. "Brother Lin Fan looks splendid in that robe."
Lin Fan turned to face her, smiling softly.
"Thank you, Xianer, you should pick out something you like as well." They continued selecting garments, ultimately fixing their eyes on a dress named Phoenix Feather Rainbow Garment. Crafted from the finest silk, it was embroidered with exquisite phoenix patterns, the feathers appearing lifelike, as though they could take flight at any moment. The pale pink hue complemented Lin Xianer's complexion beautifully. "Brother Lin Fan, look at this dress. It is so beautiful."
Lin Xianer exclaimed. Lin Fan assessed the dress and Lin Xianer. "It is indeed lovely and perfectly suited to you." He then glanced at the price, 1,000 yuan stones. Good heavens, as expected of the Everlasting Wealth Commerce. They certainly don't spare the poor. Even a simple yet beautiful dress is this expensive, Lin Fan mused internally as he approached the dress, taking it in hand.
This outfit is fitting for you. We'll go with this one.
Lin Xianer's eyes sparkled with surprise as she accepted the dress and entered the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged, the phoenix feather rainbow garment appearing as though it had been tailored just for her. The garment accentuated her fair skin, while the phoenix design rendered her both noble and vibrant. Lin Fan's wallet took a hit. 1,100. The 1,600 yuan stones he had just acquired had vanished in a day. Gazing at the fewer than 1,000 yuan stones remaining, Lin Fan sighed. The remainder had been saved from the past. The two exited the Everlasting Wealth Commerce clothing store. Chapter 5 of the Recruitment of Disciples by the Xiantian Sect. Lin Family Head's Chamber. Lin Zhan gazed at the invitation letter in his hand. The city lord's mansion invites the heads of the 4 prominent families tomorrow. He whispered to himself, a hint of perplexity lacing his tone.
Is something of great significance about to transpire? I hope it is something favorable.
The following day, in Lin Fan's room, host Lin Fan, realm 3rd stage of qi condensation, cultivation method, perfected Xianyu qi refinement technique, martial arts, minor accomplishment in falling leaf sword technique, introductory level of rampant ox fist.
Points 2. 2, shouldn't it be 1?
Lin Fan pondered, gazing at the panel in confusion.
Could it be that after breaking through to the qi condensation stage, I automatically receive 2 points daily instead of just 1? This is simply magnificent. If I break through to the qi C stage, will it not become 3 or even 4?
Lin Fan's heart soared with elation.
Could it be that 4 brings new functionalities to the system? System, what is the new functionality? Could you provide a hint?
Related to cultivation methods and martial arts. Lin Fan opened his storage pouch and retrieved all the Purple Mansion Qi condensation pills, hastily stuffing them into his mouth. System, Xianyu Qi refinement technique. 2. Half a year later, you diligently practiced the perfected Xianyu Qi refinement technique, and with the aid of the Purple Mansion Qi condensation pills, your cultivation successfully broke through to the 4th stage of Qi condensation. A year and a half later, your relentless dedication has significantly enhanced your cultivation. In the 2nd year, you have successfully broken through to the 5th stage of qi condensation.
Points.
0. It seems that it won't be long before I can break through to the qi C stage. Lin Fan, who had just ascended from the 3rd to the 5th stage of qi condensation in a single day, spoke confidently of his innate talent. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, the main hall was brightly lit, with the heads of the 4 prominent families gathered together. The head of the Chu family, Chu Siyuan, a middle-aged man of handsome visage, spoke with a steady voice. City Lord Zhang, you summoned us 4 families.
Is there some significant matter at hand?
Zhang Yuan, the city lord of Xianyang City, smiled slightly, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with undeniable joy. Indeed, there is a major event, but rest assured, it is a good one. In approximately a month's time, the Xiantian sect will come to Xianyang City to recruit disciples, but they will only accept those under the age of 20 with exceptional talent.
What?
The head of the Yun family, Yunifeng, stood up in shock, disbelief evident in his tone.
The Xiantian sect, thousands of miles away, is actually coming to this small place to recruit disciples?
Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze shifted toward Lu Tianyu, the head of the Lu family. The others present instinctively turned to Lu Tianyu, their eyes filled with inquiry and curiosity. Lu Tianyu, feeling the weight of their gazes, broke into a cold sweat. I do not know. My daughter was taken by an elder of the Xiantian sect a year ago, but she has not returned since participating in some trial 3 months ago. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense as everyone contemplated the implications of this news. The Xiantian sect is one of the most powerful sects, known for selecting outstanding disciples every few years, yet they have never visited a small city like Shenyang. This sudden arrival undoubtedly caught everyone off guard. Lin Zhan broke the silence. Regardless of the Xiantian sect's purpose, this presents us with an opportunity. We must prepare to ensure our descendants are selected.
Yunifeng nodded, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Brother Lin is correct. I will return immediately to prepare and ensure that the Yun family's descendants are adequately ready.
Subsequently, they all departed from the city lord's mansion. In the Lin family square, the crowd bustled with activity, voices of speculation rising and falling.
Among the younger members of the family, conversations surged. Is something significant about to happen?
I don't know, I was summoned from my training by my father.
Me too, but I was called back from a mission.
Look, it's young Master Lin Yan, along with Lin Xianer, Lin Wu, and young Master Lin Fan. Lin Yan, the heir of the Lin family, stood tall and handsome, his gaze resolute. Lin Xianer and Lin Wu were renowned beauties of the family. Their grace and talent well-known. Lin Fan, though still young, possessed an elegant charm and had already begun to demonstrate considerable potential. Sister Xianer, your attire is truly beautiful, Lin Wu remarked, admiring Lin Xianer's clothing. This was purchased for me by brother Lin Fan yesterday, Lin Xianer replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu thought to herself, what a pity, that wretched Lu Meyer. Lu Meyer, achoo, who is thinking of me? Silence. The voice of the family head, Lin Zhan, resonated across the square, steady and commanding, instantly halting the murmurs. I have summoned everyone today to announce a momentous piece of news. Lin Zhan's voice echoed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In approximately a month, the Xiantian sect will come to Xianyang City to recruit disciples. A wave of astonishment swept through the square, erupting into gasps of disbelief. This news was a tremendous shock for every Lin family member present. The Xiantian sect, a legendary sanctuary of cultivation, a place yearned for by countless practitioners, was now coming to their small city to recruit disciples. How could this not ignite their excitement? Head of the family, is this true? An uninformed elder beside Lin Zhan could not restrain himself from asking, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Zhan nodded, his eyes filled with hope. It is indeed true. He then turned to the young disciples. From today onwards, the family will fully support your cultivation efforts. For this month, resources for those under 20 will be doubled. In 3 days, there will be a cultivation and martial arts assessment, with exceptional candidates receiving even more resources and guidance from elders. Lin Zhan's voice resonated throughout the square, imbued with expectation. As the heir, Lin Yan stepped forward, determination in his gaze. Head of the family, we will give our all and not disappoint the family's expectations. The disciples in the square nodded in unison, their eyes filled with resolve and fighting spirit. Lin Zhan looked at Lin Yan with a sense of pride before his gaze shifted to the direct descendants of the Lin family, landing on Lin Fan. He recalled that just a week prior, Lin Fan was nearly at the 9th stage of body refinement, yet now he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Wait a moment, Lin Fan, you have broken through to the 5th stage of qi condensation. Lin Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd turned their attention to Lin Fan, who inwardly lamented, alas, I can no longer hide it. Taking a deep breath, he displayed the aura of the 5th stage of qi condensation. The onlookers gasped in awe. Indeed, it is the 5th stage of qi condensation. The younger disciples murmured, what, young Master Lin Fan was merely at the 9th stage of body refinement a week ago? How did he become the 5th stage of qi condensation? This is bad, there must be some hidden circumstances. With this, young Master Lin Fan is surely among the exceptional candidates. Indeed, if he is not exceptional, then who is? Wait, how can someone transition from the 9th stage of body refinement to the 5th stage of qi condensation in just a week? This must be a prodigy. Yes, indeed a prodigy. As the crowd labeled him a prodigy, Lin Fan's expression twitched involuntarily, and he internally roared, I am an unparalleled talent, not a mere prodigy. Lin Zhan regarded Lin Fan. Lin Fan exuded the perfected aura of the Xianyu Qi refinement technique and met Lin Zhan's gaze. I have gained insight from perfecting the cultivation method. Several elders, who had spent decades striving for perfection in their cultivation methods, broke into a cold sweat. It turns out to be the perfected yellow-grade superior cultivation method. It seems you were fortunate enough to trigger a moment of enlightenment and successfully break through to the 5th stage of qi condensation, the Grand Elder, Lin Tianhai, interjected to diffuse the tension. Lin Yan and Lin Fan, come to my chamber. Alright, you may disperse now. Lin Zhan waved his hand, signaling the crowd to leave. As Lin Zhan announced the dispersal, the disciples began to scatter, each profoundly shaken. Upon returning to their training grounds, they embarked on even more rigorous cultivation, aware that the upcoming month would be the most crucial period of their lives. Chapter 6 In Memories of the Family Head's Chamber. Lin Fan and Lin Yan stood side by side, gazing at the family head, Lin Zhan, and the Grand Elder, Lin Tianhai. Just as the Grand Elder Lin Tianhai was about to speak, he was gently interrupted by Lin Zhan. A flicker of pain crossed Lin Zhan's face before he steeled himself. Allow me to speak. Is that acceptable? The Grand Elder inquired with concern. Lin Zhan nodded and turned his gaze towards Lin Fan and Lin Yan. What I am about to reveal pertains to the matters of your parents, Lin Fan, and your mother, Lin Yan. Over 20 years ago, at that time, I was the most gifted individual in Xianyang City, nearly 17 years of age, yet possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of qi condensation. My martial arts and techniques were fully developed, and none among the younger generation of Xianyang City could rival me. The clan believed that I would soon break through to the Qi Si realm and succeed the family head, thus they prematurely appointed me as the clan leader. However, 1 year after assuming the role, I failed to break through to the Qi Si realm. Subsequently, I set out in search of opportunities for advancement. During this quest, I encountered Lin Yan's mother, who was gravely injured and in a state of extreme weakness. I immediately offered my assistance, and throughout that year, while striving for my own breakthrough, I cared for her, and in time, we fell in love. Together, we returned to the clan. In the subsequent years, despite not achieving a breakthrough to the Qi Si realm, I found solace in Lin Yan and her mother's companionship. Yet one fateful day, a figure clad in black appeared before us, exuding terrifying power. With merely a gesture, he defeated the Grand Elder, who was at the 8th level of the Qi Si realm, and addressed her as Miss, claiming he was there to take her back. On that day, she revealed her true identity and family to me, imploring me not to seek her out, and I could only watch helplessly as they departed. In that moment, I loathed myself for my lack of strength, feeling utterly powerless. Despair consumed me, and the clan members, witnessing my plight, felt pity for me and conspired in secret to procure a significant portion of the family assets to purchase a spirit sea pill in the county city, hoping it would enable me to break through and regain my vigor. Ultimately, Lin Fan's father, Lin Tian, took charge of this endeavor, but it resulted in dire consequences for them. While acquiring the pill, Lin Tian and his group encountered another Qi Si faction, who were ill-prepared compared to them. Eventually, they secured the spirit sea pill, yet this faction, noticing our numerical advantage in the Qi Si realm, attempted to rob us, seeking to eliminate witnesses and seize the pill. In a desperate attempt, Lin Tian and his companions fought fiercely, managing to send the pill back with the third elder, yet they never returned. Upon learning of this tragedy, I contemplated ending my life. However, just as I was engulfed in thoughts of despair, I unexpectedly broke through to the Qi Si realm and was reminded of Yenner and my younger brother. My sole intention became revenge. The other families of Xianyang City became aware of these events and rallied to support me. Ultimately, 51 of us at the Qi Si realm sought to annihilate that faction, yet we were unable to uncover their remains. And thus, this is the truth. Lin Fan, you may harbor hatred towards me, Lin Zhan uttered weakly. Lin Yan bowed her head, fists clenched, lost in thought. Lin Fan mused, so that is the reason. No wonder my uncle has shown me such care. But did my parents truly perish? The absence of remains suggests a possibility of survival. At that moment, the Grand Elder approached with an exquisite box. Within this lies the spirit sea pill from that year. It is now entrusted to you. He placed it gently into Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan regarded the box, then suddenly had a thought and passed it to Lin Yan. Xiao Lu, 6th brother, halt. Lin Fan interjected decisively. Though my father's death is indeed tied to my uncle, the ultimate fault lies with that Qi Si faction. You avenged them, and you have cared for me since childhood, so I cannot harbor resentment. Furthermore, in a month, the Xiantian sect will come to recruit disciples. This spirit sea pill is the best choice for brother Lin Yan. Once he breaks through to the Qi Si realm, he can accompany me to the Xiantian sect and look after me. Let it be so. If you feel indebted, consider it compensated with 10,000 stones and access to the clan's library at your leisure. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Fan departed without looking back. The three stood in silence as Lin Fan walked away, the weight of the moment hanging heavily in the air. Lin Zhan's gaze shifted from the direction Lin Fan had vanished to Lin Yan, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. His voice was low. Yenner, do you understand how much our family owes to Lin Fan's family? Yes, Lin Yan replied, her eyes reflecting a flicker of determination, though she soon fell into contemplation once more. This family head's jade pendant is now entrusted to you, Lin Zhan said, retrieving a jade pendant that seemed to have weathered countless ages and placing it upon Lin Yan. At the prosperous and opulent Chamber of Commerce in Xianyang City, the office of the director was adorned with exquisite decorations and tasteful embellishments, featuring exquisite murals on the walls and soft carpets underfoot. Xian Kai, the head of the chamber, sat in a chair, his eyes partially closed, seemingly deep in thought. You mean to say the Xiantian sect is coming to Xianyang City to recruit disciples? Xian Kai pondered, eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Is the news reliable? Absolutely. Good. Xian Kai rose, a glint of ambition igniting in his eyes. I intend to orchestrate something grand. Inform all neighboring cities of the Xiantian sect's impending arrival for recruitment, and simultaneously announce that a grand auction will take place here in 10 days, featuring numerous pills for enhancing cultivation. Encourage them to prepare ample spirit stones. Furthermore, instruct the nearby branches to bring forth the finest auction resources. Should they fail to comply, inform them that I have already reported this matter to higher authorities. Understood, President Qian, the subordinate replied respectfully before swiftly exiting. Next, I shall report this matter to the upper echelons. It is likely to secure my position. Provided no issues arise, I should soon be able to depart from this small locale. Xian Kai mused to himself, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In Lin Fan's modest courtyard, he entered the room, closed the door, and lay upon his bed, his gaze falling upon the pouch of savings in his hand. containing 20,000 stones, the compensation he had received. His brow furrowed slightly, a surge of complex emotions welling within him. There truly was no need for this, Lin Fan murmured softly, a hint of resignation lacing his voice that he understood the significance of this sum to his clan. Their already limited resources were being further strained with the upcoming recruitment event of the Xiantian sect, yet they still chose to give him a portion. Host, Lin Fan Realm 5th level of Qi Condensation Technique. Xian Yu Refining Qi Method Martial Skill of Falling Leaves Sword Technique, Minor Accomplishment, Mangyo Fist, Entry Level, Points 0. It seems that I cannot afford to advance my cultivation further at this moment. At the very least, I must wait 3 days before attempting another breakthrough, otherwise, should I unexpectedly advance again, it might undermine my clan's confidence in their own cultivation, and explanations would be difficult, considering how swiftly I have progressed. Sigh, in less than a week, I have ascended from the 1st level of body refinement to the 5th level of Qi condensation. My talent is truly extraordinary. Chapter 7 of the Leaf Fall Sword Technique achieved perfection the following day. At the hour of the snake, the sun shone just right. In Lin Fan's small courtyard, the branches and leaves of the locust tree swayed gently in the breeze, casting mottled shadows. Lin Fan reclined on a wooden chair, reveling in the tranquility and the warm sunlight. Xiaohe, Lin Fan's devoted maid, stood behind him, her deft hands tenderly kneading his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure, alleviating Lin Fan's fatigue. Young master, do taste this grape, Xiaohe uttered softly, plucking a crystal-clear grape from the fruit platter beside her. Lin Fan tilted his head slightly, opened his mouth to receive the grape, and closed his eyes, savoring this moment of serenity and satisfaction. Alas, Lin Fan sighed inwardly, then spoke gently, Xiaohe, you may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. Xiaohe responded quietly, tidying up the fruit platter before quietly retreating. Once assured that he was alone, Lin Fan reclined in the chair, closed his eyes, and opened the interface. Host, Lin Fan Realm 5th layer of Qi Condensation Technique, Xianyu Qi Refining Method Martial Arts Leaf Fall Sword Technique Minor Accomplishment, Brash Bull Fist Beginner Points, 2 System Leaf Fall Sword Technique 2 points, first month you begin to practice the Leaf Fall Sword Technique day and night. Half a year with each swing of the sword, a natural rhythm starts to manifest. The Leaf Fall Sword Technique transcends fixed forms, adapting to your intent. Each strike resembles a falling leaf in nature, elusive and untraceable. You successfully break through to major accomplishment. Second year, with relentless practice of the Leaf Fall Sword Technique, you grasp its true essence. Leaves are gently lifted, swirling in the air as if guided by an invisible wind. The sword descends slowly, and the surrounding leaves return to tranquility, restoring all to peace. You achieve perfection. After 2 years of diligent practice, your swordsmanship has made a slight advancement. Points 0. The experiences of 2 years of arduous training echoed in his mind, absorbed and integrated in the blink of an eye. To transition from minor accomplishment to perfection in 2 years suggests that my talent for swordplay is rather commendable. Lin Fan opened his eyes and slowly rose. He drew the sword at his waist, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and began to practice the sword technique. On the day of the Lin family assessment. So, you mean to say we are only testing cultivation levels, not combat strength? Lin Zhan looked at Lin Fan. Indeed, family head, Lin Fan respectfully replied, his voice calm and devoid of any fluctuations. Very well. Lin Zhan nodded, his gaze lingering on Lin Fan for a moment. In the Lin family plaza, Lin Fan observed the bloodshot eyes of the young disciples around him, feeling somewhat out of place. As for the reason behind this oddity, one need only look below. Hey, brother, how many hours of training have you put in over these past 3 days? A disciple with bloodshot eyes inquired of another with clearer eyes. Alas, I regret to say, just 9 hours each day, the clear-eyed disciple replied. Only 9 hours? I managed 10 hours every day over these past 3 days, remarked another disciple, whose steps seemed somewhat unsteady and whose complexion was pale, a hint of pride in his tone. 10 hours? Your training intensity is far too low. I put in 11 hours daily and still managed to break through, boasted yet another disciple, whose eyes appeared sunken, as if from excessive indulgence, a smug expression gracing his face. Goodness, how can they be so competitive? Lin Fan thought to himself. Over these 3 days, it was clear that he, Lin Fan, was the least occupied, while the most fervent was none other than the young master Lin Yan. Ever since Lin Yan learned of Lin Fan's parents and the circumstances surrounding them, coupled with his father's assertion that to uncover his mother's name and family influence, one must at least reach the realm of Shendan, Lin Yan, instead of feeling despondent or hopeless, had become even more resolute. With his 9th layer of Qi condensation, he trained tirelessly day and night, aided by spirit sea pills, successfully breaking through to the Qi Sea realm. Alright, let the cultivation assessment begin, the family head Lin Zhan announced. 3rd layer of body refinement. Not qualified 7th layer of body refinement, qualified 1st layer of chi condensation, excellent 5th layer of chi condensation. So it is Lin Fan, the 6th young master. It appears to be true. Young master Lin Fan only took a week to progress from the 9th layer of body refinement to the 5th layer of chi condensation. Some disciples remarked, gazing at the 4 large characters displayed on the cultivation stone tablet. Before long, the martial arts test commenced. Lin Fan watched a few rounds of combat but soon lost interest and departed. After all, they were all members of the Lin family, and it was unlikely they would engage in deadly or heavy-handed tactics, nor would they resort to underhanded methods like sneak attacks or hidden weapons, which would not truly reflect an individual's strength. Moreover, Lin Yan's Qi realm dominance made it prudent to leave. Asa side note, Lin Wu, who had reached the 6th layer of Qi condensation, challenged Lin Yan and was promptly knocked off the martial stage by a single strike from Lin Yan, infuriated and hurling curses at the wooden dummy. In the Lin family's scripture repository. Now that I possess offensive techniques, I still lack defensive and evasive methods, Lin Fan muttered to himself, surveying the rows of martial arts techniques. His gaze ultimately settled on 3 tomes. Indestructible Body, Wind Walking Steps, and Shadowless Sword Finger. Indestructible Body, a high-grade yellow technique, a body refining method that enhances the physical form through vital energy, rendering it nearly impervious to blades and spears, capable of withstanding a strike from the low realms of the Qi when perfected. Wind Walking Steps, a top-grade yellow technique utilizing the power of the wind to enhance mobility and agility, making one as elusive as the wind itself. Shadowless Sword Finger, a top-grade yellow technique. A technique that employs the fingers as swords, delivering strikes at an extraordinary speed, making it difficult for opponents to react, requiring immense vital energy to support and amplifying the ferocity of the strikes. These 3 will suffice. I now possess offense, defense, and speed, with the Shadowless Sword Finger compensating for the absence of a sword. Lin Fan murmured to himself as he opened the interface. Host, Lin Fan Realm. 5th layer of Qi condensation technique, Xianyu Qi refining method, martial arts, leaf fall sword technique, indestructible body, not initiated, wind walking steps, not initiated, shadowless sword finger, not initiated, points, 4-inch. Just a few more days, and I shall max out. Lin Fan left the scripture repository. On the bustling streets, the throngs of people were more animated than usual. Lin Fan stood amidst the bustling crowd, observing the larger-than-normal gathering and the influx of practitioners, feeling somewhat puzzled. He casually inquired of several passers-by, only to learn that the surrounding cities had heard that the Xin Tian sect was coming to recruit disciples. Leading to this influx, understanding dawned upon him. Gazing at the practitioners from neighboring cities, he mused, this scene evokes a sense of a popular influencer's hotspot from my past life, though it appears even more intense. Truly, the Xian Tian sect has the power to invigorate the economy of Xianyang City. As his gaze wandered through the crowd, suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he seemed to recall something, and he swiftly turned on his heel to return home. In the Lin family treasury. Second Elder, may I inquire if the clan treasury holds these items? Lin Fan presented a note to the Second Elder. The Second Elder, upon reading the note, wore a peculiar expression. What, young lad, are you planning a heist? Lin Fan's expression darkened. It is not a heist. It is for cultivation. Cultivation? How can one cultivate with these items? Wait for me a moment, the Second Elder replied, turning to enter the treasury. A moment later, the Second Elder emerged, a hint of perplexity in his demeanor, holding a storage bag. These are all the items on your list. Lin Fan accepted the storage bag, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Second Elder. Lin Fan returned to his room, inspecting the contents of the storage bag with a mischievous smile. He. In Lin Yan's room. Just as he was about to begin his relentless training, an elderly voice interrupted him. Young one, that is not how you should approach cultivation. Chapter 8, Ancestor Lin Shenwu, young lad, your approach to cultivation is misguided. A venerable voice emanated from the patriarch's jade pendant, followed by the ethereal projection of an elder materializing from the pendant. Who are you? Lin Yan inquired warily. Ah, there is no need for alarm. I am but a remnant soul, incapable of inflicting any harm upon you, the elder continued, seemingly discerning Lin Yan's trepidation. You may refer to me as Elder Wu. Is it true that you are the ancestor of the Lin family from tens of thousands of years ago? Lin Yan asked, captivated by Elder Wu's recounting of the Lin family's history and the reason for his presence within the patriarch's jade pendant. Indeed. I, Lin Shenwu, have no reason to deceive a mere child of the Lin family, Elder Wu replied, gazing intently at Lin Yan. Elder Wu, considering you are a figure from millennia past and have resided within the Patriarch's pendant all this time, could you enlighten me as to why my father was unable to break through to the Qi realm? Lin Yan queried, unable to contain his excitement. Sigh, it seems I cannot escape this karmic entanglement, Elder Wu lamented internally. Young one, the reason your father failed to ascend to the Qi realm lies with me. I had intended to awaken after thousands of years of nurturing within the pendant, but alas, the Lin family has declined over generations. After tens of thousands of years, I was forced to absorb a fragment of vitality to awaken, but I never anticipated this outcome.
I am truly sorry.
Elder Wu expressed his profound regret to Lin Yan.
So it was you all along. My father's enduring suffering is a consequence of your failure.
Lin Yan exclaimed, raising his hand to strike the pendant, but hesitated just a centimeter away, his hand trembling.
Anger and inner turmoil flickered in his eyes, yet a remnant of reason restrained him. The pendant was not merely a symbol of the Lin family's patriarch, it was also a source of his father's lifelong torment due to his inability to transcend the Qi realm, the very root of all his suffering. I understand my shortcomings towards you, and I wish to make amends. Rest assured, I will devote myself to guiding you, helping you ascend to the pinnacle of this continent, and elevating the Lin family to new heights. Elder Wu spoke earnestly. Without you, I, Lin Yan, can still become one of the foremost individuals.
Lin Yan declared resolutely before departing the courtyard, heading towards Lin Fan.
Lin Yan and Elder Wu explained everything to Lin Fan. Lin Fan observed the scene before him, Lin Yan and the remnants of the Elder's soul, and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. With the character Yan, and an old man involved, yet my father has fallen short. Surely, there must also be an unsatisfied fiancé waiting for a cancellation. Is this not a classic protagonist's narrative? Am I not the protagonist?
Lin Fan mused inwardly as he contemplated the unfolding drama.
Elder Wu, might I trouble you to enlighten me on the rankings of cultivation methods in the Tianxian continent, and perhaps provide me with a few celestial grade techniques? Lin Fan addressed Elder Wu.
Elder Wu's expression darkened. You young ones are quite audacious. I ought to be regarded as a figure of your ancestors' generation. The ranks of cultivation in the Tianxian continent, from lowest to highest, are as follows.
Body refinement, Qi condensation, Qi, true essence, Xian Dan, divine bridge, divine ability, nirvana, life and death, and emperor. The grades of martial techniques, from highest to lowest, are classified as emperor, divine, sacred spirit, heaven, Xian, and Huang. By the way, I was a formidable presence in the life and death realm during my lifetime.
Upon hearing Elder Wu boast of his past prowess, both Lin Fan and Lin Yan remained unfazed, observing the elder's remnant soul with irritation as it flickered with agitation. The youth of today truly possessed an unshakable confidence, oblivious to the arduous path of the life and death realm. As for celestial great techniques, it would be best to forget them.
I intend to offer you something superior.
Lin Yan and Lin Fan's eyes sparkled at the mention of superior techniques. Noticing their excitement, Elder Wu nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards them. With your talents. Suddenly, Elder Wu's expression shifted to one of gravity as he looked at Lin Fan. Your foundation is Psi, so this is the essence of a life and death realm powerhouse? Even in a remnant state, one can discern another's foundation at a glance. However, it remains hidden from sight. Lin Fan reflected, reassured that no one could uncover the existence of the system. Note: Elder Wu had refrained from utilizing his spiritual perception earlier. Now he wished to assess their talents.
Do not worry, Elder Wu, Lin Fan assured him. Is my sixth brother truly alright? Lin Yan anxiously glanced between Lin Fan and Elder Wu's reaction.
This is troubling, Elder Wu sighed inwardly. Young one, in your current state, you are utterly incapable of cultivating high-grade techniques, Elder Wu informed Lin Fan.
Elder Wu, what exactly is wrong with my sixth brother's foundation? Lin Yan pressed urgently.
I assure you, brother, I am fine, Lin Fan reassured both Elder Wu and Lin Yan. Alas, come closer, both of you, Elder Wu relented. Subsequently, he placed his hands upon their foreheads, imbuing them with a wealth of technique memories. Lin Yan felt a slight throbbing pain in his head, while Lin Fan remained unaffected. I have bestowed upon you the simplified versions of divine grade techniques. Given your current state, you are unable to cultivate the complete forms, and I, in my present condition, cannot provide you with the entirety either. Furthermore, it is imperative that you do not disclose these techniques. Even a simplified version, if exposed, could bring calamity upon the entire Xianyang city. After speaking, Elder Wu's remnant soul dimmed slightly. I will provide you with martial techniques in a few days, and please keep my matters confidential, Elder Wu said wearily. Lin Fan and Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Lin Yan retrieved the pendant. This pendant, along with Elder Wu, should be entrusted to my sixth brother. Absolutely not, both Lin Fan and Elder Wu exclaimed in unison. Lin Fan contemplated, with the system at my disposal, having an elder like him is surely impractical. Elder Wu, in Lin Fan's current state, I am powerless, your involvement is essential.
Is it truly that grave? Lin Yan looked at both Lin Fan and Elder Wu.
Both Elder Wu and Lin Fan nodded in affirmation, prompting Lin Fan to ponder before shaking his head.
Elder Wu, what do you mean by that?
Very well, sixth brother, take care of yourself. If anything goes awry, you must inform me immediately, without fail. With that, Lin Yan turned to leave Lin Fan's room.
Elder Wu, how severe is my sixth brother's foundation? Lin Yan inquired mentally as he walked.
It is akin to someone persistently consuming medicinal pills yet failing to enter the true essence stage, Elder Wu replied.
Is that so?
Elder Wu, can you discern how my sixth brother's foundation became compromised? If it was the doing of another, Lin Yan clenched his fists as he spoke. That young one's foundation appears akin to being damaged by demonic energy, yet he should not have succumbed at the Qi condensation 5th level, Elder Wu admitted, perplexed. My sixth brother only advanced from the body refinement 9th level to the Qi condensation 5th level just a week ago, Lin Yan recalled recent events involving Lin Fan.
A week to ascend from body refinement 9th level to Qi condensation 5th level?
Was it due to a special elixir? No, Lin Fan bears no trace of medicinal essence. Perhaps it was through demonic techniques. No, the aura does not align with such. Was he forcibly infused with vitality? No, Lin Fan's energy can only be achieved through relentless practice. Elder Wu contemplated several possibilities yet remained baffled, ultimately shaking his head. Rest assured, with my assistance, he will be cured within 3 years. Young Yan, I will begin by introducing you to the foundational techniques, and the first step will be to become an alchemist. In Lin Fan's room, he lay on his bed, examining his status panel. Host, Lin Fan Realm Qi Condensation 5th Level Techniques, Heavenly Heart Technique, Not Yet Mastered, Celestial Grade Superior Xian Yu Qi Refinement Technique, Martial Techniques, Falling Leaf Sword Technique, Indestructible Body, Not Yet Mastered, Wind Step, Not Yet Mastered, Shadowless Sword Finger, Not Yet Mastered, Points. For gazing at the techniques listed on the panel, Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated that even the simplified versions of divine grade techniques would possess the quality of celestial grade superiority, far beyond what his current points could afford. Oh, how I wish for 1,000,000 points! Lin Fan lamented.
Can system points be borrowed? Are there other means to acquire system points? Chapter 9.
Battle. The following day, host, Lin Fan Realm, Qi Condensation Level 5 Cultivation Method, Tianqing Uninitiated, Xian Yu Lian Shiju Martial Skills, Falling Leaf Sword Technique, Indestructible Body, Uninitiated, Windwalker Steps, Uninitiated, Shadowless Sword Finger, Uninitiated, Points. 6. Since this pertains to martial arts and techniques, there is no need for hesitation. Lin Fan recalled his conversation with the system from a few days prior. The system indicated that the Indestructible Body, Windwalker Steps, and Shadowless Sword Finger each required an addition of 2 points. In the first half-year, lacking both the aptitude and resources for physical training, through relentless effort, Lin Fan successfully initiated the Indestructible Body. In the second year, he practiced day and night, successfully achieving minor success in the Indestructible Body. In the first year, through diligent training in the Windwalker Steps, he comprehended some key principles, leading to minor success. In the second year, through continuous practice and further comprehension, he achieved major success in the Windwalker Steps. In the first year, with the experience of mastering a top-tier yellow-grade sword technique, he made remarkable progress with the Shadowless Sword Finger, achieving minor success. In the second year, he practiced day and night, leading to major success in the Shadowless Sword Finger. After 6 years of continuous training in martial skills, Lin Fan experienced a modest enhancement in his abilities. Points 0. The insights gained from 6 years of cultivation surged into Lin Fan's mind like a tidal wave. It was time to test his strength and earn some Yuan stones in the process. At the martial arts arena in Xianyang City, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. On the arena, a figure clad in black robes stood proudly, beside him a massive sign read Qi Condensation Level 5, invincible amongst peers under 25. Challenge if unsatisfied, victory grants 10,000 Yuan stones, challenge fee 1,000 Yuan stones. Qi Condensation Level 5, under 25, invincible among peers, such audacity. A young man, seemingly around 21 or 22, approached. My name is. He attempted to introduce himself, but before he could finish, Lin Fan interrupted. Stop. I have no interest in your name, pay the Yuan stones first, then we may engage. Lin Fan rasped, not even glancing at the youth. The young man's expression soured instantly, veins bulging as he simmered with rage at Lin Fan's dismissive attitude. He produced 1,000 Yuan stones from his pocket and slammed them onto the arena. Let us see if you remain so obstinate afterward. The nameless youth bellowed, come forth. Lin Fan replied indifferently. The nameless youth unleashed his full strength, launching a punch at Lin Fan. After a flurry of exchanges, the youth grew increasingly alarmed, his back drenched in sweat. Observing the youth's predicament, Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. So weak, I initially thought he was concealing his strength, but it turns out this is his peak, hardly even a warm-up. Deciding to conclude the battle, Lin Fan became slightly more serious, swiftly dispatching the youth with a single sword thrust. The young man flew from the arena like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. On the arena, the figure in black, Lin Fan, remained standing, as if nothing had transpired. So formidable, even at chi condensation level 5, the disparity is astonishing, a spectator marveled. I shall challenge you, bellowed Zhao Gang, a robust man with a fierce demeanor, placing 1,000 yuan stones upon the arena. Come forth, Lin Fan replied coolly, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhao Gang inhaled deeply, then surged forward like a raging tiger, his ferocity palpable as he charged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, he sensed that this burly man was significantly stronger than the previous opponent. He slightly shifted his body, employing the Windwalker steps to deftly evade Zhao Gang's assault. Boom! Zhao Gang's fist struck the arena, producing a thunderous sound. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with appreciation. This man's strength was indeed commendable, and he mused, finally, a chance to stretch my limbs a bit, though I must maintain the pretense. Lin Fan occasionally exchanged blows with Zhao Gang, utilizing his minor success in the indestructible body to endure the man's powerful punches. After over 30 exchanges, beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Gang's forehead, his breath quickening. He realized that if he did not defeat the figure in black soon, his stamina would become a significant issue. His entire energy surged wildly, concentrating his Yuan Qi. He unleashed a powerful punch toward Lin Fan, the strike resonating like thunder, aimed directly at Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan, undaunted, surged forward to meet the blow head-on. Thunderous fist, shadowless sword finger, both retreated simultaneously. Lin Fan stepped back 3 paces, while Zhao Gang was forced to retreat 10. Zhao Gang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that even his full-force strike would fall short against this black-robed figure. I concede, my name is Zhao Gang, he declared with a sense of resignation, fully aware that he had given his all. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Who is this black-robed man? He effortlessly bested a powerhouse like Zhao Gang. The onlookers murmured. However, the toll of 2 consecutive battles must be considerable, yet, it seems he has not yet exhausted his strength. Lin Fan mused internally, am I that poor an actor? Clearly, I was forced into a retreat, but Zhao Gang's stamina faltered, prompting his surrender. Thank you, stranger. Lin Fan silently expressed gratitude to the one who spoke. A youth clad in blue approached, holding 1,000 yuan stones, his eyes sparkling with excitement tinged with a subtle hint of anxiety. Lin Fan smiled faintly, recognizing that it was time to perform. He feigned difficulty in overcoming his opponent, ultimately securing victory. Let us conclude for today. Tomorrow, we shall continue the challenges, Lin Fan announced before departing the arena. Such strength, today, I witnessed what true invincibility among peers looks like. 10 matches, a full 10, indeed, this black-robed figure is remarkable. I doubt he has even unleashed his full potential, his sword still sheathed. Perhaps it is merely for show, otherwise, that would be terrifying. As the crowd began to disperse, their discussions grew ever more fervent. Lin Fan's figure was shrouded in myth, with some suggesting he was an ancient master lingering in chi condensation level 5 to prey on the young, while others speculated he might be a disciple sent by the Xin Tian sect for assessment. In Lin Fan's quarters. No one has followed me. Lin Fan marveled at the unexpected solitude. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Someone who could casually produce 10,000 yuan stones while being so powerful at chi condensation level 5 must possess considerable backing. Until they conducted further investigation, they would not act rashly. Moreover, this was Shenyang City, where, following the annihilation of one of the 4 great families' Qixi factions over a decade ago, no nearby city dared to provoke the members of the 4 families. Anyone who stirred trouble with them would likely meet a grim fate. Chi condensation level 5 seems so weak, Lin Fan mused, reflecting on the day's contests. Although he appeared formidable on the arena, he could easily defeat anyone with a single strike if he so desired. Most opponents employed mid to high-level yellow-gray techniques, barely reaching minor success, with few achieving major success. Alas, the locale is too insular. My combat experience has scarcely improved, Lin Fan lamented, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Perhaps tomorrow will bring some surprises. Lin Fan began to strategize his performance for the next day. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Lin, are you asleep? Chapter 10. Lin Fan, are you asleep? Lin Fan rose from his bed and approached the door to open it. Second Elder, what brings you here at such a late hour? Lin Fan inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his tone as he gazed at the Second Elder. Young lad, that figure in black on the martial stage today was you, correct? Lin Fang's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Fan, as if searching for answers within his gaze. Without evading the Second Elder's penetrating stare, Lin Fan succinctly and straightforwardly affirmed, yes, it was I. Goodness, do you have any idea of the notoriety you've garnered? Even while I was guarding the storeroom, I could hear discussions about you today, Lin Feng remarked, astonishment creeping into his voice. I've heard you intend to go again tomorrow? Indeed. It serves to enhance my combat experience while also allowing me to earn some yuan stones. It's quite advantageous, Lin Fan replied calmly. Enhancing combat experience and earning yuan stones, quite commendable, Lin Feng remarked with a slight twitch of his lips, seemingly exasperated by Lin Fan's candidness.
No wonder you claimed it was for cultivation purposes.
As if recalling something, Lin Feng continued, Lin Fan, the waters in Xianyang City run deep. It is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Due to the matters concerning the Xian Tian sect, numerous external forces have arrived, even some desperate individuals. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. I shall exercise caution, second elder. Therefore, I intend to accompany you tomorrow, Lin Feng announced, surprising Lin Fan. He had not anticipated the second elder would take such an active role. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan recognized the concern reflected in Lin Feng's eyes. Then I shall trouble you, second elder. Very well, remember to find me tomorrow, Lin Feng said before turning and departing from Lin Fan's courtyard. The following day, at the hour of Chen, host, Lin Fan Realm 5th level of Qi Condensation Cultivation Method, Heavenly Heart Technique, not yet initiated, Lunar Moon Qi Refining Technique, Martial Arts, Falling Leaves Sword Technique, Indestructible Body, Minor Achievement, Windwalking Step, Major Achievement, Shadowless Sword Finger, Major Achievement, Points. 2 System, Windwalking Step, Shadowless Sword Finger. Each at one point in the first year. A day and night of arduous practice led to an epiphany, successfully achieving perfection in Windwalking Step. I in the first year. With the complete mastery of a yellow-grade Supreme Sword Technique, you have attained perfection in Shadowless Sword Finger. 2 years of diligent training in martial arts resulted in a slight enhancement of skills. Lin Fan awakened, his eyes fluttering open. After 10 years of practicing martial arts, his progress had yet to reach the first level. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If one could rapidly enhance their cultivation simply through practicing martial techniques, the distinction between cultivation methods and martial skills would be rendered moot, and everyone would solely practice martial skills. Lin Fan sighed inwardly before vacating his room. At the second elder's residence, Lin Fan observed the second elder, who appeared more adept in his black robe than himself, leading Lin Fan to ponder that he must have engaged in such activities frequently before. Second elder, I shall head over first. You may blend into the crowd at your leisure, Lin Fan suggested. Wouldn't he that expose you to the crowd? The second elder queried, perplexed. Allow me to explain, Lin Fan whispered into the second elder's ear. The second elder's expression shifted from confusion to excitement. Xianyang City's martial stage was even more bustling today, with throngs of people, far exceeding yesterday's crowd. The sun filtered through the morning mist, illuminating the bustling masses, while the air was thick with anticipation and tension. Will the figure in black appear today? Surely, they will come. Their prowess is undeniable, and there is nothing to fear. Indeed, when it comes to those of the same rank, there is little to fear, yet the presence of several Qi experts nearby raises my concerns about potential mishaps. Fear not. Some Qi experts have been dispatched by the city lord's mansion to maintain order. One wonders when the figure in black will arrive. Here they come, the figure in black has arrived. As Lin Fan gazed at the crowd parting to make way for him, he felt the weight of numerous pairs of eyes upon him, causing him to break into a slight sweat. Standing upon the martial stage, he retrieved a board from his storage bag, inscribed with the words 5th level of Qi Condensation, invincible among peers, challenge those below 25 years of age at the 6th level of Qi Condensation. Should you win, I shall reward you with 20,000 yuan stones. The challenge fee is 3,000 yuan stones. The crowd fell into a brief, stunned silence for 3 seconds. My heavens! A challenge across ranks. Indeed, and the victor stands to gain 20,000 yuan stones. Arrogance, to think one could challenge across ranks, such feats are the domain of geniuses. I sense the figure in black possesses formidable strength. They didn't even use their sword yesterday. There must be some powerful sword technique that enables them to fight beyond their rank. From the crowd, several families exclaimed, quickly summon our family's genius of the 6th level of Qi Condensation. The second elder, cloaked in black, blended into the throng, pondering, what is this young lad up to? However, as he observed other figures in black mingling within the crowd, their gazes converged upon Lin Fan, and they exchanged knowing nods as if reaching some silent accord. I shall take my turn. A young man at the 6th level of Qi Condensation rushed forward from the crowd, placing 3,000 yuan stones upon the martial stage. Some families, witnessing this scene, revealed expressions of regret, yet swiftly turned their attention back to Lin Fan, silently wishing, may the figure in black prevail. The young man, named Li Si, had initially come merely to spectate but found himself unexpectedly fortunate. He then turned to the figure in black, Lin Fan, and expressed, thank you. No, I am the one who should thank you, Lin Fan silently replied in his heart.
Let us commence, Lin Fan declared hoarsely. Li Si drew forth the sword at his waist and launched the first attack against Lin Fan. The blade sliced through the air, producing a faint whisper of wind. Lin Fan's body tilted slightly, activating the windwalking step, seemingly by coincidence evading Li Si's strike. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Si's eyes as he quickly adjusted his stance, redirecting his sword towards Lin Fan once more. Yet, Lin Fan moved like the wind, deftly avoiding Li Si's assaults at the last possible moment. Thus, the two engaged in exchanges, 10 strikes, 20 strikes, 30 strikes, 50 strikes, each encounter increasingly captivating the onlookers below. The figure in black is astonishing, capable of enduring so long against a higher rank. Perhaps Li Si is rather weak. His swordplay leaves much to be desired. I daresay, if this continues, the figure in black might truly secure victory. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd, Li Si felt a twinge of anxiety, causing his swordplay to grow frantic. Finally, Lin Fan mused that it was nearly time. With a decisive strike aimed at Li Si's opening, Lin Fan's sword finger struck the vulnerable point of Li Si's blade, transmitting a powerful force up Li Si's arm, rendering it numb. Li Si could no longer maintain his grip on the sword, and it slipped from his hand, soaring into the air. Utilizing the windwalking step, Lin Fan directed his shadowless sword finger towards Li Si, ultimately sending him tumbling off the martial stage. I have won. The figure in black has triumphed. An astonishing victory across ranks. Henceforth, the figure in black shall be my idol. One wonders what the figure in black looks like. With such graceful movements and swordplay, they must be a dashing young gentleman. Given that hoarse voice, they are likely an old man. How could they possibly be a dashing young gentleman? No, you fail to understand. Standing atop the martial stage, Lin Fan's black robe billowed in the wind, and he unexpectedly found pleasure in the crowd's accolades. I require a moment's respite, Lin Fan rasped before settling into a meditative posture on the martial stage. In truth, he had expended little energy. It was merely a performance to give the impression of considerable exertion. Those in the crowd who had not summoned their family as 6th-level geniuses promptly made haste to do so. After a brief interval, Lin Fan rose to his feet. At that moment, a graceful figure approached and casually placed 3,000 yuan stones upon the martial stage. As he beheld this figure, both the second elder and Lin Fan fell into a moment of silence. Greetings, I am Lin Wu. In a moment's notice, it was Lu Meyer who rushed to the arena to witness Lin Wu's exit. Lin Wu, one of the 4 renowned beauties of Xianyang City and a prodigious talent of the Lin family, undoubtedly added a splash of color to this martial contest. I am Lin Wu, pleased to meet you, she said, while Lin Fan felt anything but pleased in his heart. Standing before Lin Wu, he found himself at a loss for words. Let us begin, Lin Fan rasped. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Wu's eyes, as if she had not anticipated the black-clad figure, Lin Fan, to be so forthright. She nodded slightly, and in an instant, her figure blurred, her longsword darting forth like a serpent from its lair, aimed directly at Lin Fan's vital points. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He sensed that Lin Wu's prowess far surpassed that of his previous opponents. He tilted his body slightly, activating the windwalk technique to deftly evade Lin Wu's assault. The longsword grazed his clothing, stirring a whisper of wind. Lin Wu's onslaught was akin to a tempest, each strike faster than the last. Imbued with formidable vitality, Lin Fan moved swiftly across the arena, narrowly dodging Lin Wu's attacks time and again, while contemplating how to defeat her in a manner that preserved her dignity and allowed him to claim victory. As their exchanges intensified, the audience below began to murmur. Lin Wu truly lives up to her reputation as the Lin family's prodigy. Her swordsmanship is extraordinary. The black-clad figure is no weakling either. He has managed to hold his ground against Lin Wu for such an extended period. It seems the black-clad one is searching for an opportunity to counterattack. I wonder if he will succeed. This is far more thrilling than the last match against Li Si. Indeed. As Lin Wu listened to the spectators' discussions, her swordsmanship became even more ferocious, exuding an undeniable dominance. Lin Fan understood that while Lin Wu's technique was fierce, it was not without vulnerabilities. He needed to devise a strategy that would allow her to lose gracefully. After 100 exchanges, as Lin Wu began to perspire and her breathing grew slightly labored, Lin Fan thought it was time. You are formidable, the strongest 6th level I have encountered in my life, he rasped, recalling that he had only faced 2 others at this level before. Lin Wu's assault momentarily faltered. She had not expected Lin Fan to voice such a sentiment at this juncture. Then it is time to conclude, Lin Fan declared, accelerating suddenly, his windwalk technique reaching its zenith, as if a swift gale traversed the arena. His sword pointed directly at Lin Wu's right shoulder. Lin Wu felt an immense force surge through her shoulder, causing her arm to tingle and her longsword to slip from her grasp. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in her eyes. She had not anticipated this black-clad figure, Lin Fan, to unleash such formidable strength. I concede, Lin Wu said,
her voice tinged with reluctance, yet, she couldn't help but wonder why this black-clad man's martial arts resembled the Lin family's wind walk and shadowless sword technique. Although she had never practiced them, she had witnessed them at a masterful level. Ahem, I shall require half an hour to recuperate, Lin Fan feigned weakness.
Wow, even the Lin family's prodigy has been defeated. It seems Li Si wasn't weak, this black-clad one is simply too strong.
Indeed, Lin Wu is impressive as well, but the black-clad figure now requires half an hour of rest.
Yes, it is the first time I have seen the black-clad one in such a disheveled state.
Lin Wu returned to her family's side beneath the arena, her complexion somewhat pale.
Sister Lin Wu, are you alright?
Lin Xian'er inquired with concern.
I am fine. Xian'er, did you not notice that the black-clad figure's martial techniques bear a striking resemblance to our Lin families?
Lin Wu regarded Lin Xian'er intently. Indeed, they are our family's techniques, but it appears the black-clad figure has mastered them to at least a grand completion or even perfection, Lin Xian'er whispered to Lin Wu. Lin Wu furrowed her brows, understanding the implications of Lin Xian'er's words. The Lin family's martial arts were traditionally not disseminated, thus, the identity of this black-clad figure could very well be a member of the Lin family. However, there were no individuals within the family who had achieved mastery or perfection at the 6th level of qi condensation. Who, then, could this person be? At that moment, she suddenly thought of Lin Fan. Only he had reached perfection in the qi condensation technique within the Lin family, yet Lin Fan had never practiced the shadowless sword or windwalk. After pondering, she dismissed him as a possibility. Lin Wu frowned, perplexed, unable to ascertain the identity of this individual. Meanwhile, the black-clad elder of the second generation below the arena was astounded. I never imagined that this young Lin Fan would cultivate two martial techniques to such an extent. Half an hour later, Lin Wu's defeat made it abundantly clear to all present that the strength of this black-clad figure far exceeded their expectations. Some warriors at the 6th level of qi condensation, who had initially been eager to participate, now hesitated, weighing the odds in their minds. Just then, a graceful figure approached.
It is Lu Meyer.
I did not expect the Lin family's prodigious young lady to arrive as well.
However, since Lin Wu has already been defeated, Lu Meyer should have little chance, right? Not necessarily, you witnessed the previous match.
The black-clad figure was visibly fatigued from his battle with Lin Wu. Even if his vitality has recovered after half an hour, his mental stamina may not have replenished so quickly. Indeed, while the black-clad figure is formidable, he cannot possibly regain his peak condition in such a short time. Some of the warriors at the 6th level of qi condensation also contemplated, even if half an hour has allowed the black-clad figure's vitality to recover, the intense battle must have drained his mental acuity, which surely cannot be restored so swiftly. Lu Meyer walked slowly onto the arena, her thoughts racing. I never imagined that Lin Wu had also broken through to the 6th level of qi condensation. How infuriating, however, the black-clad figure whom you could not defeat, Lin Wu, I shall be the one to vanquish him. After declaring this, Lu Meyer cast a disdainful glance at Lin Wu below the arena. Today, she intended to demonstrate before all that she surpassed Lin Wu. Lin Wu clenched her fists at this sight, though defeated by the black-clad Lin Fan was vexing, allowing Lu Meyer to triumph would be even more intolerable. Her gaze fixed intently on the black-clad Lin Fan, silently cheering for him, hoping he could secure another victory and teach Lu Meyer a proper lesson. Lin Fan observed the unfolding scene with an internal scoff. Are these two women unwell? He realized that this contest had evolved beyond a mere display of strength. It had transformed into a rivalry between two women. Let us begin, Lin Fan stated, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, while he had already formulated a plan to conclude this bout. Ahem, I shall again require half an hour to rest. Lin Fan feigned weakness once more. I have lost, and the manner of my defeat mirrors that of Lin Wu, Lu Meyer thought, disgruntled. Lu Meyer glanced at Lin Wu, who returned her gaze, their eyes locking in the air before both simultaneously huffed in disdain and turned away from each other. Thus, even Lu Meyer was vanquished. It feels a bit contrived. The manner of her defeat was identical to Lin Wu's. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. How easy is it to fabricate an outcome in an elevated battle? True enough, this black-clad figure is likely the strongest 6th level qi condensation warrior in the history of Xianyang City. Indeed. To have triumphed in 3 matches against 6th level opponents without a single defeat. As the sun began its descent, Lin Fan felt it was time to withdraw. Observing the increasing throng of black-clad figures, he internally chuckled. This shall conclude for today. I shall return tomorrow. With that, Lin Fan descended from the arena. The crowd parted to grant passage to the black-clad Lin Fan, erupting in chants of black-clad figure, black-clad figure, black-clad figure, that surged like a tidal wave. Lin Fan offered no response, simply treading his own path, his silhouette elongating in the setting SUNI in the direction Lin Fan departed. The throng of black-clad figures surged towards that location, while some family members at the Chi Si realm exclaimed, "Foolish. The black-clad figure dares to be so ostentatious, he must have contingencies, yet still dares to follow and offer his head. Is there something you wish to discuss, esteemed followers?" Chapter 12 of the 8th level of Qi condensation. On a desolate, deserted street, Lin Fan coldly addressed a group of black-clad figures. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" A man stepped forward from the crowd, his voice hoarse and laced with greed and malice. "Hand over your elemental stones and the martial techniques you practice, and I might grant you a swift death." A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Fan's lips as he surveyed his surroundings, responding nonchalantly, "Gentlemen, with so many of you here, I fear my possessions may not suffice to satisfy your demands." One of the black-clad men chuckled derisively, brandishing a long sword that glimmered ominously in the moonlight. "Kid, don't play tricks. We're not here to jest with you." The second elder interjected, "If there are any at the 8th or 9th level of Qi condensation, please step forward." As Lin Fan's words hung in the air, he remained motionless, yet suddenly, muffled thuds echoed through the atmosphere as several black-clad figures with low cultivation levels were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. "Not good. There is a traitor among us," one of the black figures shouted in alarm. Moments later, another voice called out, "Lin Fan, there are 2 at the 8th level of Qi condensation here. What do you intend to do?" The second elder regarded Lin Fan with a perplexed expression. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on one of the fallen opponents, his tone icy as he declared, "Defeat me, and you may live." "Really?" The black-clad man's voice trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "What are you planning, Lin Fan?" the second elder asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "There's nothing to worry about, second elder," Lin Fan replied, his voice resolute and calm. "Indeed, it's true." Song Si rose, astonished by his extraordinary fortune. He looked at Lin Fan, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Watch out, kid," he warned, before swinging his large blade at Lin Fan. Lin Fan swiftly drew the sword from his waist, executing the wind step and falling leaf sword technique with all his might. His swordsmanship, though unadorned, was remarkably effective. Each strike targeted Song Si's vital points, and every swing was accompanied by a fierce sword aura. Despite Song Si's formidable strength, he appeared clumsy before Lin Fan's technique. Each of his attacks was effortlessly neutralized, while Lin Fan's counterattacks imposed immense pressure upon him. The battle raged on for dozens of exchanges. What began as a casual encounter had escalated into a contest of utmost effort. Beads of sweat began to form on Song Si's forehead, his breath growing labored amidst numerous cuts and bruises adorning his body. It dawned on him that he was no match for Lin Fan, yet survival compelled him to fight with all his might. "Ah!" Song Si roared, his energy surging violently as he unleashed a tremendous force. His blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He sensed the potency of Song Si's strike, channeling the falling leaf sword technique to its zenith. The clash of blade against sword unleashed a powerful shockwave. In the fleeting moment of separation, Lin Fan executed the wind step to perfection, arriving beside Song Si and delivering a decisive thrust that pierced his heart with the invisible sword point. Song Si's body convulsed violently as disbelief flickered in his wide eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed, his great blade clattering to the ground. Gasping for air, Lin Fan reminded himself that in this ruthless world of survival of the fittest, such events were inevitable. The second elder and the remaining black-clad figures stood in stunned silence, their expressions akin to those of passengers on a tumultuous roller coaster. "Are you all right, Lin Fan?" the second elder inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Please keep an eye on this man, I need to rest for a moment." Lin Fan replied, reclining on the ground. After a brief interval, Lin Fan rose from his resting place and turned his gaze to the prostrate figure of Song Ming. "Defeat me, and you may live." His voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of a death sentence, instilling unprecedented fear in Song Ming. What had once been words of joy mere moments ago now felt like a harbinger of doom to Song Ming. True to form, and after a mere 20 exchanges, Song Ming met the same fate as Song Si at Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan stood amidst the remains, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the second elder approached, placing a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. "Such is the nature of this world, aside from a select few, most can be deemed enemies." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "By the way, Lin Fan, how did you become so powerful?" "I was terrified when you first faced those at the 8th level of Qi condensation," the second elder added, a realization dawning upon him.
It seems the Lin family has truly produced a prodigy. With you, Lin Yan, and Lin Wu, our older generation can finally breathe easy. Please, second elder, do not disclose my recent exploits, Lin Fan urged, recalling the potential ramifications of such revelations. The second elder nodded, aware of Lin Fan's concerns. Indeed, if Lin Wu were to learn of your capabilities, it would surely cause quite a stir. Afterward, the two commenced the grim task of searching the bodies for spoils. Ugh, what a pitiful haul. The second elder, Lin Feng, grimaced as he examined the meager possessions of the fallen, which amounted to less than 20,000 elemental stones. Only one well-meaning individual possessed a martial technique. Let me see what rank it is. Ugh, utter rubbish. Lin Feng scoffed at the yellow-grade mid-tier blade technique with disdain. Watching the second elder's actions, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, imagining the elder's youthful exploits in similar endeavors. His gaze swept across the street before settling back on the second elder. We should expedite our work and return home. The second elder nodded, and the two busied themselves. Once the bodies were dealt with, they returned to the Lin family estate. Lin Fan retreated to his chamber, lying on his bed with eyes closed, reflecting on the battles of the day. Ordinary opponents at the 8th level of Qi condensation should pose no issue, but those wielding top-tier yellow-grade techniques at a high level may prove formidable, Lin Fan mused to himself, gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. The following day, host, Lin Fan realm 5th level of Qi condensation technique Tianqin Ju, not yet initiated, Xianyu refining Qi Ju martial arts falling leaves sword technique, wine step, invisible sword point, minor accomplishment in indestructible body points. 2-inch I should save my points for now and consider a significant enhancement in a few days. For the time being, I believe I am adequately prepared to contend with those at the 7th level of Qi condensation, Lin Fan murmured, gazing at the panel before him. At the martial arts arena of Xianyang City, the atmosphere was electric. Crowds thronged around the arena, the recent battles having become the talk of the town, with tales of the black-clad figures circulating widely. Many flocked to witness the prowess of this enigmatic powerhouse. Don't shove, you're suffocating me, it was much better a couple of days ago. Sigh, I regret not being here these past 2 days. Indeed, but I doubt today will be any less thrilling than before. However, I did see a group of black-clad figures heading toward the arena yesterday. I hope nothing has gone awry. That can't be, those black-clad figures must belong to a formidable faction, they surely have protectors with them. I wonder which faction the black-clad figures belong to, they are extraordinarily powerful. The black-clad figures have arrived. Chapter 13. The royal city of Wang family. Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the dueling platform, gazing at the throngs of people before him, even more numerous than 2 days prior, and a hint of a headache surged within him. The crowd surged, a cacophony of discussions, cheers, and anticipatory murmurs intermingling to form an invisible pressure dot on the dueling platform. Lin Fan, as he had the previous day, retrieved a board from his storage pouch, upon which was inscribed Invincible at the 5th layer of Qi, challenging all at the 7th layer under 25 years of age. Victory earns 40,000 stones, the challenge fee is 10,000 stones for only 2 matches. As soon as the board was raised, the crowd erupted in fervor. Heavens, this time, he is challenging those at the 7th layer of Qi. I thought it was already formidable enough to challenge those at the 6th layer from the 5th, who is this man in black, and from which family does he hail, to dare confront those at the 7th layer. Winning would net 40,000 stones, that is a sum I could never hope to earn in a lifetime. I can only wonder how spectacular the ensuing battles will be. While the spectators merely sought to witness the contest, the warriors at the 7th layer of Qi had more considerations. A challenge fee of 10,000 stones is no trifling amount. Winning would be advantageous, but losing could adversely affect the auction 4 days hence. A family elder of the Qi remarked, his brow furrowed. This man in black must possess some confidence in defeating those at the 7th layer. This situation is troublesome, another elder of a different family said, a flicker of concern in his gaze. No one seems to know where this man in black emerged from. I have witnessed some prodigies in the royal city attempt to challenge those 1 or 2 layers above them, and even then, they rarely remained undefeated. An experienced elder of the Qi expressed, his eyes filled with confusion. In a corner of the crowd, Luan turned to Wang Ping beside him and said, Brother Wang, do you wish to give it a try? Let us wait and observe for now, Wang Ping replied calmly, though a glint of combativeness flashed in his eyes. We arrived at Daoxianyang City ahead of our family today and have yet to witness this man in black in action. Indeed, Luan nodded, their gazes fixated on the dueling platform. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a youth clad in green strode forward, his steps steady, his eyes brimming with a warrior spirit. It was none other than Lu Run, the prodigy of the Lu family from Silver Sand City.
This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Word has it that Lu Ren has perfected a top-tier yellow-grade sword technique. I wonder if there is any truth to it. Let the duel commence, Lin Fan rasped, drawing his sword from his waist, the blade pointed directly at Lu Ren.
Please, enlighten me.
Lu Ren's voice carried a note of respect. He had witnessed the prowess of the man in black over the past 2 days and understood that he was not to be underestimated. The audience began to murmur among themselves, astonished to discover that the man in black was a swordsman. They had always assumed his sword was merely ornamental, unaware that his previous opponents had not warranted its drawing. The two warriors' auras collided invisibly, and the atmosphere on the dueling platform grew tense in an instant. Lu Ren was the first to strike, his body leaping forth like a leopard, the long knife in his hand slicing through the air with a sound that shattered the silence, aimed straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan employed the wind-walking technique, deftly stepping into the blind spots of Lu Ren's attack, skillfully evading each strike, and countering with the falling leaves sword technique. Lu Ren's knife technique was bold and expansive. Each slash was imbued with formidable energy, the blade's light dancing across the dueling platform like a flowing ribbon. Lin Fan's figure moved with the swiftness of the wind, his swordplay as light and lethal as falling leaves, each swing imposing immense pressure on Lu Ren. The clash of their combat was a visual feast, the audience riveted, gasping in awe. Lin Fan's swordplay contrasted sharply with Lu Ren's knife technique, one fierce and aggressive, the other soft and serene, creating a striking dichotomy. The man in black's swordsmanship was truly exquisite, each stroke was flawlessly executed. Lu Ren's knife technique was no less impressive, each slash radiating power. The crowd marveled at the brilliance of their duel, save for one individual whose lip twitched slightly. Having witnessed Lin Fan slay the second elder of the 8th layer of Qi the previous day, he contemplated the dueling platform, thinking, I never imagined this lad possessed a flair for theatrics. Had I not seen him vanquish an 8th layer warrior yesterday, I might have been deceived. The battle continued for dozens of exchanges, and Lu Ren began to realize he may have underestimated the man in black. Lin Fan's swordplay appeared deceptively simple, yet it contained myriad variations, each thrust confounding Lu Ren. You are remarkably strong, the mightiest 5th layer of Qi I have ever encountered, Lu Ren admitted, his voice trembling slightly. He had to concede that despite being merely at the 5th layer, Lin Fan's combat prowess was extraordinary. Lin Fan smiled faintly and rasped, You are no slouch either, you are the strongest 7th layer I have faced thus far. Their battle intensified once more, each stroke filled with a contest of strength and speed. Lin Fan's swordplay quickened, each strike accompanied by the sound of slicing air, while Lu Ren's knife technique grew heavier, each slash seeming to cleave the very atmosphere. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange, Lin Fan's sword tip rested against Lu Ren's chest, disbelief flashing in Lu Ren's eyes. I have lost, Lu Ren sighed, a rueful smile gracing his lips as he stood, bowing to Lin Fan before turning to descend from the dueling platform. Lin Fan sheathed his sword, sitting down on the platform to meditate and recuperate. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating the thrilling battle and the victory of the man in black, Lin Fan.
We have a winner. The man in black has triumphed over the 2nd layer.
What an eventful journey. I never expected such a captivating battle before the arrival of the Xiantian sect. I wonder if the man in black is a test sent by the Xiantian sect. Surely not, for if this were a test, it would be far too daunting. Besides, the outer disciples of the Xiantian sect are all at the Qi realm, while those in the body refining and Qi gathering stages are merely servant disciples. How could a servant disciple be this formidable? In another corner of the crowd, Luan and Wang Ping's eyes were firmly locked on Lin Fan. Luan, with a grave expression, turned to Wang Ping and inquired, Brother Wang, do you have confidence in this individual? There should be no issue, Wang Ping replied, his eyes filled with a fierce determination as he regarded Lin Fan. He held confidence in his abilities, for as a prodigy of the Wang family in the royal city, he had never encountered a true rival among his peers. To ensure that Lin Fan's right to challenge was not usurped by another, Wang Ping stepped forward slowly, casually placing a pouch containing 10,000 stones upon the dueling platform. I shall await your recovery, Wang Ping spoke to Lin Fan with calm assurance, his gaze unwavering, brimming with martial spirit. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at Wang Ping, pondering, who is this person, quite the show-off, yet, sensing the powerful aura and fighting spirit emanating from him, it seems his strength surpasses that of Lu Ren considerably.
Who is this individual? I know.
This person is Wang Ping, the genius of the Wang family from the royal city.
What, the prodigies of the royal city have all gathered? This promises to be an enthralling spectacle indeed. Sister Xianer, have you seen Lin Fan?
Lin Wu asked Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer shook her head, no, Sister Wu, there are too many people here, I have not seen Brother Lin Fan even after half an hour of searching.
Is that so?
Lin Wu murmured softly, lost in thought.
Chapter 14 Lin Fan vs Wang Ping in Lin Fan's courtyard, Lin Wu shouted, is Lin Fan's younger brother around? Xiao He approached and replied, Miss Wu, young Master Lin Fan has gone out with the second elder. Has he mentioned where they went?
Lin Wu inquired, her tone laced with curiosity as she gazed at Xiao He, hoping for further information.
Xiao He lowered her head slightly. I do not know, young Master Lin Fan did not share any details with me. Is that so? Then I shall not intrude any longer. With lingering questions, Lin Wu departed. At the combat arena, Lin Xianer asked, How did it go, Sister Wu?
Lin Wu shook her head, her brow furrowed. The maid said he left with the second elder.
A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xianer's eyes, so the man in black on stage
he drew his sword, its tip directed at Wang Ping. Please, enlighten me, Wang Ping responded, unsheathing his own sword and pointing its tip at Lin Fan. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting a sacred hue upon the combat arena, enhancing the gravity of their clash. Lin Fan's sword tip quivered slightly, as if seeking the opportune moment to strike. Wang Ping remained steadfast, confidence radiating from his gaze. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the edges of their garments, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, they engaged in a swift exchange, the glimmer of swords flashing, shadows dancing. Impressive, both warriors thought simultaneously. Lin Fan mused internally, this is stronger than yesterday's 8th level of chi condensation. I must exert my full strength. Falling leaf sword technique, raging storm sword technique.
Lin Fan exclaimed, his sword tip vibrating, resembling leaves caught in an autumn gust. Erratic yet razor-sharp reach strike aimed directly at Wang Ping's vital points.
Wang Ping was undeterred, his technique living up to its name, each stroke akin to raindrops in a tempest, dense and rapid, striving to shatter Lin Fan's defensive web. Their blades met in the air, producing a crisp symphony of metal clashing. The audience held their breath, captivated by this exhilarating duel.
Look, Wang Ping has been injured, the man in black has too.
I can't believe I was injured first, and my wound is more severe. Wang Ping thought, astonished, as a shallow cut appeared on his right arm, blood seeping forth. Meanwhile, Lin Fan bore a superficial wound on his right shoulder, evidently less grave than Wang Ping's. Lin Fan was equally astonished, I have sustained an injury. He recognized the potency of Wang Ping's swordplay, stronger than any foe he had previously encountered. As the battle intensified, their techniques accelerated, the sword light merging into a singular brilliance, nearly indistinguishable. Lin Fan's sword traced elegant arcs in the air, each thrust infused with formidable energy. Conversely, Wang Ping's attacks resembled a tempest, each blow carrying the weight of thunder. The skirmish persisted for dozens of exchanges, both sustaining numerous wounds. As Lin Fan's strikes grew increasingly elusive, Wang Ping's became more ferocious, each assault akin to a violent storm. Their swords collided, producing a piercing sound that sent shivers through onlookers. Observing the deepening and multiplying wounds on his body compared to Lin Fan's, Wang Ping thought, this cannot continue, I will lose if I do not end this decisively. He created distance between himself and Lin Fan, energy surging within him, resolve flickering in his eyes. Lin Fan sensed Wang Ping's transformation, a surge of fierce combat spirit igniting within him. Their combined momentum on the arena forged an invisible pressure that thickened the surrounding air. Even the sun seemed to sense this tension, intensifying its heat. Falling leaves sword technique. Raging storm sword technique. The tips of their swords met in the air with a sharp clang, both mid-tier yellow-grade swords shattering simultaneously. In that instant, they both felt a tremendous recoil, their bodies involuntarily retreating. Lin Fan staggered back 5 steps, each step heavy, while Wang Ping was forced off the arena, his arm wound deepening, blood staining his sleeve, eyes flashing with disbelief. Wang Ping's words echoed in his ears, I have lost, tinged with incredulity. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating this remarkable clash and the victory of the man in black, Lin Fan. Incredible, I never imagined the talents from the county city would be defeated. So formidable. They seem even stronger than the 8th level of chi condensation. I am at the 8th level and feel I could not best either of them. Standing on the arena, Lin Fan's chest rose and fell slightly, breaths quickened as he examined his first ever wound. So this is the result of my opponent's prowess. Lin Fan, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more imposing, addressing the gathered crowd in a voice that, though soft, resonated clearly, I have gained insights today. I shall not return for several days. What, the man in black has gained insights again? What a terrifying talent, alas, we shall not witness him in combat for a while. Lin Fan descended from the arena, the crowd parting to create a path for him. Should we follow him, Sister Wu? Lin Xianer inquired, watching the retreating figure. Perhaps not. As long as he is a member of the Lin family, he will eventually reveal himself, Lin Wu remarked, her gaze imbued with depth. Lin Fan walked along the desolate, uninhabited street, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Do not bother looking. There are no kind souls offering resources today. The voice of the second elder echoed suddenly as he emerged from the shadows, a hint of mockery in his smile. It seems those individuals have learned their lesson, Lin Fan replied with a subtle smile. The two then returned to the Lin residence. In Lin Fan's chamber, he reclined on his bed, eyes closed, reflecting on the day's battle. That Wang Ping's techniques must also be of the mysterious tier. Fortunately, he has not mastered them, or it would have been troublesome. I wonder when grandfather will bestow higher tier techniques upon me. Lin Fan pondered, the auction in 4 days should yield some valuable items. The question is whether I have enough spirit stones. He gazed at his savings pouch, which contained nearly 70,000 stones earnings from his recent arduous battles. How can I earn more spirit stones? Lin Fan contemplated, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. I have it. Lin Yan. Chapter 15 Seizing Opportunities with the Child of Fortune. The following day, in Lin Yan's room, as he diligently practiced day and night, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks. Is big brother Lin Yan in? Came Lin Fan's voice from outside the door. Lin Yan swiftly approached and opened the door. What brings you here, Lin Fan? He inquired. I have something important to discuss. There's an auction in 3 days, and I'm here to invite you to join me in making a fortune, Lin Fan replied. Make a fortune? Lin Yan expressed his confusion. Just follow my lead. We'll need to trouble old Wu later. Here, take this. Lin Fan handed Lin Yan a black robe. Holding the robe, Lin Yan felt an odd sensation. Is this for a robbery? He wondered. There's no need for such thoughts. Recently, a mysterious figure in black has gained notoriety in Xianyang City, and many people are donning these garments, Lin Fan explained. Despite his lingering doubts, Lin Yan's trust in Lin Fan compelled him to nod in agreement, deciding to accompany him. The two, along with a remnant soul, arrived at the largest trading market in Xianyang City. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the cacophony of vendors calling out and bargaining, creating a lively scene. Following Lin Fan, Lin Yan felt a twinge of anxiety, frequently adjusting the black robe that felt uncomfortable against him. Old Wu, we'll need your assistance in seizing opportunities, Lin Fan spoke into the air. Old Wu, from within the jade pendant, responded with exasperation, seizing opportunities is not as simple as you think. Just observe, Old Wu. He. Lin Fan chuckled mischievously, eliciting involuntary shivers from both Lin Yan and Old Wu. Soon, the trio entered the trading market. Ah, this is a second-grade medicinal herb, the crimson flame fruit, misidentified as a first-grade fire fruit, Old Wu conveyed telepathically to them. Buy it. Ah, this is a second-grade wind spirit leaf, misidentified as buy it. Ah, this is a third-grade blood blossom, buy it. Ah, this is buy it. Ah. Third-grade spirit soul grass, Lin Fan, buy it. Buy it. Half an hour later, Old Wu's expression transformed from disbelief to astonishment, and finally to elation. Ultimately, Lin Fan and Lin Yan entered the Prosperity Eternal Chamber of Commerce, leaving the responsible party utterly shocked. The two, along with the remnant soul, joyfully departed from the market. Back in Lin Yan's room, Lin Fan placed a pouch containing 50,000 spirit stones and medicinal herbs into Lin Yan's hand. This is unacceptable. All these gains are thanks to Old Wu and your financial acumen. I contributed nothing. Lin Yan hastily returned the pouch to Lin Fan. No, this bounty is primarily due to the collaboration of the three of us, Lin Fan insisted earnestly. The three of us? Lin Yan and Old Wu exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed. My financial prowess, Old Wu's keen sight, and your luck, big brother, Lin Fan clarified. Me, luck? Lin Yan was somewhat perplexed. Rest assured, big brother. I am not deceiving you, our trio is indispensable. Or perhaps, among us, I am the least needed, Lin Fan chuckled. Lin Yan gazed at Lin Fan, warmth swelling in his heart. He understood that Lin Fan's words were meant to alleviate any burdens he felt. Well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Lin Fan turned and departed from Lin Yan's room. Who would have thought that this kid Lin Fan is quite a decent fellow? For now, I won lac for cultivation resources, Old Wu murmured to himself. Indeed. Lin Yan watched Lin Fan's departing figure, filled with gratitude. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sister Xianer, are you certain you didn't see wrongly? That guy Lin Yan really returned with Lin Fan, and wearing a black robe? Lin Wu sought confirmation again. Yes, Sister Wu, I witnessed with my own eyes Lin Fan and Lin Yan returning together, and they appeared quite cheerful, Lin Xianer replied earnestly. A strange emotion surged within Lin Wu. She and Lin Xianer, one a genius girl of the family and the other a favored little princess, were both the objects of admiration for countless young men in Xianyang City. However, their beauty and talent seemed insignificant in Lin Yan's eyes. He always used cultivation as an excuse to decline their invitations, yet here he was, happily associating with Lin Fan. Was there something amiss? Lin Yan, who was so focused on his cultivation, always appeared so cold and distant, one could never tell what he was thinking. Lin Wu pondered, her gaze drifting out the window as if contemplating something profound. Lin Xian'er approached Lin Wu's side, gently tugging at her sleeve.
Sister Wu, are you worried that Lin Yan and Lin Fan might encounter trouble?
Snapped back to reality, Lin Wu sighed softly. Yes, though Lin Yan possesses considerable strength, he is perpetually engrossed in his training, even rejecting our invitations. I fear he may overexert himself and inadvertently affect Lin Fan. Lin Fan is so innocent, what if Lin Yan leads him astray?
Lin Xian'er blinked. Sister Wu, why don't we go check on them now?
Lin Wu nodded, and the two promptly made their way to Lin Fan's room. In Lin Fan's room, he lay on his bed, joyfully gazing at the pouch in his hand. This is incredible, truly worthy of being the child of fortune. Now I need not worry about the auction. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, sat up, adjusted his attire, and walked over to open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the lovely faces of Lin Wu and Lin Xian'er. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure.
Sister Wu, Sister Xian'er, what brings you here?
Lin Fan asked, his voice tinged with curiosity.
Lin Fan, did you just go out with that guy Lin Yan?
Lin Wu asked directly.
Lin Fan nodded, not denying it. Yes, we went to the market together.
Lin Wu's brow furrowed deeper, her eyes revealing concern.
What business did you have at the market, and why were you both dressed in black robes? Lin Yan wouldn't be leading you into mischief, would he?
Sister Wu, you're overthinking it. We merely went to the market for some trading. The black robes are simply a convenience due to the recent popularity of a mysterious figure in black, Lin Fan clarified.
Lin Wu was evidently dissatisfied with this explanation.
Just trading, then why did you return looking so pleased? Lin Yan is usually too absorbed in training to engage in trading at the market. Understanding Lin Wu's worries were not unfounded, Lin Fan sighed.
Sister Wu, you must know there is a grand auction in 3 days. We went to prepare for it.
After a moment of silence, Lin Wu sighed, her tone softening. Very well, Lin Fan, I trust you. However, you must be cautious. With the recent turmoil involving the Xiantian sect, the market is fraught with danger.
Do not let yourselves be deceived.
Lin Fan nodded appreciatively.
Thank you for your concern, Sister Wu. We will be careful.
After Lin Wu and Lin Xian'er departed, Lin Fan closed the door and returned to his bed, once again lifting the pouch in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face.
Chapter 16 of the 9th level of Qi Condensation and the eve of the auction. 3 days later, host, Lin Fan Realm 5th level of Qi Condensation Cultivation Method, Tianqin Ju, not yet initiated, Xianyu Qi Refinement Ju Martial Techniques.
Falling Leaves Sword Technique, Wind Walking Step, Shadowless Sword Finger, Vajra Unbreakable Body, Minor Success, Points 10-inch System. How many points do I need to enhance my cultivation method? Lin Fan pondered as he lay on his bed. Currently, Xianyu Qi Refinement Ju offers the greatest enhancement. Then add 10 points to Xianyu Qi Refinement Ju.
First month.
With decades of martial arts experience, you will successfully break through to the 6th level of Qi Condensation using Xianyu Qi Refinement Ju in 1 month, 2nd year and a half. After relentless practice day and night, you will successfully break through to the 7th level of Qi Condensation, 5th year and a half. After relentless practice day and night, you will successfully break through to the 8th level of Qi Condensation. 10th year, after relentless practice day and night, you will successfully break through to the 9th level of Qi Condensation. Points 0. The arduous experience of 10 years of cultivation flowed through his mind.
Otherwise, an accelerated enhancement might draw unnecessary attention and trouble, yet that would waste points. I wonder if there are any items to conceal my cultivation.
Lin Fan murmured, his brow furrowed.
Forget it, I should prepare for the auction.
With Lin Yan around, we should find some valuable items. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. With Lin Yan's luck combined with Old Wu's discerning eye, they were bound to make a worthwhile acquisition at the auction. He exited his room and headed towards Lin Yan's residence. Lin Yan was seated on the floor, slowly rising as he sensed the power of the 3rd level of Qi Si.
Excellent.
With my personal guidance, some cultivation resources, and your own efforts, you have entered the Tianqin Ju in 7 days and elevated your realm by 2 levels in just 1 week.
Old Wu observed this with a satisfied nod.
Lin Yan smiled slightly, expressing gratitude for Old Wu's teachings. Thank you, Old Wu. Without your guidance, my progress would not have been so swift. Old Wu waved his hand, signaling that no formalities were necessary between us. There is no need for thanks.
Your talent and diligence are what truly matter. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Lin Yan approached to open it, revealing Lin Fan standing outside. Lin Fan, you've come. Lin Yan greeted with a smile. Old Wu glanced at Lin Fan, nearly believing he was seeing a ghost. Lin Fan, how did you break through to the 9th level of qi condensation? Old Wu exclaimed, astonished. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Fan's cultivation speed had far exceeded his expectations. Lin Yan, a moment of enlightenment. Lin Fan explained to Lin Yan, and Old Wu exchanged glances, both perceiving shock and confusion in each other's eyes. However, they refrained from probing further, as everyone has their own secrets. Old Wu scrutinized Lin Fan intently, his mind rife with questions of strange. He doesn't seem to possess a special physique. Could it truly be a moment of enlightenment? Old Wu, do you have any items or techniques to conceal one's cultivation? Lin Fan inquired directly. Old Wu pondered for a moment, assessing Lin Fan before responding. I have no items, but there is a technique. This is a special method called the Hidden Origin Ju, a high-grade earth-tier technique that can mask your cultivation. However, once you reach the 3 major realms of perfection, it becomes transparent, and it is ineffective against those in the Divine Bridge realm. Not effective against the Divine Bridge realm? Lin Fan frowned slightly. Do you have anything better? Old Wu shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. There is a Saint-tier technique, but you cannot practice it. A Saint-tier technique, indeed I cannot practice it now. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Old Wu handed the Hidden Origin Ju to Lin Fan. Alright, it's time to head to the auction, Old Wu declared. The two nodded in unison. At the entrance of Lin Yan's courtyard, Lin Fan and Lin Yan stood side by side, their gazes falling upon 2 women at the other end of the courtyard, Lin Wu and Lin Xianer. Lin Yan, Lin Fan, we wish to join you as well, Lin Xianer chimed in. Lin Fan internally sighed at the slight inconvenience, while Lin Yan seemed unperturbed. Then let us go together, Lin Yan replied. Thus, the 4 set out, with Lin Xianer eagerly discussing her excitement for the auction, while Lin Wu occasionally cast curious glances, seemingly trying to discern something from Lin Yan and Lin Fan. Ah, those are Lin Fan, Lin Wu, and Lin Xianer from the Lin family, along with the young master Lin Yan. It's rare to see the young master Lin Yan. I heard he has broken through to the Qi realm, a true genius. Young master Lin Fan is also impressive. I heard he recently achieved enlightenment and advanced from body refinement to the 5th level of qi condensation. Lin Yan and Lin Fan paid no heed to these discussions, while Lin Wu and Lin Xianer followed behind them, forming a unique tableau. Navigating through the bustling streets, they arrived at the heart of Xianyang City, where the auction hosted by the Everlasting Wealth Chamber was taking place. Young Master Lin Yan, Young Master Lin Fan, welcome. The guards at the chamber greeted respectfully, evidently informed of the Lin family's arrival. Esteemed guests, please follow me. A slender, enchanting maid beckoned, guiding the 4 through the opulent hall adorned with golden splendor, leading them to a lavish private box. The box was furnished with exquisite white jade and adorned with various precious items, a veritable feast for the eyes, exuding utmost luxury. Lin Fan gazed out the window, observing the lively scene below. The venue was divided into 4 levels, arousing his curiosity. The maid explained the 1st level is open to anyone who can pay, the 2nd level requires backing from a powerful faction alongside payment. The 3rd level is reserved for those at the Qi realm or heirs of prominent families, the 4th level is exclusively for family heads or those of true essence caliber. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Time flew by, and as the esteemed guests gathered, 2 figures emerged at the center of the auction stage. One was a handsome youth clad in blue, exuding an air of elegance, while the other was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed provocatively, with cherry red lips and a flawless oval face, utterly captivating. Lin Fan observed the pair on stage. With both male and female appeal accounted for, the Everlasting Wealth Chamber's auction could easily best a significant portion of its competitors based on this alone. It is worth mentioning that the Everlasting Chamber had previously approached Lin Fan to serve as an auctioneer, but he declined due to lack of experience, leaving the inviter to lament the lost opportunity upon seeing Lin Fan's visage. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Everlasting Wealth Chamber's auction. We now invite the enchanting duo to host today's event. The alluring woman on stage began, her voice laced with charm, her luscious red lips gleaming enticingly as if whispering secrets. Although her beauty did not surpass that of Lin Wu or Lin Xianer, the unique allure she possessed was something they lacked, effortlessly stirring primal desires within the hearts of men. The auction commenced promptly. The first item up for bid was, Chapter 17. The auction commences. First on the block is the Linghai Pill, an elixir capable of propelling one into the Qi realm. A beguiling voice echoed throughout the auction hall, instantly captivating the attention of all present. The first item was indeed a pill that could facilitate a breakthrough into the Qi realm.
It appeared that this auction would showcase numerous remarkable treasures. Lin Yan queried through his jade pendant. Old Wu, how significant is the Ling Hai pill for Lin Fan's breakthrough? It shouldn't hold much value. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation with that lad Lin Fan, Old Wu replied with a hint of uncertainty. Observing Lin Yan's eagerness to bid, Lin Fan shook his head to dissuade him. He understood that for most, the Ling Hai pill was a coveted treasure, yet for him at this moment, it seemed of little consequence. Starting bid 150,000 stones. The alluring voice resounded once more. 160,000 stones. 170,000 stones. Ultimately, the item was secured by the city lord's mansion for a sum of 210,000 stones. The second item was a top-tier yellow-grade martial art, inciting a fervent bidding war. In the end, it was claimed by an out-of-town family for 150,000 stones. The third item was a low-grade Shan-tier sword technique, which caught Lin Fan's eye for a few moments. However, considering the presence of his superior grandfather, he merely glanced at it. It was eventually purchased by another for 450,000 stones. The fourth item was a low-grade Shan-tier dagger. Lin Fan lamented inwardly that it was not a sword. The fifth item was a Qi condensation pill, capable of aiding those in the Qi-gathering realm to break through a minor barrier, usable only once, with a total of 10 bottles containing 2 pills each. The first bottle was sold for 50,000 stones, and Lin Fan acquired the second bottle for the same price. Soon after, the charming attendant presented the pills to Lin Fan's private box, exchanging payment for the goods. Lin Fan accepted the pills and handed them to Lin Wu, saying, "These pills are a gift for my sister Lin Wu and little sister Xianer." Both Lin Wu and Lin Xianer were taken aback. "But what about you, brother Lin Fan?" they inquired. "I don't need them for the time being," Lin Fan shrugged. "Sister Wu cannot accept these without offering something in return." "I shall give you some stones," Xianer insisted. "No need. I mentioned before that I was going out on a trade with Lin Yan, and we made quite a profit that day." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. The final bottle of Qi condensation pills was auctioned off for 80,000 stones. Third Miss Qianing observed all of this and turned to Qian Kai beside her, saying, "You did quite well this time. The auction for the pills exceeded our usual numbers by 2 to 3 times. You shall take charge in the county city moving forward." Qian Kai beamed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation of a brilliant future. Next came the sixth item, a low-grade Shan-tier martial art, which caused a stir among the attendees, eliciting murmurs of awe. With the exception of Lin Fan and Lin Yan, a low-grade Shan-tier martial art could potentially lead to the establishment of a prominent family decades down the line, provided one's aptitude was not exceedingly poor. Ultimately, this martial art was sold for a staggering 700,000 stones to a buyer on the 4th level. Following this was an alchemy furnace. The enchanting voice announced, "I believe everyone is familiar with alchemists, and every skilled alchemist requires a fine alchemy furnace. This one, known as the Xianyang alchemy furnace, is of low-grade Shan-tier. Its name derives from the fact that it was recently refined at headquarters and brought here to Xianyang City for auction." Her voice carried a hint of temptation. "This craftsman is rather mediocre. They squandered materials that could have yielded a superior grade Shan-tier furnace," Old Wu grumbled in Lin Yan's mind. He then advised, "Young Yan, bid on this, it will aid you in your alchemy endeavors." Starting bid 350,000 stones. The alluring voice chimed again, 360,000 stones. Lin Yan declared, shocking Lin Wu and Lin Xianer beside him. They turned to Lin Yan, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Lin Fan, Lin Yan, are you certain you were not robbing someone but rather conducting a trade? How do you possess such wealth?" Lin Wu questioned, bewildered. "Rest assured, it was indeed a trade, Sister Wu. Do you still doubt me?" Lin Fan hurriedly replied. Lin Wu and Lin Xianer exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt passing through their eyes, yet they ultimately chose to trust Lin Fan. 370,000 stones. A voice rang out from a box on the 3rd level, indicating interest in the Xianyang alchemy furnace. Without hesitation, Lin Yan responded, 380,000 stones, 390,000 stones. The buyer from the 3rd level countered, 400,000 stones. Lin Yan's voice remained calm. In the end, he secured the Xianyang alchemy furnace for 400,000 stones. Next came the 8th item. The alluring voice resonated once more, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "This is a low-grade Shan-tier sword, named Liu Guang. Its blade is light and sharp, making it the ideal choice for sword cultivators." Lin Fan's eyes brightened. He had been seeking a fine sword, and the Liuguang evidently met his requirements. Ultimately, he acquired it for 400,000 stones, once again leaving the two ladies beside him in a state of shock regarding the nature of their trades. Next was the Haina Baichuan pill, which aids in the cultivation of the Qi realm. Just one pill could replace months of arduous training, with a total of 5 bottles containing 5 pills each. The enchanting voice carried a seductive allure. Knowing that this elixir was an irresistible temptation for many present, Lin Yan felt a flicker of desire for the pill, but old Wu's voice resonated in his mind. Young Yan, there is no need for these inferior pills. I will teach you how to refine superior ones later. Lin Yan nodded slightly, calming his restless heart. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to heed old Wu's counsel and refrain from participating in the bidding for this pill. Ultimately, each bottle was auctioned off for over 100,000 stones. Finally, the last item was presented, a second-grade elixir, the longevity pill. I trust everyone is aware of its effects, so I shall refrain from elaborating, the enchanting voice stated with a smile. The atmosphere in the auction hall immediately turned tense. All present recognized the value of the longevity pill, a precious elixir capable of extending one's lifespan. Lo and behold, the longevity pill. A second-grade one at that. Starting bid 500,000 stones. The alluring voice reverberated throughout the hall. 550,000. A hoarse voice from a box on the 4th level called out, 600,000. Another voice quickly followed. In the end, the longevity pill was sold for a staggering 1,000,000 stones to a mysterious buyer on the 4th level. Standing at the center of the auction stage, the enchanting presenter's eyes glimmered with cunning, her red lips parting. Next, we shall commence the segment for rare and unexpected treasures. Upon hearing the words rare treasure, Lin Fan, Lin Yan, and old Wu all perked up. Although it is labeled as a rare find, it is merely a collection of worthless trinkets unknown to your merchant guild. Indeed, there is no such thing as a genuine treasure to be found. Hearing the exchanges above, old Wu felt an odd sensation. The first item was unveiled. Chapter 18, The Inherited Legacy of the Divine Bridge. The first item presented was obtained from the Secret Realm, a medicinal pill that has existed for nearly a century. The specific type of pill and whether it still possesses medicinal properties remain uncertain. The enchanting presenter elucidated the glossy, dark pill within her vial. The audience, wearing expressions of skepticism, fell into a hushed silence, exchanging glances tinged with hesitation. Although the pill's age was considerable, its efficacy was an enigma. Starting bid 5,000 yuan stones. Her voice echoed through the still auction hall, as whispers circulated among the attendees, deliberating the value of this pill. Is this pill truly effective? Surely, something from a secret realm over 100 years old must have some use. Will consuming it certainly not cause any stomach issues? Old Wu, what sort of pill is this? Lin Yan inquired telepathically. It appears to be a 5th-grade detoxification pill, though I cannot fathom why the alchemist chose to refine it into such a dark hue, old Wu responded within Lin Yan's mind. Is it possible to acquire it? Lin Yan gazed intently at the dark pill. Indeed, the alchemist possesses considerable skill. The medicinal properties of a 5th-grade pill can remain intact for a century, albeit its appearance leaves much to be desired, old Wu remarked. 5,000 yuan stones. Lin Yan calmly declared. Lin Wu observed Lin Yan's intent to bid on the dark pill, sighing as she concluded that his judgment was indeed flawed. Lin Yan? Who is this person? He dares to purchase such a thing without fear of it being a toxic pill. Ultimately, no one else placed a bid, and the pill fell into Lin Yan's possession. The enchanting presenter flashed a curious smile towards Lin Yan's private box, discovering a novel way to attract his attention. Next time, as long as it does not exceed 5,000, I shall also bid. Lin Fan shook his head at the eager admirers, his gaze landing on Lin Yan, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This next item, the enchanting presenter continued, is another worthless trinket, old Wu interjected disdainfully in Lin Yan's mind. This one is also a piece of rubbish. This one too is still worthless. This one, ah. Now this is a commendable item, bid for it. This appears to be a token from a certain location. We have tried every method to utilize it, but to no avail. The IT might simply be a common token made of sturdy material, the enchanting presenter explained, her voice laced with resignation. Starting bid. 8,000 yuan stones. Not even the esteemed Fortune Eternal Merchant Guild could determine its value. How could we possibly succeed? The audience remained silent, engaged in hushed discussions about the true worth of the token. Lin Yan's gaze was fixed on it. This should be a legacy token. It contains a small formation that those lacking experience would fail to notice, Old Wu noted, his tone revealing a hint of surprise.
8,000 yuan stones, Lin Yan announced.
A profound silence enveloped the hall as all eyes turned toward Lin Yan's box. Filled with confusion and astonishment, they could not fathom why Lin Yan would show interest in a token that even the Fortune Eternal Merchant Guild could not authenticate.
That person again. Surely, he cannot be discerning something others cannot, whispers circulated. Ha, brother, what jest are you making? If none of the major merchant guilds can identify it, how could someone from this small locale possess such knowledge? Exactly. Lin Yan scrutinized the token in his hand. Old Wu, what grade of legacy token is this?
This should be a legacy token of the Divine Bridge realm. Old Wu examined the token closely, pondering. Could it really be as Lin Fan suggested? Was Lin Yan merely fortunate? The thought of such a fortunate acquisition left Old Wu incredulous. A legacy of the Divine Bridge realm. Lin Yan's heart surged with excitement as he glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, however, remained composed, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Yan's exhilaration. Lin Wu observed Lin Yan's enthusiasm juxtaposed with Lin Fan's calm demeanor. It's over. It seems Lin Yan has truly lost his mind in his training, while Lin Fan remains blissfully unaware of his peril. As the auction progressed, item after item was presented, each dismissed by Old Wu as worthless. With the conclusion of the auction, Lin Yan turned to Lin Wu and Lin Xianer. You two go ahead, I have something to discuss with Lin Fan. Wait, Lin Yan, do not do anything foolish in front of Lin Fan. Lin Wu urged anxiously, glancing at Lin Fan.
Lin Yan and Lin Fan?
They both hurriedly clarified.
Is it really just that? Lin Wu questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice.
Of course. I merely wish to share an opportunity with Lin Fan, Lin Yan replied, perspiration dotting his brow. Lin Xianer tugged at Lin Wu's sleeve, whispering, Sister Wu, since brother Lin Yan has said so, we should trust him. With a sigh, Lin Wu nodded, leading Lin Xianer out of the box. The moment the door closed, Lin Yan's expression turned serious. He retrieved the token from his pocket and placed it on the table. Lin Fan, this is a legacy token of the Divine Bridge realm, Lin Yan stated earnestly, locking eyes with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flitting to the token, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. However, he quickly regained his composure, waving his hand dismissively.
A legacy token of the Divine Bridge realm?
That is quite good, but I have no need for it. This legacy should go to you, Lin Yan. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by Lin Fan's swift rejection. He understood Lin Fan's talent and potential. Acquiring the legacy of the Divine Bridge realm could catapult his future prospects. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan attempted to persuade Lin Fan, are you truly not going to consider it?
This is the legacy of the Divine Bridge realm.
Lin Fan shook his head, no need. He was counting on Lin Yan to expedite his growth, concocting foundational restoration pills for him. How could he possibly seize this opportunity for himself? Lin Yan fell silent, acutely aware of Lin Fan's resolute nature. Once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible to alter. He sighed, feeling a blend of regret and admiration for Lin Fan.
Lin Yan grasped the token, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. In that case, I must not squander this opportunity.
He recognized Lin Fan's sincerity. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the token into his pocket, silently vowing to honor this trust in chance. Lin Fan nodded, rising to pat Lin Yan's shoulder. I believe in you, Lin Yan, you will undoubtedly become the pride of our family. Their gazes met, an unspoken bond of trust and understanding flowing between them. A warm current surged within Lin Yan. He knew that, regardless of what the future held, he and Lin Fan would always stand as each other's strongest support. With that, Lin Fan and Lin Yan parted ways, one in search of opportunity, the other returning to the Lin family. Chapter 19 in the fusion method of the first level of the Qi Si. Returning to the Lin family, Lin Fan arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder. Standing before the ancient and quaint courtyard of the Grand Elder, Lin Fan took a deep breath and gently pushed open the half-closed wooden door. His gaze traversed the bamboo grove, ultimately settling upon the stone table in the center of the courtyard. The Grand Elder sat leisurely at the stone table, savoring his tea. Upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon revealed a benevolent smile. Lin Fan, what brings you here? Lin Fan slightly lowered his head and respectfully performed a bow. Grand Elder, Lin Yan has been called away for some matters and has come to report to you.
The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow, contemplating the timing of Lin Yan's departure. He set down his teacup and regarded Lin Fan. Is there no danger involved?
Lin Fan shook his head, his tone calm and un.
After a brief pause, he continued, Grand Elder, does Lin Yan have an engagement?
A flicker of puzzlement crossed the Grand Elder's eyes before he burst into hearty laughter. Where did you hear such news, you rascal? But indeed, Lin Yan does have a betrothal. Lin Fan pondered silently. Now all the elements are in place, all that remains is to annul the engagement.
Curiously, he inquired, who is the fiancée?
It is Lu Yenran from the Lu family, the Grand Elder replied slowly.
Lin Fan was taken aback. It is she, but it makes sense. She is beautiful and possesses exceptional talent. Her presence in the sect for cultivation. Could it be that the Shen Tian sect's visit to Shenyang City is due to her? This could become troublesome. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, merely nodding slightly. I see, thank you for informing me, Grand Elder. I shall take my leave now.
The Grand Elder observed Lin Fan's departure with an expression of intrigue.
2 days had elapsed since the auction. Lin Fan lay on his bed, gazing at the familiar ceiling. For now, I shall set aside thoughts of Lu Yenran and leave the matter to Lin Yan. System panel.
Host, Lin Fan realmed 9th level of Qi condensation cultivation techniques, Heavenly Heart technique, not yet initiated, Hidden Origin technique, not yet initiated, Xianyu Qi refining technique, martial arts, Falling Leaves sword technique, Wind Walk, Shadowless sword finger, Indestructible body, minor success, points.
For inch, does the system currently possess sufficient points for my breakthrough? Yes. System, allocate points.
Year 1, you diligently practice the Xianyu Qi refining technique day and night. Year 3, you tirelessly train, sensing that a breakthrough to the Qi Si is imminent.
Year 4, after years of arduous practice, you successfully break through to the first level of the Qi Si. Points 0. As time progressed, the vitality within Lin Fan grew increasingly potent, ultimately forming a vortex in his dantian. This vortex continuously absorbed the surrounding energy, gradually expanding until it manifested into a Qi Si. A surge of elation welled up within Lin Fan. He understood that he had finally attained the Qi Si realm. Is this truly the Qi Si realm?
I feel as if I could take on 10 who have yet to break through. Lin Fan reveled in the newfound power of the Qi Si.
Let me check your new features. Host.
Lin Fan realm 1st level of Qi Si cultivation techniques, Heavenly Heart technique, not yet initiated, Hidden Origin technique, not yet initiated, Xianyu Qi refining technique, martial arts, Falling Leaves sword technique, Wind Walk, Shadowless sword finger, Indestructible body, minor success. The fusion method, when utilized, grants a certain degree of comprehension enhancement. Points are consumed to merge similar types of techniques and martial arts into the most suitable form for the host. The time consumed for fusion does not require points. Note that fusion requires either major success or perfection.
Points.
0 inch receiving comprehension enhancement is quite beneficial. The most suitable techniques and martial arts sound promising. However, the need for major success or perfection, and most importantly, the necessity of points, is quite vexing, Lin Fan mused, feeling a headache from the mention of points.
I wonder when Lin Yan will return.
Now is precisely when I need old Wu, Lin Fan murmured while staring at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was in a different scenario.
Our chief will not let you off easily.
With that, the remaining bandits scattered in disarray. Lin Yan stood amidst the wreckage of the official road, facing a damaged horse-drawn carriage, with several bandit corpses strewn about. He had just concluded a fierce battle, single-handedly repelling a band of ruthless brigands and rescuing the woman trapped inside the carriage.
Is this young lady unhurt? Lin Yan approached the carriage, regarding the gentle and refined woman with a calm tone.
Lu Wanner appeared pale, evidently shaken by the recent encounter with the bandits. She gazed at Lin Yan, gratitude flickering in her eyes. I am well, thank you, noble sir, for saving my life.
May I ask for your name?
My name is Lin Yan. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave, Lin Yan replied, turning to depart without a hint of hesitation.
Wait, young Master Lin. Lu Wanner called out urgently, but Lin Yan's figure had already vanished into the forest. Lin brat, aren't you going to wait for her? Old Wu's voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Why should I wait for her? She is safe now, is she not?
Lin Yan replied with a peculiar expression, his steps unwavering as he continued towards the location of the token inheritance. Old Wu pondered, could it be true, as Lin Wu said, that he has truly dulled his mind with cultivation? At the Wang family stronghold in Shenyang City, the Wang brothers were engaged in discussions regarding recent events. Wang Tian, a standout among the younger generation of the county, sat in his study with a furrowed brow. His brother, Wang Ping, stood before him, recounting his encounter with the man in black. Are you saying you were defeated by someone at the 5th level of Qi condensation? Wang Tian regarded Wang Ping with curiosity, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Indeed, elder brother. That man in black at the 5th level of Qi condensation was formidable. I sensed he had not exerted his full strength. Wang Ping's voice carried a hint of dejection, as he had never anticipated losing to someone of lower cultivation. A spark of brilliance flashed in Wang Tian's eyes. He was well aware of his brother's prowess. Although Wang Ping was only at the 7th level of Qi condensation, he had bested many at the 8th level, yet he had fallen to a 5th level opponent. Interesting.
The Xiantian sect's recruitment seems to have drawn out some hidden talents. A smile crept onto Wang Tian's lips as he looked forward to the upcoming Xiantian sect recruitment event. Such a pity, though.
Being only at the 5th level of Qi condensation, he is unworthy to spar with me, Wang Tian mused regretfully.
By the way, have you managed to gather any information regarding that man in black? Wang Tian inquired.
None. I only found out that the martial arts he employed belonged to the Lin family of Xianyang City. However, how could such a small Qi family possess such a genius?
Wang Ping replied, a note of skepticism in his tone. But what if this Lin Fan truly is the man in black? Wang Tian contemplated.
That's unlikely, elder brother. Lin Fan has only trained in a sword technique and a fist technique. The man I encountered employed body techniques, sword techniques, and finger techniques. Wang Ping shook his head.
Who is the strongest among the younger generation in Xianyang City? Wang Tian suddenly recalled something.
It should be Lin family's young master, Lin Yan. I heard he recently broke through to the Qi realm. Wang Ping recalled the recent information. Oh, yet another from the Lin family. It seems this Lin family possesses some hidden depths. Achieving a breakthrough to the Qi realm in such a small place indicates considerable talent. A mischievous smile formed on Wang Tian's lips, his interest in the Lin family growing.
This is the Qi condensation pill that I purchased a few days ago.
I had forgotten to give it to you due to other matters. Once you consolidate your breakthrough for a few days, go challenge the Lin family's talent and, while you're at it, test that fellow named Lin Fan. Wang Tian produced a vial of pills from his storage pouch and placed it in Wang Ping's hands.
Thank you, elder brother.
I shall not disappoint your expectations, Wang Ping said, joy illuminating his face as he looked at the pills in his hands. Chapter 20, The Dual Sword Technique of the Qi 7 days later. Lin Fan gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought, wondering when Lin Yan would return.
Wait, he wouldn't return just in time like the protagonist in a novel before arriving at the Xiantian sect, would he?
The more he pondered, the more he felt that such a scenario was likely. Never mind, I shall first enhance my abilities using the techniques from the scripture pavilion. With that resolve, Lin Fan exited his room and made his way to the scripture pavilion. The elder guarding the pavilion cast a fleeting glance at Lin Fan, who possessed the privilege to freely peruse the techniques of the Lin family's scripture pavilion, and then averted his gaze once more. On the second floor of the scripture pavilion, Lin Fan observed that he was alone. He then opened his interface. Host, Lin Fan realm of first level of Qi techniques, Tiankong Heart Sutra, not yet initiated, Hidden Essence technique, not yet initiated, Xianyuqi refinement technique martial arts. Falling leaf sword technique, windwalking step, shadowless sword finger, indestructible body, small success, fusion creation points, 21 gazing at the 4 sword techniques in his possession, flowing cloud sword technique, yellow grade, top quality, burning fire sword technique, yellow grade, top quality, cloud outside sword technique, yellow grade, high quality, and flashing sword technique, yellow grade, advanced. He silently chanted, system, allocate points. In the second year. With the experience of mastering a yellow grade, top quality sword technique and several perfected martial arts, you diligently practiced the flowing cloud sword technique and successfully achieved perfection in the 3.5 year. With 2 yellow grade, top quality sword techniques perfected and several martial arts mastered, after a 1.5 years of arduous training, you successfully perfected the burning fire sword technique. In the 4.5 year, with 3 yellow grade, top quality sword techniques perfected and several martial arts mastered, after a year of focused practice, you successfully perfected the flashing sword technique. In the 5th year, with several perfected sword techniques and martial arts, after 6 months of relentless training, you successfully perfected the cloud outside sword technique. After years of diligent practice, your swordsmanship has attained a slight elevation, and you have successfully comprehended a fragment of sword intent. Fusion points, 16. After 5 years of experience in sword techniques flooded Lin Fan's mind like a tidal wave. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. A trace of sword intent, he murmured. He extended his hand and gently waved it, causing an invisible sword chi to slice through the air, creating a faint whisper of wind. As he felt the might of this sword intent, an unprecedented confidence surged within him. He felt that with this trace of sword intent, he could easily slay those at the 4th level of Qi. Lin Fan, sensing the power of the sword intent, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yet, he quickly shook his head. I have yet to battle anyone at the 4th level of Qi. I cannot hastily judge my own strength. How many points would it require to fuse the 5 sword techniques and a sword finger creation technique? Lin Fan pondered within. 3 points. Alright, system, allocate points. With your enhanced comprehension, after decades of experience, you have successfully fused and created a sword technique that suits you best, achieving a high-quality Xian grade sword technique and successfully comprehending a portion of sword intent. Please name your martial art. Lin Fan closed his eyes, breathing steadily and deeply, as if merging with the surrounding nature. As decades of creation experience surged into his mind like a tide, every move and stance contained profound sword intent, slowly unfolding in his consciousness. So this is how it is created. I shall name it the Unity Sword. Lin Fan savored the decades of experience in his mind. Host, Lin Fan Realm. First level of Chi Si techniques, Tian Kong Heart Sutra, not yet initiated. Hidden Essence technique, not yet initiated. Xian Yu Chi Refinement technique. Martial arts. Unity Sword, perfection, high quality Xian grade, Windwalking step, indestructible body, small success, special bonus, a portion of sword intent fusion creation points. 13. This enhancement of comprehension is indeed formidable, directly elevating a yellow grade technique into a high quality Xian grade. And not just any high-quality Xian grade. It feels as though even the top tier of Xian grade pales in comparison. Lin Fan mused, feeling the might of the Unity Sword. Of course, it's not an exaggeration, even some inferior Earth grade techniques cannot compare to the high-quality Xian grade Unity Sword suited to the host. The system remarked, 666. My comprehension is indeed 666. With that, he selected 3 more yellow grade, top-quality techniques before leaving the scripture pavilion and returning to his room. Gazing at the 3 yellow grade, top-quality techniques in his hands, Qingyun technique, red flame technique, falling wood heart technique, he exclaimed, system, allocate points. In the 4.5 year with the experience of mastering a yellow grade, top-quality technique and some perfected martial arts aiding, after 4.5 years of rigorous training, you successfully perfected the red flame technique. In the 9th year with the experience from 2 yellow grade, top-quality techniques and some perfected martial arts assisting, after 4.5 years of diligent practice, you successfully perfected the Qingyun technique. In the 13th year with the experience from 3 yellow grade, top-quality techniques and some perfected martial arts aiding, after 3 years of dedicated practice, you successfully perfected the falling wood heart technique. After 13 years of arduous training in these 3 techniques, your realm has successfully ascended to the 2nd level of Chi Si fusion points. 0. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, as if he could pierce through the depths of the night. He inhaled deeply, feeling the power within him. Now, without relying on sword intent, I should be able to defeat those at the 4th level of Chi Si with ease, Lin Fan murmured, his voice betraying a hint of confidence. Yet, I wonder where my limits lie. How many points does it require to fuse the 4 techniques? Lin Fan silently questioned. 2 points. 2 points, then it seems I shall be able to create a technique tomorrow. In the Wang family stronghold of Xinyang City, Wang Ping slowly rose, his gaze resolute as he looked at Wang Tian. Big brother, I am prepared. Wang Tian nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Good, today we shall issue the challenge. Tomorrow we will confront the Lin family. A hint of regret crossed Wang Tian's gaze. It was a pity that Lin Yan was absent from the Lin family, otherwise, they would have engaged in a spar. In the Lin family's headmaster's chamber, Lin Zhan sat at his desk, holding the challenge letter he had just received, his brow furrowed in concern. This is troublesome. Chapter 21 of the Foundation Technique. The following day. Host, Lin Fan Realm. 2nd layer of Chi Si Technique. Foundation Technique, Qingyun Formula, Qian Formula, Luomu Heart Formula, Xian Yu Chi Refining Formula. Martial Skills, Unity Sword, Windwalking Step, Indestructible Body, Minor Completion, Special Bonus. 10 Sword Intent Fusion Creation Points. 3. The system allows the fusion of 4 techniques. You gain an insight bonus, consuming hundreds of years to successfully fuse and create a technique most suited to yourself. Please name the technique. As centuries of creative experience surged into his mind like a tidal wave, Lin Fan realized that this was indeed a technique suitable for those with damaged foundations. No wonder it took hundreds of years, no wonder it was merely a low-grade Xian technique. Shocked by the influx of experience, Lin Fan murmured to himself in astonishment. An unprecedented wave of excitement surged within him. Most suitable, so this is what it truly means. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth as he finally grasped the true essence of what is most suitable. Since this technique was created based on my foundation, I shall name it the Foundation Technique. Host, Lin Fan Realm. 2nd layer of Chi Si Technique. Foundation Technique, perfection, low-grade Xian Tianqin Formula, not yet entered, Hidden Element Formula, not yet entered, Martial Skills. Unity Sword, Windwalking Step, Indestructible Body, Minor Completion, Special Bonus, 10 Sword Intent Fusion Creation Points. 1. Upon gazing at the Foundation Technique he had just created, Lin Fan felt that the heavenly technique given by Master Wu no longer held any allure. Sooner or later, he would refine all of Master Wu's techniques into nourishment for my Foundation Technique. He cackled with malevolent glee. At that moment, somewhere within the Divine Bridge's inheritance, As Master Wu was instructing Lin Yan on how to digest opportunities in his mind, a shiver ran through him, and his remnant soul trembled. A peculiar sensation. A trace of confusion flickered in Master Wu's eyes.
What happened, Master Wu? Lin Yan inquired. Nothing.
You should pay more attention to yourself and not waste your opportunities. Master Wu waved his hand dismissively. At the Lin family's martial arena, Wang Ping stood in the center of the arena, his figure appearing particularly imposing under the sunlight. He had just used a swift and decisive sword technique to send a Lin family disciple, who was at the 8th layer of Qi condensation, flying off the stage.
Impressive, this is the genius of the county city.
The crowd buzzed with excitement, marveling at Wang Ping's prowess. Wang Ping scanned the surroundings, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Although these Lin family disciples were regarded as elite in Xianyang City, to him, they were merely a flock of immature fledglings.
Are there no other members of the Lin family?
I have heard that your Lin family possesses a genius who directly broke through from the 9th layer of body refinement to the 5th layer of Qi condensation. Is that true? His voice echoed across the arena, provocative and self-assured.
Indeed, it is true. What do you intend to do?
I wish to challenge him.
Aren't you ashamed to challenge someone at the 5th layer of Qi condensation when you are only at the 8th layer?
Upon hearing this, Wang Ping's face flushed slightly. He was aware that his actions were somewhat embarrassing, yet he was eager to ascertain whether that mysterious figure in black belonged to the Lin family, whether it was Lin Fan. Wang Ping took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions in order to unveil the identity of the figure cloaked in black. His voice was resolute and powerful. Then how about this? I challenge all of your Lin family's young disciples at the 5th layer of Qi condensation.
They may come at me together.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire martial arena fell into a profound silence. The Lin family disciples exchanged glances, astonished that Wang Ping would dare to propose such a challenge. The disciples at the 5th layer of Qi condensation felt an unprecedented pressure. They understood that Wang Ping's strength far surpassed theirs, yet the honor and dignity of the Lin family were not to be trifled with. The elders of the Lin family sat upon the high platform, their expressions grave. The family head, Lin Zhan, gazed at Wang Tian. What exactly are you Wang family plotting? We merely wish to understand a few matters and, by the way, to spar with your Lin family's genius, Wang Tian replied with a slight smile, his eyes revealing a hint of deeper intent.
I come to challenge you.
Lin Wu, a standout among the younger generation of the Lin family, though only at the 7th layer of Qi condensation, was still considered one of the top experts among her peers, stepping forward.
You?
Perhaps you should reconsider your challenge. Being at the 7th layer of Qi condensation, Wang Ping scoffed, his gaze laced with overt condescension, clearly dismissing Lin Wu's capabilities. Lin Wu's brow furrowed slightly. She understood Wang Ping's strength, yet she also knew that if she were to hesitate today, the Lin family's reputation would be utterly tarnished.
What's the matter, Wang Ping, are you afraid?
Lin Wu provoked, her voice low yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. Wang Ping's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Lin Wu would challenge him so directly. He sneered, afraid? I, Wang Ping, have never feared anyone. If you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall oblige.
In Lin Fan's courtyard.
Young master, it's bad. Xiao He knocked hurriedly at the door from outside. Lin Fan approached and opened the door.
What is it, Xiao He?
Young master, the genius of the Wang family, Wang Ping, has declared his intention to challenge all of our Lin family's disciples at the 5th layer of Qi condensation. He also mentioned wanting to challenge you specifically. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered, who is Wang Ping again? Oh, right, he is the one I defeated at the martial arena previously, a 7th layer Qi condensation little brat. Lin Fan rubbed his head, realizing he had been so focused on training that he had forgotten some individuals. A glint of amusement sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes. He said nothing further, merely tidying his attire before stepping out of the courtyard, making his way toward the martial arena.
Indeed, Lin Wu, your strength is commendable.
Wang Ping's voice carried a note of appreciation, yet his gaze remained dismissive.
However, you are still too weak.
With a clean and decisive sword technique, he sent Lin Wu flying off the stage. Wang Ping stood atop the martial arena, not reveling in his victory, for it was merely defeating someone of lesser cultivation. He surveyed the surroundings, awaiting the next challenger, but the arena fell into a chilling silence. No one dared to challenge him. At that moment, a voice shattered the stillness.
I hear someone wishes to challenge me?
A tone laced with amusement and a hint of disdain resonated from the entrance of the martial arena. It is young Master Lin Fan. But Lin Wu has already lost.
Young Master Lin Fan is also of no consequence.
Is he really Lin Fan? He looks quite presentable. Wang Ping gazed at Lin Fan, who was approaching with measured steps, feeling a flicker of surprise. Lin Fan's handsome countenance and composed demeanor exuded an air of absolute confidence.
Lin Fan, do you truly intend to accept his challenge? Lin Zhan approached, a hint of concern in his voice.
Lin Fan smiled lightly. Rest assured, family head, I am not one to act recklessly.
Lin Fan slowly ascended the martial arena, a playful glint in his eye. I hear you wish to challenge me?
Casting a glance at Wang Ping, who stood at the 8th layer of qi condensation, Lin Fan shook his head.
This ignited a flicker of anger within him. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, his elder brother's voice interrupted.
Brother, step aside. Wang Tian's voice rang out, his expression grave as he looked at Lin Fan. Wang Ping was taken aback, confused by his elder brother's sudden command to withdraw. He turned to look at Wang Tian, noticing the unusual gravity in his brother's demeanor.
He is at the Qi Si realm. Chapter 22. I challenge you. I challenge you. Wang Tian declared, his voice echoing in the now silent arena. The atmosphere was thick with disbelief. Isn't young Master Lin Fan at the 5th level of Qi condensation? How has he suddenly reached the realm of Qi Si? Thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers.
Am I still dreaming? It's true that the Wang family in the county city doesn't engage in cultivation for no reason. Why would they come to the Lin family to issue a challenge? This must be some bizarre dream. Brother, pinch yourself to ascertain if this is a dream.
I meant for you to pinch yourself, not me. That hurt.
Are you serious? You can't be joking with me, Wang Ping said, his face pale and drenched in sweat as he turned to Wang Tian. Wang Tian nodded gravely, approaching with a solemn expression. Wang Ping's complexion turned ashen as he gazed at Lin Fan, awkwardly chuckling in an attempt to ease the tension, while internally he raged, to hell with the 5th level of qi condensation.
What nonsense, it's all lies.
Yet Lin Fan stood there, calm and unflinching, as if the unfolding events held no significance for him. His figure loomed tall under the sun, resembling an insurmountable peak. Lin Zhan's brows furrowed in concern as he observed Lin Fan. He was acutely aware of Lin Fan's prowess, but the sudden leap to Qi Si realm raised alarms. Had he employed some extreme means to elevate his cultivation?
Would this harm Lin Fan's body?
Greetings, I am Wang Tian, 4th level of Qi Seait. It is a pleasure to meet a talent such as yourself. Wang Tian spoke with a hint of respect, though his tone was laced with fighting spirit.
Lin Fan nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering, as if all of this was anticipated. Lin Fan.
His succinct response, devoid of embellishments, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Wang Tian furrowed his brow slightly at Lin Fan's demeanor.
I challenge you.
A subtle smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he surveyed Wang Tian, scrutinizing his opponent before shaking his head. Wang Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing that he was being regarded with the same indifference as Wang Ping. Anger flickered within him. If you wish to challenge me, I advise you to unleash your full strength from the outset, Lin Fan calmly cautioned.
Wang Tian's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He recognized that someone who had attained the Qi Si realm was no fool. This overwhelming confidence signaled that Lin Fan was indeed formidable, yet Wang Tian was not one to back down easily, his spirit ablaze with unyielding determination. Lin Fan regarded Wang Tian with a hint of indifference. Let it begin.
Wang Ping, standing at the sidelines, felt a shiver run through him at Lin Fan's words. They reminded him of the formidable figure in black he had encountered earlier, though the prowess of that mysterious individual paled in comparison to Lin Fan's. Boom! Wang Tian unleashed a torrent of energy, the full force of the 4th level of Qi Si erupting in a relentless assault toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan merely pointed his sword, channeling a sliver of sword intent toward Wang Tian. Clash! Upon contact with Lin Fan's sword point, Wang Tian was violently jolted, akin to a kite severed from its string, as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily outside the arena. The crowd stood in stunned silence. The murmurs that had once filled the air abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound stillness. They could hardly believe their eyes. The illustrious Wang Tian of the county city had been vanquished by Lin Fan with but a single gesture. Young Master Lin Fan wins. Young Master Lin Fan wins. A voice rang out, soon followed by a deafening roar of cheers from the audience. My brother actually lost, Wang Ping murmured, disbelief etched across his face. Lin Fan casually descended from the arena, making his way back to his courtyard. I lost, utterly lost. Wang Tian lay on the ground, feeling the cold earth beneath him, his heart heavy with defeat.
He pounded the ground in frustration. What do I amount to as a genius?
Lin Fan paused momentarily. A genius is merely the threshold to meet me. With that, he strolled away from the arena. Wang Tian trembled slightly at the words, murmuring to himself, a genius is merely the threshold to meet me. Wang Ping approached, helping his brother Wang Tian leave the Lin family, this absurd little clan. In Lin Fan's courtyard, Xiao He gazed at him with admiration. Young master, your performance in battle was truly splendid. Wang Tian is renowned as a genius in the county city, yet he fell so completely under your hand. Lin Fan smiled faintly, though his eyes betrayed little joy. Just then, the door to the courtyard creaked open, revealing the family elder and the patriarch, Lin Zhan, both bearing grave expressions. Lin Fan, your performance was remarkable, the elder remarked with a hint of approval, yet tinged with concern.
However, defeating Wang Tian may bring trouble upon the Lin family.
Lin Fan rose respectfully, bowing to the elder and patriarch. I understand that the Wang family wields considerable influence, but the Lin family is not one to be trifled with. Lin Zhan nodded, you speak true, Lin Fan. Though we are not a large family, we possess our own dignity and boundaries. Should the Wang family seek to provoke us, we shall not falter. The elder sighed, Lin Fan, your future is limitless. Yet, you must grasp that this world is far more intricate than you might imagine. Lin Fan fell into a contemplative silence before responding slowly, Elder, Patriarch, I comprehend your concerns. I shall proceed with caution, ensuring that I do not bring unnecessary trouble to the family. What is the nature of your newfound prowess? The elder inquired curiously.
Well, it is rather simple.
About a year ago, I encountered a senior who, recognizing my potential, provided me with guidance from the shadows until the time came for the Xiantian sect to recruit disciples, at which point he departed, advising me to gradually reveal my true abilities. Lin Fan fabricated a tale with eloquence. The elder and Lin Zhan exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes, swiftly replaced by relief. If Lin Fan indeed had a mentor behind him, his rapid advancement became less astonishing. The trio conversed a while longer before the elder and Lin Zhan took their leave. Lin Fan escorted them to the door, then returned to the courtyard, seated upon a stone bench, his gaze fixed once more upon the heavens. It seems the Wang family's intentions are to seek out that previous figure in black. Should they persist in their folly and threaten the Lin family, they shall meet with annihilation. After all, this is the domain of Lin Yan, the son of fortune, and myself. Lin Fan mused quietly, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. Chapter 23, the strongest genius in Xianyang City throughout history. After Wang Tian and his companions departed from the Lin family, several disciples of the Lin family emerged.
Do you know Lin Fan, the sixth young master of the Lin family?
I do, why do you ask?
Let me tell you, a momentous event transpired today at the Lin family.
The Wang family from the county city challenged them, and the genius Wang Tian of the fourth layer of Qi Si was defeated with a mere finger from young master Lin Fan.
Is that true?
Young master Lin Fan is so formidable, I recall he is only 16 this year. Indeed, if Wang Tian hadn't come to challenge, no one would have realized just how powerful young master Lin Fan is. Perhaps the Xiantian sect is coming to Xianyang City to recruit disciples specifically for him.
You mustn't speak of this to anyone else.
Rest assured, my brother, I, Zheng Dazue, will keep it to myself.
Brother, have you heard about the incident involving Lin Fan today?
Just don't mention that it was me, Zheng Dazue, who told you.
The name of Lin Fan spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Xianyang City, swiftly becoming the topic of conversation in tea houses and taverns alike.
He was not only the pride of Xianyang City but also a legendary figure in the hearts of countless individuals. Reclining in a chair within the courtyard, Lin Fan closed his eyes to savor the tranquil moments, basking in the golden hues of the setting sun. A gentle breeze caressed him, carrying the fragrant scents of the flowers and plants in the courtyard, instilling a sense of serenity. Clad in a flowing azure robe, his long hair danced with the wind, and an extraordinary aura emanated from his brow. Everything around him appeared so harmonious, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Young master, young master. The voice of Xiao He shattered the courtyard's tranquility as she rushed in, her face alight with excitement and urgency.
Young master! Young master, do you know that the entire Xianyang City is abuzz with the news of your victory over Wang Tian with a mere finger?
Gasping for breath, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Everyone is saying that the Xiantian sect's visit to Xianyang City is specifically for you. Lin Fan slightly opened his eyes, a flicker of complex emotion passing through them. This could lead to trouble. At the Wang family stronghold in Xianyang City.
Brother Wang, are the rumors circulating outside true?
Lu Yu inquired, gazing at Wang Tian with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Lu Yu was another genius who shared equal renown with Wang Tian in the county city. Wang Tian nodded, his voice somewhat hoarse. For the most part, yes.
Is Lin Fan truly that strong?
A note of reluctance tinged Lu Yu's voice. Wang Tian sighed, his gaze deepening. I have witnessed Lin Fan's strength, his talent and absolute self-confidence are beyond our comparison. My defeat at his hands is not unjustified. Lu Yu clenched his fists, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within him. He had always regarded Wang Tian as his greatest rival, yet he was astonished by Wang Tian's admiration for Lin Fan. A flicker of determination crossed Lu Yu's eyes as he made a slashing motion across his throat. Should we not? Wang Tian immediately halted him, a glimmer of resolve in his gaze. I advise against such actions. Our confrontation was a fair battle, devoid of any mortal enmity. Moreover, a person like him, as long as he does not fall, will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of Xian Dan.
He may even reach the Divine Bridge realm.
Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Wang Tian's words. To him, Wang Tian had always been the proud genius, never one to concede easily.
Yet now, Wang Tian's tone revealed a deep respect for Lin Fan. Brother Wang, you have changed, Lu Yu remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Wang Tian forced a smile. Have I changed?
Perhaps, only after being thoroughly defeated by Lin Fan did I realize that this world is far broader than I had imagined. I have lost, yet I accept it willingly.
Lu Yu fell silent, seemingly pondering Wang Tian's words.
He had never considered that the very rival he had always perceived Wang Tian to be could harbor such thoughts. As the date of the Xiantian sect's recruitment drew closer, the population of Xianyang City swelled daily, growing increasingly lively. Simultaneously, more and more individuals learned of Lin Fan's remarkable achievements. Geniuses from other cities, disbelieving, ventured to challenge Lin Fan, only to find themselves at the receiving end of a thorough beating from Wang Tian, who stood guard at the Lin family gate. He proclaimed that only those who could surpass him were deserving of a challenge against Lin Fan. If they could not even defeat him, there was no need to confront Lin Fan.
This led to an ever-increasing belief that Lin Fan was the strongest genius in the history of Xianyang City. Consequently, more and more people yearned to meet Lin Fan, presenting various gifts to curry favor with the Lin family, for it was evident to all that Lin Fan's selection by the Xiantian sect was a certainty. Even Shen Eng, the third miss of the Wealthy Merchant Association, expressed her interest in meeting Lin Fan, only to be thwarted by Wang Tian's insistence that those who could not surpass him had no need to meet Lin Fan, leaving her infuriated and cursing in frustration. 7 days later, Lin Fan reclined on a soft couch in his home, staring at the ceiling, while turmoil roiled within him. In just 7 days, one could transition from obscurity to becoming the talk of the entire city, and he was that very focal point of discussion. His name, Lin Fan, had become known to all, making it difficult for him to step outside as he remained confined to his home host. Lin Fan Realm, second layer of Qi cultivation technique. Foundation Law, Tian Xan Ju, not yet initiated. Hidden Origin Ju, not yet initiated. Martial Skills, Unified Sword, Wind Walking Step, Indestructible Body, Minor Success, Special Bonuses, 1 layer of Sword Intent, Fusion Creation Method Points. 22. His gaze fell upon the points displayed on the panel, stirring a restless itch in his heart. I wonder when Lin Yan will return, Lin Fan murmured to himself. Just then, swift footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Shouyi's voice. Young Master Lin Yan has returned. Chapter 24.
Lin Yan's return. Draped in a black robe, Lin Yan stood before the gates of Xianyang City, his heart awash with a tumult of complex emotions. As he stepped through the city gates, the murmur of discussions from the surrounding crowd immediately reached his ears.
Did you hear?
Recently, young Master Lin Fan of the Lin family defeated the genius Wang Tian from the Wang family in the county with just a glance.
What? I remember young Master Lin Fan was only at the 5th level of Qi condensation when I left the city.
How could he defeat a genius at the 4th level of Qi Si with merely a look? Your information is outdated. Ever since the news of the Xiantian sect recruiting disciples broke, young Master Lin Fan has gradually revealed his true cultivation level. He started at the 9th level of body refinement, then progressed to the 5th level of Qi condensation, and later revealed himself to be at the 2nd level of Qi Si during the challenge from the Wang family.
Who knows where his cultivation stands now? Isn't he at the 2nd level of Qi Si? No, have you ever seen a 2nd level Qi Si practitioner defeat a 4th level genius with just a glance? To this day, no one knows Lin Fan's actual cultivation level. Moreover, I've heard that the Xiantian sect is specifically coming for young Master Lin Fan. Listening to the conversations around him, Lin Yan felt a sense of bewilderment. What was happening? Had he not merely stepped out for a brief moment? Why did everything in Xianyang City now feel so unfamiliar? His steps quickened involuntarily as he navigated through the bustling crowd, making his way towards the Lin family residence. The shops lining the streets remained as lively as ever, yet Lin Yan found himself devoid of the inclination to appreciate it. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: to return to the Lin family and comprehend the unfolding mystery. As Lin Yan delved deeper into the city, he noticed that discussions grew more fervent. With Lin Fan's name increasingly on people's lips, his confusion deepened, as if the entire Xianyang City was resonating with Lin Fan's transformation.
At last, Lin Yan arrived before the gates of the Lin family estate. Just as he was about to enter, a sharp command halted his advance.
Halt! Wang Tian approached, blocking the path of the cloak.
Lin Yan paused, turning to regard the suddenly appearing Wang Tian with a furrowed brow. If you wish to see or challenge Lin Fan, you must first defeat me.
Wang Tian's voice was resolute.
Lin Yan's mind raced with questions as he appraised Wang Tian, pondering, who is this person? Is he a disciple tasked with guarding the Lin estate? I am Lin Yan, the young master of the Lin family, he declared, removing his black robe to reveal the jade pendant signifying his status. Wang Tian stared momentarily, then awkwardly chuckled. So you are Lin Yan, I truly apologize for my rudeness. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence.
It's no problem. What has transpired during my absence, and who might you be?
Wang Tian scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Nothing much, I simply lost to Lin Fan, that's all. I am Wang Tian, from the county city.
Wang Tian? Lin Yan echoed the name, striving to unearth any related memories.
Ah, the talented youth renowned in the county city as Wang family.
What brings you here? A flicker of discomfort crossed Wang Tian's face as he cleared his throat, attempting to mask his unease.
Well, it's a long story. Ever since I lost to Lin Fan and he mentioned that being a genius is merely the threshold to meet him, I realized Wang Tian, must undoubtedly be that genius. If those who come to challenge Lin Fan cannot even best me, then there is no need to meet him. A genius merely as a threshold. I hadn't perceived this boy as such a skilled orator, mused the old warrior in Lin Yan's mind.
Did Lin Fan truly defeat you with just a glance?
Lin Yan queried, his brow furrowing in doubt. Wang Tian, his expression darkening, replied, it wasn't he as outrageous as that, I merely lost to a casual sword point from him. Seeing Wang Tian at the 4th level of Qi Si, I find myself increasingly perplexed by this Lin Fan, the old warrior lamented. Subsequently, Lin Yan entered the Lin family estate. He traversed through the courtyard and arrived at the family's conference hall, where Lin Zhan sat majestically at the head of the table.
Yener, you've returned.
It is good to see you safe. Lin Zhan's voice carried a note of relief. Lin Yan respectfully bowed. Father, I have returned. Lin Zhan's gaze swept over his son, as if searching for something.
It seems you have gained quite a bit from your journey.
Lin Yan nodded in affirmation. Father, I wish to see Lin Fan. A smile tugged at Lin Zhan's lips as he recognized the bond between his son and Lin Fan. Just don't let his current self intimidate you, he cautioned, his tone laden with significance. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback but nodded, understanding his father's intent. He had heard whispers of Lin Fan's changes and desired to visit him before resuming his training. Passing through the family's courtyard, Lin Yan arrived at Lin Fan's residence. As Lin Fan emerged from his door, a smile graced his face upon seeing Lin Yan. Elder brother, you're back. Lin Yan scrutinized Lin Fan, sensing the powerful aura of Qi Si emanating from him, which surprised him.
2nd level of Qi Si?
This boy truly defies expectations. He does not appear at all as one whose foundation has been damaged, the old warrior observed intently. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, Lin Fan smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by his elder brother's astonishment.
Elder brother, do come in and sit for a while. Lin Yan nodded, following Lin Fan into the room. Elder brother, how was the experience with the Divine Bridge inheritance? Lin Fan inquired. It was quite fruitful.
My cultivation has ascended to the 7th level of Qi Si, Lin Yan replied. Truly remarkable for the child of destiny, to advance to the 7th level of Qi Si so swiftly, Lin Fan thought to himself, impressed. The two engaged in casual conversation for a time until the old warrior interjected, Lin Fan, about the martial techniques I mentioned previously, I shall impart them to you now.
Old warrior, why not directly instruct Lin Fan for a while? Lin Yan suggested.
After a moment of contemplation, the old warrior nodded, very well, I shall personally guide him for a few days. Half a day will suffice. Lin Fan's voice was calm. Lin Yan and the old warrior exchanged glances, both taken aback by Lin Fan's assertion. Such instruction from someone of the old warrior's caliber was a coveted opportunity for anyone, yet Lin Fan claimed half a day would be enough, leaving them astonished. Soon after, Lin Yan departed Lin Fan's room to return to his training. Old warrior, I will be relying on you, Lin Fan spoke with a hint of respect in his tone. The old warrior nodded, no problem. What type of martial techniques are you seeking? I desire a few techniques of the Xian grade, particularly sword techniques, perhaps around 20 or 30 volumes would suffice, Lin Fan stated.
The old warrior fell silent for a few seconds.
Wait, what did you just say, 20 or 30 volumes of techniques? He questioned, incredulous.
Yes, indeed, Lin Fan affirmed, nodding obediently. The old warrior remarked, you do realize you might be overreaching, don't you?
His expression turned grave. You must understand the principle of not biting off more than you can chew.
How about this? 5 Supreme Xian grade techniques and 5 Supreme Xian grade sword techniques, would that be acceptable? Lin Fan looked at the old warrior with eager anticipation. The old warrior sighed, perplexed by Lin Fan's aspirations. Suddenly, Lin Fan had a thought. Old warrior, could you assist me in understanding the experiences from the basics to mastery of these techniques? All of them? Indeed, all of them.
Half a day later, Lin Yan returned to Lin Fan's room, observing both Lin Fan and the old warrior.
The former appeared elated and satisfied, while the latter wore an expression of exhaustion. Yan, take me away. The old warrior looked at Lin Yan as if he were a savior. What on earth has transpired? Lin Yan inquired.
Chapter 25 of the arrival of the fivefold Qi of the Shen-Tian sect host, Lin Fan Realm. Second layer of Qi techniques. Foundation method, Spring Rain technique, entry level, 24 bridges under the moon, entry level, Blazing Flame technique, not yet entered, Fiery Flame technique, not yet entered, Azure Origin technique, not yet entered, Martial skills. Unity Sword 3 Kill Sword technique, entry level, Thunderfire Sword, entry level, Profound Spirit 3 Swords, entry level, Azure Wind Sword technique, not yet entered, Phantom Sword technique, not yet entered, special bonus. 1% Sword Intent Fusion Creation Points, 22. One could only marvel at the profound guidance from the venerable master of the life and death realm. Even before I embarked on my cultivation journey, I have already acquired 5 entry-level techniques of the highest grade. Of course, this also reflects a portion of my own innate comprehension, Lin Fan mused as he gazed at the information displayed on the panel. How many points are required for 5 techniques? 22 points. System, allocate the points. 5th year with the one-on-one guidance from the venerable master, and some experience in lower grade techniques, I successfully achieved perfection in the Spring Rain technique after 5 years. 9th and a half year with the esteemed master's guidance and the experience of one perfected high-grade technique alongside some lower-grade experience, I successfully achieved perfection in the 24 bridges under the moon in 4.5 years. 14th year with the esteemed master's guidance and the experience of 2 perfected high-grade techniques alongside some lower-grade experience, I successfully achieved perfection in the Blazing Flame technique in 4.5 years. 18th year with the esteemed master's guidance and the experience of 3 perfected high-grade techniques alongside some lower-grade experience, I successfully achieved perfection in the Fiery Flame technique in 4 years. 22nd year with the esteemed master's guidance and the experience of 4 perfected high-grade techniques alongside some lower-grade experience, I successfully achieved perfection in the Azure Origin technique in 4 years. After 22 years of relentless practice with these 5 techniques, my cultivation has ascended to the fivefold Qi. Points to 0. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the Qi within his Qi swirling at an unprecedented speed. With each rotation, a powerful suction drew in the surrounding Qi, converting it into his own strength. He could sense that his Qi had expanded by more than double, and the flow of energy had become remarkably smoother. Fivefold Qi. Lin Fan rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him, a slight smile gracing his lips. System, how many points are needed to merge 6 techniques? 3 points. Is it approximately 1 point for every 2? Lin Fan pondered her system. Are there any new functionalities upon breaking through to the true Yuan realm, and will there be changes to the points? Points will increase to 4 per day. Currently, there are no new functionalities. 4 points daily. Does that imply there will be new functionalities later? Lin Fan contemplated as he examined the dialogue. Then I shall refrain from enhancing my sword techniques for now, awaiting my advancement to the true Yuan realm. The following day a system, initiate the fusion of 6 techniques into a new creation. The name shall remain as foundation method. You have gained some comprehension bonuses, consuming decades to successfully fuse and create the most suitable earth-grade high-quality foundation method for yourself. As decades of creation experience integrated into Lin Fan's mind, he sensed that this comprehension bonus seemed particularly potent. Could it be that the comprehension boost is random? Lin Fan felt that this creation experience was somewhat different from the previous ones. What a pity, the enigmatic feeling eludes me, otherwise, my comprehension could have advanced further, Lin Fan lamented. Host, Lin Fan Realm Fivefold Qi Techniques Foundation Method, Perfected Earth-Grade High Quality, Heavenly Heart Technique, not yet entered, Hidden Essence Technique, not yet entered, Martial Skills. Unity Sword 3 Kill Sword Technique, Entry Level, Thunderfire Sword, Entry Level, Profound Spirit 3 Swords, Entry Level, Azure Wind Sword Technique, not yet entered, Phantom Sword Technique, not yet entered, Special Bonus. 1% Sword Intent Fusion Creation Points 0. I wonder how I compare to Lin Yan and Master Wu now. Lin Fan felt a surge of pride as he glanced at the information on the panel. Lin Yan and Master Wu are indeed stronger. Is that so? Truly, I am in the presence of a venerable master from the life and death realm, Lin Fan mused. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed outside the door, and Xiaobi called out, Young master, young master. The Shen-Tian sect has arrived. So soon? Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, lost in thought. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. No, it can't be. Lin Yan returned only yesterday, and now the Shen-Tian sect arrives. This feels like a contrived plot. Everything seems too coincidental, he muttered to himself, a trace of seriousness in his gaze. Lin Fan stepped out of his room, employing his agility to ascend to the highest tower of the Lin family. Lin Yan was also present, and the two stood side by side, their gazes fixed upon the flying vessel hovering above the Lu family estate. As Lin Fan beheld the vessel suspended in the air, he mused. It must be related to Lu Yanran. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Lin Yan. Lin Yan and Master Wu also turned their attention to Lin Fan. Lin Yan nodded resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination, as if he was prepared for any eventuality. Master Wu, however, remained silent, his gaze betraying a hint of astonishment, as if he had perceived something extraordinary about Lin Fan. I must be seeing things, let me take another look. Master Wu scrutinized Lin Fan with uncertainty, his voice roared within the jade pendant. This is impossible, how could that boy break through from the second layer of Qi Si to the fivefold Qi Si in such a short span of time? I don't understand, I simply don't understand. As a former formidable being of the life and death realm, Master Wu's understanding and perception of cultivation far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, yet in the presence of the anomaly that was Lin Fan, his entire comprehension had been utterly upended. Master Wu, what is it? Lin Yan inquired, glancing at the trembling jade pendant. It's nothing, Master Wu replied slowly, then muttered under his breath, the genius only glimpses the threshold. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated through the sky, echoing throughout every corner of Xianyang City. 3 days hence, the Xiantian sect shall hold a disciple selection test at the square of Xianyang City. Chapter 26 of the Engagement of Lu Yanran. 3 days later, the Xiantian sect held a disciple recruitment test in the square of Xianyang City. With the announcement, the entire city erupted in a frenzy. The long-anticipated Xiantian sect had finally arrived. Even Wang Tian, who had been loitering at the entrance of the Lin family, was pulled back to the Wang family's stronghold by an elder of the True Yuan realm. Lin Fan and Lin Yan exchanged a glance, realizing the need for thorough preparation. We must get ready, Lin Yan stated sullenly. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, yet his mind was preoccupied with a grave matter. He seemed to have no urgent need to join the Xiantian sect, his foundation did not require immediate repair, for he had the foundation technique at his disposal. However, acquiring martial arts manuals might prove troublesome with old Wu, who, in his current state, seemed unable to provide many texts. Lin Fan recalled the fatigued expression of old Wu from the previous day and sighed heavily before departing. In the Lu residence, Lu Tianyu, the head of the Lu family, stood in the courtyard with a look of satisfaction as his gaze fell upon his daughter, Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran, a prodigious talent, had always been the pride of their family. However, Lu Tianyu was filled with conflicting emotions. He recognized that Lu Yanran possessed the potential to surpass him, her future limitless. Yet, he was also acutely aware that she bore the weight of an engagement, a bond that could serve as an obstacle on her path to greatness. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to share this secret with Lu Yanran. He approached her and spoke softly, Yanran, there is something I need to tell you. Lu Yanran's eyes brimmed with curiosity as she paused her training to face her father. Lu Tianyu sighed and continued, you should know that our Lu family has intricate ties with the other 3 prominent families of Xianyang City. Long before your birth, I made a pact with Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family. If we both had sons, they would be brothers, if one was a son and the other a daughter, they would be wed. Lu Yanran's complexion shifted slightly. She had not anticipated the existence of an engagement. After a moment of silence, she resolutely replied, I understand, but I have no intention of marrying at present. I will not forsake my cultivation and aspirations. Lu Tianyu gazed into his daughter's determined eyes, recognizing her pride and steadfastness. She would not abandon her path for the sake of an engagement. Yanran, I know this comes as a shock to you, he said, his voice laden with gravity. Lin Yan from the Lin family is also quite remarkable, having broken through to the Qi Si realm. Father, you do not understand. The Qi Si realm is merely the status of an outer disciple in the Xiantian sect. My ambitions extend far beyond that, Lu Yanran replied, her tone tinged with impatience. The glimmer in her eyes reflected a yearning for higher realms. I cannot allow an agreement made in your youth to confine my future. A flicker of resolve crossed Lu Yanran's eyes. She knew she must confront this issue and could not evade it. Father, I comprehend your concerns, yet I have my own aspirations. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Lin family to clarify this matter. The following day, Lu Yanran stepped out of the Lu family gates. Junior sister, where are you headed? A voice called from behind. It was her senior brother, Tang Yuan. Without looking back, Lu Yanran replied coldly, do not follow me. Tang Yuan paused, familiar with her temperament, and chose not to press further, trailing behind her at a respectful distance. As she traversed the bustling streets, passers-by frequently turned their gazes upon her. Her beauty and grace invariably drew attention. However, the aura of True Yuan radiating from Tang Yuan deterred onlookers from gazing directly at her. At last, she arrived at the entrance of the Lin family estate. Lu Yanran addressed the gatekeeper, saying, "Please announce my arrival, inform them that Lu Yanran is here."
The gatekeeper hesitated for a moment, taken aback by the stunning woman before him, stammering, "Ah. Yes, please wait a moment."
"Stay here and do not enter," Lu Yanran instructed Tang Yuan, frowning.
"Why not, junior sister?"
Tang Yuan queried. Bewildered, Lu Yanran offered no reply and instead entered the Lin family gates. She made her way to the main hall, where Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Lu Yanran, a warm smile spread across his face.
"Yanran, you have come. Please, take a seat."
Lu Yanran did not sit, her gaze locked onto Lin Zhan as she asserted, "Uncle Lin, I am here today to clarify a matter with you and Lin Yan."
"Uncle Lin, I am aware of the agreement made between you and my father regarding my engagement to Lin Yan.
However, I must convey that I, Lu Yanran, will not accept such an arrangement." Her declaration was resolute and unwavering. At that moment, Tang Yuan's voice echoed from outside, filled with astonishment. "Junior sister, you have an engagement?" His tone was laden with incredulity. Lu Yanran furrowed her brows, turning to face Tang Yuan with a hint of displeasure.
"Did I not instruct you not to enter?"
"Junior sister, what is happening?
You never mentioned this to me." Tang Yuan felt a pang of betrayal.
The woman he admired was bound by an engagement. "Tang Yuan, this is a personal matter of mine and does not concern you," she replied, her voice icy, akin to a frigid winter wind that sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Yanran turned back to Lin Zhan, affirming, "Uncle Lin, I will personally clarify this with Lin Yan. I believe he will understand my decision." Lin Zhan nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for Lu Yanran to wait as he departed the main hall. Shortly after, Lin Yan entered, his expression marked by confusion as he regarded Lu Yanran momentarily before regaining his composure. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had received word of the gathering and stealthily observed from a corner of the main hall, quietly absorbing the unfolding events. Lu Yanran inhaled deeply, aware that her forthcoming words might wound Lin Yan, yet she resolved to speak. "Lin Yan, I know we are engaged, but I must inform you that I cannot accept this arrangement."
Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback.
He had not anticipated the existence of an engagement. At that moment, Tang Yuan approached, sarcasm lacing his voice. "A prodigious girl like Lu Yanran, with her unique physique, is engaged to someone like you? Wait, you are at the Qi Si 7th level."
Tang Yuan exclaimed, astonished.
He had not expected such proficiency in this remote locale. Lu Yanran's eyes widened in surprise but quickly regained their composure. Lin Yan disregarded Tang Yuan's astonishment, his gaze fixed on Lu Yanran as he replied calmly, "Lu Yanran, I understand your choice. I too would not accept an engagement thrust upon me without warning.
Is there anything else? If not, I shall return to my cultivation."
Lin Yan's tone revealed a hint of impatience. He clearly bore no interest in the sudden engagement or the woman before him. Lu Yanran was momentarily taken aback, her carefully prepared words rendered moot by his blunt dismissal. After speaking, Lin Yan turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Lu Yanran, Tang Yuan, and the quietly observing Lin Fan were left in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief. In the depths of the jade pendant, old Wu remained silent. Lu Yanran had never envisioned being so summarily rejected. Despite her beauty, which was among the finest even within the Shen-Tian sect, she had always been the center of attention. Yet today, she experienced a profound sense of defeat for the first time. Tang Yuan observed Lin Yan's retreating figure, his expression a mixture of complexity. He had assumed Lin Yan would be captivated by Lu Yanran's beauty and talent, but instead, he appeared utterly indifferent to the engagement. Lu Yanran took a deep breath, attempting to quell the turmoil within her. She turned and walked away from the Lin family estate, her steps somewhat unsteady. Tang Yuan quickly followed suit.
Lin Fan mused, "Is this truly the end?"
Chapter 27 of the astonishing Lin Yan at the 9th level of Qi Si. Is this really how it ends? Lin Fan, concealed in a corner of the main hall, bore witness to the unfolding events, a flicker of confusion dancing in his eyes. Internally, Lin Fan mused, novels from my past life are nothing but fabrications. He had anticipated a dramatic scene of annulment, yet this was the outcome. Where has my 3-year promise gone, the 30 years of fortune and misfortune? Lin Fan found himself fervently lamenting. On the day of the Shen-Tian sect's disciple assessment, the system displayed a host. Lin Fan realm 5th level of Qi Si technique, foundation technique, Tianqing Ju, not yet initiated, hidden element Ju, not yet initiated, martial arts. Unity Sword, 3 kill swordplay, beginner, Thunderfire Sword, beginner, Xianling 3 swords, beginner, Xingfeng Swordplay, beginner, Phantom Swordplay, beginner, special bonus, 10 sword and 10 fusion creation points. 9 After practicing swordsmanship for 2 days, the results were promising, with the remaining 2 techniques reaching the beginner stage. Lin Fan gazed at the information on the panel, reflecting on his progress. Foundation technique increased by 9 points, year 1 through relentless practice of the foundation technique,
you successfully broke through to the 6th level of Qi. Year 3, through relentless practice, you successfully broke through to the 7th level of Qi. Year 6, through relentless practice, you successfully broke through to the 8th level of Qi. Year 9. The diligent path you tread has led to your success in breaking through to the 9th level of Qi. Fusion Points 0. Standing in his room, Lin Fan felt the surging power within him, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. "Young master, it is time to depart," came the soft and respectful voice of Xiao He from outside the door. Lin Fan approached the mirror, adjusting his attire to ensure everything appeared impeccable. He opened the door, finding Xiao He waiting outside, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Fan offered a slight smile and a nod before striding forward towards the central plaza of the Lin family. The plaza was already bustling with many members of the Lin family, huddled in small groups, quietly discussing the forthcoming Xiantian sect disciple assessment. As Lin Fan made his entrance, the previously noisy plaza fell into an instant hush, all gazes converging upon him. Ignoring the stares, Lin Fan walked directly to the front. Lin Yan acknowledged him with a nod from within the jade pendant. Wu Lao spoke slowly, "A monster at the 9th level of Qi." As the personnel gathered, they proceeded to Xianyang City Plaza. The plaza was teeming with people, cultivators from all directions congregating to await the Xiantian sect's test. In the center stood a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, exuding a formidable aura, flanked by Lu Yanran and Tang Yuan. "My name is Chenin, and I am an inner sect steward of the Xiantian sect," his resonant voice echoed throughout the plaza. "Here, we have 2 assessment stones, one for testing aptitude and the other for evaluating cultivation level. The steel will display both aptitude and cultivation level." Chenin gestured towards the stones and steel. Seated at the main position in the viewing area, Chenin sipped his tea, observing everything unfold. Beside him sat Lu Yanran and Tang Yuan, along with the 4 prominent families and the city lord's estate, all eyes focused on the assessment stones, awaiting the commencement of the tests. Wang Ping, age 16, aptitude level 7, cultivation level 8th level of Qi condensation, qualified. Lu Tianyu, watching all of this, curiously inquired, "Steward Chen, how is aptitude classified?" Aptitude is divided into levels 1 to 9, with further classifications such as earth and heaven levels. By the way, Lu Yanran is of the heaven level and possesses a special physique. The Xiantian sect has come to recruit disciples specifically because of her, Chen impatiently explained, his words laced with admiration for Lu Yanran. The surrounding heads of the 3 major families in the city lord looked at Lu Tianyu with envy. Wang Tian, age 18, aptitude level 8, cultivation level 4th level of Qi, qualified. Lu Run, age 20, aptitude level 6, cultivation level 7th level of Qi condensation, not qualified. It's astonishing that a talent like Lu Run is not qualified. The Xiantian sect's standards are indeed high. Indeed, it seems I have no hope. Lu Yin qualified, Lu Mingxian qualified, Chukai qualified, Yun Sheikh qualified. Lu Meier, age 17, aptitude level 7, cultivation level 7th level of Qi condensation, qualified. Lin Wu, age 17, aptitude level 7, cultivation level 7th level of Qi condensation, qualified. Witnessing this, Lin Yan's jade pendant. Wu Lao sighed, "The 4 prominent families have fallen to such a state. What exactly transpired back in the day?" Observing everything, Lin Yan turned to Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan, I shall proceed first." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. It's Lin family's young master Lin Yan. I heard he recently broke through to the Qi realm. I wonder what his aptitude is like. Lin Yan, age 18, aptitude level earth grade, middle tier. The recording official exclaimed in astonishment. "What is earth grade aptitude?" One bystander asked. "I'm not sure, but it must be quite strong. Just look at the astonished expression of the official." Chenin on the platform nodded in approval, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "I didn't expect to find such a promising talent in this small place." He glanced at Lin Zhan, who smiled faintly. The heads of the 2nd family and the city lord's estate gazed enviously at Lu Tianyu and Lin Zhan, lamenting, "Why does our family lack such promising talents?" Lu Tianyu pondered, "What a pity." Lin Yan reflected on the steel's record, "I didn't expect the divine bridge inheritance to elevate my aptitude to earth grade, middle tier. Little Yan, this is merely the beginning. Once your physique awakens, your aptitude will surpass what it is now by dozens of times." Wu Lao spoke within Lin Yan's mind. The assessment of cultivation level followed. Lin Yan, cultivation level 8th level of Qi. The official exclaimed once more, astonished, "What, 8th level of Qi? Wasn't it said he had only recently broken through? Fraud, the Lin family is filled with deceivers." The previous Lin Fan was like this, and now even the young master is the same. On the platform, Lu Yanran regarded Lin Yan with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The murmurs around the Lin family disciples expressed their grievances. They were unaware of these circumstances. Soon, Lin Fan began to ascend the platform for his assessment. The crowd stirred, their gaze riveted upon him. Not only was he a genius of the Lin family, but he also stood as the focal point of Xianyang City. It's Lin Fan, so handsome. I wonder what Lin Fan's aptitude is like. It should surpass even earth grade. Of course, just look at who he is. On the platform, Chenin observed the commotion in the crowd.
a smile creeping upon his lips. It seems this is another promising talent, he muttered softly to himself, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Lin Fan, age 16, aptitude. The official was drenched in sweat, shouting, Aptitude Level 1, Chapter 28, defeating Ting Yuan, first rank qualification. As the words of the person in charge fell, an immediate silence enveloped the entire square, with every gaze fixated upon the stone tablet. The words first rank qualification were clearly etched upon it. These 4 characters struck like a thunderclap, shocking every individual present. Is this true? It can't be. Indeed, this is the strongest genius in the history of Xianyang City. No way. It's all a lie. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Tian, in disbelief, clutched his head and roared, his voice the loudest among the crowd. He could not fathom that Lin Fan, whom he had always regarded as a true genius, had only achieved a first rank in the qualification test. It seems he is merely a figure with a hollow reputation, Chen An remarked disdainfully while elegantly sipping his tea. Lin Fan, however, remained unfazed, fully aware of his true qualifications and cultivation level. Calmly, he approached the cultivation testing stone and gently placed his hand upon it. The person in charge of the cultivation assessment began to sweat profusely, as this was his first encounter with such an anomaly. 9th level of Qi Si. On the stage, Chen An, taken by surprise, spluttered tea all over Ting Yuan's face. Apologizing repeatedly, Chen An glanced back at the stone tablet to confirm the display. 9th level of Qi Si. 9th level of Qi Si. I told you, that qualification must be false. Yes, it must be that the testing stone is broken. Everyone exhaled in relief as they observed the stone tablet display the 9th level of Qi Si. At that moment, Chen An approached Lin Fan and said, Please, young friend, test the qualification stone once more. Lin Fan nodded and placed his hand upon the qualification stone, which still displayed first rank qualification. This qualification stone must be faulty. Indeed. Come here and place your hand upon it. Chen An commanded Wang Tian. Wang Tian stepped forward, placing his hand on the qualification stone, which immediately displayed 8th rank qualification. Chen An fell silent, for after years of serving as an elder in the Xiantian sect, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Rubbing his temples, Chen An looked at Lin Fan, perplexed. By all logic, it shouldn't be possible for someone with such poor qualifications to attain the 9th level of Qi Si at such a young age. Do you think it's possible he is faking his cultivation? Ting Yuan queried, speaking frankly. He found it hard to believe that such a genius could emerge from a small place like this. If he could fake his cultivation, wouldn't he also fake his qualifications? Can you think clearly? Chen An replied, his tone laced with annoyance. With a cold huff, Chen An expressed his disdain for Ting Yuan, who had been following Lu Yanran around, particularly at such a critical moment when he brought forth such absurd notions. Ting Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless by Chen An's remarks. He managed an awkward smile before proposing a new suggestion. How about this, Elder Chen? I could suppress my cultivation and have a duel with him to see if he truly possesses the strength of the 9th level of Qi Si. Chen An pondered for a moment. This suggestion was indeed feasible. Turning to Lin Fan, he asked, Lin Fan, would you be willing to duel with Ting Yuan, who will suppress his cultivation? Standing in the center of the square, Lin Fan maintained a demeanor as calm as still water, as if all of this were of no concern to him. Yet internally, he inquired his system, what are my odds against this person before me? 13 to 1. The host's full strength in a single strike would reduce the opponent to 3 segments. Understanding, Lin Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. His gaze swept over Ting Yuan as if scrutinizing a rival, then he shook his head. Ting Yuan, has he been rendered speechless? I can certainly duel with you, but I don't need to suppress my cultivation. That would merely lead others to believe I, Lin Fan, am bullying someone. Lin Fan's tone was calm and confident, his astonishing declaration rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a placid lake, creating waves of astonishment. Positioned at the center of the square, his figure appeared particularly solitary yet exuded an indescribable tranquility and confidence. Arrogant. Ting Yuan barely managed to squeeze out the words through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had anticipated some disdain from others, but never imagined that a mere 9th level of Qi Si from a small place would so brazenly disregard him. Chen An furrowed his brow, observing the tranquil youth before him. You must understand, you are merely at the 9th level of Qi Si, while Ting Yuan possesses genuine 3rd level true essence cultivation. The disparity between Qi Si and true essence realms is vast. I understand, Lin Fan replied evenly. But I also know there are distinctions even among the true essence realms. He is merely an ordinary 3rd level true essence practitioner, and with my full strength, I can certainly defeat him. Lin Fan's words radiated an overwhelming confidence and composure, as if stating that it was quite normal for a 9th-level Qi Si to vanquish an ordinary True Essence practitioner. As the crowd listened, some deemed Lin Fan to be delirious, others thought he had become arrogant, and some regarded him with disdain, pity, or curiosity. Only Lin Yanwu, Wang Tian, and a portion of the Lin family believed in Lin Fan's capabilities.
Chen, still frowning, regarded the calm youth. "Are you certain you wish to duel with Ting Yuan, who is at the 3rd level of True Essence?"
Lin Fan nodded resolutely. Very well, Chen decided to let Ting Yuan impart a profound lesson to this ignorant young man.
"Ting Yuan, you heard him.
Remember to duel with your full 3rd level True Essence strength." Ting Yuan snorted, his eyes filled with rage, determined to teach this impudent boy a lesson he would not soon forget.
"The duel begins." The official's voice echoed.
Lin Fan unsheathed his sword, the flow of light shimmering die, and the next moment, an astonishing sword aura erupted from the flowing light sword, rending the earth asunder. The consummate level of the unified sword, augmented by a one-fold sword momentum, was unparalleled. It sliced directly towards Ting Yuan, the menacing sword aura indicating a power far beyond that of a mere Qi Si practitioner. Ting Yuan's complexion paled instantaneously. He had not anticipated Lin Fan's strength to be so formidable, far exceeding his expectations. His entire being surged with True Essence, brandishing his sword to defend, as countless shards of True Essence converged before him, forming a shield of True Essence. The shield glimmered faintly, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault.
"Hold it!" Ting Yuan roared, channeling all his True Essence into the shield, desperately attempting to withstand Lin Fan's sword aura. Inwardly, he cursed Chen. "What are you surprised about? Come and save me."
Crack, with a resounding snap, the shield of True Essence fractured beneath Lin Fan's sword aura, shattering like glass and scattering in all directions.
"No!"
Ting Yuan screamed in despair as he was struck by the sword aura, sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall of the viewing platform.
Blood spewed from his mouth as he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Chen snapped back to reality, rushing to Ting Yuan's side in an instant. He retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring, filled with concern, and administered it to Ting Yuan. The pill dissolved upon entry, transforming into a warm current that swiftly mended Ting Yuan's injuries. The crowd in the square erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. They had never expected Lin Fan to indeed defeat Ting Yuan, a 3rd-level True Essence practitioner, with his 9th-level Qi Si strength. Those who had initially looked down upon him now regarded him with shock and reverence. Lin Fan sheathed his sword, neither glancing at Ting Yuan nor acknowledging the murmurs of the onlookers. He merely stood quietly, as if awaiting something. Chen approached, clutching the qualification stone in his hand, and then forcefully hurled it to the ground, angrily cursing, "What a worthless stone! How could you label such a genius with a mere 1st-rank qualification?" Chapter 29. The Twin Dragons of the Lin Family. Lin Fan observed Chen angrily hurl the aptitude stone to the ground, feeling an urge to interject that the stone had not been mistaken in its assessment. Chen cursed a few times before his demeanor shifted to one of amusement, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Fan.at, the tender age of 16, possessing a 9th-level Qi Si and exuding a sword intent. Defeating a 3rd-level True Essence practitioner with a single strike, a genius among geniuses, Chen mused internally. Feeling the weight of Chen's penetrating gaze, Lin Fan took a step back. "Ahem, young Master Lin, it's possible that this aptitude stone has become obsolete from prolonged use, failing to reveal your true potential. Rest assured, upon returning to the Xiantian sect, the peak master or sect leader will personally conduct your assessment." Chen's voice carried a hint of awkwardness, yet was laced with considerable regard for Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his mind rife with contemplation. This could pose a problem. Noticing Lin Fan's composed demeanor, Chen felt even more convinced of this young man's extraordinary nature. He resolved that, by all means, he must bring Lin Fan back to the Xiantian sect. Such a talent must not be overlooked. Truly, young Master Lin is exceptional. However, that fellow named Tong Yuan is quite pathetic, clearly a 3rd-level True Essence practitioner yet unable to withstand even a single strike from young Master Lin. Indeed, it seems he must have relied on backdoor connections. Having just regained consciousness from the effects of a pill, Tong Yuan succumbed to unconsciousness once more, overwhelmed by the surrounding whispers. The testing on the square continued, but all eyes were transfixed upon Lin Fan. He and Lin Yan were summoned to Chen's side. While Lin Yan was also a talent of the Lin family, he appeared somewhat overshadowed by Lin Fan's brilliance. As the results of the tests were announced, each name, age, aptitude, and cultivation level was displayed upon the stone tablet for all to admire. Lin Fan and Lin Yan's names shone prominently, their achievements akin to 2 resplendent stars illuminating the entire square. Lin Fan, age 16, aptitude unknown, cultivation level 9th Chi Si. Lin Yan, age 18, middle grade earth level aptitude, cultivation level 8th Chi Si. Everyone stood in stunned silence before the results on the stone tablet, with clan heads and elders feeling a profound sense of shame, as these two youths, still in their teens, surpassed them, those who had devoted decades to cultivation. The other talented individuals felt their resolve shaken, wondering why, despite all being geniuses, such a vast disparity existed. It seems the Lin family has indeed birthed a true dragon, yes, a pair of dragons, no less. Chen An's voice pierced through the murmurs in the square, announcing that qualified disciples had half an hour to bid farewell to their families. All qualified disciples proceeded towards their families, Lin Yan included. Lin Fan's gaze wandered across the square, observing the departing disciples embrace their families tightly, listening to their whispered goodbyes and tears. The scene filled Lin Fan with an emptiness, as if he were an outsider in this world. At that moment, Xiao He approached, her eyes slightly reddened as she regarded Lin Fan. "Young master, please take good care of yourself." Her gaze brimmed with reluctance. Lin Fan smiled, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes as he affectionately ruffled Xiao He's hair, then remembered something. "Deacon Chen, may I bring my maid to the Xiantian sect?" Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Fan would make such a request. Generally, only inner disciples at the Xiantian sect were permitted to have maids, yet Lin Fan's talents and abilities were evidently beyond that of an ordinary disciple. With young Master Lin's exceptional talent and strength, it would certainly be permissible, Chen replied, a hint of amusement in his tone, clearly indicating his regard for Lin Fan. Upon hearing Chen's words, Xiao He's eyes sparkled with joy. She understood that being able to remain by young Master Lin's side was her greatest fortune. How enviable for Xiao He. "I wish I could be young Master Lin's maid." "Who do you think you are to stand beside young Master Lin?" The other unselected young women cast envious glances at Xiao He, their eyes filled with jealousy. Half an hour later, a flying vessel gradually descended upon a corner of the square, its massive hull glimmering with silver light under the sun. Lin Fan, accompanied by Xiao He, boarded the vessel alongside the other qualified disciples. Inside, the vessel was spacious and comfortable, with each disciple allocated their own private cabin. Lin Fan, Xiao He, and Lin Yan were assigned adjacent cabins, an arrangement that clearly reflected Chen An's special consideration for Lin Fan. As the vessel ascended slowly into the sky, departing from Shenyang City, Lin Fan stood by the window, watching as the city shrank beneath him, ultimately vanishing into the clouds. The vessel glided through the clouds, heading towards the Xiantian sect. Within Lin Yan's cabin, he sat cross-legged, meditating in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Xiao He admired the scenery from the vessel. In Chen's cabin, he held a transmission token, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Hello, Peak Master of Zhuanggujian Peak. I have discovered an exceptional talent in Shenyang City, 16 years old, 9th level Chi Si, possessing sword intent, and has defeated a 3rd level True Essence practitioner with a single strike." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the transmission, followed by a voice filled with astonishment. "Is this for real? Do not jest with me, old man." "Alas, Peak Master, how could I dare? But what?" The aptitude stone only registered him as having first-tier aptitude, failing to reveal his true potential. Chen replied with a hint of resignation. "Rest assured, I will personally assess my own disciple." "You have not mentioned this to other Peak Masters, have you?" "Not at all, you were my first notification." "Very well, here are 500 contribution points, keep this under wraps." "However, what if the other Peak Masters learn of such a genius? What if they come seeking trouble with me?" "Fear not, with me around, they will not trouble you." Upon hearing this, Chen was skeptical. Those old fellows seldom cared once they had disciples of their own. After concluding the transmission, he switched to another token. "Hello, Peak Master of Xiantian Peak, I have encountered an exceptional talent in Shenyang City. Hello, Peak Master of Shendan Peak. Hello, Peak Master of Shanshu Peak. Hello, Peak Master of Zuan Peak, I have found an exceptional talent. He is male, but remarkably handsome." As he watched the contribution points rise on the token, a sly smile crept across Chen's face. He had struck gold. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, still on the flying vessel, remained blissfully unaware that his information had been sold for a handsome price by Chen. Chapter 30 of the Peak Master seizes the disciple aboard the flying vessel. Within the confines of the Tingyuan chamber, Tingyuan slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually sharpening from a state of haze. He recalled his confrontation with Lin Fan in the square, the astonishing sword energy, and the subsequent heavy blow that had befallen him. "What has happened to me?" Tingyuan slowly rose, steadying himself against the edge of the bed in an attempt to stand upright. "Ouch, it hurts so much." He inhaled sharply, the pain causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. A glimmer of hatred flickered in Tingyuan's eyes at the thought of Lin Fan, but it was swiftly supplanted by reason. He understood that Lin Fan's talent and strength were far beyond his own. He began to contemplate his predicament and how he might seek revenge. Should I turn to my elder brother or seek assistance from the family? Tang Yuan muttered to himself. No, Lin Fan's talent will undoubtedly attract the Peak Master as a disciple. My family would surely not aid me in avenging myself. For his brow furrowed deeply, aware that his family would hesitate to offend a disciple of boundless potential for his sake. No, this injury is all Chen En's fault. If that old curmudgeon had intervened, I certainly would not have been hurt. A surge of anger welled up within Tang Yuan as he transferred all his resentment onto Chen En, who had the power to stop things but merely stood there in astonishment. A sneeze escaped him. That beauty must be thinking of me, Chen En mused with satisfaction. Standing on the deck of the flying vessel, Lin Fan felt the subtle changes in the external spiritual energy. As the vessel entered the domain of the Xiantian sect, he could distinctly sense that even the air was infused with a richer concentration of spiritual energy than outside. The vessel gradually descended upon the disciple square of the Xiantian sect's outer gate. The enormous flying vessel cast a shadow over the square, standing tall like a small mountain. Several peak masters sensed the arrival of the vessel, their gazes piercing through the void, locking onto it. At that moment, a powerful aura surged from afar, resembling a sharp sword slicing through the sky. Ha! My obedient disciple, I have arrived, proclaimed the voice of the Sword Peak Master, echoing across the outer gate square. Obedient disciple, this is not good, the Peak Masters spoke in unison, instantly realizing the Sword Peak Master's intent, and hurriedly flew towards the direction of the vessel. Isn't that the voice of the Sword Peak Master? Obedient disciple, aren't they all outer gate disciples? Has someone caught his eye? It seems a genius has arrived on the vessel, one that even the Peak Masters find compelling. Tsk, even the 7th princess from the Dian dynasty who arrived a few days ago was not treated this way by the Peak Masters. The talent of this newcomer is surely extraordinary. The outer gate disciples were astounded and curious, their gazes fixed upon the vessel, eager to catch a glimpse of the new disciple favored by the Sword Peak Master. Another loud crash resonated through the sky as several powerful auras descended, contrasting sharply with that of the Sword Peak Master. What do you mean by your obedient disciple? That belongs to me. A cool voice interjected, carrying an undeniable authority. Look, all 6 Peak Masters have arrived. The Master of the Zuan Peak has come too. It seems we have gained another beautiful senior sister. The Master of Yun Peak is so stunning. The gathering of the 6 Peak Masters to recruit disciples created an overwhelming impact on the onlookers. Who is Lin Fan? The voice of the Sword Peak Master resounded again. It is I, Lin Fan replied calmly, stepping forward. There was no hint of emotion in his gaze, as if the entire contest bore no relevance to him. Oh, why is it a male? Does Zuan Peak not only accept female disciples? However, this young man is quite handsome indeed. He is as striking as Chen En described. No, even more so, thought Yin Qingru, the master of Zuan Peak, as admiration flickered in her eyes. Master Li Jian of Xiansword Peak approached Lin Fan, his gaze sharp as a blade, scrutinizing him with his spiritual sense. Quite impressive, with such good looks, he ought to wield a sword. His cultivation is at the 9th level of Qi, and his talent. Suddenly, Li Jian's voice faltered, his expression shifting dramatically as if he sensed something unfathomable. Who did this? Li Jian's thunderous voice roared through the square, causing some disciples to tremble in fear. The other Peak Masters listened to Li Jian's outburst, utilizing their spiritual senses to investigate Lin Fan. Who on earth did this? The Peak Masters shouted in unison. Some less experienced disciples were directly knocked to the ground, and Tang Yuan found himself sprawled on the floor of the vessel, wondering if it had anything to do with him. Such a promising talent, and yet his foundation has been ruined. Who did this? Li Jian bellowed at Lin Fan. This was due to an unexpected mishap during my breakthrough to a higher realm a month ago, Lin Fan awkwardly explained. The 6 Peak Masters fell silent. They had initially assumed that a genius like Lin Fan had been sabotaged by a rival faction or out of jealousy, but it turned out he had caused his own downfall. An unexpected mishap during a breakthrough to a higher realm, the 6 Peak Masters pondered. What technique did you use a month ago? Inquired Wan Moxuan, the master of the Xuanfa Peak. A high-grade yellow level technique, Lin Fan replied candidly. Just a high-grade yellow level. Wan Moxuan expressed surprise. Indeed, does Xianyang City have any True Essence Realm practitioners? Are there any higher-grade techniques available? There should be none in the True Essence Realm, but as for higher-grade techniques, would a low-grade Earth-level technique qualify? Lin Fan contemplated. That should suffice. It seems your qualifications and talents exceed my expectations. To cultivate a yellow-level technique in such a remote place, and to reach the 9th level of Qi by the age of 16, no. It should be said that you have reached the True Essence Realm, Wan Moxuan marveled. What do you think, Brother Wan? The other Peak Masters turned their attention to Wan Moxuan, aware that he possessed unique insights regarding techniques. He likely has no experience with breaking through from Qi realm to True Essence realm. The transition requires converting the spiritual energy within the Qi into True Essence, but the yellow level technique lacks any records or experience in this regard. Thus, when an unexpected mishap occurred during the breakthrough to True Essence realm,
it resulted in a failure that damaged his foundation, Wan Moshwan analyzed and explained. As they listened to Wan Moshwan's explanation, the other peak masters nodded in agreement. Even the elder Wu, who resided within Lin Fan's jade pendant, found some reason in it. However, Wu could not help but feel that Lin Fan, having initially appeared to be at the condensation realm, should not have recovered so quickly even after a failed breakthrough to the true essence realm. Lin Fan paused, internally scoffing at how reasonable that sounded. He nearly believed it himself. Subsequently, the peak masters turned to Dan He, the master of the Xiandan peak. Brother Dan, do you have any pills to restore his foundation? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes brightened. He had been concerned about the pill he was concocting to restore Lin Fan's foundation, but this unexpected turn of events offered a potential solution. No problem, but he must become my disciple. Dan He stroked his long white beard, stating, "Oh, you old alchemist, how dare you use that to coerce my disciple?" Wan Moshwan retorted angrily at Dan He. What do you mean by yours? That belongs to me. Yun Qingrou's voice was cool. A master of Yun Peak, does Zhuan Peak not only accept female disciples? Why are you trying to recruit a male? Moreover, didn't Lu Yanran just join your Zhuan Peak? Allow me to handle this. You were clearly unable to manage it. Li Jian interjected kindly. The situation reached an impasse as the 6 peak masters were unwilling to yield, each vying to take Lin Fan under their wing. The disciples in the square were utterly captivated. They had never witnessed such fierce competition among the 6 peak masters. At that moment, a figure even more stunning than Yun Qingrou emerged from the void. Sect Master, what brings you here? Chapter 31 of the Eternal Sustenance Technique, the Celestial Sword-Styled Master, what brings you here? The 6 peak masters gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before them as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Her unparalleled grace rendered those around her utterly speechless, including Lin Fan, who was soon able to regain his composure, as was Lin Yan. This piqued the curiosity of the sect leader, Meng Yuqing, who cast a curious glance at Lin Yan before shifting her gaze to Lin Fan, who quickly restored his normal demeanor under her scrutiny. Indeed, quite impressive, Meng Yuqing remarked, her voice laced with a hint of admiration. Could it be that the sect leader wishes to take him as a disciple? Li Jian ventured tentatively. Meng Yuqing smiled faintly, her voice akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a lake's surface. There is some inclination, but that is of little consequence at present. She turned her attention to Dan He, the master of Dan Peak. When will you be able to concoct a heavenly origin rebuilding pill to restore his foundation? Approximately a month, I suppose, as we are short of several key ingredients, Dan He replied, stroking his long white beard, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Meng Yuqing nodded, her gaze sweeping across the 6 peak masters before ultimately resting on Lin Fan. Let us proceed with gathering the necessary medicinal materials. We must expeditiously restore Lin Fan's foundation, and then he may choose his path. For now, his status shall remain that of an outer disciple, but he will be afforded the treatment of an inner disciple. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 6 peak masters were suffused with complex expressions. They exchanged glances, seemingly engaging in a silent communication. Ultimately, they appeared to reach a consensus, nodding in agreement. Thank you, sect leader, Lin Fan said respectfully, his voice imbued with gratitude. Meng Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement. Do you have any particular preferences regarding your accommodations? I prefer tranquil surroundings, Lin Fan replied calmly. My sword peak has very few inhabitants, making it quite serene, Li Jian interjected hastily. Meng Yuqing smiled gently, her gaze traversing the 6 peak masters before settling once more on Lin Fan. In that case, Lin Fan, you shall temporarily reside at Sword Peak. Li Peak Master, you must take good care of him. Yes, sect leader, Li Jian replied respectfully, a satisfied smile gracing his face. With that, Meng Yuqing departed from the void. Li Jian joyfully escorted Lin Fan and Xiaoyi away. I never expected the sect leader to personally visit, it's my first time seeing her in my 3 years at Xiantian sect, one remarked. The sect leader is so beautiful, I had never heard of her before, but Lin Fan's talent is truly remarkable, another added. Indeed, even the sect leader wishes to take him as a disciple. How enviable. The others looked on with expressions of admiration as Lin Fan departed, while Tong Yuan, drenched in sweat, reflected on whether he had inadvertently offended Lin Fan in any way. Lin Fan and Xiaoyi stood beneath Sword Peak, gazing up at the towering mountain that pierced the heavens. The peak resembled a sharp sword, aimed directly at the firmament. Li Jian regarded Lin Fan with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He understood that the tranquility of Sword Peak offered immense benefits to disciples practicing the sword path. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Come, I shall lead you to your quarters." Upon arrival, Li Jian halted and pointed to a courtyard ahead. Here we are. The courtyard was nestled on a flat expanse of the mountain, surrounded by pine and cypress trees, with a crystal-clear stream flowing beside it, its gentle babbling adding a touch of vitality to the serene locale.
This shall be your residence. Are you satisfied?
Li Jian inquired. Lin Fan nodded, a contented smile gracing his face.
Very much so, thank you, Peak Master.
Li Jian retrieved a storage ring from his robes and handed it to Lin Fan.
This storage ring is entrusted to you.
It contains resources befitting an inner disciple. I advise you to spend time in the scripture pavilion studying the fundamentals of the cultivation world.
Thank you, Peak Master.
Lin Fan glanced at the resources within the storage ring and bowed respectfully. Li Jian smiled slightly, patting Lin Fan's shoulder. Very well, I shall discuss your medicinal needs with the other Peak Masters. With that, he vanished in a flash of sword light. Lin Fan examined the 2 sets of sect rules prepared within the storage ring and took one out, handing his previous storage bag to Xiaohe.
This storage bag is for you.
It contains cultivation methods and resources. You can try practicing with them. Also, familiarize yourself with these rules. I will be stepping out for a bit. Xiaohe accepted the storage bag, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before being replaced by gratitude. She understood Lin Fan's trust and expectations of her. Nodding gently, she smiled and replied, Very well, young master, Xiaohe shall not disappoint you. Lin Fan ruffled Xiaohe's hair before stepping out of the courtyard.
This should be the scripture pavilion.
It is quite challenging to locate, he remarked. Greetings, I am a newly admitted disciple, Lin Fan announced, producing the token from his storage ring. The elder guarding the pavilion lifted his head, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes as he appraised Lin Fan, a playful smile creeping onto his face.
You are the disciple whom even the sect leader wishes to take under her wing today? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback.
He had not anticipated that the day's events would spread so quickly. He nodded, not denying it.
If there is no other, then it must be me.
A look of appreciation flickered in the elder's eyes as he waved his hand, signaling Lin Fan to enter. Your foundation is indeed commendable. Go ahead, you may browse the 1st and 2nd levels freely, but you may select only one technique from the 3rd level. Lin Fan stepped into the scripture pavilion, searching for useful texts before making his way to the 3rd level. The Eternal Sustenance Technique, a top-tier Earth-level skill, when perfected, yields several times the vitality of others at the same level, with a similarly enhanced recovery rate.
However, its cultivation is exceedingly challenging.
Lin Fan's eyes brightened. This was an excellent choice, capable of serving as nourishment for his foundation. He took the jade slip, dispelled the restrictions with his token, and exited. Are you certain this is your choice? The elder inquired, frowning at the Eternal Sustenance jade slip.
Lin Fan gazed steadily at the elder, his eyes devoid of hesitation. Indeed.
The elder scrutinized Lin Fan intently. It seems you possess great confidence in this technique. Remember to return in a month, he said, his voice tinged with anticipation. He had encountered many impetuous disciples, yet few exhibited the calm demeanor displayed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not elaborate further. He accepted the jade slip, pressed it to his forehead, and shortly thereafter summoned the system in his mind.
Technique.
Foundation Technique, Tianxin Ju, not yet initiated. Eternal Sustenance Technique, not yet initiated. Lin Fan placed the jade slip in the elder's hand.
Elder, what are you doing? The elder questioned, puzzled. I have already memorized it.
There is no need for further assistance, Lin Fan replied calmly. The elder fell silent, studying Lin Fan with keen interest.
In my hundreds of years here, this is the first time I have encountered a disciple like you.
He then produced another jade slip from his storage ring.
You do not strike me as one who boasts.
This jade slip contains martial techniques I stumbled upon. How much you comprehend depends on your own ability. He placed it in Lin Fan's hands. Now it was Lin Fan's turn to be rendered speechless. Observing this exchange, he internally mused that perhaps the narrative was akin to a novel, where one encounters a mentor in the scripture pavilion, a true stroke of fortune. Without further delay, he took the jade slip, pressed it to his forehead, and a moment later summoned the system in his mind.
Martial technique.
Celestial sword style, not yet initiated, heavenly tier, supreme quality. He then handed the jade slip back to the elder.
Elder? The elder's face flushed with indignation, ready to erupt.
This should be a sword style, presumably at the heavenly level, and an exceptionally formidable one at that. However, I have never encountered anything of heavenly grade. I merely compared it to the Eternal Sustenance and found this sword style to be considerably more profound, Lin Fan explained calmly, glancing at the information displayed. The elder, Yan Sungtian, burst into hearty laughter.
Ha, it seems that Xintian sect has acquired a true prodigy this time. Isn't it better to be a prodigious talent than a mere monster?
Lin Fan retorted. Should you encounter matters that the Peak Masters or sect leader cannot resolve, feel free to seek me out.
I am Yen Sungtian. Chapter 32 The Sword Tomb of the True Essence Realm. Lin Fan returned to the Sword Peak courtyard with an expression of bemusement. Although it was indeed a fortuitous event to have acquired a heavenly tier martial technique without any cost, he lamented the lack of points. He thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Subsequently, he procured a chair, placed it in the courtyard, and reclined upon it, holding a thick compendium of fundamental knowledge about the cultivation world. He began to read intently, absorbing information ranging from the distribution of various cultivation resources, the territorial influence of major sects, to the advantages and disadvantages of different cultivation methods. The following day, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the passage of time, entirely engrossed in the world of the book. As the sun gradually ascended, the first rays of light filtered through the crevices of the mountains and illuminated Lin Fan's face, prompting him to realize just how long he had been reading. He closed the book, astonished at the duration he had spent in such pursuit. Have I truly been reading for so long? He mused, a hint of surprise lacing his voice. Rising from his seat, he stretched his somewhat stiff body and silently invoked the system. Host, Lin Fan Realm 9th level of Qi Si Technique Foundation Law Heavenly Heart Formula, not yet initiated. Perpetual Vitality Technique, not yet initiated. Martial Skill Unity Sword Celestial Sword Style, not yet initiated. Special bonus 10 Sword Intent Fusion Creation Method Points. 6 System of Foundation Law Enhancement. After 6 years of diligent practice day and night, you have successfully broken through from the 9th level of Qi Si to the 1st level of True Essence. Points 0 Within Lin Fan's body, the Qi Si resembled an immense vortex, voraciously drawing in the surrounding essence and transforming it into his own power. His physique felt akin to a bottomless pit, greedily consuming the essence around him. This essence whirled and merged within the Qi Si, ultimately condensing into brilliant droplets of True Essence. As time wore on, the True Essence within Lin Fan grew increasingly dense, and his body trembled suddenly as a formidable force erupted from within. The essence in his Qi Si spiraled chaotically, finally converting entirely into True Essence. In that moment, he sensed that his strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Is this the True Essence realm? It feels as though I could effortlessly dispatch a mere True Essence 3rd level opponent with a single strike. Lin Fan reflected on his comparative strength against Tong Yuan, a surge of unprecedented confidence swelling within him. Not long after, Master Li arrived at Lin Fan's courtyard. Lin Fan, are you considering attending the newcomer tournament in 3 days? And what about next month's Outer Sect tournament? Before Li Jian could finish his sentence, his gaze fell upon Lin Fan, his expression shifting dramatically as if sensing something extraordinary. You've broken through to the True Essence realm. Li Jian exclaimed, disbelief evident in his tone. I visited the scripture pavilion yesterday, selected a top-tier earthly technique, and gleaned some insights on breaking through to the True Essence realm from the Qi Si realm. It was a minor epiphany, and thus I have broken through, Lin Fan replied calmly, as though all of this were perfectly natural. Li Jian opened his mouth, yet was at a loss for words. He was aware of Lin Fan's exceptional talent, but such a breakthrough should have been impossible given his previously damaged foundation. How could this be reasonable? In truth, Lin Fan himself found the situation somewhat implausible, but he had no intention of waiting for a restorative elixir to mend his foundation before making his advance. That would only waste his precious points. After all, he was the unparalleled prodigy Lin Fan. Even with a flawed foundation, a breakthrough to a major realm was inconsequential. Alas, if only our Xiantian sect had encountered you sooner, Li Jian sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. His tone then shifted to one of indignation as he added, the elder who passed through Xianyang City last time was utterly useless. How could he not have recognized you when he clearly discerned Lu Yanran? As for the elder passing through, I shall not attend the newcomer tournament. With Lin Yan present, the outcome is as good as predetermined. Lin Fan remarked with an unusual expression. Li Jian mirrored his expression, perplexed. Logically, new disciples without True Essence realm cultivation were generally considered outer sect disciples. Yet, Lin Fan was a peculiar anomaly, capable of defeating True Essence 3rd level opponents at the 9th level of Qi Si. Now that he had broken through, participating in the outer sect tournament would be akin to bullying others. Ahem, you should attend this outer sect tournament and the inner sect tournament to broaden your horizons, Li Jian suggested awkwardly. The inner sect tournament? A flicker of interest danced in Lin Fan's eyes. The inner sect tournament is a contest for those in the True Essence realm, held 3 days after the outer sect tournament. If you wish to participate, you may do so in the next session, or you may choose not to, Li Jian explained. What rewards await for the first place in the inner sect tournament? Lin Fan inquired curiously. The first place receives 10,000 mid-tier essence stones, a choice of any earthly tier weapon, 3 earthly tier techniques of your selection, and the status of a true disciple, with the freedom to choose among the 6 major peaks, Li Jian detailed.
Such rewards are indeed tempting. Lin Fan, having perused the compendium of fundamental knowledge about the cultivation world, was no longer a novice. He understood that essence stones were categorized into supreme, high, mid, and low grades, with a ratio of 1 to 1,000. 10,000 mid-tier essence stones equated to 10 million low-tier essence stones, and he already possessed around 50,000 mid-tier essence stones in his storage ring. Earthly tier weapons could be wielded even at the Xiandan realm, and the techniques were self-evident in their value.
Do you currently require anything? Li Jian asked, concern flickering in his gaze.
I need a weapon. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, glancing at his current weapon, the flowing light sword. He recognized that this sword was no longer sufficient to match his burgeoning strength. Although the flowing light sword was sharp, it was merely of low-grade Xian tier, and during battles in the true essence realm, it had begun to falter. Li Jian nodded at Lin Fan's sword, retrieving a blade from his storage ring and presenting it to him. This sword is called Xianyu, of mid-tier earthly grade. It should suffice for your present needs, Li Jian stated, observing Lin Fan intently. Lin Fan accepted the Xianyu sword and swung it gently, the blade's light flowing like water, carving elegant arcs in the air. Once you elevate your sword intent further, you may attempt to procure a superior sword from the sword tomb, Li Jian added, his eyes glimmering with anticipation.
Sword tomb?
A spark of curiosity ignited within Lin Fan. This was the first time he had encountered such a name. Li Jian nodded and began to elaborate. The Sword Tomb is a secret location within the Xian Sword Peak, where countless swords wielded by formidable sect experts of bygone eras lie buried. Each sword embodies the sword intent of its former master, and only those who are true swordsmanship geniuses can gain their recognition and claim a sword that truly belongs to them.
A wave of intrigue washed over Lin Fan.
I will certainly visit, he affirmed calmly. Very well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Li Jian concluded, turning to exit the courtyard.
As Lin Fan watched Master Li depart, he silently invoked the system, pondering, how many points are required for the 5 supreme grade Xian tier sword techniques? 17 points. Chapter 33 of the Apology of Ting Yuan to Wu Yanfeng is at 5 p.m.? Lin Fan pondered.
Young master, there are visitors, came the voice of Xiao He from outside, interrupting Lin Fan's contemplation.
Lin Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, who are the visitors?
It is Ting Yuan and his elder brother, replied Xiao He hesitantly. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan was not unfamiliar with the name Ting Yuan.
Just a few days prior, he had decisively defeated Ting Yuan, who was at the 3rd level of Jin Yuan, in the plaza of Xianyang City.
Are they here for revenge? It shouldn't be, right? Let them in, Lin Fan finally spoke, curious to discover the true purpose of Ting Yuan and his brother's visit. Young Master Lin, I apologize for this unexpected intrusion today. I hope you can forgive us. Ting Yuan's elder brother, Tang Lai, began, his tone laced with sincerity. Tang Lai glanced at Ting Yuan, who appeared anxious, and immediately stepped forward, kneeling and saying, Young Master Lin, I come to apologize for the misunderstanding that occurred in the plaza of Xianyang City. I, Ting Yuan, acted impulsively and doubted you, offending you. I implore you to overlook my folly and show mercy. So, they have come to apologize, yet, this makes me seem like the villain, Lin Fan inwardly scoffed as he observed the fearful Ting Yuan.
Ting Yuan, let bygones be bygones.
I, Lin Fan, am not one to hold grudges over trivial matters. His voice remained calm and composed. Seeing Lin Fan's magnanimity, Tang Lai felt a surge of respect. He understood that despite Lin Fan's youth, his combat prowess was unfathomable. Even the sect leader held him in high esteem, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. Young Master Lin, your generosity is greatly appreciated, Tang Lai said earnestly, then produced a storage ring, presenting it to Lin Fan.
This is but a small token of our appreciation. I hope you will graciously accept it.
Lin Fan gazed at the storage ring offered by Tang Lai, smiling slightly. He recognized that this was not merely a gift but a gesture from the Tang family to establish goodwill. He did not accept the ring immediately but instead replied slowly, I acknowledge your sincerity. However, I have never been one to exert power over others, nor will I harbor resentment over such a minor issue. Please, take this gift back. Tang Lai's face displayed a hint of awkwardness, yet it was overshadowed by admiration for Lin Fan. He hadn't anticipated Lin Fan's strength would be matched by such a broad-minded disposition. Ting Yuan, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Lin Fan might hold a grudge due to their prior conflict, but it seemed Lin Fan was unconcerned.
Young Master Lin, we of the Tang family will remember this day.
Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Tang Lai stated sincerely. Lin Fan nodded in acceptance of Tang Lai's goodwill. He understood that in this world, having one more friend is far better than having one more enemy. Although he did not need the Tang family's help, such a declaration would undoubtedly foster more harmonious relationships within the sect. Then we shall not impose further, young Master Lin. Farewell. Tang Lianting Yuan bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Afterward, Lin Fan remained in his chamber, continuing to peruse the fundamentals of the cultivation realm. Not long after, young master, there are more visitors, Xiao He announced from outside, interrupting Lin Fan's reading.
Lin Fan frowned slightly. What is going on today? Why are there so many visitors?
He placed the fundamentals of the cultivation realm into the storage ring and walked out into the courtyard.
And you are?
Lin Fan assessed the woman before him, whose beauty rivaled that of Lu Yanran. Her hair was a soft shade of red, reminiscent of the last rays of sunlight at dusk, and her features were exquisite yet stern, exuding an undeniable authority that made it difficult to gaze directly at her.
Are you Lin Fan? The woman scrutinized Lin Fan, her voice carrying an air of undeniable command. Indeed, that is I. May I inquire what brings you here, miss?
Lin Fan's demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, his tone calm. He recognized that this woman was extraordinary, yet her authoritative presence did not instill fear within him. The woman's gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a moment, as if assessing his strength. She spoke slowly, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. I am Wu Yanfeng, the 7th princess of the Dian dynasty. I have come today to see what makes the disciple coveted by the Six-Peak Master so exceptional, and to discover where I, Wu Yanfeng, may fall short. Lin Fan smiled slightly, sensing the challenge embedded in Wu Yanfeng's words, yet he had no intention of confronting her. He understood that true strength does not come from intimidation but from the virtue of martial conduct. Shaking his head, Lin Fan softly replied, the true genius is something you may not comprehend. Wu Yanfeng raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Lin Fan's response, which only fueled her competitive spirit.
Do you dare accept my challenge? Fear not, I will suppress my cultivation to your level.
Lin Fan regarded the woman before him, internally calling upon the system for insight.
What are the odds between me and her?
2:8, 2:8, I didn't expect her to possess some skill, Lin Fan mused. He looked up at the sky, the evening glow reflecting off his calm visage. If anyone can challenge me, Lin Fan, then my worth is surely diminished. Wu Yanfeng's brow furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated Lin Fan's response.
What do you mean by that?
Lin Fan turned to meet Wu Yanfeng's gaze, his expression devoid of fear, imbued instead with profound wisdom. It is about establishing a proper foundation. Wu Yanfeng fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Very well. If I, Wu Yanfeng, lose, I shall give you 10,000 mid-grade essence stones. Should you lose, you need not pay anything. I merely wish to prove that I am not inferior to others. Lin Fan smiled calmly. Then let us meet in 5 days at the competition platform of Xintian sect. Also, I do not require a match where you suppress your cultivation, that would merely lead others to believe I, Lin Fan, bully the weak.
Wu Yanfeng frowned slightly. Why must it be in 5 days? Can't we do it now?
I need to review the fundamentals of the cultivation realm. In 5 days, I shall have studied sufficiently to engage in the match, Lin Fan replied, slowly retrieving the thick volume from his storage ring. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yanfeng felt somewhat embarrassed. Her challenge was directed at someone still engrossed in the fundamentals of the cultivation realm, a novice in the world of cultivation. As the 7th princess of the Dian dynasty, her pride was at stake. However, the challenge had been set, and she could not back down. Worst case, she would win against Lin Fan and then give him the 10,000 mid-grade essence stones. Yes, that shall suffice, Wu Yanfeng declared, turning to leave. After Wu Yanfeng departed, Lin Fan returned to his chamber, resuming his study of the fundamentals of the cultivation realm. Chapter 34 of the Sword. Intent of the Earth Sword. 3 forms achieved perfection 5 days later. During these 5 days, apart from the occasional visitors paying their respects to Lin Fan, he enjoyed a remarkably leisurely life. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would visit the scripture pavilion to peruse various texts. Occasionally, he would also offer guidance to Xiao He in her cultivation. Observing her progress brought a sense of comfort to Lin Fan's heart. Although Xiao He's innate talent was not particularly outstanding, her diligence was something Lin Fan deeply admired. In this span of 5 days, under Lin Fan's tutelage and with ample medicinal assistance, Xiao He successfully broke through to the first level of body refinement, marking an enormous leap for her. By the way, 2 days prior, Lin Yan's performance at the freshman conference astonished everyone. With a single punch, he easily defeated an opponent at the 9th level of Qi Si, claiming the top spot and attracting the attention of both inner and outer sect elders. However, Lin Yan turned down all offers, fixated solely on his cultivation and the pursuit of greater strength. Host, Lin Fan Realm. First level of True Essence Cultivation Method. Fundamental Method. Heavenly Heart Technique, not yet initiated. Eternal Life Technique, not yet initiated. Martial Skills. Unified Sword. Heavenly Sword Style, not yet initiated. 3 Kill Sword Technique, Beginner. Thunderfire Sword, Beginner. Xianling 3 Swords, Beginner. Xingfeng Sword Technique, Beginner, Phantom Sword Technique, Beginner, Special Bonus. 10 Sword Intent Fusion Creation Points. 20 Lin Fan sat on the floor of his room, gazing at the system panel. The system displayed 5 advanced sword techniques that he had accumulated points for. Year 4. With the benefit of one-on-one guidance from the old man, along with experience in various high-grade sword techniques, he successfully perfected the 3-kill sword technique. Year 7.5. Again, with one-on-one guidance from the old man and the experience of perfecting a supreme-grade sword technique, coupled with knowledge from high-grade sword techniques, he achieved perfection in Thunderfire Sword over 3.5 years. Year 11. And with the old man's guidance and mastery over 2 supreme-grade sword techniques, along with additional experience from high-grade techniques, he perfected the Shenling 3 swords in 3.5 years. Year 14. With the old man's guidance and mastery over 3 supreme-grade sword techniques, along with experience from high-grade techniques, he perfected the Qingfeng sword technique in 3 years. Year 17. With the old man's guidance and mastery over 4 supreme-grade sword techniques, along with experience from high-grade techniques, he perfected the Phantom sword technique in 3 years. After 17 years of arduous practice on 5 supreme-grade sword techniques, his cultivation saw some advancement, and he successfully comprehended 40 of the sword intent points. 3. As the experiences of 17 years of practice integrated into Lin Fan's mind, he felt confident that with this 40 sword intent, he could contend against Wu Yanfeng without fear of defeat. Lin Fan sensed the potency of the 40 sword intent. However, this alone was insufficient. He needed to fuse and create new techniques with the system's 6 sword techniques. Lin Fan silently contemplated. You have received a formidable comprehension bonus, and after several years of effort, you have successfully fused and created a brand new, most suitable earthly grade supreme sword technique. The sword intent has been comprehended to perfection. The martial skill has been personally named. As the years of creation experience gradually fused, Lin Fan's sword intent grew ever stronger, causing the Xianyu sword at his waist to tremble slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, and flashes of sword light danced within them. This enhancement in comprehension was truly remarkable. How wonderful it would be if it could continue like this. Lin Fan reminisced about the past few years with a sigh, subsequently naming his creation the Earth Sword 3 forms. Host, Lin Fan Realm. A first level of True Essence Cultivation Method. Fundamental Method. Heavenly Heart Technique, not yet initiated. Eternal Life Technique, not yet initiated. Martial Skills. Earth Sword 3 forms, perfected. Heavenly Sword Style, not yet initiated. Special Bonus. Perfected Sword Intent Fusion Creation Points 0. Now, facing Wu Yanfeng should present him with no pressure whatsoever. Lin Fan mused, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. System, who is stronger between me and Lin Yan compared to Wu Lao? The latter. In a way, is the child of destiny and the old man. That absurd. Here I am with perfected sword intent and a perfected earthly grade supreme sword technique, and I can't even win? Lin Fan lamented, slightly disheartened. After tidying his attire, he exited the courtyard and made his way to the martial arena of the Xiantian sect. At the martial arena of the Xiantian sect, Wu Yanfeng's presence was particularly striking. Her arrival undoubtedly sparked whispers among the crowd. As the 7th princess of the Great Yan dynasty, her noble status and formidable talent commanded respect. At this moment, she stood on the martial stage, her brow furrowed, clearly displaying impatience. So slow, what on earth is Lin Fan doing? Wu Yanfeng complained, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing her tone. She had been waiting there for half an hour, and Lin Fan had yet to arrive. Isn't that the 7th princess of the Great Yan dynasty? Why is she at the martial stage? It seems she is waiting for someone at the martial stage. Could it be for a sparring match? The surrounding discussions gradually reached Wu Yanfeng's ears, further aggravating her mood. Lin Fan's figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the martial stage, and her gaze fixed on him, a flicker of discontent crossing her expression. You finally made it. Wu Yanfeng remarked upon seeing Lin Fan, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Apologies, I didn't anticipate you would arrive so early. Lin Fan sincerely apologized, surprised by Wu Yanfeng's early appearance and lack of prior notice. So that is Lin Fan, whose talent is so exceptional that even the peak masters wish to take him as a disciple. He does appear quite handsome. Isn't he at the 9th level of Qi? How is he now going to battle a genius at the 4th level of True Essence? You wouldn't understand. Previously, Lin Fan, at the 9th level of Qi, defeated an ordinary True Essence 3rd level opponent with a single sword strike. Now that he has broken through to the True Essence realm, he can indeed compare himself to a 4th level opponent. What? He has broken through to the True Essence realm? The peak master said his foundation was ruined. How could he have broken through in such a short time? Perhaps the peak masters gave him some valuable items that facilitated his breakthrough. It's truly enviable. Listening to these discussions, Lin Fan remained unfazed. Since you have arrived, let us begin, or allow me to see what extraordinary qualities you possess that have attracted the attention of the 6 peak masters, Wu Yanfeng stated, her voice now devoid of earlier dissatisfaction, replaced instead by excitement for battle. Lin Fan nodded and responded nonchalantly, as you wish. Chapter 35 of the defeat of Wu Yanfeng. Li Jian, astonished, responded, as you wish. As their conversation drew to a close, a palpable tension enveloped the arena, the crowd falling into an anticipatory silence, all eyes fixed on the highly anticipated duel. The two combatants' auras intertwined upon the stage, an invisible pressure pervading the air. Lin Fan unsheathed his sword, Xianyu, slightly unfurling its formidable presence. Wu Yanfeng sensed Lin Fan's overwhelming sword intent, a flicker of unease crossing her mind. She realized that the sword momentum Lin Fan exhibited far exceeded her expectations, compelling her to summon her utmost strength. Subsequently, she retrieved a powerful sword from her storage ring, its blade of vivid crimson, as though enveloped in flames, radiating a searing heat.
This is my Flame Phoenix sword.
To be candid, I had hoped to avoid its use. Wu Yanfeng caressed the Flame Phoenix sword, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She had not anticipated that merely 2 days after seeking her father for the Flame Phoenix sword in preparation for the intersect competition, she would be compelled to wield it today. Lin Fan smiled faintly, his gaze devoid of fear, his voice calm. Possessing a fine weapon is but a reflection of one's strength. There is no need for the seventh princess to be modest. Wu Yanfeng nodded, appreciating Lin Fan's demeanor. She inhaled deeply, her internal true essence surging violently, the flames on the Flame Phoenix sword intensifying, igniting the very air around them.
Phoenix Dance of Flames!
Wu Yanfeng exclaimed, her body transforming into a streak of red lightning, hurtling toward Lin Fan. The flames and sword intent surged, conjuring numerous fiery phoenixes that spiraled around her, emanating a majestic aura. Lin Fan inwardly scoffed, it appears rather ostentatious. He then unleashed a fierce sword momentum from his long sword, an overwhelming force akin to a radiant sun piercing the heavens, culminating in a dreadfully powerful sword strike. Earth Sword Style. This singular strike was straightforward and unembellished, yet it encapsulated Lin Fan's profound understanding of the sword path and formidable sword intent. The collision of sword energy and fiery phoenixes produced a deafening roar. Wu Yanfeng's fiery phoenixes disintegrated upon contact with Lin Fan's sword energy, disbelief etched across her features. She had not anticipated Lin Fan's strength to be so formidable. Ultimately, the powerful sword energy struck the Flame Phoenix sword, sending Wu Yanfeng flying off the arena, landing gracefully below. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that this sword must be of heavenly grade. Otherwise, his Earth Sword style, augmented by 50% sword intent, should not merely have resulted in her being knocked back. I have been defeated by someone of lower cultivation, wielding the Flame Phoenix sword, and yet I succumbed to a single strike, Wu Yanfeng muttered, somewhat dazed.
Lin Fan actually triumphed. And it was merely with one sword. I feel that the exchange between them just now was beyond what an average True Essence 5th Realm cultivator could achieve. Astonishing. No wonder both the Peak Master and Sect Master are vying for him as a disciple. He will likely enter the ranks of the prodigies within a year. Alas, this competition must have dealt a significant blow to Wu Yanfeng, to be bested by someone of lesser cultivation, whose weapon was inferior, and yet to lose in a single strike. The surrounding crowd was astounded, struggling to fathom the event, while simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for Wu Yanfeng. However, she was not as fragile as they presumed. She quickly gathered herself. Rising to her feet, she fixed a resolute gaze on Lin Fan. I concede, as agreed, here are the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. You will participate in the intersect competition, correct? After speaking, she tossed a storage pouch to Lin Fan. Lin Fan caught the pouch, pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I shall officially defeat you in the intersect competition. Wu Yanfeng turned to leave the arena, her silhouette appearing somewhat solitary, yet imbued with determination. Lin Fan descended from the duel platform, returning to his courtyard. Meanwhile, the witnesses of this contest disseminated the news far and wide, reiterating the fact that even the Peak Master and Sect Master coveted such a promising disciple. Lin Fan reclined on a chair in the courtyard, gradually closing his eyes and mentally summoned the system. System, did you not mention that my match with Wu Yanfeng would be a 28-72 split? Why do I feel it is more like a 0-100 today? Lin Fan silently contemplated. 5 days prior, Wu Yanfeng had just broken through to the True Essence 4th Realm and lacked the Flame Phoenix sword. Lin Fan nodded slightly, realizing he had overlooked a crucial fact: he was not the only one capable of progress. As the 7th princess of the Great Yin dynasty, Wu Yanfeng possessed ample resources and potential. This defeat might spur her to train even harder, yet, it was a pity that she encountered someone like Lin Fan, a peerless prodigy, destined to remain in his shadow. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Fan suddenly sensed another presence in the courtyard. He opened his eyes to find Peak Master Li standing before him. Peak Master Li, what brings you here? Lin Fan rose from his chair, regarding Li Jin. Li Jin appraised Lin Fan before speaking slowly. I heard that you defeated the 7th princess of the Great Yin dynasty with a single sword strike, so I came to see for myself. Lin Fan smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly, it was nothing of great significance. Li Jian's lips twitched, clearly unsettled by Lin Fan's casualness. Approaching Lin Fan, he fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Lin Fan, do you realize that your single strike not only vanquished Wu Yanfeng but also reverberated throughout the entire sect? Your prowess has surpassed our expectations. Lin Fan nodded, aware that his performance would attract the sect's attention, yet he understood this was merely the beginning. He met Li Jian's gaze with confidence. Peak Master Li, I intend to participate in the upcoming inner sect competition. Most participants in the inner competition are of the true essence 5th realm or higher. Are you certain you wish to compete? Li Jian's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized Lin Fan's strength but knew the inner sect competition was not suited for someone at the true essence 1st realm. Lin Fan's voice was calm and self-assured. Rest assured, Peak Master Li, I have faith in my abilities. Li Jian fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you further. By the way, when can we visit the Sword Tomb? Lin Fan recalled Wu Yanfeng's Flame Phoenix sword. He had begun to covet the fine swords within the Sword Tomb. Wait until your sword intent is fully realized before we go, Li Jian replied thoughtfully. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. Then let us go now. What do you mean by that? Li Jian asked, puzzled. My sword intent has already reached perfection in these past few days, Lin Fan declared, gradually unfurling his sword intent. Li Jian stood in the courtyard, gazing at Lin Fan with a complex expression. The news he had just heard was so astonishing that he found it hard to digest. Lin Fan, this young man, had managed to cultivate his sword intent to perfection in a mere few days, an unprecedented feat. Li Jian, sensing Lin Fan's sword intent, looked as if he had seen a ghost. How did you achieve this? I spent my days perusing sword techniques in the scripture pavilion, and with the assistance of Elder Yan, the guardian elder, I successfully comprehended the essence of perfection, Lin Fan explained calmly, as if recounting the most mundane of events. Li Jian muttered to himself, astonished that Elder Yan held Lin Fan in such high regard, bestowing upon him heavenly sword techniques. He contemplated that Lin Fan had likely harnessed Elder Yan's guidance along with his own innate talent to achieve this remarkable understanding of sword intent. Peak Master Li, may we proceed to the Sword Tomb? Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Not yet. To squander such a remarkable talent now would be a disservice. Wait until you comprehend sword intent. The higher your understanding, the better. Li Jian's words were resolute and left no room for argument. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a firm refusal. He queried, puzzled, Peak Master Li, why is that? Because I wish for you to retrieve the spirit sword. Chapter 36, The Reputation of Lin Fan. This is because I wish for you to retrieve the spirit sword. The spirit sword. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that the sword tomb housed such a blade. Li Jian nodded affirmatively. Shall I acquire a heavenly tier sword for now, and once my sword intent has ascended, I can then procure the spirit sword? Lin Fan pondered. Li Jian sighed and spoke slowly. Lin Fan, each spirit sword within the sword tomb possesses a unique sentience and is quite extraordinary. If you frequently visit the sword tomb to claim swords, the spirit swords may perceive you as fickle, believing you will abandon them for blades of superior caliber. Lin Fan was astonished to learn of the distinctive personalities of the spirit swords within the sword tomb, inwardly commenting on their seemingly pure-hearted nature. Master Li, are there many spirit swords in the sword tomb? He inquired with curiosity. I do not know, came Li Jian's response, causing Lin Fan to pause in surprise. You do not know? Lin Fan gazed at Li Jian in confusion. Li Jian looked back at Lin Fan, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. The sword tomb is one of the sect's forbidden areas, and I am not entirely aware of the conditions deep within. Initially, I managed to communicate with 2 spirit swords at the edge of the sword tomb, relying on a mere 20% of my sword intent. There should be several swords deeper within, but I cannot ascertain how many are spirit swords. The fact that even a figure of Master Li's caliber was unaware of the sword tomb's secrets made Lin Fan marvel at its hidden depths. He then reflected, indeed, with Lin Yan, the child of fortune, residing in this sect, it would be unscientific for there to be no secrets. With an elder guarding the pavilion and a sword tomb, things were becoming ever more intriguing. Li Jian regarded Lin Fan with a glimmer of admiration. He was aware of Lin Fan's talent and believed he would surely succeed. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, very well, let us discuss the sword tomb further once your sword intent has improved. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, I understand. I will strive to enhance my sword intent. Li Jian's gaze intensified as he looked at Lin Fan, suddenly declaring, Lin Fan, with your exceptional swordsmanship talent, come and become a disciple of my Shanjian Peak. Startled by this unexpected intensity, Lin Fan stepped back a pace. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, Master Li, I have no objection, but if the other peak masters and sect leaders discover your clandestine recruitment, might there be repercussions? Li Jian sighed and replied, I will discuss this with them. A talent such as yours deserves to remain at Xianjian Peak. With that, Li Jian turned and departed the courtyard. Lin Fan watched his retreating figure and continued to recline in his chair, resting his eyes. Meanwhile, at the outer disciples' quarters, in Lin Yan's chamber, he had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Qi Si. Thanks to the elixirs from Elder Wu, Lin Yan savored the sensation of his newfound cultivation. It was also due to the 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones that Lin Fan had generously gifted him, without which he could not have acquired the necessary elixirs and materials so swiftly. Elder Wu's voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Lin Yan felt a warmth in his heart as he recalled how, 2 days prior, after securing first place, Lin Fan had personally come to congratulate him with a gift of spirit stones. He understood that although Lin Fan was not his biological brother, his care and support surpassed that of even blood relations. After gathering the remaining spirit stones, he set out for the disciple market of the Xiantian sect to purchase additional cultivation resources. In the disciple market, a cacophony of voices filled the air, with various stalls displaying a plethora of goods as disciples bustled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lin Yan strolled through, scanning the stalls for the items he sought. Look over there, young lad, Elder Wu's voice resonated in Lin Yan's mind. Following Wu's guidance, Lin Yan's gaze fell upon a stall adorned with various spiritual herbs, one of which emitted a faint fragrance that invigorated him. This herb is called Neng Yuan grass. It will greatly aid your breakthrough to the true Yuan realm, Elder Wu explained. What is the price of this Neng Yuan grass? Lin Yan inquired of the stall owner. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the vendor answered. Lin Yan's brow furrowed slightly. This price exceeded his budget, yet, he recognized the herb's immense value for his cultivation. He reached into his storage pouch to retrieve the spirit stones, preparing to hand them to the vendor, when a cold voice interrupted him. Wait a moment. A true Yuan realm inner disciple approached, his gaze haughty as he scrutinized Lin Yan before turning to the vendor. I will take that Neng Yuan grass, he declared. Lin Yan's brow knitted tighter. He turned to face the inner disciple. Brother, I have already decided to purchase this Neng Yuan grass. The inner disciple scoffed, sizing Lin Yan up with disdain. You, an outer disciple, dare to contest with me? Lin Yan's expression hardened, but he understood that in the Xiantian sect, strength was paramount. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions. Brother, this Neng Yuan grass is of great importance to me, Lin Yan. I am willing to offer a higher price. Just you? The inner disciple looked at Lin Yan with derision, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Wait, what is your name? My name is Lin Yan replied evenly, without a trace of fear. Lin Fan's elder brother, are you? The inner disciple asked cautiously. Lin Yan paused, reflecting on his relationship with Lin Fan, her brother, cousin. Recalling Lin Fan's address of him as Big Brother Lin Yan, he finally stated with conviction, I am indeed his elder brother. Upon hearing this, the inner disciple broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this seemingly ordinary outer disciple was, in fact, the elder brother of Lin Fan. His demeanor shifted dramatically, his face glistening with sweat as he donned a sycophantic smile. Ah, I see you are Lin Fan's elder brother. My apologies for the offense. Let this Neng Yuan grass serve as my compensation for having inadvertently offended you, esteemed brother. With that, the inner disciple tossed a pouch containing 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones onto the vendor's table and handed the Neng Yuan grass to Lin Yan. Brother, I suddenly recalled an urgent matter at home, so I must take my leave. With that, the inner disciple hurriedly turned and left the market. Lin Yan, feeling the weight of the situation, glanced at Elder Wu. Elder, has Lin Fan accomplished something significant in these past 2 days? You are unaware, this morning, Lin Fan defeated the prodigy Wu Yanfeng of the Dian dynasty in a duel, and the news has spread far and wide, the vendor replied while gathering his pouch. Is that so? Lin Yan was aware of Lin Fan's formidable strength but had not anticipated such rapid progress. A surge of pride welled within him, accompanied by a sense of urgency. Lin Fan had advanced so far, he could not afford to lag behind. With the Neng Yuan grass secured in his storage pouch, Lin Yan turned and departed the market. He knew he needed to enter seclusion promptly and strive for a swift breakthrough to the true Yuan realm. Chapter 37. Joining the Xianjian Peak, the Hall of the Sect Master. Within the Grand Hall of the Sect Master, the esteemed Meng Yuqing sat regally in her seat of authority, her visage delicately veiled by a thin gauze, revealing only her profound and luminous eyes, which bore a hint of an elusive smile at the corners of her lips. The walls of the hall were adorned with an enormous landscape painting, where the mountains and waters appeared to emerge and dissolve within a shroud of mist, imparting an air of enigmatic allure. Li Jian, alongside several other peak masters, stood at the center of the hall, their gazes intently fixed upon Meng Yuqing. So you are suggesting that Lin Fan, with his innate talent and the assistance of Elder Yen, has attained the pinnacle of sword intent within these mere 5 days?
Meng Yuqing spoke in astonishment, her voice resonating through the vast hall like a crystalline spring echoing through the mountains.
Indeed, Sect Master.
Initially, I found it hard to believe, but upon experiencing Lin Fan's perfected sword intent, I came to realize that such formidable genius truly exists in this world, Li Jian replied, his tone tinged with reverence, his eyes shimmering with admiration for Lin Fan. Meng Yuqing fell silent for a moment, her fingers gently tapping against the armrest of her chair, producing a rhythmic sound.
This Lin Fan is indeed a prodigy of a millennium. Have we completed the background investigation?
Li Jian nodded, aware that this was a matter of significant importance to the sect master.
The investigation is thorough. Lin Fan hails from Xianyang City, and his background is entirely unblemished.
Furthermore, he has gained the endorsement of Elder Yen. At this juncture, Li Jian continued, Sect Master, if I may be so bold, Lin Fan's swordsmanship talent surpasses my own, and it is only fitting that he be mentored by our Xianjian peak. Meng Yuqing's gaze lingered on Li Jian for a moment. She understood that his prowess in swordsmanship was unparalleled within the sect, with Elder Yen being the sole exception. His assessment of Lin Fan indicated that the latter's potential was indeed extraordinary, and only he could adequately guide Lin Fan. The other peak masters exchanged glances, recognizing the validity of Li Jian's assertion. Lin Fan's exceptional talent in swordsmanship would be squandered if he did not join Xianjian Peak. However, a twinge of envy crept into their hearts, for who would not wish to possess such a gifted disciple? Meng Yuqing pondered for a moment, shifting her gaze towards the alchemy peak master, and then spoke slowly, Master of Alchemy, what materials are still required for Lin Fan's elixirs? Dan he hesitated slightly, replying, we are short 2 main ingredients.
I have news on both, but what? Meng Yuqing's voice remained calm.
One is to be auctioned at the Rich and Eternal Trading Company in half a month, while the other is at the Tsangqiang Sword Sect among the 5 great sects, Dan he said, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Meng Yuqing contemplated for a moment, formulating 2 letters, one to the Rich and Eternal Trading Company and the other to the Tsangqiang Sword Sect, proposing that our Xiantian sect is willing to trade at 3 times the equivalent value.
Dan he nodded, recognizing this as the best course of action.
Sect Master, your wisdom is unmatched. I shall attend to this immediately.
Meng Yuqing's gaze shifted back to Li Jian. Peak Master Li, I entrust Lin Fan's affairs to you. Li Jian solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Sect Master, I will diligently instruct Lin Fan, ensuring I do not disappoint the sect's expectations.
Although the other peak masters felt a pang of reluctance, they could not deny that this was the most prudent arrangement. They nodded in agreement, signifying their consent. After the meeting concluded, the peak masters departed the hall of the sect master, each attending to their respective sect duties. Meng Yuqing remained in the hall, her gaze once more drawn to the magnificent landscape painting, a glimmer of profound insight flashing in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the discussions in the hall of the sect master transpired without his knowledge. He was in his courtyard, meditating in tranquility, savoring the serenity around him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon his face. His breathing was steady and deep, as if he had become one with the surrounding nature. At that moment, Li Jian's figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. His footsteps were light, making no sound, yet Lin Fan sensed his arrival. Slowly, Lin Fan opened his eyes to find Li Jian standing before him. Lin Fan, the sect master has made a decision. You are to join our Xianjian Peak, and I shall personally guide you in your swordsmanship. Li Jian's voice was calm, yet it betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a swift decision from the sect master. He rose to his feet and faced Li Jian. Peak Master Li, I am willing to join Xianjian Peak. A smile graced Li Jian's face, knowing that Lin Fan's decision was the right one. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of Xianjian Peak. He paused and added, furthermore, there is no need for formal apprenticeship. Given your talent, it is likely that you will surpass me in a few short years. Lin Fan felt the trust Li Jian placed in him and nodded affirmatively. Peak Master Li, I will. Li Jian patted Lin Fan's shoulder, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. I know you will. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the other disciples of Xianjian Peak. Though our numbers are few, each is a genius in the art of swordsmanship. Lin Fan was also curious about the disciples of Xianjian Peak. Having been here nearly a week, apart from those who came seeking him, he had yet to meet any of the disciples. The following day, as the morning sun bathed Xianjian Peak in its golden glow, Li Jian brought Lin Fan to the hall of Xianjian Peak. Standing beside Li Jian, Lin Fan surveyed the hall, inwardly remarking, the number of disciples is indeed quite scarce. In the hall stood 5 men and 2 women, each holding their swords, some seated and others standing, each exuding a subtle aura of sword intent. Allow me to introduce everyone, Li Jian's voice echoed throughout the hall, his gaze sweeping over each disciple present. This is Lin Fan, whose talent in swordsmanship surpasses my own. From today onward, he will be a member of our Xianjian Peak. The crowd gasped in astonishment, some unable to believe such a claim. Li Jian nodded affirmatively, then continued, Lin Fan, this is Li Shen, our eldest senior brother, and my most outstanding disciple. Greetings, senior brother, Lin Fan said courteously. Li Shen, having come out of his shock, smiled slightly, appearing quite welcoming towards the newly arrived junior disciple. Junior brother Lin Fan, from now on, we are fellow disciples. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. His voice was warm and confident, instilling a sense of reliability. Alright, everyone, take a moment to introduce yourselves to our new junior brother, Li Jian encouraged, gesturing towards the other disciples. This is Ling Shui, our second senior sister, and this one is Li Jian continued to introduce the remaining disciples, while Lin Fan diligently memorized their names. I heard you defeated a genius of the fourth layer of true essence with a single strike. That is truly remarkable, remarked the fourth senior sister, Zhao Linger, with a hint of curiosity. Lin Fan smiled faintly, offering no elaborate explanation. It was merely because the opponent was too weak. Merely because the opponent was too weak? Zhao Linger mused, her lips twitching as she sensed Lin Fan's cultivation at the first layer of true essence. Alright, you all must focus on your training. Do not allow Lin Fan to surpass you too quickly, Li Jian said earnestly, then recalled something, his expression turning peculiar. Actually, he's already surpassed several of you. Sect Master, what do you mean by that? Ling Shui inquired, puzzled. Li Jian replied calmly, Lin Fan has already perfected his sword intent. Chapter 38 The reclusive Li Fengzhu Lin Fan has achieved perfect mastery of the sword intent. As these words resonated through the hall, an air of astonishment enveloped the atmosphere. The attainment of perfect sword intent signified that Lin Fan's comprehension of the sword arts had ascended to an extraordinary level. A flicker of disbelief crossed Ling Shui's eyes. She had never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable yet handsome youth harbored such profound prowess in the sword arts. Clenching her sword tightly, she silently vowed that she must not allow this new junior brother to surpass her. Master, are you certain you are not jesting? Zhao Linger inquired, her voice tinged with incredulity. Li Jian nodded earnestly. Zhao Linger, still grappling with disbelief, began to reassess the capabilities of her new junior brother, having previously harbored doubts about Lin Fan's strength. No wonder his talent surpasses that of Master. A hint of admiration, mixed with complexity, flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Master, where on earth did you find this prodigy? Zhao Linger exclaimed. Li Jian offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. Master, if there rests nothing further, I shall return to my training, Ling Shui declared, sensing the pressure emanating from Lin Fan. Soon, the others, too, felt the weight of the pressure Lin Fan exuded and retreated to their own secluded training, leaving only Lin Fan and Li Jian in the hall. Li Jian observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction before turning his gaze to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, apart from the heavenly grade sword technique bestowed by Elder Yan, what is the level of the sword technique you are currently employing? It should be classified as a peak earthly grade technique, Lin Fan replied, albeit with some uncertainty. Where did you acquire a peak earthly grade sword technique? And why do you say should be? Li Jian asked, his expression one of bewilderment. I created it myself, but I'm not entirely sure, Lin Fan replied calmly. Li Jian's mind momentarily faltered. Li Fengzhu? Lin Fan gazed at Li Jian, who appeared to be grappling with senility. Ah? Li Jian responded, dazed. Li Jian, are you all right? Lin Fan inquired with concern. Regaining his composure, Li Jian took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady, and looked at Lin Fan with a complex expression. I'm fine, it's just that your revelation is too shocking, and I need a moment to process it. I initially thought your achievement of perfect sword intent in 5 days was astonishing, but now you have created an earthly grade sword technique. I seriously suspect that encountering a prodigious disciple like you has exhausted all of the Xiantian sect's fortune. Li Jian regarded Lin Fan, feeling a headache coming on. The good news is that I've taken on a swordsmanship genius. The bad news is that I seem unable to guide him at all. He inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. How about this, you demonstrate your self-created sword technique to me, and I'll see if there are any flaws. The two then proceeded to the training grounds. Lin Fan stood at one end, gripping the Xianyu sword, its tip lightly touching the ground. His aura was serene, as if he had melded with the surrounding nature, and he subsequently executed the first and second forms of the earthly grade technique. Li Jian watched in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock as he sensed the power imbued in Lin Fan's swordplay. In his mind, he roared, this is no mere earthly grade technique. It is evidently a heavenly grade sword technique. A wave of amazement surged within Li Jian. He recognized that Lin Fan had begun to forge his own path in swordsmanship, capable of creating techniques that reflected his unique understanding of the sword. He began to question whether he was truly qualified to mentor such a genius.
How is it, Li Fengzhu? Are there any flaws in my sword technique?
Lin Fan sheathed his sword, standing tall with a tranquil voice and clear gaze, devoid of any arrogance. After a moment of silence, Li Jian slowly shook his head and replied, "None. You have already begun to tread your own path in swordsmanship, and your technique has reached a level that requires no guidance from me." His tone carried a hint of bitterness but was predominantly filled with admiration for Lin Fan.
Your own path in swordsmanship?
Lin Fan inquired, intrigued. Li Jian nodded, exclaiming, "It is about creating techniques that belong to you, where each move encapsulates your understanding of the sword. Such techniques are the most formidable, rather than relying on the techniques of others." Lin Fan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Li Fengzhu's insight. Li Jian, with a complex gaze, looked at Lin Fan. "I will discuss this with the sect master. You have already begun to embark on your own sword path. You merely need to draw upon the techniques of others to enhance your comprehension. Let us see if she will allow you unrestricted access to the techniques in the scripture pavilion."
Lin Fan felt a spark of excitement. Unrestricted access would indeed be immensely beneficial.
"Thank you, Li Fengzhu." Li Jian waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, his heart filled with a bittersweet smile. Though having a talented disciple is a great blessing, the accompanying sense of helplessness and bitterness is puzzling. Lin Fan watched Li Jian's retreating figure before returning to his courtyard. In the sect master's hall, Meng Yunqing sat at the head seat, her brow slightly furrowed as if contemplating a pressing issue. At that moment, she sensed Li Jian's arrival.
Li Fengzhu, why have you come here instead of guiding Lin Fan? You appear to be wearing a troubled expression. Has something happened with Lin Fan?
Meng Yunqing's voice was cool and inquisitive. Li Jian lowered his head slightly, forcing a bitter smile. "Sect master, Lin Fan has created his own sword technique and has begun to forge his own path in swordsmanship. I find myself unable to teach him anything." A flicker of surprise and curiosity danced in Meng Yunqing's eyes as she raised an eyebrow.
"Are you speaking the truth? What kind of sword technique has he created?" "It is indeed true.
He has created a peak earthly grade sword technique, yet its effectiveness rivals that of a heavenly grade technique." Li Jian's voice echoed with awe for Lin Fan's exceptional talent. "Rivals that of a heavenly grade technique?" Meng Yunqing exclaimed, rising to her feet, her figure casting a long shadow in the hall.
"How is that possible? How long has he been at Xianjian Peak?"
Li Jian shook his head. "I do not know how he accomplished it, but it is a fact. Each move in his technique embodies his understanding of the sword. Sect master, Lin Fan's sword technique no longer requires my guidance.
I believe he now needs access to more sword techniques to enhance his understanding. Therefore, would it be possible for him to freely peruse the techniques in the scripture pavilion?"
Li Jian's tone bore a hint of request.
"Li Fengzhu, are you certain you are not exaggerating?"
Meng Yunqing's voice remained cool, yet a note of disbelief crept into her tone. Li Jian lowered his head slightly, responding with unwavering conviction, "Sect master, how could I dare to conceal anything regarding this matter? I have witnessed Lin Fan's sword technique with my own eyes." After a moment of silence, Meng Yunqing's brow furrowed tightly, as if weighing the implications. Finally, she spoke slowly, "If what you say is true, then Lin Fan's innate talent in swordsmanship will be the strongest the Xiantian sect has ever seen. Granting him access to the scripture pavilion's techniques is not out of the question, but this is a serious matter. You should take Lin Fan to Elder Yan and inquire if he agrees." Li Jian nodded, "I understand, sect master." With that, he turned to leave. Meng Yunqing watched Li Jian depart, murmuring to herself, "Could Lin Fan be the one foretold by the ancestor?"
Chapter 39.
Yi Yi's astonishment at Elder Yan in the bamboo forest of the back mountain of the Skysword sect. Tranquility enveloped the depths of the grove. Ling Xinjian stood amidst the bamboo, resembling a sword yet to be unsheathed, exuding a latent sharpness. His brow furrowed slightly. "Master, this is a letter sent by the Xiantian sect." A respectful elder presented the correspondence. Ling Xinjian accepted the letter, his gaze sweeping across the parchment, his brow knitting together once more. The contents were succinct yet conveyed an extraordinary message. The Xiantian sect was willing to expend triple the equivalent value for a single nirvana herb.
What does the Xiantian sect mean by this? Are they truly so extravagant over a mere medicinal herb? Do they think we possess an abundance of wealth? Li Sanqian's tone was laced with evident bewilderment.
It is likely that the Xiantian sect is eager to acquire a promising disciple they recently accepted. However, this disciple has some foundational issues, hence the request for the Nirvana herb, the elder explained gradually as he examined the letter's contents. Upon hearing this, Ling Xinjian nodded slightly, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes.
Oh? If that is the case, just how exceptional is this disciple's talent that the Shintian sect would go to such lengths? Curiosity tinged his voice. It is said to be a 16-year-old youth who, at the 9th level of the Qi, defeated a 3rd-level True Essence cultivator with a single strike and has even comprehended sword intent. The elder spoke with a hint of admiration. A glimmer of astonishment passed through Ling Xinjian's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by calmness. Indeed, that is quite impressive. It is a pity he is not a disciple of our Sky Sword sect. Nevertheless, our own disciples are not lacking. His gaze shifted towards Yi, the prodigious disciple accepted 3 months prior, who had also comprehended sword intent at the Qi stage. Yi, what are your thoughts? Ling Xinjian inquired. Defeating an ordinary 3rd-level True Essence cultivator is nothing remarkable. 3 months ago, I, at the 9th level of the Qi, could have done the same with all my strength, Yi replied confidently, his voice steady albeit concealing a tempest within. Ling Xinjian smiled faintly, aware of Yi's mindset. This disciple had always sought to challenge sword cultivators to refine his own path of swordsmanship. Yi, would you be interested in visiting the Shintian sect to witness this young man's sword techniques? Ling Xinjian proposed. Yi nodded. I might be, but given that he is merely at the 9th level of the Qi, I suspect his comprehension of sword intent to be lacking. However, I am quite intrigued by the individuals at Shin Sword Peak, as I have heard they possess the finest swordsmanship talents within the Shintian sect. A flicker of battle intent shone in his eyes. Ling Xinjian regarded his satisfactory disciple and declared, then let us venture to the Shintian sect. Yi nodded, anticipation swelling within him. In Lin Fanting's courtyard, Li Jian observed Lin Fan reclining in a chair with a peculiar expression, as though their meetings had always unfolded in this manner. He shook his head and spoke, Lin Fan, the master has consented. You may freely peruse the sword techniques in the scripture pavilion, but it requires Elder Yan's approval. Lin Fan rose from his seat, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Thank you, sect leader Li. I shall go see Elder Yan at once. The two made their way to the scripture pavilion. Elder Yan lifted his gaze, resting it upon Lin Fan with a faint smile. I hear you have defeated a genius at the 4th level of True Essence with a single strike. Quite impressive. Lin Fan respectfully bowed, replying calmly, Elder Yan, you flatter me, it was merely that my opponent was too weak. Elder Yan's lips twitched. He recognized that Lin Fan's statement was not born of arrogance but rather a reflection of his own confidence in his abilities. Li Jin interjected, Elder Yan, it is as follows. Lin Fan has perfected his sword intent and has created his own Earth-grade supreme sword technique. After consulting with the master, we wish to grant him unrestricted access to the sword techniques in the scripture pavilion, hoping he can glean further insights. We seek your consent. Elder Yan, what troubles you? Li Jin inquired, noticing Elder Yan's contemplative silence. What did you just say? He has perfected his sword intent, created an Earth-grade supreme sword technique. Elder Yan's disbelief was palpable, as this news struck him with profound shock. Indeed, Lin Fan's perfection of sword intent was aided by your guidance, was it not? Li Jian responded, perplexed. Ha? Me? Elder Yan pointed to himself, then wore a bittersweet smile, shaking his head. I possess no such prowess to enable someone to achieve perfect sword intent in such a short span. This must all be the result of Lin Fan's own insights. He is truly a remarkable individual. Both then turned to Lin Fan and simultaneously uttered, a monster. Elder Yan regarded Lin Fan with a complex gaze and slowly said, you may access the scripture pavilion, excluding the 5th floor's techniques. However, it is advisable to wait until you reach the Xian Dan realm before attempting the 5th level. Li Jian was taken aback, not anticipating that Elder Yan would grant access to everything except the 5th floor's techniques. Elder Yan's decision was undoubtedly a testament to his immense trust in Lin Fan, leaving Li Jian somewhat envious of him. Since Elder Yan has consented, I shall take my leave. Li Jian turned to exit the scripture pavilion. Lin Fan then strolled leisurely into the scripture pavilion. Elder Yan gazed at Lin Fan's retreating figure, contemplating, could you be the one? Standing on the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Heaven-slaying sword technique, Earth-grade supreme, excellent, I shall refine it. Great Sun golden body, Earth-grade supreme, excellent, I shall refine it. Distance and eternity, Earth-grade supreme, excellent, I shall refine it. Refine, all shall be refined. He.
Skill set host, Lin Fan Realm First Level True Essence Techniques Foundation Technique Card of Heaven's Law, not yet initiated, Holy Sun Incineration Technique, not yet initiated, 9 Heavens Grasping the Moon, not yet initiated, Life as a Dream, not yet initiated, 9 Sacred Heart Technique, not yet initiated, Martial Arts. Earth Sword 3 Styles, Heavenly Sword Style, not yet initiated, Heaven Slaying Sword Technique, not yet initiated, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, not yet initiated, Dragon Soaring Steps, not yet initiated, Special Bonuses. Perfect Sword Intent, Fusion Creation Method Points 8 Gazing at the densely packed techniques and martial arts on the panel, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and security. His lips unconsciously curled into a triumphant smile. For now, I lack no techniques, all that remains is to await the arrival of points daily within a year, I shall refine them all. He. Chapter 40 Lin Fan vs.Ye, The Earth Sword vs. the Secret Sword. At the hall of the Xiantian sect, the atmosphere was imbued with an ancient solemnity, and the air was fragrant with a hint of sandalwood, instilling a sense of tranquility within the heart. The voice of Sect Master Meng resonated through the hall, melodious as a mountain stream. Sect Master Ling, I trust you are well. Ling Xinjian offered a slight smile, clasping his hands in return. Sect Master Meng, I have come today to facilitate an exchange of sword techniques between the disciples of my Song Qiong Sword Sect and those of Xianjian Peak. He paused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Should any of the younger generation surpass my disciple, we shall trade the nirvanic grass on equal terms. If not, how about a 5-fold equivalent exchange? Yi stood behind Ling Xinjian, his gaze lingering momentarily on Meng Yunqing, who was veiled. A flicker of intrigue stirred within him, yet he soon turned his attention back to the sword in his hand, its blade as clear as autumn waters, resolutely clutching it. Meng Yuqing's gaze shifted to Peak Masterly, while Li Jian glanced at Lin Fan and nodded slightly, signaling his confidence in the upcoming contest. Meng Yuqing nodded gently, her voice as melodious as a mountain stream. Since Sect Master Ling has taken such an interest, our Xiantian sect shall graciously oblige. Please follow me, we have prepared a venue for this exchange. At Xianjian Peak, in the sword testing arena, please wait a moment, I shall summon the disciples. Peak Masterly turned to leave, leaving Ling Xinjian and Yi waiting at the entrance of the arena. Yi's eyes swept across the vast circular arena, where a colossal stone of swords stood at its center, imbued with various sword intents and powers. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the lingering sword intent from the stone, his heartbeat quickening, the sword energy within him beginning to boil. Before long, Peak Masterly returned with a young man. The youth donned a dark robe, a sword at his waist, exuding an aura of absolute confidence. His features radiated an extraordinary charm, his attire billowing gently in the breeze like an ethereal being untouched by the dust of the world. As Yi beheld this individual, a surge of intense battle spirit welled up within him. At that moment, several other Peak Masters emerged from the surroundings, including Ling Xuan and Zhao Linger from Xianjian Peak. Ling Xinjian cast a glance at them without concern, then turned his attention to Lin Fan, sensing his cultivation level with a hint of perplexity. How is it that he is merely at the first level of true essence? Yi furrowed his brow at this remark, questioning whether it implied disdain for him. Li Jian approached with a slight smile. He is a prodigy of our Xiantian sect. Recently, he defeated a genius at the 4th level of true essence with a single strike, and his mastery of sword intent is complete. What? Mastery of sword intent is complete? Ling Xinjian and Yi exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that someone could achieve such a level at the 1st level of true essence. The battle spirit within Yi intensified as he gripped the hilt of his sword, its blade vibrating lightly, producing a crisp sound, his expression grave as he focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood there, his gaze tranquil, like a still pond, revealing no ripples of emotion. The sword in his hand was ancient and weighty, as though it bore countless years and stories. Yi, are you ready? Ling Xinjian inquired, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Yi nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Master, I am prepared. Yi, Song Qiong Sword Sect. His voice resonated with fervor in the testing arena. Lin Fan, Xiantian Sect. Lin Fan replied calmly, his voice as unwavering as a tranquil well, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Taking a deep breath, Yi lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his sword, an invisible sword intent radiating from him, causing the surrounding air to take on a sharp quality. Secret sword, breaking the void. Yi shouted, the sword light streaking like a meteor across the night sky, aimed directly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's gaze remained as calm as water. Facing Yi's assault, he merely swung his sword gently. Earth Sword, First Style. His voice was serene, yet it carried an unyielding strength, revealing no hints of emotion. The two swords clashed, producing a clear, ringing sound of metal meeting metal. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, not expecting his opponent to withstand the force of his Earth Sword's first style, which was imbued with 80% of his sword intent.
Subsequently, he unleashed the perfected Earth Sword's first style with a single strike. Secret Sword, Extreme Light. Feeling the weight of Lin Fan's perfected sword intent, Yi Yi shouted. His swordplay grew more ferocious, the sword light dazzling like the aurora, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of tearing space itself. Ultimately, the two sword techniques collided in midair, producing a deafening roar, after which Yi Yi staggered back several steps, standing firm as he sheathed his sword. Since my ascension from the Qi-Si realm to the True Essence realm, you are the first to withstand my second strike. A hint of appreciation finally colored Lin Fan's calm voice. Second strike? Yi Yi thought wryly, aware that he was nearing his limits, while his opponent seemed to possess additional reserves. His body, drenched in sweat, felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. He understood that if he did not exert his utmost strength, he might face defeat today. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yi harmonized his true essence, sword intent, and mental energy into one, merging with his sword, becoming indistinguishable. No self, no sword, only a singular, razor-sharp beam of sword light and a raspy voice. Secret Sword, no self. Earth Sword, second style. Lin Fan's voice remained tranquil, yet his sword intent surged like a tempest, imbued with the power to obliterate all. The boom, the two swords met, producing a thunderous cacophony, causing the entire testing arena to tremble under the force of the shockwave. In the air, fierce clashes erupted, sword energy swirling like a storm, engulfing the surroundings. In the end, Yi Yi was sent flying backward, only to be caught by Ling Xingjian in an instant, while Lin Fan retreated swiftly to avoid damage to his attire from the sword energy. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Who would have thought, just as Peak Master Li had said, that the talent for swordsmanship would be so extraordinary? Peak Master Wan Moshwan of the Xian Fa Peak sighed in admiration. The other Peak Masters nodded in agreement. Master, I have lost, Yi Yi murmured weakly in Ling Xingjian's embrace before losing consciousness. Who would have expected that apart from one who comprehended sword intent at the 9th level of Qi-Si, there would be another at the 1st level of True Essence with perfected sword intent, and so formidable at that? Your sect is truly fortunate, Ling Xingjian remarked, his expression complex as he regarded Lin Fan, tinged with a hint of envy. Meng Yuqing slowly spoke, your sect's Yi Yi is not lacking either. He has learned our secret sword, it is a pity he has yet to master it fully. Indeed, my Yi Yi has only been studying for 3 months, given another 6 months, he would undoubtedly not face such defeat, Ling Xingjian thought with pride. Meng Yuqing paused before continuing, furthermore, the one comprehending sword intent at the 9th level of Qi-Si before you is Lin Fan. Ling Xingjian, was it not said that he had foundational issues? How did he break through? Ling Xingjian was filled with questions, feeling deceived. Lin Fan's natural talent was initially hindered due to a lack of experience in breaking through the True Essence realm. Upon arriving at the Xiantian sect, he gained access to superior techniques and experience, allowing him to break through, Peak Master Li explained slowly. Is that so? Very well, I shall generously gift this Nirvana grass to your sect. Ling Xingjian shook his head, retrieving an exquisite box from his storage ring and placing it in Li Jian's hand. Thank you, Sect Master Ling. Lin Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. Ling Xingjian waved his hand dismissively, no need for thanks, we shall take our leave. His tone was relaxed, as if he had accepted the outcome. The members of Xianjian Peak, including Ling Shui, gazed at the departing Song Qiong sword sect with complex expressions, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Sighing collectively, they resumed their retreat into seclusion for cultivation. Only the 6 Peak Masters remained, along with Lin Fan and the Sect Master. Sect Master Meng Yuqing's gaze fell upon the Alchemy Peak Master, her tone laced with anticipation. Alchemy Peak Master, how long until Lin Fan's pills can be refined? The Alchemy Peak Master pondered for a moment before responding, Sect Master, grant me 1 week, and I shall ensure they are ready. In truth, he could complete it in 3 days, but seeing Lin Fan's remarkable talent, he decided to take additional time for safety's sake. He feared failure might lead to backlash from the others. The group nodded in agreement. Lin Fan stood silently, deep in thought. A week, is it? My talent should not be lacking, I hope. Chapter 41. Lin Yan breaks through to the true origin realm at the Song Qiong sword sect. Yee slowly opened his eyes, a throbbing pain coursing through his brain, as if countless fine needles were pricking at his nerves. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of confusion. By the bedside, Ling Xanjian stood vigil, his gaze betraying a trace of concern. Upon hearing Yi Yi's voice, a reassuring smile spread across Ling Xanjian's face. Yi Yi, you have awakened. You merely exhausted yourself in your battle with Lin Fan and fainted, he said gently. As Yi Yi's memories gradually returned, he recalled the heart-stopping duel, Lin Fan's unfathomable swordsmanship, and his own desperate strike. A complex wave of emotions surged within him: admiration, reluctance, and above all, an insatiable yearning for the sword path. Master, Yi Yi's voice carried a note of regret and self-reproach. There is no need for further words, Yi, Ling Xin Jian interjected, his eyes radiating encouragement. You have done your utmost.
It is simply that Lin Fan's prowess is beyond reason. Yi fell silent, his gaze fixed on his hands, once capable of wielding a sword, now appearing so feeble that he slowly closed his eyes.
Ling Xin Jian rose, looking at Yi, and spoke softly. Yi, you are my disciple and the pride of the Tsang Qiong sword sect. This defeat is merely a tempering on your journey through the sword path. Remember, the sword path is boundless, each failure is but a stepping stone to a higher realm. Yi opened his eyes, his gaze resolute.
Master, I understand. I simply did not anticipate that someone could comprehend the complete sword intent at the first level of true origin.
Ling Xin Jian nodded.
Lin Fan is indeed a genius. His talent and diligence are remarkable. However, Yi, you are not lacking. Your talent and dedication to the sword path are no less than his. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi's eyes. He recognized the sincerity in his master's words. Taking a deep breath, he sat up, though still somewhat weak. His spirit had revived considerably.
Master, I wish to enter the Sword Inquiry Tower for training. Yi's voice was firm. He refused to concede defeat and desired to grow stronger. Ling Xin Jian's body trembled slightly.
Are you certain you wish to go there? With your current cultivation, the odds of survival are perilously slim.
Yi nodded, his heart brimming with resolve.
He was well aware of the dangers of the Sword Inquiry Tower, but he also understood that it was the only place where he could transcend his limits and grasp a deeper essence of the sword path, allowing him to surpass Lin Fan.
Ling Xin Jian pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh.
Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not impede you, yet, the dangers within the Sword Inquiry Tower should not be underestimated.
You must exercise utmost caution.
Master, I will be careful, Yi replied, rising to his feet. Though his steps were still somewhat unsteady, his gaze was unwavering. Ling Xin Jian thought to himself, I hadn't expected the wisdom of my teachings to be quite so effective, albeit perhaps a bit overly intense.
I hope Yi remains safe.
Finally, Lin Yan had broken through to the true origin realm. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power within him, the strength of the true origin realm. A slight smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, at last, I have caught up to him. Young man, you have broken through to the true origin realm. It would be wise to take a moment to rest, said Old Wu, concern evident in his voice as he resided within Lin Yan's mind. Having been by Lin Yan's side for over a month, Old Wu knew that apart from the brief respite during the Divine Bridge inheritance, Lin Yan had tirelessly practiced day and night, relying solely on the mental cultivation techniques provided by Old Wu. Even Old Wu found it hard to watch. Lin Yan smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. Old Wu, I appreciate your concern, but I do not wish to pause. I must grow stronger to protect those I wish to safeguard and meet those I long to see. Moreover, you have witnessed the results of my training over the past month. Indeed, even with the Divine Bridge inheritance and your assistance, Lin Yan's rapid breakthrough to the true origin realm is a testament to his relentless dedication, Old Wu mused. Sighing, Old Wu recognized Lin Yan's determination and understood his persistence. He ceased his persuasion, choosing instead to silently guard Lin Yan, ever ready to offer aid. Subsequently, Lin Yan made his way to the Sex Cultivation Registration Office. In the office, an elder sat at a desk, his eyes widening in surprise as he regarded Lin Yan. Quite remarkable, to have ascended from the 8th layer of Qi Si to the true origin realm in just half a month since joining the sect. The elder's voice was laced with admiration. Lin, you say? It seems you are related to Lin Fan of Xinjian Peak. No wonder you could achieve such a breakthrough in a mere fortnight, the elder mused inwardly, attributing Lin Yan's success largely to Lin Fan's assistance, though acknowledging that some aid had indeed been provided. However, the elder was unaware that Lin Yan's rapid progress was solely the result of his own efforts. After a moment of contemplation, the elder proposed, I suggest you participate in the outer sect great competition before becoming an inner sect disciple. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. But I have already broken through to the true origin realm. With this cultivation, I can still compete in the outer sect great competition. According to common logic, once one reaches the true origin realm, they are qualified to become an inner sect disciple immediately. Indeed, you may. There will likely be several true origin realm participants in this outer sect great competition. In previous years, there have been older disciples who remain stagnant at that level, the elder explained. Is that truly permissible? Lin Yan queried, still uncertain. Absolutely. The treatment between the outer and inner sects differs significantly. Remaining stagnant without advancing is a skill in itself, but only those at the first layer of true origin can participate. Once you compete, you will become an inner sect disciple. You cannot remain stuck indefinitely, the elder encouraged, seemingly recognizing Lin Yan's potential and hoping he would seize this opportunity. Lin Yan's heart stirred. He knew Lin Fan would participate in the inter-sect competition, and the first place would undoubtedly belong to him, thus, he resolved to claim the title of first in the outer sect. Nodding, he declared, "Very well, I shall participate." The elder nodded in satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to him, this suggestion would inadvertently cause distress to the outer sect disciples who had long been stuck at the true origin realm. As Lin Yan departed the registration office, he walked along the sect's pathway, overhearing the disciples discussing. Senior brother Lin Fan defeated the genius Yi of the Zongqiong sword sect with 3 strikes. Senior brother Lin Fan has grown even stronger. No, he has always been strong. What a pity that he is currently rumored to be secluding himself, making him hard to find. Senior brother Lin Fan is truly diligent. His strength is formidable, and his work ethic is admirable. Reclining on a courtyard chair, basking in the sun, Lin Fan closed his eyes, relishing the rare tranquility. As Lin Yan listened to the words of the surrounding disciples, his steps grew ever more resolute. Chapter 42 of the Fallen Genius of the Shantian Sect. The sun shone brightly, the sky was a deep azure, and white clouds drifted lazily by. Everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious. On such a splendid morning, the disciples of the Shantian Sect commenced their daily training. At that moment, a thunderous laugh shattered the stillness. "Ah, it's done, it has finally been accomplished." Danha's laughter echoed over the Xiandan peak, resonating like a spring thunderclap that stirred the heart. The disciples paused in their activities, curious. It was the voice of the peak master. Had he successfully refined some extraordinary elixir? His elation suggested it must be a pill for senior brother Lin Fan. How enviable it is, the talent of senior brother Lin Fan. If only I possessed such gifts. A disciple of moderate talent voiced his admiration. Some participants in the inter-sect competition felt an immediate surge of pressure and resumed their rigorous training. Standing atop the Xiandan peak, Danha radiated uncontainable joy. In his hand was a jade vial containing a pill that emitted a faint glow, its crystalline form seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. After a week of arduous effort, he had successfully concocted the Tianyuan reshaping pill. The sect master emerged from the void, and other peak masters gathered, their gazes fixated on the elixir in Danha's grasp. Danha smiled slightly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes, as he approached the sect master, presenting the jade vial with both hands. "Sect master, this is the Tianyuan reshaping pill, achieved after a week of relentless endeavor." Meng Yuqing accepted the vial, scrutinizing the pill within, and a smile graced her lips. "Well done, peak master Danha." Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan was brought into the sect hall by Li Jian, while Elder Yen observed discreetly from the shadows. "Lin Fan, this is the elixir prepared for you." Meng Yuqing handed the jade vial to Lin Fan. As he accepted it, he could sense the formidable aura emanating from the pill. He raised his gaze to Danha, expressing his gratitude. Then, he turned to the other peak masters and the sect master, thanking them all. Danha waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "There is no need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserved. I hope this pill aids you in restoring your foundation and reaching even greater heights." Lin Fan nodded, placing the pill in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his entire being. He closed his eyes, beginning to circulate his cultivation method, guiding the energy to mend his foundation. As time slipped by, the 6 peak masters and the sect master watched Lin Fan with bated breath. Suddenly, a faint green light began to emanate from Lin Fan's skin, enveloping him in a verdant halo. His breathing quickened, each inhalation seeming to draw in the surrounding essence, converting it into his own power. Lin Fan opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He felt his meridians fortifying and his true essence swelling within his dantian. "Lin Fan, how do you feel?" Li Jian inquired with concern. Lin Fan took a deep breath, reveling in the surging power within, a confident smile spreading across his face. "I feel unprecedentedly well, as if boundless strength is surging within me." The Tianfu mirror, which could reveal a person's innate talent by merely placing a hand upon it or dropping blood onto it, was produced by Meng Yuqing from her storage ring, a mirror of extraordinary presence. Standing before the Tianfu mirror, Lin Fan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He was acutely aware that his talent was far from remarkable. He slowly placed his palm upon the mirror's surface and, moments later, withdrew it. Meng Yuqing, the 6 peak masters, and the secretly observing Elder Yen all awaited the outcome with palpable tension. The Tianfu mirror began to glow, subsequently revealing its findings. Talent level 6th rank. Special physique and none. Lin Fan mused, a talent level fitting for a genius from Shenyang City, not bad. However, this revelation left others utterly astounded. "This is impossible!" Li Jian roared, his disbelief etched across his face. The peak master Danha was equally astonished, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. "How can this be?" he murmured, evidently struggling to accept the result. Yun Qingru was more direct, her voice tinged with skepticism. "Could it be that the Tianfu mirror is malfunctioning?" Elder Yan observed silently from the shadows, his expression complex, yet he understood that the Tianfu mirror had never erred. His gaze was deep, as if contemplating a more profound issue. Meng Yuqing's voice broke the silence, carrying a hint of complexity.
There is nothing wrong with the Tianfu mirror.
Though her words were calm, everyone could sense the turmoil within her. Just as she spoke, Danhe's voice was interrupted by Wan Mashuan, the peak master of the Xuanfa Peak. He spoke solemnly. There are three possibilities. First, Lin Fan's talent is so exceptional that even the Tianfu mirror cannot detect it. Second, his talent is so extraordinary that the Tianyuan reshaping pill is insufficient to restore him to his former state. Third, it is possible that Lin Fan encountered some error while breaking through from the ninth layer of Qi Si to the true essence realm, resulting in his current state. His words plunged everyone present into contemplation. Could Lin Fan's talent truly be so remarkable that it eluded the Tianfu mirror, or did he experience a mishap during his breakthrough? Most lean towards the third possibility. As for the notion that Lin Fan was originally of 6th rank talent, the mere suggestion would undoubtedly provoke outrage. Are you a fool, or do you think we are? How could someone from a minor place, lacking even the true essence realm, achieve the true essence realm at 16 years of age using yellow rank techniques, and you dare to call this 6th rank talent?
Wan Mashuan continued gravely, Sect Master, I recall there is a 3,000-year-old snow lotus in the sect treasury that can enhance talent. I propose we provide it to Lin Fan. Everyone witnessed his battle against Yi of the Tsengxiong sword sect. Such feats are not achievable by an ordinary genius.
Wan Mashuan's unexpected support warmed Lin Fan's heart. He hadn't anticipated such assistance from the Peak Master of Xuanfa. Thank you for your kindness, Peak Master. Lin Fan's voice resonated in the hall. He straightened, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, since I, Lin Fan, joined the Xintian sect, I have contributed 2 self-created sword techniques. Aside from that, I have relied entirely on the sect. I cannot accept such a rare item to enhance my talent. I must strive for my own achievements. He paused, adding, I believe that even with a 6th rank talent, I can still attain the realm of divine powers, or even beyond. All present could sense the confidence and determination in Lin Fan's words. Elder Yan's expression remained complex, yet a glimmer of appreciation shone in his eyes. Meng Yuqing nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with Lin Fan's response. Alas, he is a good child, what a pity, sighed Danhe, his voice tinged with regret. Finally, Meng Yuqing spoke, her tone imbued with admiration. Lin Fan, the Xintian sect is fortunate to have a disciple such as you. Lin Fan lowered his head slightly, expressing his respect for the sect master. You flatter me, sect master.
I have merely done what I believe is right.
Subsequently, everyone except Lin Fan departed with a sense of disappointment. Meng Yuqing sighed as she watched Lin Fan leave.
Master, what troubles you? Lu Yanran inquired, her concern for the visibly despondent Yun Qing grew evident.
It is nothing, Yanran, Yun Qingru replied, her gaze softening as she looked at her disciple. Yet, a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. It is just a pity that Lin Fan's talent has proven problematic. Being merely 6th rank, the sect has lost a potential leader.
Only 6th rank talent? Lu Yanran exclaimed in surprise.
Lin Fan, her former fiancé's cousin, had been renowned for his formidable strength and comprehension. Discovering that he now possessed only 6th rank talent was indeed lamentable. A similar scene unfolded across the 6 peaks, with disciples inquiring about their respective masters, all becoming aware of Lin Fan's talent. Ultimately, someone leaked the news regarding Lin Fan's talent, causing it to spread rapidly throughout the sect. This revelation led everyone to comprehend one undeniable fact: Lin Fan had become the fallen genius. Chapter 43: The most dull outer sect competition in the history of the Xintian sect. Have you heard? With the assistance of the Peak Masters and the sect leader, Brother Lin Fan of Xinjian Peak possesses only a 6th tier aptitude. Is that even possible? With such support, and given Brother Lin Fan's formidable strength, how can he merely be classified as 6th tier? Alas, it is true. I witnessed the 6 Peak Masters leaving the sect hall, their faces etched with disappointment. Goodness, this must be a significant blow to Lin Fan, transitioning from a genius to a mere waste. One wonders when Lin Fan will be expelled from Xinjian Peak. Surely, the peak has no need for a waste. Alas, a fallen genius. The expressions of the crowd varied. Some were filled with sympathy, others with mockery, while a few reveled in the misfortune. In contrast, the likes of Lin Wuliu and Mayor from Shenyang City wore expressions of concern. They had all benefited from Lin Fan and Lin Yan's guidance and had made considerable progress. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was training even harder. Should he learn that someone among the outer disciples spoke ill of Lin Fan, he would, with the help of the Tang family, teach them a lesson and render them powerless. As for the inner disciples, they would be noted down for correction after the outer and inner sect competition concluded. At Xinjian Peak, Brother Lin Fan, are you all right? A voice shattered the silence. It was Li Shen, the eldest disciple of Shen Jinpik, his eyes filled with concern and devoid of any mockery. Lin Fan smiled faintly and shook his head, assuring, "I am fine." His fellow disciples gathered around him, some patting his shoulder in solidarity, others whispering words of comfort, but most offered silent support. Lin Fan felt warmth from their gestures, a mix of gratitude and helplessness swelling within him. "Brother Lin Fan, we all know your true strength. Aptitude does not dictate everything," a young disciple declared, his gaze resolute. He recalled the last battle between Lin Fan and Yi Yi, a duel that earned Lin Fan his heartfelt admiration for both his strength and swordsmanship.
"Thank you all for your concern."
"Truly, I am well," Lin Fan replied calmly and confidently. "I understand your worries, but I, Lin Fan, am not one to be constrained by a mere sixth-tier aptitude." His words radiated an unwavering confidence that left those around him deeply moved. Li Xian regarded Lin Fan, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He clapped his hands, breaking the surrounding silence, his voice imbued with encouragement. "All right, everyone, let us not linger here. Return to your training. You have all heard what Brother Lin Fan has said." The disciples nodded in unison, turning to retreat to their respective training areas.
"Lin Fan, are you truly all right?"
At this moment, Li Jian, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forth. Lin Fan smiled gently, "Rest assured, Sect Master Li, I am genuinely fine." Li Jian regarded Lin Fan with a complex expression. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Sighing, he resolutely stated, "Do not worry. As long as you are a disciple of Shen Jinpik, you shall always be one. Pay no heed to the rumors outside." Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart, confidently replying, "Do not worry, Sect Master Li. I, Lin Fan, am not so fragile, and I refuse to believe I possess only sixth-tier aptitude." Li Jian nodded, turning to leave, leaving Lin Fan alone. Lin Fan watched the retreating figure of Sect Master Li, silently pondering.
How many more points are needed to elevate to the Xiandan realm?
25 points, he murmured to himself, before commencing his cultivation. On the day of the Xiantian Sect Outer Sect competition, sunlight streamed through scattered clouds, illuminating the martial arena of the Outer Sect, glistening like gold. The surroundings buzzed with excitement as disciples animatedly discussed the front-runners of this year's competition.
Who do you think has the best chance of winning this time? It should be Huang Mao.
Last year he was poised to enter the top 5, but fate had him face a true Yuan realm opponent. Ever since his breakthrough, he has been waiting for the Outer Sect competition. I believe Lin Yan has a chance. I heard he has also broken through to the true Yuan realm.
Lin Yan, is he related to the fallen genius Lin Fan?
Indeed, but I advise you not to speak of this in front of Lin Yan or the Tang family.
If you lack backing, it could turn disastrous. I wonder if any peak masters will take on disciples this time. Silence.
A commanding voice echoed, instantly silencing the clamor within the martial arena.
All eyes turned to the inner sect elder standing at the center of the arena. The elder surveyed the crowd, his voice booming, "The Xiantian Sect Outer Sect competition shall now commence."
The first match: Zhang San versus Li Si.
Lin Yan versus Huang Mao.
Lin Yan strolled onto the arena, his steps steady, his gaze unwavering, as if declaring to all that he was not merely participating in a competition, but aiming to prove a point. Huang Mao looked down at Lin Yan with disdain, a smirk gracing his lips. "I hear that Lin Fan, the fallen genius, is your brother. TSK. I can only imagine how unpleasant it must feel to shift from genius to waste."
Lin Yan remained silent, standing resolutely. Huang Mao, interpreting Lin Yan's silence as a sign of weakness, reveled in his superiority.
"Begin," called the elder. Bang! Huang Mao was sent sprawling by a single punch from Lin Yan, bloodied and unconscious beneath the arena. Lin Yan stood calmly atop the platform. Silence enveloped the crowd, all taken aback by the spectacle. They had not anticipated such a swift conclusion to a battle between two true Yuan realm opponents.
Wow, a single punch to incapacitate a peer.
Are all the Lin family members this outrageous? First Lin Fan, and now Lin Yan.
At this rate, why not just crown Lin Yan as the champion outright? Upon the main stage of the arena, is this truly Lin Fan's elder brother?
Li Jian mused, scrutinizing Lin Yan with a complex expression. Yes, he has advanced from the 8th layer of Qi Si to the true Yuan realm in just a month at the Xiantian sect, possessing mid-grade earth-tier aptitude. Quite impressive, Wan Moshwan noted with a nod. The competition continued, and without a doubt, Lin Yan claimed first place in an invincible manner, dispatching his opponents with effortless punches. Though the audience marveled at his prowess, the lack of challenge rendered the spectacle somewhat anticlimactic, devoid of the visceral thrill of combat. This outer sect competition, without question, would be remembered as the most tedious in the annals of Xiantian sect history. Chapter 44 The method of returning all methods to the essence of the Xiandan realm. Following the conclusion of the external competition, the atmosphere upon the arena became rather delicate.
The gazes of the 5 peak masters converged upon Lin Yan. Lin Yan, would you consider joining my Xianjian peak? Li Jian, with a countenance full of complexity, spoke up.
I believe this young man shares a faithful connection with my Xiandan peak, Dan, he promptly added.
Subsequently, the other peak masters began to vie for him. Heavens, the 6 peak masters, nay, it should be 5, have commenced their competition for Lin family members once more, with Lin Fan preceding and Lin Yan following. This is quite tiresome. It seems the Lin family should be closed off. The disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Having Lin Fan was already a feat, yet here comes another Lin Yan. Standing upon the arena, Lin Yan directed his gaze towards Li Jian, the master of Xianjian Peak. Young man, I advise you to join Xiandan Peak instead. You are not a swordsman, and joining Xianjian Peak would not benefit either Lin Fan or yourself. At Xiandan Peak, with access to medicinal materials and my guidance, you shall grow swiftly, thereby aiding both yourself and Lin Fan. The voice of Wu Lao resonated within Lin Yan's mind. Lin Yan slowly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. I choose Xiandan Peak. A satisfied smile graced Dan He's face as he nodded gently. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Li Jian's eyes as he regarded Lin Yan, seemingly wishing to express something, yet ultimately he merely nodded slightly before turning to depart. Thereafter, Lin Yan was escorted to Xiandan Peak by Dan He. Wu Lao subtly suggested to Lin Yan, Master Dan, I am a second-tier alchemist. Lin Yan stated calmly. At your age, a second-tier alchemist is quite remarkable, Dan He remarked, surprise glinting in his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Yan. Wu Lao again discreetly advised, I achieved this in merely 2 months. Ah. Host, Lin Fan Realm True Origin First Layer Technique, a fundamental method of concealed origin, not yet initiated martial arts, Earth Sword 3 styles, Heavenly Sword style, not yet initiated special bonus. Perfect Sword Aura Fusion Creation Method points, 68-inch system, can the commotion of breaking through to the Xiandan realm be concealed? Yes, it will cost 1 point. Just 1 point, very well. System, initiate my breakthrough to the Xiandan realm. Year 1. Relying on the skills honed over the previous 10 years of sword cultivation, coupled with the restoration of my foundation and several days of relentless practice, I successfully broke through to the True Origin second layer. Year 4. Through day and night of hard work, I successfully broke through to the True Origin third layer. Year 9. Through day and night of hard work, I successfully broke through to the True Origin fourth layer. Year 15. Through day and night of hard work, I successfully broke through to the True Origin 5th layer. Year 22. Through day and night of hard work, I successfully broke through to the True Origin 6th layer. Year 31. Through day and night of hard work, I successfully broke through to the True Origin 7th layer. Year 41. Through day and night of hard work, I successfully broke through to the True Origin 8th layer. Year 52. Through day and night of hard work, I successfully broke through to the True Origin 9th layer. Year 65. After years of diligent practice, under the principle that heaven rewards hard work, I successfully broke through to the Xiandan realm. Points, 2. The memories of 65 years of hard work melded into Lin Fan's mind, leading to the breakthrough into the Xiandan realm without any display of might or unexpected events. Is this truly the Xiandan realm? As Lin Fan felt the power of the Xiandan realm coursing through him, a subtle smile played upon his lips. System, how many points are required for the concealed origin technique to reach perfection? 15 points. 3 days, then? 3 days later, the day of the intersect competition arrived. System, allocate points to the concealed origin technique. With the experience of mastering the Earth Tier fundamental method in the 15th year, through relentless training, I successfully perfected the concealed origin technique. System, fuse the fundamental method and the concealed origin technique. You have gained significant enlightenment bonuses, and after expending decades, you have successfully fused and created a brand new, most suitable Earth Tier supreme technique. The technique shall be personally named now. The Divine Passage realm should find it difficult to perceive my cultivation level, Lin Fan mused, sensing the wondrous utility of his new technique, which he named the method of returning all methods to the essence. Standing before a mirror, he activated the method of returning all methods to the essence. His body, his aura, even his gaze became unremarkable, akin to a droplet of water dissolving into the vast ocean, rendering it nearly impossible to trace. Aside from my good looks, everything else feels utterly ordinary, Lin Fan confidently declared while standing beside the mirror. However, it would be prudent to have Wu Lao assess my condition. Lin Fan thought inwardly, then exuded the aura of a recently ascended True Origin 9th layer. Not long after, Li Jian entered Lin Fan's courtyard with a complex expression.
Lin Fan, you might want to consider not participating in this competition." Before Li Jian could finish, his countenance suddenly changed, as though he had encountered his great-grandmother. Subsequently, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face as he laughed heartily. "The talent mirror has failed, the talent mirror is worthless." His voice was imbued with excitement and exhilaration.
The talent mirror?
Lin Fan, you are indeed a rare prodigy, not merely a 1,000-year rarity, but rather one that appears once in 10,000 years. Li Jian exclaimed, his face brimming with enthusiasm as he gazed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan humbly smiled, "Masterly, you flatter me." Li Jian, with a serious demeanor, looked at Lin Fan and expressed concern. "Lin Fan, your talent is exceedingly formidable. If others in the various factions learn of this, it could pose a threat to your life. It would be wise to abstain from today's intersect competition. After all, this is rather outrageous. Advancing a level each day in just a few days' time would frighten anyone who hears about it."
Lin Fan nodded, fully understanding Li Jian's concerns.
Nevertheless, he deemed it unnecessary. As long as he continued to advance, it was more efficient than causing trouble. If it became untenable, he could simply seclude himself in the sect for a year, at which point it would not be others seeking him out for trouble, but rather he pursuing them. "Masterly, I comprehend your apprehensions," Lin Fan replied calmly. "I, Lin Fan, navigate life with utmost caution and shall not encounter any mishaps." Li Jian observed Lin Fan's composed gaze, his own worries slightly alleviated. He recognized that Lin Fan was not one to act recklessly, his decisions undoubtedly bore his own considerations. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press further," Li Jian sighed.
"However, you must exercise caution. The malice in this world far exceeds your imagination."
Lin Fan nodded and then accompanied Li Jian and Zhao Linger to the arena for the intersect competition. The arena, constructed from a unique type of mysterious stone, was exceptionally hard, making it difficult for any typical Shen Dan realm practitioner to leave a mark upon it.
Surrounding it was a fifth-tier array, ensuring the audience could watch with peace of mind. "Hey, do you think Brother Lin Fan will attend this intersect competition?" "Probably not. With his 6th-tier aptitude and only being at the True Origin first layer, does he dare to participate in the intersect competition?"
"Exactly. With his 6th-tier aptitude, if he is lucky, he might just reach True Origin 2nd layer by now. Even if his combat power is strong, he cannot possibly contend with those at True Origin 6th or 7th layer." Lin Yan sat calmly beside Dan He in the stands, taking note of those who spoke ill of Lin Fan. Since revealing his alchemical talents 3 days prior, Dan He had remained by his side, teaching him alchemy, which had rendered Lin Yan unable to cultivate and increasingly vexed. Meanwhile, Dan He, with a beaming smile, observed Lin Yan with growing delight. Under the guidance of Wu Lao and Dan He, Lin Yan's remarkable talents had astonished Dan He, leading him to believe that Lin Yan possessed the potential of a Dan Saint.
At that moment, Wu Lao sensed something amiss. Wu Lao, a monster.
Chapter 45 of the most dull intersect competition in the history of the Xintian sect. On the spectator stands, Wan Moshuan beheld the arrival of the jubilant Li Jian and subsequently turned to his companions, Zhao Linger and Lin Fan. Wan Moshuan nodded in acknowledgement, but his voice abruptly faltered as he cast another uncertain glance at Lin Fan.
"Impossible, 9th level of true essence."
Wan Moshuan exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet as he gazed at Lin Fan, his tone laced with disbelief and his eyes brimming with shock.
9th level of true essence.
The other peak masters, elders, and the sect leader turned their attention to Lin Fan, each sensing the extraordinary aura radiating from him, exchanging incredulous glances.
"What?
Senior brother Lin Fan has broken through to the 9th level of true essence. That cannot be. Wasn't he said to possess a 6th-tier talent? I recall senior brother Lin Fan was merely at the 1st level of true essence not long ago." Lin Fan suddenly released the aura of the 9th level of true essence, and those in close proximity immediately felt the overwhelming pressure. Zhao Linger stared at Lin Fan in astonishment, pondering. "No wonder Master has been smiling all day. When I asked him, he merely replied that I would understand upon reaching the battle stage. So this is how it is." "Impossible, impossible, this cannot be. A fraud, they are all frauds." Some disciples who had previously mocked Lin Fan were now drenched in sweat and filled with terror. They could hardly fathom that the genius they had derided had, in such a short span of time, ascended to the 9th level of true essence. Such a pace was utterly unprecedented. At the same time, they were consumed by a sense of grievance, feeling deceived. Meng Yunqing retrieved the talent mirror, doubting whether this stone mirror was outdated and incapable of detecting anything. "How can this be? How can this be?" Wan Moshuan mused vacantly, his face etched with confusion. Elder Wu silently observed this bewildered young lad, contrasting his own composure and maturity. Rather than ponder endlessly, he simply chose to dismiss it from his mind. Lin Fan, feeling the myriad gazes and whispers around him, remained as tranquil as a still pond.
What shall the sect leader do next?
Yun Qingru inquired softly, glancing at sect leader Meng Yuqing.
Let us commence the inter-sect competition first.
We can discuss Lin Fan's matter once the competition concludes, Meng Yuqing contemplated.
Silence.
Chenin commanded with the authority of a Xiandan realm cultivator, his voice booming like a great bell, instantly silencing the entire battle stage.
All eyes were fixed upon him, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the competition's commencement. Chenin scanned the surroundings, his voice resonant. The Xiantian sect inter-sect competition begins now. The first match. Lin Fan vs Zhao Hu, Chenin declared, his gaze complexly resting on Lin Fan. Thanks to Lin Fan, he had earned several thousand contribution points from the Peak Masters, yet due to his role as a messenger, he had been subtly undermined by the 6 Peak Masters. He should have been enjoying the spectacle, yet here he was acting as a judge. I concede.
Zhao Hu said with a wry smile, realizing he was merely at the 6th level of true essence and had encountered a genius capable of surpassing levels such as Lin Fan.
The disparity left him feeling utterly defeated. Lin Fan wins.
Chenin announced, a hint of resignation in his tone, as he understood that the outcome of this match had long been anticipated by the crowd. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his expression neutral, as though everything had unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. Subsequently, nearly all his opponents chose to concede automatically, with the exception of Wu Yanfeng. After nearly a month of arduous training, coupled with the resources from the dynasty and the Xiantian sect, she had finally broken through to the 6th level of true essence, hoping to redeem herself against Lin Fan. However, upon discovering that he had directly ascended to the 9th level, she felt utterly outmatched. And nevertheless, with fierce determination, she took to the stage wielding her heavenly weapon, the Yanfeng sword, only to be effortlessly swept off the battle stage by Lin Fan. The spectators were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Fan would secure such an effortless victory. Wu Yanfeng, standing below the battle stage, wore an expression of disbelief and indignation, tightly gripping her Yanfeng sword, her eyes filled with confusion and despair as she recognized the widening chasm between her and Lin Fan. Yet, she did not allow herself to succumb to weakness for long. She quickly rallied her spirits. The subsequent matches continued apace. Opponents who faced Lin Fan either chose to concede or were swiftly dealt with by him. This monotonous display left the audience feeling rather bored, as what they had anticipated to be thrilling duels had merely devolved into a series of one-sided contests akin to Lin Fan's earlier matches. At last, the time arrived for the final match. Lin Fan against the spirit-bodied genius, Lu Yanran. Go, junior brother, teach Lu Yanran a lesson on behalf of your senior sister. Zhao Linger said, puffing up in frustration beside Lin Fan, still smarting from her recent defeat at Lu Yanran's hands. Lin Fan nodded, steadily making his way to the battle stage. The final match, a clash between a spirit body and Lin Fan, surely could not be dull, could it? Lin Fan stood on the stage, his expression complex as he regarded the stunningly beautiful Lu Yanran, who could have potentially been his sister-in-law. Since that was not to be, he felt no need to hold back, especially with his senior sister's admonitions in mind, as he had never intended to show any mercy. Begin! Chenin's voice rang out once more, signaling the start of the competition. Activate the Xian Shui spirit body. Lu Yanran called out, her form enveloped in a delicate blue glow, her cultivation aura intensifying to the peak of the 9th level of true essence, a pseudo-Xiandan realm. Lin Fan regarded the pseudo-Xiandan Lu Yanran and mused, she seems quite formidable. Is this what a spirit body is like? A flicker of admiration crossed his gaze, but he quickly shook his head. What a pity that she is merely at the pseudo-Xiandan realm, while I, Lin Fan, am at the true Xiandan realm. With that, Lin Fan unleashed his full combat prowess, and with a single, earnest stroke of his sword, he sent Lu Yanran careening off the battle stage. Lin Fan stood calmly atop the battle stage. Lu Yanran, below, wore a bittersweet smile, having thought herself a paragon of the spirit body clan, yet finding herself no different from the others in this match against Lin Fan. This feels like something is missing yet. Senior brother Lin Fan is truly powerful. The surrounding disciples reflected on the conclusion of the final match, sensing that something was lacking. The entire crowd was astonished by Lin Fan's strength, some cheering, while others felt a twinge of boredom, as this competition was hardly comparable to the exhilarating clashes of previous years, where no one had ever dominated as Lin Fan had. Indeed, even the Peak Masters and sect leaders found the event somewhat tedious, recalling with more excitement the bout between Lin Fan and Yi Yi. Ultimately, this edition of the Xiantian sect's inter-sect competition, much like its outer sect counterpart, would be remembered as the most unremarkable in the annals of the Xiantian sect's history, while simultaneously being recognized as the strongest competition ever held in both inner and outer sections. Chapter 46, The Hall of Heavenly Demons. Following the conclusion of the inter-sect competition, Lin Fan was escorted to the main hall of the sect. The 6 Peak Masters and the sect leader observed him in profound silence. Hidden in the shadows, Elder Yin gazed at Lin Fan with a complex expression, as if contemplating something. This young man is quite unruly, however, perhaps that is for the best. The realm of the Xiandan is indeed rather astonishing. But where did he acquire this technique? Could it be that he has created it himself? There is indeed a possibility, Elder Yin murmured to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yet, this prodigious talent poses a certain dilemma. Never mind, I shall let him leave the sect for a while to relax. Suddenly, a secretive shadow departed from the Shantian sect and shortly arrived at Xianyang City. Dan He, recalling something, was the first to break the silence. A talent of imperial caliber. Li Jian nodded, then shook his head, pondering. A talent of sword emperor caliber. Yun Qingru found the situation intriguing and contemplated further. An unparalleled genius. Wan Moshuan shook his head, unable to think of anything so terrifying. Lin Fan wore a grim expression. All right, enough of this nonsense. The voice of Meng Yuqing interrupted the group's discussion, her gaze fixed upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan, please retest your aptitude with the talent mirror. Lin Fan, with a complex expression, looked at the talent mirror and then calmly placed his palm upon it. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. The talent mirror began to emit light, revealing the inscription within: Qualification 6th tier, Special Physique None. Meng Yuqing, the Six Peak Masters, and the hidden Elder Yin observed Lin Fan, who remained composed, as if he had already anticipated the outcome. Meng Yuqing furrowed her delicate brows, silently pondering. The ancestral elder had stated that the talent mirror was sufficient to reveal the aptitude of a destined individual. What could this mean? Is Lin Fan not the destined one? Or has the ancestral elder made an error? Moreover, she had previously tested the talent mirror herself, which had shown no issues. What exactly has gone awry, Meng Yuqing could not discern. She subsequently presented Lin Fan with the reward for being first in the inner sect, which he accepted with a slight nod of gratitude before returning to his courtyard. Elder Yin, what brings you here? Lin Fan asked, surprised to see Elder Yin suddenly appear in the courtyard. Elder Yin smiled slightly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. I truly cannot fathom how you managed this. Lin Fan's heart raced. Has my secret been exposed? Elder Yin waved his hand, signaling Lin Fan to remain at ease. I have made arrangements in Xianyang City. Do not concern yourself with your clan members, simply focus on your cultivation. He, Lin Fan, only needed to cultivate, while they, the older generation, had more to consider. Even the sect leader of the Divine Power Realm could not see through Lin Fan's true cultivation level, yet Elder Yin could. With his assurance, the safety of the clan members should be secured. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation. Thank you, Elder Yin. Elder Yin nodded and then took his leave simultaneously. News of Lin Fan's breakthrough to the 9th level of True Essence was relayed by spies from various factions. The leaders of the 4 major sects convened to advance from the 1st to the 9th level of True Essence in just a few days. How is that even possible? The voice of the Wind Thunder sect leader was laced with incredulity and astonishment. Is he even human? The Lingxiao sect leader's expression was equally grave as he shook his head and spoke solemnly. A treasure? No, that cannot be right. There are no treasures that are this outrageous. Without any time for digestion, could it truly be that Lin Fan's talent is just that unfathomable? Yet, such talent seems utterly extraordinary. The Qingyun sect leader's eyes were filled with shock. Before them lay a table covered with intelligence gathered by spies from various locales, meticulously detailing Lin Fan's journey from Xianyang City to the Xintian sect. The sect leaders analyzed this information. The likelihood of a treasure was low, the probability of extraordinary talent was high. This conclusion weighed heavily upon the hearts of those present. If this young man truly possesses such extraordinary talent, then his future achievements would be limitless. Ling sect master, did you not take your beloved disciple to the Xintian sect not long ago? What are your thoughts on Lin Fan? The Wind Thunder sect leader turned his gaze towards Ling Xinjian. The Ling sect master Ling Xinjian pondered momentarily, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. Lin Fan is indeed remarkable. His swordsmanship that day was truly extraordinary, though I cannot ascertain his qualifications. His tone was calm, yet his words conveyed a profound admiration for Lin Fan. Extraordinary swordsmanship, extraordinary qualifications, the Wind Thunder sect leader thought with a rueful expression. Rest assured, the Xiantian sect has been here for thousands of years and holds no interest in our 4 sects. We have not encountered any significant conflicts. The elder of the Wind Thunder sect emerged from the void. Just live your lives in peace, he said dismissively. The elder, Fengli, was about to say more when he was interrupted by the elder's gesture. Fengli recalled the events of thousands of years at Go.at. That time, the Xiantian sect had suddenly appeared and sent one individual to effortlessly crush the 4 sect leaders before delineating a territory for the Xiantian sect.
Since then, the Xiantian sect had not taken any aggressive actions against the four major sections Zhangqiong Sword Sect. The somewhat dejected Yi gazed at the latest information regarding Lin Fan. I knew Lin Fan would not be so simple. How could someone who can defeat me merely possess 6th-tier qualifications? Yi muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with excitement. He had always regarded Lin Fan as a rival, and upon hearing that Lin Fan only had 6th-tier qualifications, he felt a sense of loss for a time. After all, his opponent was capable of defeating him, someone he acknowledged, yet only had 6th-tier qualifications. Then, his brow furrowed slightly, and he sighed internally. But this improvement is truly outrageous. Alas, I must exert myself even more. Yi realized that he must strive harder to avoid being left behind by Lin Fan. Senior brother Yi. A gentle voice interrupted Yi's thoughts. He turned to see Ling Mengyao standing not far away, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. Junior sister Mengyao, what brings you here? Yi inquired, surprised to encounter her at such a moment. Senior brother, could you teach me sword techniques? Ling Mengyao pouted sweetly, her voice honeyed and difficult to refuse. Apologies, but I am currently unavailable. Yi shook his head. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin Fan, leaving him little inclination to teach swordsmanship. Is it because of Lin Fan? Ling Mengyao's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Yi nodded, having no desire to conceal his thoughts. A complex swirl of emotion surged within Ling Mengyao, and she lamented, Senior brother, you have changed. Ever since you went to the Xiantian sect, everything has transformed. You would never have rejected me like this before. Now, you speak of Lin Fan every day, cursed Lin Fan. During this period, every time her senior brother Yi heard Lin Fan's name, his expression would shift. It was clear that she, Ling Mengyao, had arrived first. Eastern region. In a desolate mountain range shrouded by a multitude of secretive formations, enveloped in boundless darkness and mist, it seemed as though it was a gateway to another world. Hall of Heavenly Demons. Master, something has gone awry. Chapter 47. This youngster has a path to death. Master, we are in grave trouble. An elderly man clad in a flowing black robe rushed into the grand hall of the Heavenly Demon Palace, his face a canvas of anxiety and unease. The master of the palace, Liamo Tian, a robust and stern-looking middle-aged man, occupied the main seat in the hall. His gaze was sharp as a blade. Upon hearing Elder Kai's exclamation, he slowly raised his head, his brows furrowed in concern. What troubles you, Elder Kai? Elder Kai's eyes were filled with terror, as though he had beheld something utterly preposterous. Master. There is a youth in the Xiantian sect named Lin Fan, who has astonishingly progressed from the 1st to the 9th level of true essence in just a few days. He ascends a level each day. Liamo Tian's pupils abruptly constricted, his body leaning forward slightly, disbelief flashing in his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? His voice bore a hint of suppressed anger, clearly shaken by the shocking news, suspecting Elder Kai was jesting. Elder Kai took a deep breath, aware that his revelation was indeed astounding. Master, this information is absolutely reliable. I have dispatched individuals to investigate thoroughly. Lin Fan's cultivation has indeed soared to the 9th level of true essence in a mere few days. This matter is of utmost significance. Master, this Lin Fan possesses a prodigious talent that could lead to our demise. Elder Tang, a gaunt man with a sinister glint in his eyes, emerged from the shadows. His voice was ghostly, evoking a chill. Elder Kai nodded, a fierce expression on his face. Master, should Lin Fan rise to prominence, it would undoubtedly pose a colossal threat to our Heavenly Demon Palace. We must take action. Liamo Tian fell silent for a moment, his fingers lightly drumming on the armrest of his chair. If this is true, then this Lin Fan must be eliminated. His voice was cold and resolute, akin to the biting winds of winter, instilling a sense of dread. Is there any intelligence on this Lin Fan? His voice was as sharp and frigid as a blade in the night. There is. There is. Elder Kai hastily replied, producing a scroll of parchment from his robe, densely inscribed with everything pertaining to Lin Fan. He presented the parchment to the master, a flicker of pride in his eyes. Liamo Tian accepted the parchment, his gaze penetrating as he swiftly perused the text. With each line, his expression grew increasingly astonished and grave. Is this individual truly human? His voice trembled with incredulity. Summon all the elders. Liamo Tian commanded, his tone low yet authoritative. The elders looked on in confusion, perplexed by the sudden summons. Liamo Tian handed the parchment to the gathered elders, who huddled around, their expressions transitioning from skepticism to shock and solemnity as they absorbed the contents.
The hall erupted in exclamations as the elders declared, "This child possesses a talent that could lead to our demise." Except for one elder, whose brow was deeply furrowed. Elder D, his brow knit tightly, spoke in a low voice, "If this intelligence is accurate, then this Lin Fan is an individual of profound cunning, capable of great restraint and survival." A flicker of concern crossed his eyes, as if he had glimpsed the abyss lurking behind Lin Fan.
"What do you mean?" Liemo Tian inquired, fixated on Elder D.
Elder D slowly elaborated, his voice resonating in the grand hall. Before arriving at the Xiantian sect, Lin Fan consistently revealed himself as a mere body refinement cultivator, not even disclosing his true abilities to his kin. Had it not been for his lack of experience in cultivation leading to foundational issues, I suspect he would not have even joined the Xiantian sect. His voice was grave, concern evident in his gaze. Once he repairs his foundation, I surmise he will conspire with the peak masters, consistently portraying himself as possessing sixth-grade aptitude, thereby identifying those within the Xiantian sect who harbor hostility towards him. Ultimately, at the critical moment of the inter-sect competition, he will unveil his true prowess at the 9th level of true essence. After eliminating those who oppose him, the remaining individuals, captivated by Lin Fan's talent, will undoubtedly rally around him. In just a few years, this youth could ascend to become the master of the Xiantian sect, and he is merely 16 years old. Elder D's words exuded profound trepidation and astonishment. A palpable weight of gravity settled over the hall, as though an invisible mountain bore down upon each heart. The elders' gazes converged on Liemo Tian, the master of the heavenly demon palace, whose countenance darkened as if ink were about to drip from it. "Such skill, such cunning, such talent," Liemo Tian spoke slowly, each word seeming to be extracted through gritted teeth, imbued with icy disdain. "If this child is not dealt with within 20 years, our heavenly demon palace shall withdraw from the eastern region." His words bore an air of finality, his gaze glistening with an undeniable resolve.
"Master, this..." The elders gasped in unison, taken aback by Liemo Tian's drastic decision.
"Master is wise," Elder D remarked, a note of respect lacing his voice, comprehending the profound implications behind Liemo Tian's resolve.
Liemo Tian's gaze swept across each elder present before finally resting upon Elder Kai.
"Elder Kai, you are tasked with gathering all intelligence on Lin Fan. I wish to be apprised of his every move."
"Yes, Master," Elder Kai replied with utmost reverence. Liemo Tian then turned to another elder, Elder D.
"Elder D, you shall devise a strategy to deal with Lin Fan." His tone carried an unyielding command. Elder D nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Rest assured, Master, I shall formulate a flawless plan." His voice brimmed with confidence, yet deep within, an unease regarding Lin Fan coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent.
Liemo Tian's gaze shifted to another elder, Elder Tang. "Elder Tang, you shall journey to Xianyang City to abduct Lin Fan's kin."
Elder Tang inclined his body slightly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes.
"As you command, Master."
His voice was low, akin to a whisper in the night, tinged with barely concealed excitement.
"Elder Tang, exercise caution."
"I fear Lin Fan may have left contingencies in Xianyang City," Elder D warned, his voice laced with anxiety, revealing his deep-seated apprehension towards Lin Fan. "Fear not, in that insignificant place of Xianyang City, Lin Fan's contingencies will amount to nothing more than a mere spirit bridge realm cultivator," Elder Tang declared confidently, his figure gradually receding into the vast hall. Elder D watched Elder Tang depart, shaking his head, an inexplicable unease gnawing at his heart, feeling as though this were the last time he would encounter Elder Tang in a tranquil courtyard of Xianyang City. A mouse scuttled in, squeaking ominously.
Chapter 48. The passing of Elder Tang. Is that Xianyang City ahead?
Elder Tang's voice echoed through the night, laced with a hint of chilling amusement. He had traversed thousands of miles, arriving at a location far removed from Xianyang City through a specialized formation. Elder Tang was not a fool. He understood the necessity of caution in all endeavors. Within the heavenly demon hall, he was renowned for his cunning and cruelty, always ensuring that every action was meticulously planned with contingencies in place. He resolved to send scouts to Xianyang City first, to ascertain the success of his impending mission. With a delicate motion, he withdrew a black jade talisman from his robe and, upon squeezing it gently, the talisman transformed into a streak of black light that vanished into the night sky. This was a unique communication talisman of the heavenly demon hall, capable of transmitting messages instantaneously to designated individuals. Before long, several cloaked figures materialized before Elder Tang, their forms resembling specters in the dimness of the night.
"Elder Tang, what are your orders?" one of them inquired in a hushed tone, reverence evident in his voice.
Elder Tang's gaze swept over them, and he coldly commanded, "You lot, infiltrate Xianyang City and capture every member of the Lin family. Remember, do not create a disturbance, I want them alive." The cloaked figures nodded in acknowledgement, their forms flickering before they vanished into the shadows as if they had melded with the darkness itself. Standing alone, Elder Tang felt a surge of pride swell within him, but he was confident that these operatives would suffice. If Lin Fan had contingencies, he would ascertain their magnitude, and if not, the task would be all the simpler. However, mere moments after the cloaked figures had slipped into the night, they inexplicably disappeared from existence. Who goes there? Elder Tang's pupils constricted sharply, sensing the sudden vanishing of his agents, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him as if a formidable presence had set its sights upon him. TSK, I initially thought I could track a mouse, only to discover you arrived through a specialized formation, a voice echoed through the void, tinged with mockery and disdain, as a figure emerged from the ether. Had Lin Fan been present, he would have been astonished to recognize Elder Yan, the very person he had conversed with recently. Elder Yan's silhouette appeared particularly eerie under the moonlight, a playful smile gracing his lips as he seemed to revel in Elder Tang's panic. The moment he perceived the figure materializing from the void, Elder Tang's instinct was to flee, yet, Elder Yan scoffed dismissively, "Do you think you can escape?" With a sweeping gesture of his hand, an overwhelming force surged forth from his palm, reaching out towards the fleeing Elder Tang. This force manifested as an invisible hand, distorting the surrounding space and creating a colossal vortex. Entangle the trees. Elder Tang, feeling the might of the approaching hand, recognized he could not withstand it directly and resorted to his secret techniques. Desperation tinged his voice as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. A verdant glow erupted from within him, commanding the surrounding trees to grow wildly, their branches coiling like serpents towards Elder Yan's hand. "Ah!" Elder Tang cried out in agony. Though his technique was formidable, it crumbled before Elder Yan's power like fragile parchment. As the branches made contact with Elder Yan's hand, they were obliterated by an unseen force. Elder Tang found himself ensnared, feeling as though his bones might shatter under the pressure. "Is there a prohibition?" Elder Yan pointed a finger at Elder Tang's forehead, causing a violent tremor to ripple through Tang's body, his eyes glazing over as if his very soul had been stripped away. With a derisive chuckle, Elder Yan relieved him of all valuable possessions, subsequently reducing Elder Tang's corpse to ashes. Casting a glance at the peculiar teleportation array, he shook his head and returned to the serene courtyard of Xianyang City. At the Xiantian sect, following the conclusion of the Inner Door competition, all had come to appreciate Lin Fan's exceptional talents. Individuals of varying influence, both powerful and insignificant, flocked to Xianjian Peak hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Fan, to familiarize themselves with him, disrupting the training of the senior disciples, ultimately leading Sect Master Li Jianfeng to seal the mountain. Under the cover of night, Lin Fan stealthily approached the residence of Lin Yan at Dan Peak. Master Wu sensed his arrival and promptly communicated with Lin Yan telepathically, "Lin Fan has come." Lin Yan paused momentarily, then quickly exited the alchemy room. "Master Wu, what news?" Lin Fan's voice carried a note of curiosity. "Well, as long as one does not possess a unique physique like the spirit eye or cultivate specific techniques related to it, they cannot see through you before reaching the Nirvana realm." Master Wu's tone was complex, filled with admiration. "At least he is in the divine transformation realm? It seems Elder Yan is no simple figure." Lin Fan mused internally, marveling at Elder Yan's ability to perceive his true level. Lin Yan stood nearby, somewhat bewildered, not comprehending their conversation, confusion evident in his expression. Master Wu, noticing Lin Yan's perplexity, clarified, "Lin Fan has not merely broken through to the 9th level of true essence, he has ascended to the Xiandan realm." Lin Yan was taken aback, realizing Lin Fan's achievement was far beyond his own expectations. What must Lin Fan have done to cultivate so rapidly? Lin Yan's voice carried a hint of longing. "Ah, if only one had a cheat." Lin Fan chuckled inwardly, knowing he could not divulge the truth. After a moment's thought, he smiled and addressed Lin Yan. "In truth, Brother Lin Yan, you have already made commendable progress. Should you wish to accelerate your advancement, consider venturing forth in search of opportunities." Lin Yan's eyes lit up, recalling the previous opportunity at the Divine Bridge, yet he pondered whether such chances truly arose so easily. Master Wu nodded in agreement, reflecting on his own rise, which was partly due to kin, partly due to fortuitous encounters, but predominantly attributed to his innate talent and diligence. "Rest assured, Brother Lin Yan, you are a person of great fortune," Lin Fan replied confidently, his gaze imbued with trust and encouragement. Lin Yan regarded Lin Fan, determination and resolve shining in his eyes. He understood that without seeking opportunities, he would never be able to catch up to Lin Fan's strides. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze resolutely towards the horizon. Subsequently, Lin Yan approached the Peak Master of Danhe, expressing his intent to embark on a journey of training. The Peak Master, observing Lin Yan's unwavering resolve, sighed and bestowed upon him several life-preserving artifacts, all the while casting glances filled with reluctance as Lin Yan departed the Xiantian sect. Stepping onto the path of adventure, Lin Yan's silhouette appeared steadfast yet solitary, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future and a yearning for opportunity. Lin Fan remained rooted in place, his eyes fixed on Lin Yan's receding figure until it vanished completely. Lin Yan, I wish you luck, Lin Fan's voice drifted softly on the night breeze, imbued with blessings and hope. Chapter 49 The Elder of Great Wisdom, D, and the enigmatic Soul Elder of the Demon Heaven Palace. As night descended, the Demon Heaven Palace was ablaze with light, the air thick with a stifling atmosphere. Not long ago, Elder Tang's life token had unexpectedly turned to ash, a revelation that struck the upper echelons of the Demon Heaven Palace like a bolt from the blue. They gathered once more, their expressions grave as they deliberated over this unforeseen upheaval. The master of the palace, Liamo Tian, sauntered past Elder D. Elder D, I have high hopes for you, he remarked, patting D on the shoulder, discreetly transmitting his words so that only D could hear. A flicker of confusion crossed Elder D's face. He was uncertain of the masteress' intentions, but the sudden emphasis on him ignited an inexplicable tension within. Who would have thought that the despicable Elder Tang would meet such an end, sighed an elder, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm and bewilderment. A mix of complex emotions danced in his gaze, as if recalling past encounters with Elder Tang. Indeed, the ominous aura surrounding Shenyang City is not to be trifled with, another elder concurred, his brow furrowed as he contemplated deeper ramifications. Silence. Liamo Tian's voice resonated through the hall, cold as the winter wind, instantly lowering the temperature of the chamber. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his next words. With a heavy sigh, Liamo Tian sat in his seat, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. Alas, my hasty judgment has cost Elder Tang his life, he lamented, his voice low, each word seeming to emerge from the depths of his heart. The expressions of those present varied. Elder D trembled slightly, as if he had grasped some profound truth. No, this is not the masteress' fault, he declared, rising with unwavering conviction to meet Liamo Tian's gaze. His voice echoed through the hall, akin to the tolling of a bell, rousing everyone's attention. Before Elder Tang set out, I had kindly reminded him to exercise caution. His demise is a result of his own negligence, not the master's oversight, he asserted, a trace of anger evident in his tone, clearly dissatisfied with Elder Tang's fate. Elder Kai cast a disapproving glance at this unfolding scene, then joined in. Indeed, it was Elder Tang's own folly, not the master's doing. Yes, it was entirely Elder Tang's own folly, not the master's responsibility, chimed in the other elders, evidently united in their displeasure at Elder Tang's demise, attributing it solely to his own shortcomings. Liamo Tian nodded in satisfaction at this display, then proclaimed, for now, we shall refrain from venturing into Shenyang City. The intelligence we have was purchased with Elder Tang's life. He then turned his thoughts to strategizing against Lin Fan. Elder D has analyzed that this individual is rather cautious. What if he continues to remain hidden within the Xiantian sect? Elder Kai interjected with a hint of malice in his gaze directed at Elder D. Elder D's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he spoke confidently. If Lin Fan does not emerge from the sect, we can keep a close watch on the younger members of the Lin family, particularly on the key target, Lin Yan. What do you propose? Liamo Tian inquired, his gaze fixed on Elder D, anticipating his explanation. With a serious demeanor, Elder D continued, Lin Yan possesses mediocre talent, he has only recently broken through to the Qi Si realm and has now advanced to the True Essence realm. I suspect that Lin Fan has secretly aided him in this progression. He paused, then added, moreover, I suspect Lin Yan is merely a pawn of Lin Fan's, the purpose of this I cannot ascertain. His words were shrouded in mystery, instilling a sense of unease among the assembly. Liamo Tian raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the plausibility of Elder D's analysis. He was well aware that Elder D was renowned for his intellect, and each of his recommendations warranted careful consideration. Could it be that Elder D is overthinking? Lin Fan is but a 16-year-old boy, how could he possess such cunning? The Soul Elder's voice dripped with skepticism. Elder D frowned slightly, irritated that this insignificant figure would dare question his sagacity. Regardless of whether Lin Yan is a pawn of Lin Fan, we must remain vigilant. Who do you deem suitable for this task, Elder D? Liamo Tian's gaze remained fixed on Elder D, awaiting his response. I believe it is best entrusted to the Soul Elder, Elder D replied calmly, casting a sidelong glance at the Soul Elder, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Soul Elder? The Soul Elder's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by Elder D's petty vindictiveness over a mere inquiry. Very well, the matter concerning Lin Yan shall be handled by the Soul Elder, Liamo Tian decided without hesitation. The Soul Elder inhaled deeply, realizing he had no choice but to comply. Arising, he bowed deeply to Liamo Tian, as you command, Master. A trace of resignation laced his voice. Elder D's lips curled into a smug smile.
After leaving the Demon Heaven Palace, the Soul Elder sought out the Black and White Elders. Rage simmered within him. Was it truly necessary to react so strongly over a mere question? He vowed to make Elder D pay dearly for this slight. Black and White Elders, seek an opportunity to capture Lin Yan, the Soul Elder commanded, passing the dossier on Lin Yan to them before departing. The Black and White Elders examined the documents, their brows knitted in concern. Lin Yan, a mere True Essence Realm underling, was nothing more than an insignificant insect to them. Han Feng, you shall capture Lin Yan, the Black and White Elders ordered, their voices leaving no room for dissent, assigning the task to their subordinate, Han Feng. Han Feng raised an eyebrow at the documents he received. Are you serious? You want me, a formidable figure in the Divine Bridge realm, to apprehend a mere True Essence Realm underling? Though displeased, he dared not defy the orders of the Black and White Elders. He tracked down his subordinate, Blood Sea. Blood Sea, you are to capture Lin Yan, Han Feng instructed, his tone tinged with impatience as he handed over the dossier, as though it were a hot potato. Blood Sea glanced at the documents, a hint of disdain crossing his face. Me, a high-ranking figure in the Xiandan realm, tasked with capturing a True Essence Realm minion, this is absurd. While he felt discontent, he understood that it was a command from above, and he had to comply. Blood Sea sought out his subordinate, Wu Niao. Wu Niao, keep an eye on Lin Yan, and seize any opportunity to capture him, he commanded, his tone dismissive, as if addressing a trivial matter. Wu Niao, recently elevated to the Xiandan realm, wore an expression of disbelief. Me, a Xiandan realm individual, to capture a True Essence Realm minion, this is ludicrous. Though displeased, he recognized this was an order from above that he must obey. His figure vanished into the night, akin to a nocturnal Wu Niao. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who was out seeking opportunities, remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of a convoluted web of surveillance. Chapter 50 of the Eastern Domain's Talented Rankings. In the Eastern Domain, there lies the enigmatic organization known as the Tianji Pavilion, renowned for its ability to predict the future and for establishing the prestigious Talented Rankings. At this moment, however, the pavilion master, Tian Xuanzi, finds himself engulfed in an unprecedented state of confusion. Within the confines of his chamber, Tian Xuanzi is curled up in a corner, his hair disheveled like untamed weeds. His hands are clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain, and his eyes are vacant and devoid of spirit, resembling a hollow shell devoid of a soul. He mutters incessantly, I cannot calculate it, I cannot calculate it. Master, will the Talented Rankings be released this time? A voice from outside disrupts the silence that envelopes the room. Of course it will be released. Tian Xuanzi responds, his tone imbued with a hint of determination as a flicker of vitality returns to his hollow gaze. And what about Lin Fan's information? The person outside inquires, hesitation lacing their voice. Let it be, the pavilion master's voice carries a note of resignation, his gaze once again turns vacant, as if at that moment, his soul has been drawn away from his corporeal form once more. Tian Xuanzi exhausts every method at his disposal to divine Lin Fan's fate, yet no matter how fervently he tries, he cannot glean even a whisper of insight about him. All he has determined is that Lin Fan possesses a 6th-tier aptitude, with no remarkable traits to speak of, nothing more. At this moment, Lin Fan remains blissfully unaware that the two great powers of the Eastern Domain are preoccupied with him. Morning light breaks. Indeed, it is just as such, Lin Fan murmurs softly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Very well, he reiterates, his tone brimming with approval. Reclining in his chair, Lin Fan gazes contentedly at Xiao He, who has just broken through to the 3rd stage of body refinement, feeling an undeniable sense of fulfillment akin to nurturing a character in a role-playing game. Before long, hurried footsteps echo from the courtyard, followed by an excited shout. Junior brother Lin Fan, you have made the rankings. Lin Fan, perplexed, queries, made what rankings? Why, the Talented Rankings, of course. What other rankings could it be? Zhao Linger responds, her brow slightly furrowed in confusion. The Talented Rankings, Lin Fan ponders aloud, initially believing he might have been listed among some handsome or illustrious rankings, only to discover that he is indeed on the Talented Rankings. This list represents the most outstanding geniuses under the age of 30 in the Eastern Domain. As he receives the list from Zhao Linger, his eyes traverse its contents. Each name is that of a formidable individual, each a paragon among the youth of the Eastern Domain. Rank 100. Lin Fan, 9th-tier True Essence, 6th-tier Aptitude? Lin Fan gazes at the list with a hint of disdain, lamenting that being ranked 100 is merely a source of trouble. He would rather not be on it at all. He continues to peruse the rankings. Rank 21 Ling Shui, 7th-tier Mystic Pill, top-tier Celestial Aptitude. Rank 7 Li Xian, 9th-tier Mystic Pill, Supreme Celestial Aptitude, Special Physique, Sword Spirit Body. Rank 3 Xia Suner, 1-tier Divine Bridge, low-tier Sacred Aptitude, Special Physique. Innate spiritual body. Rank 2 Jin Wushuang, 2-tier divine bridge, low-tier sacred aptitude, special physique innate sword body. Rank 1 Xia Hao, 5-tier divine bridge, mid-tier sacred aptitude, special physique stellar sacred body. At least half of the names on the list possess special physiques, and one even boasts a sacred body, which surprises Lin Fan, who is equally astonished to see his senior brother and second sister among the ranks. However, with his outwardly displayed 9-tier true essence and 6th-tier aptitude, he muses, TCH, surely someone will come looking for trouble. Junior brother Lin Fan, what are you pondering? Zhao Linger's voice breaks through his reverie. Lin Fan lifts his gaze to meet Zhao Linger's clear eyes, offering a slight smile as he confidently replies, "Oh, nothing much, merely feeling that being ranked below first is rather dull." Zhao Linger blushes, her face tinged with a rosy hue as she remarks that with Lin Fan's talents, he will surely ascend to the first rank within a few years. Lin Fan nods in agreement, yet he understands that before long, he will undoubtedly claim the top position. Everyone, look, the latest talented rankings are out, junior brother Lin Fan has made the list. What? Junior brother Lin Fan has ascended the talented rankings so swiftly, I believe he has only been at Xiantian sect for a month. Indeed, but the previous rank 100, Feng Xiaoxiao, must be feeling quite disheartened. Certainly. A 9-tier true essence cultivator usurping a place on the talented rankings traditionally reserved for those in the mystic pill realm must be a bitter pill to swallow. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Domain's 5 major sects, others gaze upon the new talented rankings with skepticism, questioning whether the Tianji Pavilion has faltered. How could a 9-tier true essence cultivator possibly enter the talented rankings when even the top rank, Xia Hao, only achieved that status after reaching the mystic pill realm? And what does this 6th-tier aptitude signify? Has the Tianji Pavilion's calculations gone awry? As inquiries spread, the name Lin Fan swirls through the Eastern Domain like a tempest, sending ripples of astonishment throughout. The renowned geniuses whose names grace the list feel an overwhelming pressure and retreat into seclusion for rigorous cultivation. Xia Hao of the Xia family regards Lin Fan's information with a glimmer of intrigue. Interesting. Disguised as Lin Yan, Lin Fan listens intently to the discussions surrounding his ascent to the talented rankings, his hands clenched tightly. Lin Chan, thank you for saving my father, Ling Shaner interjects, her striking beauty accentuated by her eyes brimming with gratitude. There's no need for thanks. We merely struck a deal, Lin Yan replies coolly, his gaze shifting toward the great door of the Ling family's treasury behind her. This is the treasury of my Ling family, Ling Shaner states with a hint of pride, her eyes filled with admiration as she looks at Lin Yan. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierces the air, as a young man steps forward, blocking Lin Yan's path. Halt, how dare an outsider enter my Ling family's treasury? Lin Yan furrows his brow, Chapter 51. The prodigy merely stands at the threshold of Lin Fan, senior brother, within the confines of a secret chamber in the Wind Thunder sect. Feng Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, at a pivotal moment, his body trembled violently as a formidable aura erupted from within him, resonating like the crack of thunder. He had finally broken through to the 5th level of the profound pill realm. Opening his eyes, Feng Xiaoxiao reveled in the surging power coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ever since his ranking plummeted to the last position on the prodigy list, he had been secluding himself in rigorous training to achieve this breakthrough. He pushed open the stone door of the chamber and stepped out, casually seeking out a passing disciple. Quickly, bring me the latest prodigy list, he instructed with a smile directed at the disciple. The disciple hurriedly handed over the most recent prodigy list stored within his ring. Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze fell upon Lin Fan, who had usurped his position at the 100th spot. Upon seeing the information of the one who had replaced him, a flicker of rage ignited in his eyes, his voice tinged with disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? Has the Tianji Pavilion lost its senses? A 6th-tier talent, and yet a mere 9th level of true essence dares to take my place? He soon began to inquire about Lin Fan's background. A disciple cautiously reported, Senior Brother Feng, it is said that this Lin Fan has broken through from the 1st level to the 9th level of true essence within just a few days. What? Feng Xiaoxiao interrupted, astonishment and skepticism. The entire eastern region is abuzz with this news. Feng Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, muttering to himself, so this is what they call a 6th-tier talent. The Tianji Pavilion truly must be out of their minds. However, he quickly reassured himself, but a mere 9th level of true essence cannot possibly match my 5th level of profound pill. A contemptuous glint flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, he sought someone to deliver a challenge to the one ranked 91st on the prodigy list. After doing so, he pondered and decided to issue a challenge to Lin Fan as well. Given Lin Fan's evident talent, he surmised that he could easily prevail in their duel. A confident smile played upon Feng Xiaoxiao's lips as he thought, as for those who say a 5th level of profound pill,
am bullying a 9th level of true essence. Humph, I am merely defeating the one who took my rank, there's nothing shameful about that. The notion of the future number 1 on the prodigy list being bested by him brought a smirk to his face. The disciple ranked 91st cast a grave look upon Feng Xiaoxiao's challenge letter. Troubled by the implications, standing in the courtyard, Lin Fan felt the gentle breeze caress his garments, bringing a refreshing chill. His gaze rested upon the challenge letter in his hand, and a faint smile graced his lips. Ah, trouble arises so soon after just a few days, he mused softly, a glint of amusement shining in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan penned a brief response on the challenge letter and entrusted it to Xiaohe for delivery. When Feng Xiaoxiao received Lin Fan's reply and unfolded it, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. The challenge letter contained only a few terse lines, yet it sparked astonishment in his eyes. What? To challenge Lin Fan, one must first submit 100,000 mid-grade essence stones, and if victorious, they will be returned. If not, they are forfeited, and the duel must take place at the Xintian sect? His voice held a note of incredulity, quickly replaced by a playful smile. This is the first time I've heard of such a stipulation for a prodigy challenge, but considering Lin Fan is only at the 9th level of true essence, I find it amusing. Indeed, this Lin Fan is quite interesting. Even if I win, I shall gift him the stones as a token of friendship. A confident smile curled at the corners of Feng Xiaoxiao's lips as he rose and approached the window, gazing into the distance. He understood that this challenge would herald a significant moment for Lin Fan, destined to become the number 1 on the prodigy list, and he, Feng Xiaoxiao, would play the leading role in this grand spectacle. Have you heard? Feng Xiaoxiao is challenging Lin Fan, the one ranked 100th on the prodigy list. I've heard, but alas, the location is at the Xintian sect, accessible only to disciples of the Wind Thunder sect and Xintian sect. Young master, Feng Xiaoxiao from the Wind Thunder sect has arrived, Xiaohe announced from outside the door. Lin Fan nodded, then rose to consult the system. Host, Lin Fan realm first level of profound pill cultivation technique 10,000 laws returning to 1, heavenly heart technique, not yet initiated, martial skills earth sword 3 styles, heavenly sword style, not yet initiated, sword control technique, not yet initiated, special enhancements. Perfect sword intent, fusion creation method points 36-inch system, max out the heavenly sword style. In the 26th year, with centuries of experience in various sword techniques, you have successfully broken through to perfection in the heavenly sword style, a top-tier technique. Your cultivation has seen a slight increase, and you have comprehended 1/10 of sword intent points. 10 Lin Fan felt the power of 1/10 of sword intent coursing through him and nodded in satisfaction. After adjusting his attire, he exited the courtyard, moving like a whispering breeze towards the designated arena for the duel.at. The Xintian sect's duel arena. A sea of spectators had gathered, even more bustling than the inner sect competitions. Disciples from both the outer and inner sects, as well as some from the Wind Thunder sect, congregated here. The peak masters observed from the stands, their gazes fixed on the center of the arena, where Feng Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan were set to clash. An air of tension and excitement permeated the atmosphere, with disciples' discussions rising and falling like waves. Who do you think will win this time between Feng Xiaoxiao and senior brother Lin Fan? A curious disciple from the Xintian sect inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Definitely senior brother Lin Fan. Wang Tian exclaimed excitedly. Ever since losing to Lin Fan in Xianyang City and witnessing his exceptional talent at the Xintian sect, he had become a fervent admirer of Lin Fan, wishing he could be Xiaohe, standing by Lin Fan's side. Impossible. Lin Fan is merely at the 9th level of true essence. How could he possibly be a match for our senior brother Xiaoxiao, who is at the 5th level of profound pill? A disciple from the Wind Thunder sect scoffed, brimming with confidence in his sect's prodigy. Just as Wang Tian was about to retort, a nearby disciple exclaimed, "Look up at the sky, it's senior brother Lin Fan." A finger pointed towards the heavens, his voice trembling with excitement. All eyes were instantly drawn upwards, as Lin Fan descended gracefully from the sky onto the duel platform. The crowd stood in awe, captivated by his ethereal beauty, his appearance strikingly handsome, resembling an otherworldly being, clad in garments as white as snow, exuding an aura of transcendence. Senior brother Lin Fan has broken through to the profound pill realm. Senior brother Lin Fan is so handsome. What a terrifying talent, to break through to the profound pill realm in just a few days. Feng Xiaoxiao felt a jolt of shock within, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features before it swiftly vanished. So what if he has broken through to the profound pill realm? I am still at the 5th level, Feng Xiaoxiao scoffed, harboring a sense of disdain within. He understood that the gap in cultivation was not easily bridged, and he was confident in his ability to defeat Lin Fan. Calmly standing on the duel platform, Lin Fan tossed out a storage ring. This contains 100,000 mid-grade essence stones, he declared with a smile. Feng Xiaoxiao caught the ring and nodded, his expression betraying no emotion. Feng Xiaoxiao of the Wind Thunder sect. Lin Fan of the Xiantian sect. Standing on the platform, Feng Xiaoxiao felt a surge of pride, envisioning himself as the conqueror of the future #1 on the prodigy list. With this thought, he smirked, but soon, after a single sword strike from Lin Fan, Feng Xiaoxiao's smile vanished entirely. Lin Fan's sword technique was akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. As he unleashed his strike, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Heavenly sword style, he called out, the sword light slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Feng Xiaoxiao. With a resounding crash, Feng Xiaoxiao was hurled against the formation barrier. The impact echoed with a dull thud as he slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. A tempest of emotions surged within him. A single sword strike, just one, had rendered him, a 5th level of profound pill prodigy, powerless to withstand the assault. On the stands, Peak Master Li Jian's expression was one of shock, disbelief etched across his features. This young man, he is truly transformed in just a few days, not only breaking through to the profound pill realm but also comprehending 1/10 of sword intent. Surrounding disciples fell into a stunned silence before erupting into astonished exclamations, their eyes wide with disbelief. Feng Xiaoxiao, once a revered prodigy, had been bested by Lin Fan with a single sword strike. What a farce of a prodigy, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from senior brother Lin Fan. He is no different from me, Wang Tian scoffed, his heart filled with disdain as he observed the unfolding events. The prodigy merely stands at the threshold of senior brother Lin Fan. This declaration resonated like thunder among the assembled disciples, and soon, they all echoed, the prodigy merely stands at the threshold of senior brother Lin Fan. Chapter 52. Lin Fan's fame shakes the Eastern Domain. The demon child sold by others. The prodigy merely regarded the threshold of Lin Fan, the senior brother. Amidst the fervent shouts echoing around him, Lin Fan felt somewhat at a loss and offered a faint smile. This smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, stirred ripples of excitement. The disciples, in their exhilaration, engaged in spirited debates, each believing himself to be the favored recipient of Lin Fan's smile. Senior brother Lin smiled at me. No, he smiled at me. Be quiet. It was directed at me. Observing this scene, Feng Xiaoxiao could only smile wryly. Once brimming with confidence, he had thought himself capable of easily defeating Lin Fan. However, he now found himself overwhelmed by this tide of enthusiasm, feeling utterly insignificant. He stood up, dusting himself off, and contemplated that while he had not become the first to vanquish the future top prodigy, he had instead become the first prodigy to be defeated by the future top prodigy. Well, not bad. With this thought, Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled again. His gaze turned to Lin Fan, who merely nodded before soaring into the sky. A flicker of respect blossomed in Feng Xiaoxiao's heart. The strength and demeanor of Lin Fan forced him to concede that he was inferior. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Fan sat on a stone bench, toying with the storage ring bestowed upon him by Feng Xiaoxiao. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself, the prodigy ranking seems rather promising. I initially thought it would only bring trouble, yet I never anticipated it could also yield profit. Truly, I am a genius. The mere thought of the monetary gifts from the prodigy ranking brought a playful smile to Lin Fan's lips. Before long, news of Lin Fan's decisive victory over the 5th-tier prodigy Feng Xiaoxiao spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Domain, heralding the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy. In various corners of the Eastern Domain, prodigies who had recently concluded their secluded training, upon hearing this news, abandoned their leisurely pursuits and promptly retreated to their respective chambers to engage in more rigorous cultivation, unwilling to be surpassed by Lin Fan. They understood that Lin Fan's arrival would alter the entire landscape of the prodigy ranking. Conversely, some prodigies, upon witnessing the formidable Lin Fan, succumbed to despair. They recognized that the chasm between themselves and Lin Fan could not be bridged through mere cultivation efforts. Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Recently, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had been the subject of much gossip due to Lin Fan's ascension in the prodigy ranking. Fortunately, Lin Fan had proven his worthiness to be included. The calculating master, crouched in a corner, wore a frown as he scrutinized Lin Fan's information, sighing deeply. Pavilion Master, the entire Eastern Domain now understands Lin Fan's prowess. Should we update the prodigy ranking? A voice from outside shattered the silence within the chamber. Should we also amend Lin Fan's information? The cautious voice continued to inquire. The calculating master finally lifted his head, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes as he roared, apart from adjusting the ranking and cultivation level, nothing else can be altered. This is my final act of defiance on behalf of Lin Fan. He had not miscalculated, the ranking would be firmly set at 80-first. In the Demon Palace, Li Madian stood atop the high platform, his countenance dark as if it could drip with water. Anger and anxiety flickered in his eyes, as the atmosphere within the grand hall grew tense, suffused with an oppressive air.
What shall we do? Speak, what shall we do?
Li Modian's voice reverberated in the vast hall, akin to thunder rumbling in the clouds, causing everyone to wince. Within the hall, the attendees exchanged glances, none daring to speak freely. They all recognized that Lin Fan had not only broken through to the Xiandan realm but had also decisively defeated a fifth-tier prodigy, presenting a terrifying prodigy indeed. Elder D slowly rose, capturing everyone's attention, his eyes glinting with cunning.
I have a plan. Li Modian's gaze fell upon the astute Elder D, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. However, this plan could potentially jeopardize the demon child currently in seclusion. Elder D's words carried a hint of hesitation. Li Modian furrowed his brow, knowing that the demon child mentioned by Elder D was the future of the demon palace. Contemplating Lin Fan's formidable talent, his mind wavered. Lin Fan's rise was alarmingly powerful. If left unchecked, the position of the demon palace would become precarious. Let us hear it, Li Modian spoke in a low tone, each word as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. Elder D inhaled deeply and began to articulate his plan. The demon child currently ranks 6th in the prodigy ranking, and no one is aware that he belongs to our demon palace. When Lin Fan approaches the top 10, we can have the demon child challenge him at the Xian Tian sect, and then eliminate Lin Fan during the contest. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Modian's eyes. He recognized this as a perilous yet potentially viable opportunity. He asked solemnly, "Are you certain the demon child can slay Lin Fan?" Elder D nodded, a hint of cunning in his gaze. To ensure Lin Fan's demise, we can provide the demon child with treasures capable of slaying even those in the Divine Bridge or Divine Powers realms, but it is likely that the demon child will also fall to the Xian Tian sect afterward. Li Modian fell silent, weighing the merits and drawbacks of this plan in his heart.
Master, I believe Elder D's plan is feasible. Elder Kai, who had always been at odds with the demon child, interjected. Although it would mean losing an exceptional demon child, it would also rid them of the more formidable Lin Fan, making it a worthwhile trade. A glint of slyness sparkled in Elder Kai's eyes. The other elders began to murmur their agreement, recognizing that although the demon child might be sacrificed, it would secure the stability of the demon palace. Li Modian's brow furrowed as he surveyed the gathered elders, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Elder D's face. Elder D, are you certain this plan has no oversights? Elder D nodded, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Master, this is the best strategy we can conceive at present. Lin Fan's rate of growth is alarmingly swift. If we do not eliminate him soon, the future of the demon palace will be in jeopardy. Li Modian inhaled deeply, aware that this decision would profoundly impact the future of the demon palace. His gaze swept over the gathered elders once more, finally resting on Elder D's face. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Do not inform the demon child of this matter upon his emergence, and treat him kindly. The elders nodded in unison. The demon child, currently in seclusion, remained blissfully unaware that he had been sold out by his own. Lin Fan too was oblivious to the machinations of the two great forces in the eastern domain, who were laboring diligently due to his presence. Gratitude to the past, the roll summons from the esteemed figure and the endorsement from the venerable monk Bodhi, along with the support of the dog-hugging me and the eternal Chen Yuan Emperor, as well as the author's own efforts driven by love, and the encouragement from fellow readers, thank you all. Chapter 53. The Courier of the Wild Goose. Lin Fan ascended to the rank of alchemist within a desolate cave. Utilizing a treasure map unexpectedly acquired from the Ling family vault, Lin Yan successfully advanced from the 2nd to the 5th level of true essence. As he stood up, preparing to depart, the voice of Master Wu resonated in Lin Yan's mind. Young Yan, are you not going to consolidate your strength to the 6th level of true essence before you leave? Lin Yan shook his head, his gaze resolute. I shall seek new opportunities while digesting my gains. As Lin Yan gradually distanced himself from the cave, the surrounding landscape transformed from desolate ruins to a well-trodden pathway. Young Yan, someone is following you. Master Wu's voice suddenly interrupted Lin Yan's contemplation. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, his pace unbroken, though a hint of wariness crept into his tone. What level are they? Just a mere fledgling of the Xiandan realm, Master Wu replied, his tone laced with clear disdain. Feeling slightly offended as a 5th-level true essence practitioner, Lin Yan surveyed the crowd around him before moving to an open space where he halted, adjusting his stance. Caw. Are you Lin Chen, or perhaps Lin Yan? The wild goose, observing the mysterious new alchemist from the dossier, inquired, having caught wind of Lin Yan's departure from the Xiandan peak. Neither, Lin Yan replied coolly, gazing at the black-robed wild goose, whose eyes bore an inscrutable depth. Caw. Regardless of who you are, you shall accompany me, the wild goose declared, unleashing a surge of Xiandan energy. Lin Yan's true essence surged within him as he swiftly formed a barrier with his hands, a shimmering shield materializing instantaneously. The wild goose's assault collided with the barrier, producing a dull thud, yet failing to inflict any harm upon Lin Yan. "Ah, you managed to block it, intriguing." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the wild goose's eyes, evidently unprepared for Lin Yan's defensive capabilities. The wild goose began to toy with Lin Yan, each attack imbued with the oppressive aura of the Xiandan realm, while Lin Yan struggled to withstand them, each block draining his energy significantly. Yet, within his eyes, there was no fear, only steadfast determination and indomitable spirit. In the midst of this life and death contest, Lin Yan's aura began to shift, his true essence swirling violently within, each cycle seemingly pushing the limits of his potential. At last, following a ferocious strike from the wild goose, Lin Yan's essence surged, breaking through to the 6th level of true essence. Ah, a breakthrough! A glimmer of murderous intent flashed within the wild goose's eyes, astonished that Lin Yan was capable of such advancement amidst battle. "Young Yan, allow me to take over," Master Wu sensed the wild goose's intent. "Thank you, Master Wu," Lin Yan replied, recognizing that the ensuing confrontation was beyond his capability to handle. The wild goose observed Lin Yan's suddenly enhanced aura. Shortly thereafter, Master Wu guided Lin Yan to retrieve a storage ring from the debris, inspecting its contents. Quite satisfactory," Master Wu remarked, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. "Ah! There's even a pill capable of breaking through to the Xiandan realm," Master Wu exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. "Excellent, excellent, a fine find," Master Wu praised, evidently pleased with the haul. Lin Fan reclined in a chair within the courtyard, sunlight filtering through the dappled tree shadows, casting a soft glow upon his somewhat languid visage. Li Jin observed the familiar scene, harboring doubts about whether this lad had truly engaged in cultivation. "Leader Li, what brings you here?" Lin Fan's voice remained tranquil, devoid of any ripples. Li Jin smiled slightly, approaching Lin Fan, his gaze laced with anticipation. "And nothing much, just came to inform you that in about 20 days, a secret realm accessible only to those below the Divine Bridge realm will open. Would you like to join? Within, there are enlightenment fruits that enhance comprehension." A flicker of astonishment flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, quickly replaced by calmness. He shook his head, his voice still serene. "I shall not go." Lin Fan believed that as long as he remained within the Xin Tian sect, he would remain invincible. Venturing into secret realms was a task for others. However, he couldn't deny his desire for the enlightenment fruits, as they were indeed valuable for enhancing one's comprehension. Li Jian had not anticipated Lin Fan's outright refusal, yet considering Lin Fan's talent, the absence of enlightenment fruits seemed inconsequential. Lin Fan watched Li Jian depart before reclining once more in his chair, his fingers gently tapping the armrest, as if pondering something. "How might I procure enlightenment fruits without stepping outside, while simultaneously resolving my issues with 6th-tier qualifications?" Lin Fan murmured. "Trade? Benefits, investment, pills, eureka." A spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Fan's eyes, as he appeared to conceive a brilliant idea. Lin Fan rose, exiting the courtyard, stealthily soaring towards the Xiandan peak. "So, you wish to become an alchemist?" He regarded Lin Fan with a bemused expression, incredulous that such a promising talent would abandon sword cultivation to pursue alchemy. "Indeed," Lin Fan replied calmly. "Here, this is the insight of a 2nd-tier alchemist for you to peruse, along with the techniques of the Xian tier." He casually tossed a jade slip to Lin Fan, amusement flickering in his heart, thinking it typical of youth to have fanciful notions that would soon wane. He led Lin Fan to an alchemy chamber, subsequently procuring a storage ring filled with 1st-tier medicinal materials. Lin Fan began to engage with the jade slip, immersing himself in the world of alchemy. He observed Lin Fan's focus, nodding slightly before stepping outside. He had other matters to attend to, allowing the young man to explore at his own pace. However, Lin Fan was not merely absorbed in the study of alchemy. Rather, he was engaged in a different endeavor. A host, Lin Fan Realm 1st level of Xiandan technique, 1 FA Guation FA martial skill Earth Sword 3 style special bonus, 1 tier of sword intense special profession. Xianhan alchemy technique, uninitiated, 2nd-tier alchemist insights fusion creation method points 15-inch system, max out the Xianhan alchemy technique and the 2nd-tier alchemist insights. The 2nd year of exceptional spirit, commendable comprehension, and extensive experience in techniques. Your Xianhan alchemy technique reaches perfection, and the 2nd-tier alchemist insights are fully digested. Points. 13. A wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded into Lin Fan's mind, and as he slowly opened his eyes, a confident gleam sparkled within them. "Let us commence alchemy." He set aside his tasks, glancing at the time, pondering to himself. Surely Lin Fan's fervor for alchemy must have waned by now. Truth be told, he felt a sense of joy at Lin Fan's interest in learning alchemy, yet he was acutely aware that Lin Fan's talents lay elsewhere. After all, mastery of alchemy was not an overnight affair, it demanded prolonged accumulation and practice. Entering the alchemy chamber, he was met with a sight that left him utterly astounded. I step away for just a brief moment, and you have already become a first-tier alchemist. Chapter 54. The terrifying alchemical talent of Lin Fan. I had only been away for a brief period, and you have already ascended to the rank of a first-grade alchemist. Dan he gazed at Lin Fan in astonishment, as he effortlessly concocted first-grade elixirs, each movement executed with unparalleled precision, and each breath perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the flames. Lin Fan, hearing Dan He's admiration, merely nodded slightly, his expression betraying not a hint of arrogance. A prodigy, no, this is the aptitude of an alchemy emperor. Dan he looked at Lin Fan with fervent excitement, unable to fathom that in just a short time away, Lin Fan had transformed into a first-grade alchemist under his own innate talent. This was the true essence of an alchemy emperor. Without hesitation, Dan he presented Lin Fan with some second-grade materials to instruct him on the creation of second-grade elixirs. His eyes shimmered with anticipation, as if he could already envision Lin Fan's future brilliance in the alchemical realm. Without uttering a word, Lin Fan immediately seized the materials and began crafting second-grade elixirs with fluid grace. His technique was adept, each action revealing his profound understanding of alchemy. Dan he stared at Lin Fan, his expression akin to that of a bewildered elder, as he witnessed Lin Fan's extraordinary prowess in producing high-quality second-grade elixirs. Observing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, only to refine another elixir, achieving a pinnacle second-grade product. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. You have fully absorbed the insights of a second-grade alchemist. Dan He's voice quivered with excitement as he gazed at Lin Fan, perceiving the emergence of a future alchemy emperor. 3 days later, Li Jian furrowed his brow, having just learned that Lin Fan had not left Xiandan Peak for 3 consecutive days and nights, wholly engrossed in his alchemical studies. Observing that Lin Fan rarely practiced, he feared that the pursuit of alchemy might hinder his swordsmanship. I must persuade him, with such exceptional talent in swordsmanship, he ought not to delve into such trivial matters. Resolute, Li Jian swiftly made his way to Xiandan Peak. Li Jian regarded the weary-faced Dan He with a mix of curiosity and concern. Master Li, what brings you here? Lin Fan inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. I have come to bring you back for your training, Li Jian replied calmly. Lin Fan was taken aback, not anticipating that Li Jian would personally seek him out for his return to cultivation. At that moment, the fatigued Dan He suddenly roared, No, Lin Fan belongs to Xiandan Peak. Li Jian paused, taken aback by Dan He's unexpected reaction. He glanced between Dan He and Lin Fan, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. What, you became a second-grade alchemist in just half a day? Though primarily a swordsman, Li Jian was well aware of the challenges one faced in becoming an alchemist. He stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, astonished that the youth he had always perceived as solely adept in swordsmanship possessed such remarkable talent in alchemy. Li Jian, still in shock, considered, this is preposterous. Even if Lin Fan exhibits extraordinary alchemical prowess, he is still under the banner of Xiansword Peak. How could he be claimed by Xiandan Peak? Regaining his composure, his voice carried an undeniable firmness. Dan He sighed, Master Li, Lin Fan's alchemical talent is astonishing. If he remains at Xiandan Peak, I assure you he will become a 6th-grade alchemist within 2 years. His words were imbued with unwavering confidence. If necessary, let Lin Fan stay with me for a time, and I shall cover the materials used. Li Jian regarded Lin Fan with a complex expression. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, signaling his willingness to remain. Li Jian sighed, very well. He then departed from Xiandan Peak. Lin Fan, this storage ring contains materials for 3rd and 4th grade elixirs. I will rest for a while. Take your time to absorb the insights gained over these 3 days, Dan He stated wearily. Having spent the past 3 days imparting his alchemical expertise to Lin Fan, even the esteemed master of Xiandan Peak felt the need for a moment of respite. Lin Fan nodded, and then, host, Lin Fan Realm First Level of Xiandan Cultivation Method, 10,000 Laws Return to Body Martial Technique Earth Sword Style 3 Special Bonus 1/10 Sword Intense Special Profession 2nd Grade Alchemist 4th Grade Alchemist Experience. Uninitiated in Void Alchemy Fusion Creation Points, 28th System 4th Grade Alchemist Experience Void Alchemy Maxed Out Year 2 Day and Night Comprehension of 4th Grade Alchemist Experience Successfully Achieved Year 22 2 decades of tireless practice in Heavenly Void Alchemy, successfully breaking through to perfection. Points, 6 year 22 2 decades of intensive practice, vast memories assimilated into Lin Fan's mind. Without hesitation, Lin Fan picked up the materials and began crafting 3rd and 4th grade elixirs with fluidity. Dan He, who had been resting, looked on in astonished excitement and fatigue as he beheld Lin Fan's prowess. What a monster! Within 3 days, he has become a 4th grade alchemist. At this rate, in a few months, I might find myself serving as Lin Fan's alchemical assistant. Lin Fan, noticing that the materials Dan He had provided for practice had been entirely consumed, stepped out of the alchemical chamber amidst Dan He's astonished gaze. Look, senior brother Lin Fan has emerged. Lin Fan's intensive studies in alchemy over the past 3 days had spread throughout Xiantian sect, drawing many admirers to Xiandan Peak. Lin Fan retrieved a wooden board from his storage ring and began inscribing, Alchemy, 3rd and 4th grade, 50-50. An extraordinary silence enveloped the area as the surrounding murmurs abruptly ceased, everyone absorbing the weight of this revelation. Is this a jest? In just 3 days, senior brother Lin Fan has become an alchemist, and a 4th grade one at that? Is this for real? I'm coming. Wang Tian exclaimed excitedly, his eyes brimming with trust and admiration for Lin Fan. Lin Fan regarded Wang Tian with a sense of familiarity before commencing the refinement of Wang Tian's elixirs. After a short while, he calmly announced, your 3rd grade Supreme Qi Si elixir is ready. He handed over 2 pills radiating a gentle blue glow to Wang Tian, retaining one for himself. Wang Tian accepted the elixirs, his eyes alight with excitement and gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Lin Fan. The disciples of Xiandan Peak wore expressions of dismay, having labored for decades yet achieving less than Lin Fan's results in merely 3 days. Meanwhile, the seniors of Xiansword Peak observed the reactions of Xiandan Peak's disciples with a flicker of satisfaction, reminiscent of their initial encounters with Lin Fan. Disciples from other peaks felt a sense of relief, acknowledging Lin Fan's prodigious talent. Had he been among their ranks, the pressure would have been insurmountable. Lin Fan continued undeterred, crafting elixirs for others. As time passed, his reputation began to soar once more within Xiantian sect. Not only was he recognized as a swordsmanship prodigy, but also as a remarkable alchemical savant. Before long, the news of Lin Fan's ascendance to the rank of 4th grade alchemist in just 3 days resonated throughout Xiantian sect. Did you hear? Lin Fan of Xiantian sect is not just a prodigy in swordsmanship, his alchemical talents are equally extraordinary. Indeed, to become a 4th grade alchemist in merely 3 days is simply outrageous. I suspect that soon the president of the Alchemist Association will be serving as Lin Fan's assistant. Lin Fan's rapid rise to the status of 4th grade alchemist sent ripples through the eastern region. In the hall of the Demon Temple, however, the expressions of those present were far from pleasant. As they absorbed the news of Lin Fan's remarkable achievement, a wave of anxiety filled their hearts. At that moment, a boisterous laughter shattered the heavy atmosphere of the hall. Ha! I have finally broken through to the Divine Bridge realm. Chapter 55 of the Ambitious Alchemist Association of the Demon Child. Haha. I have finally transcended to the Divine Bridge realm. Upon hearing this declaration, a sense of relief washed over the crowd in the hall. Even the esteemed hallmaster, Li Matian, was not immune to this wave of emotions, as a long-lost smile graced his features. One by one, the gathered individuals hastened to the secluded chamber of the demon child, their footsteps brisk yet imbued with a palpable anticipation. Master, all the elders have come, Tian Feiyu, the demon child, remarked with a hint of surprise as he observed the throng. Could it be that their presence was a recognition of his formidable talent following his breakthrough? This fleeting thought flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. Li Matian stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Tian Feiyu's shoulder, and with a warm smile, proclaimed, Feiyu, your advancement is monumental news for our heavenly demon hall. His voice trembled slightly, betraying both excitement and a hopeful vision for the future. Elder Kai approached the demon child, his tone imbued with sincerity as he said, in certain matters, I admit my shortcomings, and I implore you to forgive me. This marked the first instance in which he had lowered himself to speak so humbly to a junior, despite a lingering disdain in his heart. The fact that even Elder Kai, usually at odds with him, had adopted such a tone took Tian Feiyu aback, simultaneously inflating his self-confidence. He nodded appreciatively, signaling his forgiveness for past grievances. The members of the Heavenly Demon Hall looked upon Tian Feiyu with admiration, showering him with congratulations and presenting precious gifts. These tokens were not merely material offerings, they represented spiritual support and acknowledgement. As Tian Feiyu graciously accepted each gift, his heart swelled with pride. He understood that from this moment forward, his position within the Heavenly Demon Hall would remain unassailable. His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on Li Matian's face, and with unwavering conviction, he declared, Master, with my breakthrough to the Divine Bridge realm, I shall lead the Heavenly Demon Hall toward an even more resplendent future. A flicker of admiration shone in Li Matian's eyes, for he recognized that through Tian Feiyu's sacrifices, the Heavenly Demon Hall was destined for greater glory. He nodded solemnly, affirming, well, I await that day with eager anticipation. The atmosphere within the Heavenly Demon Hall grew fervent, smiles illuminating the faces of all present. They understood that Tian Feiyu's advancement was not solely a personal triumph, but rather a victory for the entire Heavenly Demon Hall. They believed that under Tian Fei's leadership, the hall would usher in a new era. 10 days later, Elder Danha, his visage marked by exhaustion, regarded Lin Fan. Throughout this period, the master of Danha Peak had been caught in a whirlwind of joy and agony, tirelessly imparting his alchemical knowledge to Lin Fan. Yet, this extraordinary individual assimilated the lessons with astounding ease, demonstrating that there existed beings in this world more formidable than even the Emperor of Alchemy. Standing before the alchemical furnace, Lin Fan was drenched in cold sweat, his focus razor-sharp. Within the furnace, flames roared fiercely as he wielded the power of the profound pill to manipulate the temperature with precision. Now! Lin Fan intoned silently, his hands forming intricate seals before sweeping dramatically, infusing a potent surge of profound pill energy into the furnace. Gradually, the flames within began to subside, releasing a rich aroma of elixir that wafted through the alchemical chamber. A smile crept upon Lin Fan's face, he knew that he had succeeded. The 6th rank spirit bridge pill has been successfully refined. Lin Fan's voice, though soft, resonated with unshakable confidence. Elder Danha's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Fan, as if beholding a marvel. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would indeed achieve the status of a 6th rank alchemist in a mere half-month. Host, Lin Fan Realm. First level of profound pill technique, 10,000 methods. Return to body martial skill. Earth Sword 3 style special bonus, 1/10 sword in 10 special profession, 6th rank alchemist, creator of the 9-turn alchemy technique, superior grade spirit level fusion creation points. 23. Upon examining the information displayed on the panel, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Next, he planned to concoct the heavenly spirit cleansing pill. In his mind, he devised a strategy. During this time, he had fervently refined pills to earn contributions in exchange for materials that could elevate his aptitude, all in pursuit of crafting a heavenly spirit cleansing pill capable of transforming his innate potential to the heavenly tier. What a potent fragrance! It surpasses even that of the 5th rank pills. Could it be that senior brother Lin Fan has advanced to 6th rank alchemist? Impossible, it has only been a short time. How could he have absorbed the experience of a 6th rank alchemist so swiftly? Regardless, since senior brother Lin Fan arrived at the Xiantian sect, each week has brought a minor shock, and every half-month a major astonishment. Even if he has now become a 6th rank alchemist, it hardly raises eyebrows anymore. As the crowd observed Elder Danha emerging with a visibly shaken demeanor, they turned their gazes toward the hidden sect master and peak master. Lin Fan has successfully ascended to the rank of 6th rank alchemist. Elder Danha's weary voice trembled slightly. The sect master and others were equally astounded, their eyes filled with incredulity as they regarded Elder Danny. It was evident that this individual, not one of the ancestors, was more terrifying than even those marked by fate. Sect master Meng Yuqing murmured softly, her expression a blend of astonishment and trepidation. Have you heard? Lin Fan of the Xiantian sect has successfully concocted a 6th rank pill and attained the status of a 6th rank alchemist. Preposterous. It must be false. Who could achieve such outrageous feats? 4th rank in 3 days, 6th rank in half a month. I've heard that this incident has even stirred the Alchemist Association, prompting the president and vice president to seek an explanation from the Xiantian sect, decrying the rumors that impact the alchemist's integrity. Meanwhile, the elder of Profound Pill flew toward the Xiantian sect with a sullen expression. His disappointment with the sect ran deep. Millennia ago, when the Xiantian sect had arrived, it had only extinguished a few short-sighted factions, and since then, no significant disturbances had arisen. Yet now, with the emergence of Lin Fan, whose prodigious talents threatened to disrupt the ranks of the illustrious, many alchemists had reported feeling disheartened, their passion for the craft extinguished. The most infuriating aspect was the circulating rumors that proclaimed a 7th rank alchemist only worthy of being Lin Fan's apprentice. Even a being who had lived for thousands of years could not suppress the flames of rage that ignited within. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Xiantian sect. President, what brings you here? Meng Yuqing inquired, her surprise evident at the sight of the elder of Profound Pill. Is it not due to the slander propagated by your Xiantian sect? He replied coldly. Elder Danha stepped forward with a wry smile, saying, President, that is no mere slander, it is the truth. The president of the Alchemist Association recognized the 6th rank alchemist, Elder Danha, yet still appeared skeptical. President, you have arrived just in time. Come and witness for yourself, but do keep quiet. The president and vice president employed their divine senses to secretly observe Lin Fan refining pills within the alchemical chamber. Inside the chamber, Lin Fan was wholly engrossed in crafting the heavenly spirit cleansing pill. His hands moved gracefully, akin to a fluttering butterfly, each motion conveying profound intricacies, his unparalleled alchemical skills leaving onlookers in awe. As the elder of Profound Pill beheld Lin Fan's actions, his ire slowly dissipated, giving way to astonishment. Before long, Lin Fan's voice echoed within the chamber, announcing, "The 6th rank Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill has been successfully refined." A satisfied smile adorned his face. The Elder of Profound Pill and the Vice President exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and disbelief, and simultaneously exclaimed, "It appears that such monsters truly exist in this world." Chapter 56. The youngest 6th rank alchemist in the Eastern Domain at the Divine Bridge Realm, Lin Fan emerged from the alchemy chamber. "Young man, would you care to join our Alchemist Association? I could arrange for my 14-year-old granddaughter to be introduced to you," the voice of Xian Danzi suddenly echoed, tinged with excitement.
Lin Fan?
"If you prefer someone older, I can have the Vice President's 23-year-old granddaughter sent your way," Xian Danzi remarked, misinterpreting Lin Fan's demeanor as a disinterest in younger companions. Lin Fan was taken aback.
Vice President?
The Vice President, who had been listening nearby, was momentarily dumbfounded and on the verge of indignation when Xian Danzi's telepathic message interrupted him. "Lin Fan, if you join the Alchemist Association, you shall become our president." With a playful grin, Xian Danzi added, "I assure you, my granddaughter is no joke.
Her figure is truly exceptional."
The Vice President awkwardly chuckled, attempting to elaborate on the remarkable attributes of his granddaughter. The sect master and the peak leaders exchanged incredulous glances at Xian Danzi and the Vice President. They had never anticipated that these senior figures of the Alchemist Association would make such an outrageous proposition for Lin Fan. He approached with a serious expression, clarifying that these two were the esteemed President and Vice President of the Alchemist Association. "Apologies, but I do not intend to leave the Xian Tian sect at this time," Lin Fan asserted calmly, his voice imbued with an undeniable firmness. Xian Danzi and the Vice President exchanged glances, realizing that this young man's potential was boundless, and his future promised far more than they could envision. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Danzi spoke again. "Lin Fan, do you realize that your talent is unparalleled even within the ranks of the Central Continent's Alchemy Tower?
The esteemed Alchemy Emperor may very well wish to take you as his disciple."
Lin Fan's eyes flickered with surprise at such commendation. Shaking his head, he slowly replied, "President Xian, Vice President, I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, but I truly have no plans to depart from the Xian Tian sect." The two men fell silent, fully aware that this young man's resolve was steadfast, impervious to their entreaties. Yet, they also understood the significance of Lin Fan's potential membership to the Alchemist Association. "Very well, Lin Fan, we respect your decision," Xian Danzi finally spoke, his tone laced with a hint of regret, yet predominantly marked by respect for Lin Fan. "However, should you ever change your mind, the doors of the Alchemist Association shall always remain open to you."
With great reluctance, President Xian took his leave from the Xian Tian sect.
Upon returning to the Alchemist Association, the President and Vice President publicly acknowledged Lin Fan as a 6th rank alchemist, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Eastern Domain.
Good heavens, a 16-year-old 6th rank alchemist!
Is this truly necessary to crush one's spirit? Was the collective sentiment. What was even more astonishing was that he had achieved this rank in merely half a month, leaving those unaware of the arduous path of alchemy feeling utterly insignificant.
Perhaps it is best not to pursue alchemy at all.
Little did Lin Fan know, he had shattered the aspirations of countless alchemists that day. The other prodigies, feeling a sense of grim satisfaction, observed the disheartened expressions of their fellow alchemists, all due to Lin Fan's meteoric rise. In Lin Fan's chamber, he beheld the talent mirror borrowed from the sect master, which revealed his qualifications. Heavenly grade, low tier, and special constitution. None. He nodded in satisfaction. Host, Lin Fan realm, first level of Shindan cultivation method, 10,000 methods returning to 1 martial technique, Earth Sword 3 style special enhancement. 1 layer of sword intense special profession, 6th rank alchemist, 9 turn alchemy technique fusion creation method points, 28-inch system. How many points are required to break through to the Divine Bridge realm? He inquired.
8 points, came the reply.
Lin Fan nodded, then hastily consumed handfuls of medicinal pills, feeling his body inundated with surges of formidable energy. Come on, system, break through now, he silently urged. After a year of consuming vast quantities of Shindan realm elixirs, combined with his heavenly grade talent and relentless practice, he successfully broke through to the Divine Bridge realm. Points 13. Before he could even savor the sensation of his new realm, Lin Fan felt as though his body were on the verge of bursting. I almost suffocated. Thankfully, I managed to refine it instantly, he murmured to himself, recognizing this as the most perilous moment of his life thus far. So powerful. Slowly, he began to absorb the continuous flow of strength within him, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Is this the essence of the soul? He pondered, perceiving the surroundings within a 10-mile radius with crystal clarity. Every vein of each leaf lay bare to his spiritual exploration. Taking a deep breath, he gradually revealed his cultivation level to be at the 5th level of Shindan before stepping out of his room. Xiao He, relay the message, whoever brings me the awakening spirit fruit will have my services as a 6th-rank alchemist to refine high-grade elixirs, Lin Fan declared, his tone calm yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan's message spread like wildfire throughout the eastern domain, igniting another wave of excitement. The awakening spirit fruit was indeed a remarkable item for enhancing comprehension, but its efficacy was limited to the first fruit consumed, rendering it trivial when compared to Lin Fan, the youngest 6th-rank alchemist in history. As the news circulated, countless individuals were driven to frenzy, many eagerly anticipating the secret realm, hoping to seize the opportunity to forge a connection with Lin Fan and win his favor. Lin Fan reclined in the courtyard, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The first step to becoming an alchemist was to address the issue of talent, and the second was to leverage that identity to effortlessly acquire the awakening spirit fruit. Lin Fan was fervently eager to advance. In his room, Xian Danzi was preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Fan. Contemplating Lin Fan's alchemical talent, he resolved to convey this to his master. Master! Xian Danzi's voice resonated through the communication jade pendant, trembling with anticipation. I have encountered a truly exceptional alchemical genius who became a 6th-rank alchemist in just half a month, and he is merely 16 years of age. The pendant remained silent for a moment, as if digesting this astonishing information. The voice returned, imbued with fervent excitement. Where is he? In the Xiantian sect, Xian Danzi replied. What a pity, his master's voice conveyed a hint of regret. Is there truly nothing you can do, master? Xian Danzi was astounded. His master was a 9th-rank alchemist. The pendant fell silent once more, and after a lengthy pause, the voice emerged again, but this time with a weighty tone. In your youth, I did not disclose this to you. The Xiantian sect is backed by the heavenly Xian Holy Land. Chapter 57 Lin Fan, the unforgettable one in the celestial Xian realm. What? The Xiantian sect is actually connected to the celestial Xian realm. The voice of Xian Danzi was filled with astonishment. The celestial Xian realm, the preeminent force across the entire Xian continent, has always been the mainstay in the battle against the extraterritorial demons. The revelation that the Xiantian sect is linked to the celestial Xian realm struck Xian Danzi like a thunderbolt. His heart sank, for he understood that his master spoke the truth. However, Lin Fan's talent. Xian Danzi sighed, lamenting that today, the eastern region had gained yet another formidable power who remained fixated on Lin Fan. The talented ones list has been updated again? Quick, look, the future Pill Emperor, Lin Fan, has secured the 21st position on the talented ones list. 21st place, Lin Fan, with a cultivation level of Xian Dan's 5th tier and a talent rated as low-grade heaven rank. Wait, isn't it said that the future Pill Emperor Lin Fan has been busy refining pills for the past half-month? How has his cultivation level quietly advanced to the 5th tier of Xian Dan? His talent has also changed. This must be a mistake. How can someone achieve heaven-rank talent so swiftly? What is going on with the Tianji Pavilion? Why do they keep misreporting information about Pill Emperor Lin Fan? Do they harbor a grudge? Today's talented ones list is bound to shatter the aspirations of several prodigies. At Xian Jianpeak, second senior sister Ling Shui stared blankly at the talented ones list presented by Zhao Linger. Observing her own position being supplanted by Lin Fan's, Ling Shui wore a bittersweet smile. The arrival of Lin Fan more than a month ago had instilled a sense of pressure within her. She had tirelessly practiced day and night, determined not to be surpassed by Lin Fan, yet, in just over a month, she found herself overtaken. Nonetheless, Ling Shui resolved to fight back. She decided to confront Lin Fan head-on, to prove her own strength rather than retreat into seclusion and deceive herself. Taking a deep breath to steady her mind, she set forth towards Lin Fan's courtyard. In Lin Fan's courtyard, Ling Shui's voice shattered the tranquility. Lin Fan, I wish to challenge you to a duel. Her gaze was resolute, unwavering in its determination. Is that really necessary? Lin Fan replied, momentarily taken aback by second senior sister Ling Shui's earnestness. He glanced at his own cultivation level in the Divine Bridge realm before assessing Ling Shui's Xian Dan 7th tier cultivation. Ling Shui met Lin Fan's gaze with unwavering determination. She refused to shy away and wanted to prove herself, even if it meant facing potential defeat. With a sigh, Lin Fan recognized the inevitability of this duel. The two subsequently arrived at the sword-testing arena on Xian Jianpeak, except for the eldest senior brother Li Xian, who was engrossed in seclusion, and a few disciples out on missions. All the disciples at Xian Jianpeak gathered at the arena, brimming with curiosity about this sudden duel. Remember, do not hold back, Ling Shui stated earnestly, intent on winning through her own merit and accepting defeat with dignity, rather than seeking any form of leniency. In a bid to avoid overly discouraging Ling Shui or allowing her to perceive his victory as a mere act of kindness, Lin Fan gradually revealed his cultivation at the 6th tier of Xian Dan, effortlessly defeating her with a single strike. Internally, he mused, how gentle I truly am. Ling Shui stood there, a faint smile of resignation gracing her features. She understood that she had lost, yet instead of feeling disheartened, she experienced a profound sense of relief. I have lost, she stated, her voice tinged with lightness, knowing she had given her all, and acknowledging that Lin Fan's prowess indeed surpassed her comprehension. Lin Fan approached her, Sister Ling. Ling Shui composed herself, I am fine, thank you for not going easy on me. Li Jian nodded in approval, and the surrounding senior brothers and sisters expressed their own relief, reflecting on the reality that the threshold of greatness was merely to meet Lin Fan. At the Tianji Pavilion, a figure with bloodshot eyes, the celestial diviner, chuckled, I've calculated it again. He surveyed the results he had gleaned regarding Lin Fan, before amending the information and continuing to divine Lin Fan as fate.
Why is the Tianji Pavilion releasing another ranking?
Quick, look, Lin Fan's ranking has changed again. 9th place on the talented ones list, Lin Fan, with a cultivation level of Xin Dan S 6th tier and a talent rated as low-grade heaven rank.
How could such a transformation occur in just a single morning?
Look at the notice below. Someone pointed out. The notice read that Lin Fan had defeated Ling Shui, who held the 22nd position, with a single stroke.
But to defeat her with one strike and then suddenly advance to the 6th tier of Xin Dan?
It seems he must have reached it by this morning. The Tianji Pavilion must simply be slow in updating their rankings. This is hilarious. It's my first time witnessing the Tianji Pavilion's update speed lagging behind someone's breakthrough. In the Demon Temple, the recent days had been exceedingly pleasant for the Demon Prince Tian Feiyu. Whether it was the stewards or the elders, they treated him with utmost humility and deference, a sensation he savored. After all, he was currently a prodigy of the Divine Bridge realm, ranking 4th on the talented ones list. Yet, there was one matter that troubled him. The name Lin Fan from the Xin Tian sect echoed incessantly, even among his adversaries at the Demon Temple, and each mention of Lin Fan sparked a wave of jealousy and frustration within Tian Feiyu. Lord, if we do not eliminate Lin Fan of the Xin Tian sect, he will inevitably become a formidable adversary to our Demon Temple in the future. What strategies do we have? Tian Feiyu inquired, his tone laced with impatience as he looked at the figure seated at the head of the hall. Limo Tian furrowed his brow as he regarded Tian Feiyu. The deference shown to him in recent days had inflated his ego, and he found it rather audacious for Tian Feiyu to speak to him in such a manner. However, he brushed it aside, for in his eyes, Tian Feiyu was merely a fleeting presence. Do not worry, there is a plan, Limo Tian replied calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter.
What is it? Tian Feiyu pressed eagerly.
You will find out when the time comes, Limo Tian said nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Tian Feiyu, seemingly lost in thought. Although Tian Feiyu felt displeased, he dared not express it and silently exited the hall. Limo Tian shook his head as he watched Tian Feiyu depart, sighing inwardly. He had heard tales of how amiable and humble Lin Fan was within his sect, a stark contrast to the arrogant, short-sighted Tian Feiyu. He couldn't help but muse why it was Tian Feiyu in his Demon Temple and not Lin Fan. If only Lin Fan were a member of his Demon Temple, he would willingly sacrifice thousands of years of his own lifespan for that privilege. P.S. The author self-evaluates this chapter as a tale of love at first sight, an everlasting obsession with Xin Danzi, a 12-hour fortune-telling addiction from the lovesick celestial diviner, and the love-hate relationship with Limo Tian. These three figures are connected by Lin Fan. Chapter 58, The Defeated Dog. Ling Mengyao at the Blood Sea of the Demon Temple under the Sword Inquiry Tower of the Sky Sword Sect. Yi had just emerged from the tower, burdened with a profound sense of defeat upon learning of Lin Fan's latest developments. As he gazed at the widening chasm between himself and Lin Fan, a fragment of his resolve shattered, leaving him in a daze as he sank to the ground from a distance. Ling Mengyao observed Yi's disheartened state, a glimmer of cunning flickering in her eyes. She recognized this as an opportune moment. Gracefully, she approached Yi, cradling his head tenderly in her embrace. Yi's body quivered slightly, then fell still, as if, in that instant, all his defenses and persistence had been rendered null. A sense of joy blossomed within Ling Mengyao. Victory was now within her grasp. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of gratitude towards Lin Fan for reducing her senior brother to such a state. Softly, she comforted him, Do not worry, senior brother, you are no lesser than Lin Fan. He likely relies on external aids to achieve his feats. If he can do it, so too can you. A tremor of realization surged through Yi, prompting him to extricate himself from Ling Mengyao's embrace. He stood tall, straightening his back, as if, at that moment, he had reclaimed something he thought lost. His gaze grew resolute. Yao Shimi, thank you, you are right, I, Yi, am not inferior to Lin Fan. What he can achieve, I can achieve as well. With those words, Yi turned and re-entered the Sword Inquiry Tower, resuming his cultivation. Ling Mengyao remained momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated his swift departure. Kneeling, she reached out towards the direction he had taken, fingers splayed, and cried out, "Senior brother." In the Yang Yan secret realm, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Cultivators from all directions gathered, some in small groups, others alone, all bearing expressions of barely concealed excitement and hope, eager to acquire a spirit awakening fruit and establish a rapport with the future Pill Emperor, Lin Fan. "I hope to obtain a spirit awakening fruit. I would trade a century of my good fortune and love for it. Only a century, I would wager my entire life. Why are even the top talents ranked 8th on the genius board here? Shouldn't they be striving to break through the divine bridge realm instead of mingling here? They must be here for the spirit awakening fruit. After all, breakthroughs through Lin Fan's elixirs are far superior to mere personal cultivation." Indeed. Half a month's alchemy can lead to a breakthrough to the 6th level of the profound pill realm. Everyone believed that Lin Fan's rapid ascension stemmed not only from his innate gifts but also from the exceptional elixirs he concocted. As for the notion of his cultivation being superficial, ridiculous, those were the elixirs crafted by the future Pill Emperor. How could they possibly be lacking? After all, how else could one defeat the 22nd on the genius board with a single strike? Amidst the crowd, Lin Yan successfully broke through to the profound pill realm, dressed in a black robe, his gaze unwavering. This time, he was determined to secure a spirit awakening fruit. Lin Fan had aided him immensely in the past, and now it was his turn to repay that kindness. "Look, the Shen Tian sect has arrived. I wonder if the future Pill Emperor is among them. I hope he doesn't come. What if something goes awry?" Yes, the future Pill Emperor Lin Fan should solely focus on alchemy. Let us handle the secret realm. Such were the sentiments of many, coupled with a sense of helplessness, for Lin Fan's prowess in combat was equally astonishing. If he chose to personally seek the spirit awakening fruit, what need would they have to assist him? Ah, the 5th on the genius board has also come. Not just the 5th, but the 6th and the 10th as well. This was troublesome. Apart from the top 4 who had attained the divine bridge realm, all other top talents had gathered. Save for the future Pill Emperor, the atmosphere among the crowd thickened with tension, for each genius on the genius board represented the pride of their respective sects, and their presence undoubtedly intensified the competition for the secret realm's treasures. Li Xian stood amidst the throng, a flicker of combativeness sparking in his eyes. Though it soon faded, he was not here to duel but rather to secure the spirit awakening fruit that Lin Fan desired. Several top 10 talents exchanged nods, as if having reached a silent accord. Lin Yan furrowed his brow. He sensed the tension in the air escalating. Before long, the Yang Yan secret realm was unveiled, with the prominent sects entering first, followed by Lin Yan and the lesser sect cultivators. Sunlight streamed into Lin Fan's courtyard, where he reclined leisurely on a chair, occasionally offering guidance to the young cultivator Xia He nearby. His demeanor was relaxed, as though he had no interest in the impending competition within the secret realm. The secret realm should be commencing now, he mused aloud, a flicker of anticipation dancing in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the other end of the secret realm, chaos erupted as combat commenced. In the fervent pursuit of the spirit awakening fruit, individuals clashed fiercely. Stealthy ambushes and backstabbing became the order of the day, as each person fought desperately for their prize. Amidst the turmoil, Lin Yan, cloaked in black, stealthily approached a concealed location under the guidance of Wu Lao. "Wu Lao, is there truly a spirit fire here?" Lin Yan inquired in a hushed tone, a hint of barely contained excitement lacing his voice. "Indeed. With the spirit fire, you will be better positioned to obtain the spirit awakening fruit amidst these geniuses," Wu Lao replied with fervor in Lin Yan's mind, simultaneously lamenting his own luck in comparison to Lin Yan's fortune. "Wait. Someone is approaching." Wu Lao's tone suddenly turned grave. Lin Yan immediately halted, his body tensing instinctively. Ha, you must be Lin Yan?" A man clad in a black robe materialized before Lin Yan, a cruel smile etched upon his face, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Lin Yan was taken aback. He had not expected to encounter anyone else in such a remote location, especially someone who recognized his true identity. Bloodsea regarded Lin Yan with equal confusion. The data had indicated he was merely at the initial true essence realm, yet here he stood at the profound pill realm. Could there be a mole among them? He could hardly believe that anyone could ascend through the ranks as swiftly as Lin Fan had. There must be someone within the temple disseminating false information. It seems that Wu Niu has fallen into your hands, but I am at the high profound pill realm. If you do not wish to be harmed, you will comply and come with me. Bloodsea sneered, his eyes radiating a fierce confidence, as he plotted to drag Lin Yan back alive to unearth the traitor. Wu Niu. The black-clad man from last time. This group truly cannot be rid of their ghosts. Lin Yan's thoughts churned with frustration. These individuals were relentless in their pursuit of him. Let me handle this, young one, Wu Lao's voice resonated in Lin Yan's mind. Nodding, Lin Yan relinquished control, knowing he was currently powerless. As he relaxed, a formidable aura began to swell within him, an immense pressure erupting forth.
Blood Sea? Minutes later, the battle concluded.
Blood Sea's form lay transformed into a pool of blood, devoid of any trace of life. Lin Yan stood there, pale and breathless. Young one, that took quite a toll. I shall need to rest for several days. Wu Lao's voice echoed weakly in Lin Yan's mind before falling into silence. Lin Yan retrieved Blood Sea's storage ring, his voice hoarse. Demon Temple, Chapter 59 Enhancement of Comprehension by 30% in Sword Intent. Lin Yan stood outside the secret realm, his expression dark and brooding, his hands tightly clenched in frustration. Although he had successfully subdued the spirit fire, partially awakened his divine body, and elevated his cultivation to the 7th level of the profound pill realm, he felt no joy. The original purpose of his visit to the secret realm was to procure the spirit awakening fruit for Lin Fan, yet due to the cursed heavenly demon hall, he had wasted precious time and left empty-handed. Gazing at the identity token of the sea of blood in his hand, he resolved to teach the heavenly demon hall an unforgettable lesson before disappearing into the unknown. Considering the time, the secret realm should be concluding today, Lin Fan murmured to himself. He then approached the mirror in his room, adjusting his attire in preparation to receive his spirit awakening fruit. Junior brother Lin Fan, are you there? A gentle voice called from outside the door.
It was Li Shen, the senior brother from the Shenzhen Peak. Curious, Lin Fan opened the door to find Li Shen smiling, presenting him with a wooden box. This is the spirit awakening fruit you need.
Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding his heart. He hadn't anticipated that this senior brother, whom he had only met a few times, would go to such lengths for him. Senior brother, this is too precious. Lin Fan hesitated, unsure of how to express his gratitude. Li Shen waved his hand dismissively. Junior brother, there is no need for such formality. We are of the same sect, and it is only right that we assist one another. Besides, your talent is the strongest I have ever witnessed. The Shantian sect will undoubtedly require your presence in the future. While you have yet to fully blossom, it is only natural for us, your seniors, to strive for what you need. A profound sense of gratitude surged within Lin Fan, for he knew Li Shen's words were sincere. He bowed deeply. Thank you, senior brother. Li Shen nodded, then suddenly remarked, there are some individuals outside who have obtained the spirit awakening fruit and are looking for you. Do you wish to go? Yes, Lin Fan replied firmly. He understood that even if the second spirit awakening fruit held little effect for him, any increase in potency was invaluable, and even if it proved ineffective, he could still gift it to someone else. Standing atop the platform in the square, Lin Fan scanned the bustling crowd below, his brow furrowing slightly in surprise at the sheer number of people present. The square was teeming with life, and only a scant few held the spirit awakening fruit. The majority had gathered to catch a glimpse of the legendary future Pill Emperor, Lin Fan. Is this truly Lin Fan? He is even more handsome than in the portraits, only a few degrees shy of perfection, they whispered among themselves. Lin Fan smiled faintly, gradually unleashing his cultivation. The aura of the 8th level of the profound pill realm surged forth from him like a tidal wave, captivating every individual present. As the crowd sensed Lin Fan's formidable cultivation, delight rippled through them. It was no wonder he was hailed as the future Pill Emperor. His alchemical prowess was undeniable, and he had broken through with remarkable speed. A figure emerged from the crowd. Bao Wuji, ranked 5th on the talented individuals list, imposing and charismatic. This is the spirit awakening fruit. I would like to request Master Lin to concoct a divine soul pill. Lin Fan accepted the spirit awakening fruit with a gentle nod. Bao Wuji, albeit reluctantly, presented Lin Fan with a storage ring. Upon inspecting the medicinal materials within, Lin Fan's eyes widened with surprise. The quality of these materials is quite commendable. It seems I shall be able to produce several pills. He then commenced the alchemical process. His movements were fluid and seamless, each step executed with a natural grace. After the incense had burned, Lin Fan effortlessly completed the refining. As he opened the pill furnace, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, revealing 3 pills that shimmered with a soft glow before the astonished crowd. Fortuitous indeed, 3 supreme divine soul pills, Lin Fan announced calmly. So swiftly concocted, truly worthy of the future Pill Emperor. His first move yields supreme grade pills. This one shall be presented to Master Lin as a token of my gratitude, Bao Wuji declared with a smile, intending to cultivate goodwill with Lin Fan. After all, 1 pill sufficed for him. He would keep 1 for himself and sell the other to recover his costs. Lin Fan was taken aback but graciously accepted the offering. Shortly thereafter, Bao Wuji requested to borrow a secluded room within the Shintian sect. Not long after, resounding laughter erupted from within. I have broken through to the divine bridge realm. Bao Wuji's voice, filled with exuberance, reverberated through the walls of the secluded chamber, reaching the ears of the entire square. The crowd surged with excitement. Many believed that Bao Wuji's swift breakthrough was due in part to his own efforts, but even more attributed it to Lin Fan's extraordinary pills. Their gazes were filled with envy and anticipation, fully aware of the unparalleled potency of the Pill Emperor Lin Fan's creations. Soon, those in possession of the Spirit Awakening fruit began seeking Lin Fan for pill refinement. He did not decline, accepting the fruits one by one and initiating a new round of alchemical endeavors. After half a day, the spectators witnessed the true meaning of supreme alchemy. Every pill produced was of the highest quality, and those who consumed them experienced breakthroughs. Lin Fan's renown in the eastern region soared once more, solidifying his status as the future pill emperor. Today, I have witnessed the alchemical arts of the future pill emperor Lin Fan, and I now comprehend what true alchemy entails. Indeed, every pill is of the highest grade, and consumption guarantees a breakthrough. Can other alchemists achieve such results? After gifting a divine soul pill to senior brother Li Xian, Lin Fan returned to his room, promptly producing a Spirit Awakening fruit to consume. Upon swallowing the fruit, a warm current surged from his abdomen, racing toward his mind. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in an extraordinary state of awareness. This was an unprecedented experience. He felt as though his consciousness was intertwined with the world, attuned to the most subtle fluctuations of the universe. The gradual enhancement of his understanding was simply remarkable. Lin Fan marveled inwardly, feeling his comprehension and perception reach unprecedented heights. He felt capable of discerning the mysteries of all things, every pulse of essence, every trajectory of energy, vividly clear in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Fan consumed another Spirit Awakening fruit, fully aware that its effect would likely be only a fraction of the first. He mentally assessed, recognizing that even 1/10 of the effect would greatly benefit his cultivation. Undeterred, he swallowed the third, fourth, and finally the fifth Spirit Awakening fruit, noting that the potency of each successive fruit diminished significantly. Subsequently, he summoned the system panel. Host: Lin Fan Realm. First level of the Divine Bridge Cultivation Method. All laws return to the body. Method: Martial Skill, Earth Sword 3 Style Special Bonus, 10% Sword Intent Special Profession. 6th Rank Alchemist, 9-Turn Alchemy Technique Fusion Creation Points 61 System, Let Me See My Comprehension, Max Out the Sword Technique, in the 59th year, Swordsmanship, Celestial Sword Technique, Skybreaking Sword Technique, 3 Talents Sword Array, Lingsha 9 Swords, Tianqing 3 Swords, 9 Heavens Xuanhua Sword, successfully achieved perfection in 6 Supreme Sword Techniques, granting you 30% comprehension of sword intent. Points, 2. To achieve perfection in 6 techniques in just 59 years, previously, it took me 26 years to reach perfection in the Heavenly Sword Technique alone. Now, I have reached perfection in 6 techniques in a mere 59 years. This enhancement in comprehension is truly formidable. In the coming month, he would surely attain complete mastery of sword intent, after which he could retrieve his beloved sword from the sword tomb. Chapter 60 of the Soul Devourer of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Han Feng. The Talented One's ranking has been updated once more. This must be due to Lin Fan, I presume. Lin Yan? Who is this individual? I have not heard of him before. The 10th on the Talented One's ranking, Lin Yan, with a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the Profound Pill, possessing a mid-tier holy grade aptitude, and a unique physique known as the Flame Spirit Body? It appears he is the brother of the future Pill Emperor, yet he has silently ascended to the 10th position on the ranking. Upon further inquiry into Lin Yan's background, I was utterly astonished. In merely 2 months, he has surged from the 1st stage of True Essence to the 7th stage of Profound Pill, achieving a breakthrough as astonishing as Lin Fan's. What on earth? It is one thing for Lin Fan to have such an outrageous breakthrough, but now another Lin Yan emerges. The Lin family should really take a step back. This is becoming tiresome. At the Xiantian sect, the sect master, Meng Yuqing, gazed upon Lin Yan's information, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her eyes, as she softly mused, could he be the fated one of the ancestors? Within the Heavenly Demon Palace, the Grand Hall was brightly lit, the oppressive atmosphere in the air nearly suffocating. Li Madian sat at the head seat, his eyes ablaze with fury, igniting a tense and oppressive ambience throughout the hall. One Lin Fan was already troublesome enough, now, another inexplicable Lin Yan has appeared. Li Madian ground his teeth and spoke through clenched jaws, his voice laced with barely contained rage, causing unease among all present. Elder Soul, is this how you execute the tasks I entrusted to you? His gaze pierced like a sword towards Elder Soul, who felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Elder Soul's expression fluctuated between gloom and clarity, yet he too was eager to know what the Elder Black and White were up to, as no news had yet emerged. Useless. Li Madian continued to berate the unresponsive Elder Soul, his voice brimming with ire and dissatisfaction. Elder Soul took a deep breath. He realized he could no longer remain silent. Sect Master, I have assigned the matter of Lin Yan to the Elder Black and White. You are aware of their capabilities. They will not disappoint you, Sect Master. Li Madian's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated Elder Soul would delegate the task to his subordinates. However, considering the prowess of the Elder Black and White, his tone softened a fraction. I hope so, Elder Soul. You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation regarding Lin Yan. Li Madian's gaze swept across the hall, finally settling on Elder D. Elder D, what is your perspective on Lin Yan?
Elder D rose, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. I believe Lin Yan's rapid breakthrough must be attributed to Lin Fan. Everyone is aware of the remarkable effects of the pills Lin Fan concocts. Consuming one leads to immediate breakthroughs. He paused before continuing. It is likely that Lin Fan recognized Lin Yan's potential early on and has been nurturing him as a right-hand ally, thus making Lin Fan the primary target. Elder D's voice was calm, yet each word seemed meticulously considered. Li Madian nodded, clearly in agreement with Elder D's analysis. Lin Yan must perish. His voice suddenly turned frigid, akin to a chilling winter wind, sending shivers down spines. And Lin Fan must perish even more. The atmosphere in the hall thickened with gravity, every elder sensing the murderous intent behind Li Modian's words. They understood that this was not merely a sentence for Lin Yan and Lin Fan but a monumental decision regarding the future of the entire Heavenly Demon Palace. At Black Corner City, Lin Yan donned a black robe, resembling a specter in the night, silently standing before the city gates. This should be the place, Lin Yan murmured softly, a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his voice. His target was the renowned alchemist, Feng Cheng, a figure of great repute in Black Corner City. Subsequently, Lin Yan stealthily infiltrated Black Corner City. Within the courtyard of alchemist Feng Cheng, Han Feng furrowed his brow, listening to the furious tirades of the elder Black and White, his expression tense. He had just received the latest news regarding Lin Yan, his heart racing, and he was perplexed as to why the Blood Sea had suddenly become unreachable. Ah, you are the renowned alchemist Feng Cheng, masquerading as Han Feng. Lin Yan's voice suddenly echoed through the courtyard, laced with mockery and provocation. He resolved to reciprocate the treatment he received from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Han Feng gazed at the cloaked figure, bewildered. Who are you? Simultaneously, he felt a strange resemblance to the styles of Elder Soul's faction. I am Lin Yan. Upon speaking, the cloaked Lin Yan executed his movement technique and departed. Han Feng? Han Feng, utterly perplexed, questioned, what is happening? Is the prey presenting itself willingly? Is this a trap? He recalled the earlier rants of the elder Black and White and decided to disregard his doubts. He then activated his movement technique to follow. Outside the gates of Black Corner City, Lin Yan surveyed the surrounding open space, ensuring no one was in sight before silently concluding that there would be no innocent casualties here. Han Feng stepped out from the shadows, a playful smile adorning his face. Ah, boy, why haven't you fled? His voice carried a hint of amusement, as though he had already ensnared Lin Yan. Ah, the one who should flee is you. Lin Yan's voice mirrored the mockery, his eyes flashing with determination. The gazes of the two met under the night sky, as if sparks ignited between them. After a stick of incense, the battle ceased. The once serene open space was now marred with various signs of conflict. A daring individual ventured out of the city gates to investigate. Look, that is the soul of alchemist Feng Cheng, someone exclaimed, their voice tinged with disbelief and terror. The soul of alchemist Feng Cheng floated in the air, appearing feeble. No! Alchemist Feng Cheng is the only fifth-tier alchemist in Black Corner City, another lamented, their voice brimming with despair. The fifth-tier alchemist Feng Cheng was an invaluable asset to Black Corner City. Soon after, Han Feng's soul was devoured by the cloaked figure, Lin Yan, who was possessed by Elder Wu. The scene left all the onlookers in sheer shock, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before them. Lin Yan, emanating a chilling aura, proclaimed, Ah, the soul devourer of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Han Feng. Chapter 61 of The Fated One. Lin Yan in the Grand Hall of the Alchemist Association, a group of alchemists clad in resplendent robes gathered in solemn discussion over a shocking matter. The audacious Han Feng from the demonic palace dared to target the alchemists of Black Corner City, a blatant provocation against our esteemed fellowship. Indeed, what is even more egregious is that he brazenly devoured the soul of alchemist Feng Cheng in the presence of so many witnesses, his methods cruel and unspeakable. We must take action, we cannot allow the death of alchemist Feng Cheng to be in vain. The alchemists began to murmur among themselves, understanding that this struggle was not merely for Feng Cheng, but also for their own survival and dignity. The president, Xin Danzi, stood up, gently pressing his hands down to signal for silence. His voice was calm yet powerful. Very well, let us do this. We shall issue a proclamation. Anyone who can eliminate the minions of the demonic palace will be rewarded with corresponding medicinal pills. He paused, surveying the room. Additionally, we will offer opportunities to study alchemy within the Alchemist Association. At this announcement, the atmosphere in the council chamber shifted dramatically. The chance to study alchemy within the esteemed Alchemist Association was a rare opportunity for outsiders, and the prospect of such an advantageous offer was irresistible to many. Xian Danzi reflected on how Lin Fan had recently disrupted several promising seedlings, and this was a perfect chance to rejuvenate their ranks.
News of this reached the demonic palace swiftly. Limotian, upon hearing that Han Feng had consumed Feng Qing's soul, was momentarily stunned. After all, Feng Qing was a fifth-rank alchemist, and Limotian was well aware that Feng Qing was merely a pseudonym for Han Feng.
Elder Han, what is the meaning of this?
Limotian's voice reverberated through the grand hall like a clap of thunder. Elder Han's complexion turned pale as he hastily defended himself. Master, this must be the work of someone impersonating Han Feng, who has devoured the real Han Feng. As for the impersonator, I do not know.
A flicker of anger flashed in Limotian's eyes as he rose abruptly, his Nirvana realm pressure enveloping Elder Han entirely. You claim ignorance? The description of the soul-devouring technique is precisely the method of your lineage, how could you not know?
Feeling the weight of the Nirvana realm pressure, Elder Han's face grew even paler, and he stammered, Master, I truly do not know.
Limotian frowned, turning his gaze to Elder D beside him. Elder D, please provide your analysis.
Elder D approached with a serious expression. Master, based on the current information, it appears there is a traitor within our ranks, and this traitor is likely from Elder Han's faction.
Master, do not heed his nonsensical claims.
My soul-devouring lineage has always been loyal to the demonic palace.
Elder Han interjected urgently, interrupting Elder D. Silence.
Limotian commanded coldly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Elder D continued, nodding solemnly.
Master, Lin Yan was merely a lowly true essence realm practitioner a month ago.
The fact that Elder Han has been unable to capture him suggests interference from an insider.
Elder Han, how do you explain this? Limotian's gaze bore down on Elder Han.
Cold sweat beaded on Elder Han's forehead, his voice trembling. Master, the reason we have not captured Lin Yan over the past month is that the task was assigned to Han Feng, who in turn delegated it to Blood Sea.
I was unaware of this.
Then it seems there is no doubt, the traitor must be from Elder Han's side, Elder D asserted with conviction.
What do you mean?
Blood Sea may contend with Lin Yan, but against Han Feng of the Divine Bridge realm, he is outmatched. The traitor likely revealed themselves only when they saw Lin Yan in peril. However, I cannot fathom why this traitor would aid Lin Yan. Elder D mused, deep in thought. Limotian fell silent, his mind tumultuous. If Elder D's assertions held true, then the motives of this traitor warranted careful consideration. His gaze returned to Elder Han, filled with scrutiny.
Elder Han, I grant you 1 month to identify the traitor. Should you fail, I shall assume you are the traitor.
Limotian's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Elder Han trembled slightly, aware that failure to unearth the traitor would spell his doom.
Yes, Master.
I will certainly find the traitor. Meanwhile, he harbored deep resentment for Elder D and the traitor within his own faction. As Lin Yan, the unwitting cause of the traitor's emergence within the demonic palace, returned to the Xintian sect, confusion enveloped him, uncertain as to why the sect master had summoned him back so suddenly.
Upon arriving at the sect's hall, Lin Yan respectfully bowed. May I inquire why the sect master has summoned me?
Meng Yunqing did not respond directly but instead retrieved an ancient mirror from her storage ring, presenting it to Lin Yan.
This is the Mirror of Talent.
It can reveal a person's qualifications and innate gifts. Place your hand upon it or let your blood touch it, and perhaps your confusion will be resolved.
Lin Yan accepted the Mirror of Talent, feeling a coolness emanating from its surface.
Without hesitation, he gradually placed his hand upon it. The mirror's surface suddenly illuminated with a radiant glow, and words began to materialize. Qualification: Holy Grade, Mid-Tier, Special Physique, Sun God Physique, Half Awakened.
Could it truly be the Sun God Physique? Meng Yunqing exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and delight in her voice.
It seems you are indeed the fated one awaited by our ancestors.
The fated one? Lin Yan's brow furrowed.
He had never encountered such terminology before.
Please wait a moment.
Meng Yunqing turned, transmitting a message, her expression growing grave. After a brief interval, a venerable elder with flowing white hair emerged from the void, his gaze profound as if he could perceive the very essence of existence.
Ancestor, you have come in person. Meng Yunqing exclaimed, astonished that the ancestor would take the trouble to visit. The ancestor, Meng Yuan, glanced at Lin Yan, nodding before his gaze settled on the jade pendant at Lin Yan's waist, pausing momentarily.
Several months ago, chaos abruptly descended upon the Eastern Domain's heavenly mechanism. I felt compelled to come personally out of concern. To be safe, I shall take him with me. Furthermore, he may return to the heavenly profound sacred land in 3 months.
With that, Meng Yuan led Lin Yan into the void. Ancestor, is the turmoil in the Eastern Domain connected to me?
Lin Yan could no longer contain his curiosity and queried Meng Yuan. Upon hearing this, a flicker of complexity crossed Meng Yuan's eyes.
but he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head slowly. No, if it were you, I would not have come. On the very day Lin Yan departed, the skies over the eastern domain dimmed slightly. Chapter 62 The perfected sword intent of the three styles of the heavenly sword enters the sword tomb. Half a month later, you have attained a formidable enhancement in comprehension, successfully fusing and creating a brand new, supremely fitting holy grade sword technique over the course of several centuries. The sword intent has reached perfection, and the technique has been personally named by you. With the amalgamation of centuries worth of creation experiences, Lin Fan rubbed his temples and decided to call it the three styles of the heavenly sword. Host Lin Fan Realm First level of the Divine Bridge Cultivation Method. All laws return to the body. Technique Martial Skill. Three styles of the Heavenly Sword. Special Enhancement. Perfected Sword Intent. Special Profession. 6th Rank Alchemist. 9-turn Alchemy Fusion. Creation Points 1. Upon glancing at the information displayed on the panel, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction before revealing his cultivation level of the Divine Bridge and stepping out of the courtyard. At the residence of the Peak Master of Shenjian Peak. Lin Fan, what brings you here? This is quite the rarity, remarked Master Li Jian, a hint of surprise evident on his face, for Lin Fan had been at Shen Tian sect for nearly 3 months and this was his first visit. Master Li, Lin Fan replied, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. Li Jian scrutinized Lin Fan for a moment, and suddenly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. You have broken through to the Divine Bridge realm. His voice carried an air of incredulity. Although he had not sensed Lin Fan's breakthrough to the Xiandan realm, it was understandable. However, the breakthrough to the Divine Bridge realm should not have gone unnoticed. Why, then, had he remained completely oblivious? As Lin Fan nodded, aware that his speed of advancement was indeed astonishing in the eyes of ordinary folk. However, he understood that this was all due to his uniqueness and relentless efforts day and night. Your speed of advancement is remarkable. I advise you to remain at the Divine Bridge realm for a while longer to accumulate your foundation before progressing to the Divine Transformation realm, Master Li Jian advised earnestly, his gaze revealing concern and anticipation for Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, knowing well the uniqueness of the Divine Transformation realm, and intended to solidify his foundation further to comprehend the great transformation. Master Li, I have come to retrieve a sword from the sword tomb, Lin Fan declared, exuding an aura of perfected sword intent, his tone calm as if discussing a matter of little significance. You have perfected your sword intent, Li Jian exclaimed, astonished as he sensed Lin Fan's sword intent, akin to that of his own master. Li Jian had spent hundreds of years striving for perfection, yet Lin Fan had achieved it in what seemed to be less than 3 months since his arrival at the Shen Tian sect. A prodigy indeed, Li Jian muttered to himself, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, shock, envy, and a hint of reverence. Lin Fan remained silent, simply standing there as he allowed Master Li Jian's gaze to sweep over him. Very well, since you have perfected your sword intent, you are entitled to a sword from the sword tomb. Li Jian finally accepted this fact, determination flashing in his eyes. Follow me. The two of them walked in single file to a hidden location on the back mountain of Shenjian Peak. This was the sword tomb, a repository for the swords of past sword cultivators of the Shen Tian sect, with each sword embodying the sword intent and spirit of its former master. Within the sword tomb, sword energy surged, and each sword seemed to possess its own life, quietly awaiting the arrival of a fated individual. Go ahead, choose your sword, Li Jian's voice echoed behind Lin Fan. Stepping into the periphery of the sword tomb, Lin Fan's gaze swept over the myriad of swords. TSK, the lowest grade here is already heavenly tier, he murmured, before advancing deeper into the tomb. As Lin Fan emanated the aura of perfected sword intent, all the spiritual swords sensed something and began to tremble, emitting crisp sounds of sword cries. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction at this spectacle and continued deeper into the tomb. As he ventured further, the number of swords dwindled while their ranks soared. Just then, a shadow emerged from the deepest recesses of the sword tomb, soaring through the walls. A voice resonated through the void. Old sword, are you not going to intervene with such a promising talent? No, let him undergo the trial. Those with steadfast will shall not be swayed, a second voice responded. Hee boy, do you crave power? The shadow hovered before Lin Fan, its voice hoarse and somber, laced with a seductive undertone. Lin Fan halted, facing this inexplicable shadow. He resolved to employ an unconventional strategy to navigate this encounter. A subtle smile graced his lips as he adopted an inscrutable expression and performed a peculiar gesture, emitting an odd sound. Chalo, the shadow in the void and the being within it were momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Fan's bizarre action and sound, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. You brat, Chalo, the shadow attempted to speak, but Lin Fan interrupted once more. Damn it, the shadow, frustrated, muttered a torrent of incomprehensible words before departing. Lin Fan watched the shadow leave, nodding in satisfaction. He had come to retrieve his beloved sword, not to trigger any hidden plot. The voice in the void resounded again. Forget today's events. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, a third party was aware of today's occurrences. Had he known, he would not have acted so nonchalantly. He continued deeper, in search of a suitable sword. This must be of holy grade. Lin Fan marveled at a sword radiating a sword intent even stronger than that of spiritual swords.
He had not anticipated that the Xian Tian sect would possess swords of such caliber. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Eventually, he arrived at the deepest part of the tomb, where his gaze was drawn to a wall that appeared incongruous with the surrounding environment, exuding an air of mystery.
What is this wall doing here? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, gazing up at the wall that seemed to stretch into the sky. He pondered how such a wall could exist even within the Xian Tian sect. Could it be that the sword tomb resided within a small world? Phew, thankfully I managed to slip past earlier. I must choose a sword and leave quickly. He swiftly selected the finest among several holy grade swords and made his exit. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon Hall, the Hall Master, Li Emotian, wore a deeply furrowed brow, as if he could wring water from its eye. In the past half-month, a series of actions from the Alchemist Association had resulted in significant losses for his Heavenly Demon Hall. Hall Master, great news! Elder Kai burst into the hall, his face alight with excitement. Lin Fan has broken through to the Divine Bridge realm. Li Emotian's eyes instantly brightened, and he sprang to his feet, his voice trembling slightly. What did you say? Lin Fan has broken through? Yes, the latest ranking on the talented individuals list has just been released, confirming Lin Fan's new cultivation level, Elder Kai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with fervor. A long-lost smile finally appeared on Li Emotian's face as he declared loudly, quickly summon the demon child to come at once. Chapter 63. I am the demon son of the demon palace. Shortly thereafter, the demon son, Tian Feiyu, hastily arrived at the hall. He felt somewhat unnerved by the intense gazes of the crowd. With respect, he performed a bow and inquired, Palace Master, may I ask what brings me here? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Emotian's eyes as he solemnly replied, Feiyu, the time has come for you to contribute to the demon palace. You are to eliminate Lin Fan of the Xian Tian sect. Tian Feiyu was taken aback, astonished as he asked, me? Li Emotian nodded, retrieving a piece of talisman paper that emanated a peculiar radiance, and handed it to Tian Feiyu. This talisman contains the full force of a Nirvana realm attack. It is entrusted to you for the assassination of Lin Fan. As Tian Feiyu accepted the talisman, he sensed the immense power it harbored, filling his heart with both surprise and joy. And I too, echoed the elders, unwilling to be outdone, as they produced various items from their storage rings and presented them to Tian Feiyu. This can kill at the Divine Bridge realm, one elder asserted. Mine can do so as well. The members of the Demon Palace were all willing to invest heavily to ensure Lin Fan's demise. Tian Feiyu accepted the items one by one, his heart swelling with pride. He understood that with these gifts, the task of eliminating Lin Fan would become remarkably effortless. Taking a deep breath, he nodded with inflated confidence, I understand, Palace Master. I shall not fail in my mission, Palace Master. Where is the location for the assassination of Lin Fan? At the Xian Tian sect, Li Emotian replied calmly. Tian Feiyu's expression instantly turned pale, his voice trembling as he asked, Palace Master, you said where? At the Xian Tian sect, Li Emotian repeated placidly. At the Xian Tian sect? You want me to kill Lin Fan there? Is this not sending me to my death? A wave of alarm washed over Tian Feiyu as he surveyed the composed elders around him, a sense of unease swelling within. Observing Tian Feiyu's ashen visage, Li Emotian slowly spoke, Feiyu, you must understand that the enmity between the Xian Tian sect and our demon palace has endured for ages. Lin Fan's extraordinary talent poses a significant threat to us. Your journey is for the future of the entire demon palace. A bitter smile crept across Tian Feiyu's face as the truth dawned upon him. This was why the elders had been so courteous to him lately. They had long since regarded him as a doomed man. He realized there was no turning back. His voice quavered, Palace Master, Feiyu understands. I implore you to grant me 3 final days. Li Emotian nodded. Subsequently, Tian Feiyu exited in a daze. As he watched Tian Feiyu's figure gradually fade from sight, an elder approached Li Emotian and whispered, Palace Master, should we dispatch someone to follow him discreetly, just in case? However, before he could finish, Li Emotian coldly interrupted, no need. I trust he is an astute individual who knows how to make his choices. If he truly intends to make a move, he cannot escape my grasp. With that, Li Emotian clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes half closed, lost in contemplation. At the Jin tomb of Xian Jin Peak, Li Jian found it increasingly difficult to contain himself as he watched Lin Fan emerge with 3 swords superior to his own. What is going on here? Li Jian's voice carried a hint of incredulity. I simply acquired them on my way back, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. During his return journey, the spiritually pure swords had offered no resistance to him, so he had casually taken 2, as no one else was claiming them. Li Jian's gaze fixated on the swords in Lin Fan's hands, a complex expression crossing his face. Suddenly, as if uncovering something astonishing, he exclaimed, that sword, it should be of the sacred rank. Lin Fan beamed, indeed. What, are there sacred rank swords here? Why didn't my master mention this?
Li Jian's face was a canvas of confusion and disbelief. If Li Jian's master were present, he would undoubtedly scold him. How could I not be aware of your level as your master? With the newly acquired swords in hand, Lin Fan turned contentedly and walked toward the courtyard. Li Jian remained rooted in place, staring at Lin Fan's retreating figure, lost in thought. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Fan was approached by Xiao He, who handed him a challenge letter.
Young master, there is a challenge letter.
Upon hearing the words challenge letter, Lin Fan paused, a look of surprise crossing his face.
Ever since he had become a 6th-grade alchemist, no one had dared to challenge him again. Glancing at the challenger's name, Tian Feiyu, a first-tier divine bridge cultivator, he noted that this Tian Feiyu had even offered a full 1 million medium-grade spirit stones as a challenge fee. Lin Fan's heart brimmed with confusion. Was this person a fool, willingly offering money? Lost in thought, Tian Feiyu unknowingly wandered into a small town. Ah well, let this be a glimpse of the world's final splendor, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with bitterness. As he surveyed the bustling crowd around him, his heart ached more intensely with each glance. Internally, he began to struggle, seeking a way out, a path that could spare his life. He understood all too well that fleeing was not an option. As the demon son, he was acutely aware of the methods employed by the demon palace. If he were to run and be captured by the demon palace, the consequences would be far worse than death. A shiver ran down his spine as horrific images of punishment flashed through his mind, paralyzing him with fear. At that moment, Tian Feiyu's attention was drawn by a commotion. He witnessed a man surrounded by a group of officials. Criminal Liu, surrender peacefully for leniency, resisting will only add to your crimes, the leading officer boomed. Tian Feiyu's spirit jolted, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Yes. I can do this, as long as I live. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his gaze. He understood this was his only opportunity. Thus, Tian Feiyu returned to the demon palace to prepare for what lay ahead. 3 days later, within the confines of the demon palace, the high-ranking members convened to bid farewell to Tian Feiyu, who was about to embark on his journey. Feiyu, are you prepared? Liemo Tian's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority.
Palace Master, Feiyu is ready, Tian Feiyu replied, his tone steady, though tinged with a hint of determination. He recognized that this departure might very well be a final farewell. Liemo Tian nodded slightly in approval of Tian Feiyu's demeanor, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes.
Excellent. Truly worthy of being the demon son of our demon palace. We shall forever remember you.
Soon, the demon palace would find it impossible to forget the name Tian Feiyu. Utilizing a special array, Tian Feiyu arrived at the closest location to the Xian Tian sect, and shortly thereafter, he reached the bustling grounds of the sect. Inside the Xian Tian sect, an air of excitement prevailed as disciples eagerly discussed the impending reunion with their senior brother Lin Fan. After a month apart, however, they were astonished that Tian Feiyu dared to challenge Lin Fan. What confidence did he possess?
Why ponder so much?
We need only to enjoy the spectacle, they remarked, anticipation brewing. Before long, Lin Fan, along with the peak masters and sect leaders, arrived. Tian Feiyu, undeterred by the presence of Lin Fan and the peak masters, boldly ascended the dueling platform and proclaimed, "In the past, I had no choice. Now, I wish to be a good person. I wish to report, I am the demon son of the demon palace." Chapter 64 of the Wrath of the Celestial Demon Hall. I am the demon child of the Celestial Demon Hall. As his words echoed through the air, an eerie silence fell over the entire Xian Tian sect, particularly among the peak masters and sect leaders seated in the stands, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Even Elder Yan, who was attuned to the movements within the scripture pavilion, appeared equally perplexed. What on earth is happening? The demon child of the Celestial Demon Hall has come to our sworn enemy's domain to reveal his identity. What trickery is the Celestial Demon Hall up to? In hidden corners of the Celestial Demon Hall, Tian Feiyu pleaded with everyone not to take his life, promising to divulge everything. He implored them not to release him from the Xian Tian sect, stating that he would comply with any demand. Tian Feiyu retrieved the fruits of his 3 days of labor from his storage ring, lamenting internally how unfortunate it was that 3 days was far too brief. He had only managed to ascertain the whereabouts of the Soul Elders faction. If only he had a few more days. Tian Feiyu resolved that, irrespective of the circumstances, the Celestial Demon Hall intended for him to perish within the Xian Tian sect. Since the Celestial Demon Hall showed no mercy, he would not feel guilty for his own survival. After all, he had no desire to meet an untimely demise. The peak masters and sect leaders exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed, while Elder Yin furrowed his brow, sensing the sincerity and despair in Tian Feiyu's words. Elder Yin appeared beside Tian Feiyu, observing the map in his hands, and then led him away to an unknown destination. Meanwhile, our protagonist Lin Fan watched the unfolding events with confusion, questioning if he had become a mere supporting character. On this very day, the Soul Elders faction was obliterated by a mysterious force from above. Alas, the unfortunate Soul Elders faction had sacrificed their lives to prove that there were no traitors among them.
Did you hear that?
Tian Feiyu, ranked among the prodigies, is actually the demon child of the Celestial Demon Hall. I did hear. It's utterly amusing that the demon child, Tian Feiyu, has come to the Shen-Tian sect to expose himself. The Celestial Demon Hall must be furious, having cultivated him with such effort, only to have him turn against them by reporting their own secrets to the Shen-Tian sect. Within the Celestial Demon Hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension, almost palpable. In the Grand Hall, a group of elders wore expressions of grim determination, their gazes fixed upon the central figure, Li Matian. His countenance was as dark as the storm clouds gathering before a tempest, his eyes flickering with the flames of rage.
Unbelievable. Unthinkable.
Li Matian's voice reverberated through the hall, his fury erupting like a volcanic explosion, threatening to topple the entire Celestial Demon Hall. The elders shared his outrage. They had never anticipated that the demon child they had painstakingly nurtured would betray them at such a crucial moment. At this juncture, their desire to eliminate their own demon child surpassed even their enmity toward Lin Fan. It was truly shocking to discover that the demon child, whom they had trusted so deeply, was, in fact, a traitor. Elder D could not suppress a long sigh, his tone laden with disappointment and confusion. He pondered silently, how could the demon child have concealed his true nature so effectively? Why had they not recognized it sooner? Li Matian, upon hearing this, was further incensed. He slammed his hand upon the armrest of his chair and rose abruptly. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth from his being, akin to a massive black tide, engulfing the entire hall. The intensity of this demonic energy was so palpable that the very air appeared to grow heavier, and the temperature within the hall plummeted, as if one had been cast into an icy abyss. I, Li Matian, have traversed the world and faced countless life and death battles. What storms have I not weathered, yet today, I find myself mocked and toyed with by a mere demon child.
Li Matian's voice trembled with rage, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth, brimming with unrestrained fury. Suddenly, Li Matian turned his piercing gaze toward Elder D, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Elder D, did you not assert that the traitor was among the Soul Elders faction? How do you explain this turn of events?
His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly into Elder D's heart, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Faced with Li Matian's furious inquiry, Elder D's complexion drained of color. He sought to offer an explanation, but his throat felt constricted as though gripped by an unseen force. He managed to utter, "My lord, please quell your anger. I too did not anticipate that this demon child would conceal himself so adeptly." Elder D's voice was tinged with bitterness and helplessness, clearly overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. Li Matian scoffed disdainfully and then departed the Celestial Demon Hall, his destination unknown. 2 months later. During these 2 months, neither Lin Fan nor the Celestial Demon Hall experienced any significant transformations or shocking events, leaving the populace of the East region feeling puzzled and estranged. In Lin Fan's chamber, you have gained a substantial enhancement in enlightenment, successfully merging and creating a brand new divine-level technique, the subtle arts of all things, perfectly suited to yourself. As a torrent of creative memories and experiences surged into Lin Fan's mind, he bore a look of fatigue, his brow slightly furrowed. Ever since Lin Yan departed the East region, Lin Fan had sensed a faint yet watchful presence observing him from above. Initially, he dismissed it as mere illusion, yet now, as he developed his technique to divine levels, the scope of its capabilities expanded, the effects grew stronger, and the sensation of being watched became increasingly pronounced. Who could it be? Lin Fan murmured, his gaze penetrating through the window toward the vast, boundless sky. However, beyond the blue sky and white clouds, there was naught but emptiness, devoid of any presence. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the system panel. Host, Lin Fan realm, 9th layer of the Divine Bridge Technique, subtle arts of all things, martial skill, 3 styles of the Celestial Sword special enhancement. Perfect sword, intense special profession, 6th rank alchemist, 9 turn alchemy fusion creation points, 10 system. How many points are required to transcend the divine realm? 150 points. Why so many? The divine abilities comprehended by the host are somewhat special and will invoke great terror. Fury coursed through Lin Fan as he clenched his fists tightly, his inner flames of anger igniting. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well, great terror, is it? You've made me waste points for nothing. In a few years, should I discover your identity, you shall learn what true terror really means." Chapter 65. The realm of divine powers, impenetrable by all laws, the system merely shields against great terrors. How many points are required? 100 points. A gentle reminder, host, only the great terrors are shielded, and a breakthrough to the divine powers realm may attract heavenly retribution. Is that so? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 15 days have passed. During these days, Lin Fan diligently cultivated day and night, continually suppressing his own cultivation level.
Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly break through to the divine powers realm. Lin Fan arrived at the location of Master Li. He gazed calmly at Master Li and spoke softly, "Master Li, I am prepared to break through to the divine powers realm." "What? So soon?"
Li Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked incredulously at Lin Fan, astonished. He recalled that Lin Fan had only recently advanced from the Divine Bridge realm 2 months ago. Such a rapid progression to the Divine Powers realm was astonishing. "I trouble you, Master Li, to inform the sect master and activate the sect's grand formation. I shall likely face heavenly tribulation during my breakthrough." Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of gravity. "It seems you are about to comprehend the great divine powers," Li Jian remarked in admiration, aware that divine powers were categorized into ordinary, minor, and great divine powers, with only the latter attracting heavenly tribulation. Nodding, Li Jian immediately turned and transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the sect master's hall. He understood that Lin Fan's breakthrough was of great significance to the entire sect and could not be taken lightly.
The sect's grand formation has been activated? Lin Fan is about to break through to the divine powers realm? Meng Yunqing's voice held a note of surprise, and she promptly commanded the full activation of the sect's grand formation. As the grand formation activated, a faint luminous barrier enveloped the entire sect. Why has the sect's grand formation been activated? I don't know. Could it be the arrival of the heavenly demon hall? Look up at the sky. It's senior brother Lin Fan.
The disciples' discussions rose and fell, their gazes fixated on Lin Fan in the heavens. The system shields against great terrors, Lin Fan silently recited to himself, and then commenced his first independent breakthrough. Concurrently, an unseen force subtly assisted him in his ascent. The clouds in the sky churned as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. The originally clear sky was enveloped in dark clouds, sunlight entirely obscured, plunging the world into a dismal twilight. A suffocating atmosphere permeated the air, rendering even breathing a laborious task. The disciples gazed with a mix of reverence and concern, murmuring, "What a terrifying heavenly tribulation! Will senior brother Lin Fan be all right?"
But it's Lin Fan. How could anything happen to him?
Wang Tian declared confidently, brimming with admiration. Wanfang, Lu Yanran, and Ling Shui stood at a distance, gazing up at Lin Fan in the sky, their eyes filled with complex emotions, followed by a bittersweet smile. Deep within the sword tomb, several elderly figures sat cross-legged, their eyes piercing through the small world, observing the celestial phenomenon above.
"Ah, it's that peculiar young man from 2 months ago.
It seems he is about to comprehend the great divine powers, quite commendable."
Outside the Xintian sect, disciples and elders from other sects felt the powerful fluctuations of energy. What happened to the Xintian sect? That seems to be heavenly tribulation.
With a thunderous roar, the first terrifying bolt of lightning pierced the heavens, cleaving through the earth, illuminating the void. The lightning resembled an enraged dragon, charging toward Lin Fan with overwhelming pressure. First sword of the heavenly sword.
Sever!
Lin Fan shouted, unleashing the perfected sword intent. As the sacred sword in his hand swung forth, the sword light surged skyward, cleaving the dreadful lightning, scattering it into countless electric serpents. Yet, in the moment the lightning was severed, Lin Fan felt no joy. He understood that this was merely the beginning, and the true test lay ahead. He sensed the power within the cloud layers intensifying, as if something monumental was brewing. Boom! The second heavenly tribulation, fiercer than the first, descended like the wrath of the gods, intent on incinerating all existence. Second sword of the heavenly sword is swift. Lin Fan's sword transformed into a streak of light, swifter than the descending tribulation. As the sword light flashed, the heavenly tribulation was dispersed, transforming into specks of starlight that faded into the air. Boom! The third heavenly tribulation, more terrifying than the previous two, caused the clouds to roil violently, as if the entire sky were on the verge of collapse under the cataclysmic forces. Lin Fan's expression grew grave.
Damn, is this truly the divine tribulation?
Elder Yen from the scripture pavilion exclaimed as he observed Lin Fan's third tribulation, unable to restrain his exclamation.
Why does it feel as though it rivals the Nirvana tribulation?
Third sword of the heavenly sword.
Annihilation.
Lin Fan's complexion was somewhat pale, yet his voice remained resolute. The sword in his hand morphed into a blade of annihilation, soaring skyward. The heavenly tribulation collided with the sword light in a cacophony of thunderous roars. The entire sect trembled, as though threatened to be torn apart by this immense force. Ultimately, the earth-shattering heavenly tribulation and the unmatched sword light clashed and intertwined, both annihilating each other, and the cloud layers gradually dispersed, revealing a cerulean sky. Lin Fan descended from the heavens like a celestial being, his figure ethereal, robes billowing, each step exuding an air of grace and elegance. At that moment, a faint smile adorned his handsome visage, reminiscent of spring flowers in full bloom, radiating captivating charm. His deep-set eyes sparkled with confidence and joy.
Lin Fan, splendidly done.
Elder Yen emerged, unable to conceal his excitement, recalling the heart-stopping moments, particularly during the descent of the third heavenly tribulation. He had nearly felt panic, fearing Lin Fan would not survive. Master Li and the sect master also arrived, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Filled with relief, Master Li patted Lin Fan's shoulder, a gesture of recognition and encouragement from a mentor to a protege. "Thank you, esteemed masters and Elder Yen, for your concern." Lin Fan slightly bowed and then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the Divine Powers interface. Host Lin Fan Realm First Level of Divine Powers Cultivation Method. The method of all laws returning to oneself. Martial Technique. 3 Swords of the Heavenly Sword. Special bonus, Perfected Sword. Intent, impenetrable by all laws. Special profession, 6th Grade Alchemist. 9-turn Alchemy Fusion Creation. E.0 In the realm of divine powers, the unique impenetrability of the all laws means that any harm inflicted by techniques, martial skills, or laws below this realm will only deal 1% damage to you, including formations, weapons, sword intent, and blade intent. Lin Fan could scarcely suppress a grin. Were it not for the many eyes upon him, he would have shouted aloud, "Who among my peers can harm me? Who among them can kill me in life or death?" Chapter 66. Lin Fan enters the heavenly Xian sacred land. The news of Lin Fan's breakthrough into the divine ability realm spread throughout the outside world, casting a shadow of despair over the prodigies of the eastern region. Once proud of their status as the hope of the East, they now felt their own insignificance. The name Lin Fan became an indelible specter in their hearts. At the Azure Skysword sect, Yi lay motionless in the embrace of Ling Mengyao. Though his body remained still, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. He recognized that the chasm between him and Lin Fan was widening, not merely in terms of cultivation, but also in talent and potential. Ling Mengyao gently caressed Yi's cheek, her eyes filled with concern. "Senior brother Yi, you need not compare yourself to him, you have your own path," she spoke softly. Yi merely nodded in slight acknowledgement. In the Xia family, the former top prodigy Xia Hao gazed at his own cultivation at the 7th level of the Divine Bridge with a bitter smile. "Lin Fan is not the kind of prodigy that should exist in the eastern region," he lamented, his words tinged with helplessness and bitterness. Once the pride of the East, he now found himself looking up to Lin Fan's figure. In a secluded chamber of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the voice of the celestial calculator was laced with exhaustion and defeat. "Sigh, nothing adds up. I might as well return to the central continent and practice more." Days later, within the Xian Tian sect, Elder Ancestor, what brings you here? Meng Yunqing's voice carried a hint of surprise as she turned to see a white-haired elder standing not far behind her. "There is an issue at the sacred land. The Xian Tian sect cannot return to the heavenly Xian sacred land for the time being," Elder Meng Yuan replied, his tone somber, with an almost imperceptible weariness. "You previously mentioned a prodigy whose talent rivals that of Lin Yan. Where is he?" Meng Yuan suddenly inquired, interrupting Meng Yunqing's thoughts. Realizing the elder was referring to Lin Fan, she swiftly issued orders, and before long, Lin Fan was brought to the sect leader's hall. Meng Yuan scrutinized Lin Fan, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from Lin Fan, indicative of the divine ability realm. To achieve such a level at this age was indeed extraordinary. Divine ability realm, to attain this here is commendable. Meng Yuan nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he circled Lin Fan, assessing him as one would a precious treasure. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the elder's gaze, Lin Fan nonetheless maintained his composure and respectfully bowed. "Junior Lin Fan pays his respects to the elder ancestor." Good, Meng Yuan responded, then his expression turned serious. "Lin Fan, are you willing to go to the heavenly Xian sacred land for your training?" Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, as he had intended to remain at the Xian Tian sect until he became invincible before venturing out. Just as he was about to decline, an ominous feeling urged him to accept the invitation, warning him that failure to go could lead to irrevocable consequences. He understood this ominous presence to be the heavenly Tao of the eastern region. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, Lin Fan respectfully replied, "Elder Ancestor, I am willing to go to the heavenly Xian sacred land for training." A satisfied smile appeared on Meng Yuan's face as he nodded. "There is no time to waste. We shall depart at once." Lin Fan was momentarily startled, exclaiming, "Must we leave in such haste?" He had expected at least some time to prepare or bid farewell to his loved ones, but the schedule was evidently quite tight. He retrieved 2 storage rings from his robe and handed them to sect leader Meng Yunqing. "I would appreciate it if you could deliver this storage ring to the Lin family in Xianyang City, and this one to Xiaohe and Lin Wu. Please take good care of them." Sect leader Meng Yunqing accepted the rings with a smile, replying softly, "Rest assured, I will handle their matters properly and take good care of them." Subsequently, Meng Yuan led Lin Fan to the heavenly Xian sacred land. Upon arriving in the central continent, the ominous presence of the eastern region's heavenly Dao dissipated. At the heavenly Xian sacred land, within the Xian lineage, Meng Yuan instructed Meng Xian, take Lin Fan to see the heavenly Xian sacred land and explain the current situation to him. I will check on how Lin Yan is progressing in his training. With a flash, Meng Yuan vanished from sight. Meng Xian nodded and turned to Lin Fan, a smile gracing his face. Junior Lin Fan, welcome to the heavenly Xian sacred land. I will show you around. As Lin Fan followed Meng Xian along the stone paths of the heavenly Xian sacred land, he beheld towering palaces and lush ancient trees, each exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. He could sense the air here was thick with rich essence, far more potent than that of the Xian Tian sect. Junior Lin Fan, do you know that the heavenly Xian sacred land is divided into 4 major lineages? Heavenly Xian, Earthly Xian, Heavenly Yellow, and Earthly Yellow. Our Xian lineage is not in a favorable position within the sacred land. Meng Xian spoke as they walked, his tone tinged with concern. We wish for Lin Yan to become the sacred son of the sacred land, but his cultivation is too weak. Meanwhile, the heavenly Xian lineage seeks to establish another divine body prodigy as the sacred son, while Earthly Xian chooses to observe, and Heavenly Yellow aligns with Heavenly Xian. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing the weight behind Meng Xian's words. Isn't this merely a dream of the Xian lineage to establish a sacred son who has yet to reach the Nirvana realm? Are they bringing in new disciples? A mocking voice from nearby shattered Lin Fan's contemplation. It is Fong Li from the Heavenly Yellow lineage, Meng Xian murmured, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan looked up to see a disciple clad in yellow robes striding toward them, a look of disdain plastered across his face. He could sense the malice radiating from these disciples. Senior brother, can we retaliate in this situation? Lin Fan inquired curiously, sensing the presence of Fong Li, who was only at the first level of the divine ability realm. Meng Xian hesitated for a moment before responding, as long as it doesn't result in death or severe injury, and there's compensation for medical expenses, it's permissible to engage. I see, then I shall not hold back. Lin Fan had long resolved that regardless of where he was, he would embody the persona of an unparalleled prodigy, thus minimizing unnecessary troubles. What do you intend to do? Fong Li asked nervously, eyeing Lin Fan as he approached. Lin Fan offered no reply, he simply raised his right hand, condensing pure essence into a massive palm that descended from above Fong Li. Ah! Fong Li fell to the ground, letting out a pain scream. Lin Fan produced a medicinal pill from his storage ring and flicked it into Fong Li's mouth, the pill dissolving instantly as it healed his injuries. Get up! Lin Fan's icy voice rang out, devoid of any emotional inflection. You! Fong Li glared at Lin Fan in anger, astonished that the newcomer had dared to strike him. Without uttering a word, Lin Fan raised his right hand again for another massive palm strike. Ah! Another scream echoed as Fong Li, in terror, realized that even if he wished to resist, he could not break free from Lin Fan's overwhelming power. Once more, Lin Fan tossed a medicinal pill into Fong Li's mouth. Get up! Lin Fan commanded once more this time. Fong Li, having learned his lesson, chose not to rise. However, Lin Fan clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. With a mere flick of his hand, Fong Li found himself once again pinned beneath a massive palm. Ah! Fong Li's voice was filled with agony and dread. I'm sorry, I was wrong, he pleaded, terror evident in his tone. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, knowing that the best way to deal with malevolence was to exhibit an even greater malevolence in return. Chapter 67 Chronicles of the Tianxian Continent. Half an hour prior, Meng Xian was enthusiastically introducing Lin Fan to the wonders of the Tianxian sacred land. It's quite troublesome not being able to gauge one's cultivation, Han Yu muttered to himself from a distance, his gaze intently fixed on Lin Fan, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan, sensing the scrutiny, merely smiled faintly and continued to listen to Meng Xian's exposition. Determined to assess this newcomer, Han Yu sought out Fong Li, who was at the first level of divine powers. A newcomer has arrived from the Xian Tian lineage, purportedly hailing from the eastern region like Lin Yan. Go test him, Han Yu instructed. Understood, senior brother, Fong Li replied with a nod, albeit with a hint of skepticism. What kind of person could emerge from that dilapidated eastern region? Even Lin Yan, a god body, was merely a lowly Shen Dan realm upon arrival. This new arrival must be nothing more than a fledgling at the Divine Bridge realm. Half an hour later, Fong Li lay prostrate on the ground, his body quivering from excruciating pain. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he heeded his senior brother's advice to probe into the seemingly innocuous newcomer? The pain was unbearable. Is the newcomer truly this formidable, to be so ruthlessly violent upon arrival? He pondered. What is his background?
I've heard he comes from the eastern region. Is that truly the case? Even Lin Yan, who possesses a god body, was merely a fledgling in the Xiandan realm. How could anyone suppress a practitioner in the divine powers realm with such ease? The onlookers were filled with shock and reverence as they beheld the commotion Lin Fan had created. Standing before Fong Li, Lin Fan wore a serene expression, as if the recent skirmish were nothing more than a trifling matter. Subsequently, Lin Fan retrieved a pill from his storage ring and gently tossed it into Fong Li's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, a warm current circulating within Fong Li's body, swiftly mending his injuries. A wave of relief washed over him as the pain gradually subsided. "Thank you," Fong Li said softly, managing to rise slightly, his voice trembling. This expression of gratitude elicited a curious glance from Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head slightly and cast a glance towards Han Yu's location, continuing to explore the Tianxian sacred land with Meng Xian. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Xian was engulfed in tumultuous emotions beside him. Simultaneously, Han Yu was also in a state of turmoil, concealed in the shadows. He had believed his presence was undetectable. However, that brief glance from Lin Fan left him feeling exposed. Meng Xian led Lin Fan to a magnificent edifice, the scripture repository of the Tianxian sacred land towering into the clouds. Each level emanated a faint glow. This is the scripture repository, where countless techniques and cultivation insights are preserved. It is one of the pivotal locations within our Tianxian sacred land, Meng Xian proclaimed with a hint of pride. The repository comprises 9 levels, aside from the first, which contains miscellaneous texts. Each subsequent level houses techniques of varying grades. As they walked, Meng Xian explained, the first 5 levels are accessible to all disciples, while those above the 6th require special permissions. As a newly admitted disciple, you may currently only access the first 5 levels. Lin Fan gazed upward, awestruck by the repository's sheer magnitude, a fervent desire igniting within him. He envisioned the invaluable techniques contained within. How splendid it would be if they were all his to claim. Meng Xian, perceiving Lin Fan's yearning, smiled gently and said, "Once your disciple identity token is ready, you will have a one-time opportunity to access the first 6 levels of the repository for free, allowing you to select a technique suitable for you." "Just one?" Lin Fan lamented, though he thought to himself that it wouldn't be long before he claimed them all. His aspirations extended beyond a single technique. He coveted the entire treasure trove of the repository. Together with Meng Xian, he entered the first level. In his hand, Lin Fan held a map of the Tianxian continent, marked with details of the eastern, northern, western, and southern regions, as well as central continent. He perceived these regions as parts of a cohesive whole, a sense of curiosity bubbling within him. Noticing Lin Fan's puzzled expression, Meng Xian smiled slightly and said, "Are you somewhat perplexed? I felt the same way initially. Here, take a look at this." He produced a weathered ancient tome and handed it to Lin Fan. Upon receiving the tome, Lin Fan observed the cover inscribed with Chronicles of the Tianxian continent. As he turned the pages, he discovered accounts of history dating back 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years ago, the Tianxian continent was a unified land, devoid of the divisions into eastern, northern, western, and southern regions, until one fateful day when the extraterrestrial demons descended. 8 human emperors and 2 demon emperors united to confront the otherworldly menace. That battle truly rent the Tianxian continent asunder, even fracturing the heavenly Tao itself. Ultimately, the 4 regions and the central continent became isolated, with remnants of the emperor's might and spatial rifts obstructing passage. Only through special formations or the intervention of formidable beings could one traverse the void, otherwise, it was a perilous venture. As Lin Fan absorbed these accounts, he was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated the Tianxian continent to possess such a grand and tumultuous history. It was no wonder that the heavenly Tao from the eastern region vanished upon arriving in the central continent. Now he understood. Unable to contain his curiosity and excitement, he slowly raised his head, casting an eager gaze at his mentor, Meng Xian. "Brother Meng, where have these emperors gone now?" Sighing softly at Lin Fan's inquiry, Meng Xian's voice took on a somber tone tinged with nostalgia. "The emperors vanished after that battle." His gaze seemed to transcend time, witnessing the silhouettes of those lost emperors as he continued, "Not just from that battle. Ever since, any who ascended to the emperor realm, save for the Pill Emperor of the Alchemist Guild, have simply disappeared." Chapter 68. My greatest skill is crushing opponents of higher realms. Lin Fan was momentarily lost in thought, his heart brimming with confusion and astonishment. Where, he pondered, had these legendary emperors vanished to? Why is it that upon breaking through to the emperor realm, they simply disappear? What would happen if he himself were to transcend to the emperor realm? Such questions swirled around his mind like a dense fog, shrouding his thoughts. Subsequently, Lin Fan, still enveloped in uncertainty, followed Meng Xian to his residence. As he gazed upon the tranquil courtyard, he nodded in satisfaction. He had a particular fondness for such serene locales. Meanwhile, Meng Xian found it rather peculiar. Despite Lin Fan's initial aggressive demeanor towards Fong Li,
He had assumed him to be a person fond of ostentation, yet here he was, seemingly drawn to this quiet place. Perhaps he harbored some clandestine inclinations akin to his own? With this thought, Meng Xian involuntarily shook his head. After giving Lin Fan a few instructions, he swiftly departed, leaving Lin Fan to his solitude. Lin Fan ambled over and seated himself upon a stone bench, commencing the ritual of brewing tea. Each movement was executed with such natural grace, as if he had long since acclimatized to this lifestyle. The fragrant aroma of the tea gradually enveloped him, and his heart began to settle into a state of calm. Little did Lin Fan know, his overwhelming display against Fong Li had ignited curiosity throughout the region, revealing that a figure stronger than a divine body had emerged from the eastern domain, prompting inquiries about his identity. Feng Xingyun, a disciple of the third stage of the celestial profound lineage, although only at the third stage himself, was a close friend of the Holy Sun. Even those at the ninth stage treated him with utmost courtesy. A flicker of curiosity danced in his eyes as he pondered Lin Fan's existence. He turned to his companion Han Yu, inquiring, "So you're saying there is someone from the eastern domain whose cultivation you cannot discern?" Han Yu nodded gravely. "Indeed, even as he effortlessly crushed Fong Li, I could not ascertain his realm."
"What is that person's name?"
Feng Xingyun pressed further. "I believe it is Lin Fan," Han Yu replied, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze.
"Lin? What is his relationship with Lin Yan?"
A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Feng Xingyun's eyes. "I do not know," Han Yu answered, shaking his head. Feng Xingyun fell into a contemplative silence before slowly declaring, "Very well, I shall pay him a visit personally." His voice carried an air of resolve. He understood that if Lin Fan were indeed connected to Lin Yan, the matter was of great significance and warranted his direct investigation. Feng Xingyun mused internally, hoping this individual would not be ungrateful for the opportunity. His figure gradually receded into the distance, leaving behind Han Yu and a plethora of unanswered questions. I in the central continent's celestial mechanism pavilion, the disciple sighed, "Master, the burden upon my heart is heavy." The voice of the celestial calculator bore a hint of weariness as he turned to face the celestial mechanism, his expression intricate.
"Do not explain."
"Allow me to calculate," the celestial mechanism replied, his head remaining unbowed, exuding a calm confidence as if he could perceive all truths. His fingers glided over the star chart, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he began, "You returned to the central continent because of a person."
"Master, you are truly perceptive," the celestial calculator sighed, his gaze deepening. "Can you discern who that person is?"
The celestial mechanism nodded in satisfaction and began to weave the threads of fate upon the star chart. His focus intensified, as if the entire world had faded, leaving only him and the divinatory instruments. Yet, as time progressed, his expression grew increasingly grim.
How strange, this cannot be."
The celestial mechanism's voice was tinged with confusion. "What troubles you, Master?" the celestial calculator asked, anxiety creeping into his tone. "That individual has arrived in the central continent, yet I cannot glean anything further," the celestial mechanism confessed, his voice laced with perplexity. "If even you cannot calculate this, then it seems my skills are not at fault," the celestial calculator remarked, a flicker of relief crossing his features. For reasons unknown, the celestial mechanism felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing this. "Humph, you should know that I have yet to employ my true abilities," he huffed, retrieving an assortment of peculiar divinatory tools from his sleeve. His movements were swift and practiced, each item radiating a subtle glow, clearly not mundane. The celestial mechanism's actions were deft and adept, each tool imbued with its own specific significance and placement. His gaze remained focused, as if the world had dissolved around him, leaving only him and the divinatory instruments. However, as time elapsed, his countenance grew increasingly dire.
This is not right."
The incredulity in the celestial mechanism's voice was palpable, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. With a sudden burst, he spat out a mouthful of vital blood, his complexion paling as he trembled slightly.
"Why can I still not deduce this? What is that person's name?"
The tremor in the celestial mechanism's voice betrayed his awareness that anyone capable of unsettling him was far from ordinary. Drawing a deep breath, the celestial calculator, with a pained expression, replied, "His name is Lin Fan." In Lin Fan's courtyard, he sat poised on the stone bench, his gaze flitting over an ancient tome detailing the varied chronicles of the central continent. Suddenly, he arched an eyebrow, sensing an approaching presence, and slowly lifted his head. Feng Xingyun appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Lin Fan seated on the stone bench. "I am Feng Xingyun of the celestial profound lineage, a friend of the Holy Sun," he declared, his voice low and resonant, imbued with undeniable authority. "I have come to inform you that if you are indeed linked to Lin Yan, he should relinquish his claim to the position of Holy Son of the celestial profound sacred land, for such a title is beyond the reach of one merely in the divine passage realm." Feng Xingyun's words carried an unmistakable threat, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. A flicker of amusement danced in Lin Fan's eyes as he gently closed the book in his hands, rising to meet Feng Xingyun's gaze. Moreover, the celestial profound sacred land does not prohibit disciples of the same realm from sparring, Feng Xingyun continued, his tone laden with veiled menace.
Surely, you would not want Lin Yan to witness your injuries? Is that why you've come here, to threaten me?
Lin Fan's voice held a playful lilt. You may perceive it as such, Feng Xingyun replied calmly, his eyes betraying no sign of trepidation, as if everything remained under his command. Lin Fan chuckled softly before launching into action, his movements lightning fast as he struck with a single palm.
Ah!
Feng Xingyun cried out in agony, collapsing onto the courtyard floor, his body racked with convulsions, clearly suffering a grievous blow. Perhaps this was the first time Lin Fan had ever been threatened, and the thrill ignited a spark within him, prompting his immediate response. He stood beside Feng Xingyun, looking down upon him with a sense of satisfaction at his mastery over the divine passage realm, capable of subduing an opponent without causing damage to the surroundings. Rest assured, I shall tend to your wounds, Lin Fan's gentle voice wafted into Feng Xingyun's ears. As Feng Xingyun absorbed Lin Fan's tender words, a flicker of terror ignited within his eyes. He had not anticipated that someone would strike first, especially after proclaiming himself a friend of the Holy Sun. Did he not fear the repercussions? With practiced ease, Lin Fan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring, deftly placing it into Feng Xingyun's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, rapidly mending Feng Xingyun's injuries. You! Feng Xingyun staggered to his feet, his face pallid yet his eyes ablaze with fury. Ah! He shrieked once more, for Lin Fan's assault was relentless and even more ferocious this time. Your strength! Feng Xingyun lay prostrate on the ground, his voice trembling as he realized he, a cultivator of the third stage, was utterly powerless to retaliate.
My strength?
Merely at the first stage of divine passage, but Lin Fan's tone was laced with mockery. My greatest skill is crushing opponents of higher realms.
Chapter 69 The Kind-Hearted of Tianling Food Pavilion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Feng Xingyun's heart brimmed with astonishment. If Lin Fan were a figure of the saint son or saint daughter caliber from the sacred land of Zhengzhou, capable of effortlessly crushing him at the first level of divine abilities, he might accept it. However, Lin Fan hailed from a small region in the eastern domain. How could he possess such formidable strength at the same level? Lin Fan shook his head, a hint of pity flickering in his gaze. He regarded Feng Xingyun as one might look upon a Navi child. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xingyun, wearing an expression of utter defeat, was unceremoniously cast out of the courtyard by Lin Fan. Morning dawned. Meng Xian stood before Lin Fan's courtyard, his expression complex as he observed Feng Xingyun's disheveled demeanor, a peculiar look crossing his face. I am here to take you to obtain your disciple token, he said, glancing at the beleaguered Feng Xingyun. Nothing much, Lin Fan replied with a calm voice, as if Feng Xingyun were but a figment of his imagination.
Truly nothing? Indeed.
Upon noticing that Feng Xingyun had not returned for the night, Han Yu felt a twinge of concern and promptly proceeded to Lin Fan's residence. Observing Feng Xingyun's disheartened state, Han Yu silently thanked his stars that it was not he who had endured such a fate. He then took Feng Xingyun and departed.
Name? Lin Fan. Age? 16. Level of cultivation? First level of divine abilities. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the elder's eyes. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such a high level of cultivation. His gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a moment before he nodded and continued processing the disciple token. From where? The Eastern Domain. Once again, the elder's surprise deepened. He had not realized that this individual was brought by the ancestor of the Xin Tian lineage, and that he had cultivated to such a realm in the Eastern Domain. He was the same person who had effortlessly overwhelmed Feng Li yesterday, and it was astonishing to find him at the same level. There was an aura of invincibility about him among those of the same cultivation stage. Indeed, those who could ascend from the Eastern Domain to the Sacred Land were no ordinary individuals. By the way, both Lin Yan and Lin Fan share the surname Lin. Could they possibly belong to the same family?
Unlikely, isn't it? Families do not operate in such bizarre manners. However, this individual is rather handsome. Lin Fan appeared oblivious to these musings, his expression remaining as tranquil as a still pond.
This is your disciple token, the elder said, handing Lin Fan a token intricately carved with complex patterns. Thank you, elder.
Lin Fan nodded slightly, turning to leave the registration hall alongside Meng Xian, continuing their exploration of the sacred land. Lin Fan suddenly halted, his nostrils flaring as if he had caught a whiff of something enticing.
Delicious. What is that?
Lin Fan could not help but inquire, as if something ingrained in his very being had been awakened.
It must be the Tianling Food Pavilion, Meng Xian explained with a smile.
It is a renowned dining establishment within the sacred land, famed for its dishes crafted from spiritual herbs, elixirs, and high-grade demonic beasts.
Not only are they delectable, but they also enhance one's cultivation.
Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. It had been ages since he had indulged in culinary pleasures, and he was now curious about the gastronomic delights of this world. I never imagined the sacred land had such a splendid place, Lin Fan exclaimed. Come, senior brother, let me treat you to a meal, Lin Fan offered, patting Meng Xian on the shoulder with a smile.
Does junior brother Lin have the funds? This place is rather expensive, Meng Xian half-joked.
I have no money, but since I arrived at the sacred land not long ago, a kind-hearted individual has generously provided me with funds, Lin Fan replied with a mischievous smile, recalling Feng Xingyan. Junior brother Lin certainly has a way with people, Meng Xian remarked enviously. He had not expected that Lin Fan, having only just arrived at the Tianxin sacred land, would have someone bestowing him with spirit stones. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they made their way to the Tianling Food Pavilion. Meanwhile, at Feng Xingyun's residence in the Xiantian lineage, the atmosphere was starkly different. With Han Yu's assistance, Feng Xingyun regained his composure, feeling the aches throughout his body. That detestable Lin Fan, he muttered under his breath, his heart brimming with resentment and fury.
Where is my storage ring?
He frantically searched, only to discover that his storage ring had mysteriously vanished. Curse you, Lin Fan!
Feng Xingyun clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. I need to find someone to help, but who should I turn to?
Feng Xingyun murmured, a parade of names flashing through his mind, each belonging to powerful allies he had once befriended under the pretense of being a saint's son.
I am here to assist you.
At that moment, a steady voice shattered the silence of the room. As the voice echoed, a figure slowly entered Feng Xingyun's residence. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Yet he was Lei Xuanzi, a formidable figure at the 5th level of divine abilities, renowned for his mastery of great divine powers, earning him immense respect among his peers at the divine abilities level. Just moments ago, Han Yu had mysteriously informed him of an extraordinary opportunity that could draw close to the Saint's son. Intrigued by this revelation, Lei Xuanzi had hastened to the scene. Feng Xingyun lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Lei Xuanzi's arrival, a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. He understood Lei Xuanzi's strength. With his assistance, reclaiming his storage ring from Lin Fan would surely be within reach. Having spent over 30 years at the 9th level of the Divine Bridge to comprehend great divine powers, Lei Xuanzi had now attained the 5th level of divine abilities. With his grasp of this formidable technique, he could face even ordinary 8th level divine abilities practitioners with composure, securing his place in the realm of invincibility. Ranking 598 on the Divine Abilities leaderboard, such prowess placed him among the elite within the Sacred Land's Divine Abilities community. With him on his side, Feng Xingyan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him.
Isn't this Lei Xuanzi, ranked 598 on the Divine Abilities leaderboard? And what is Feng Xingyun plotting?
Observers noted Feng Xingyun's expression and murmured among themselves, it seems there will be quite a spectacle to witness. Let us go and see, they suggested. Amidst Meng Xian's astonishment, Lin Fan paid without a flicker of hesitation, causing a deep sigh to escape from the depths of Meng Xian's heart, pondering, why am I not fortunate enough to encounter such generous benefactors? After parting ways, Lin Fan returned to his courtyard, reminiscing about the exquisite dishes he had savored: magic flame steak, azure dragon tendons, and phoenix rising at dawn, all leaving a lingering taste that made him wish to indulge again. Alas, the spirit stones had been depleted, and he lamented, if only there were more kind-hearted souls around. Just as Lin Fan immersed himself in nostalgia for the culinary delights and the vexation of his dwindling spirit stones, he suddenly heard a question posed nearby.
Are you Lin Fan? Chapter 70.
The 7 steps of divine powers and the 8th layer of agreement. Is that Lin Fan? A voice echoed, tinged with skepticism and disdain. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze settling on Lei Xuanzi and Feng Xingyun. Lei Xuanzi's eyes were filled with contempt, while Feng Xingyun wore an expression of amusement, as if anticipating a spectacle. This is merely a worthless trash with low divine powers, Lei Xuanzi scoffed at Lin Fan, his voice dripping with derision. Having just finished a hearty meal and exhausted his essence stones, Lin Fan did not make any attempt to conceal his cultivation level. Now this is troublesome. The formidable Lei Xuanzi has come to trouble Lin Fan. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, some even preparing to seek assistance. A formidable divine power, how intriguing! Lin Fan, in the face of Lei Xuanzi's provocation, did not express anger. Instead, a playful smile graced his lips. Host, Lin Fan realm 1st layer of divine powers technique, 10,000 methods return to 1 martial skill, 3 styles of the heavenly sword special bonus, perfect sword intent of divine powers special profession. 6th rank alchemist, 9-turn alchemy fusion creation E points. 70 Lin Fan glanced at the points displayed on his panel. Assist him, cooperate with me, he silently implored. Understood. Lin Fan approached Lei Xuanzai, each step exuding an unusual steadiness. With his strides, Lin Fan's aura began to shift, a powerful force surging within him, his cultivation rapidly ascending under the watchful eyes of the crowd. First step, 2nd layer of divine powers. 2nd step, 3rd layer of divine powers. 7th step, 8th layer of divine powers. Lin Fan strode confidently in front of Lei Xuanzai. You just said, who is the worthless trash with low divine powers? Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet the strength contained within it instilled an unprecedented pressure upon Lei Xuanzai. Impossible, fake, it's all a deception, you're lying to me. Lei Xuanzai's voice trembled, unable to accept the reality before him. Child, there is nothing impossible, just bow down. Lin Fan shook his head, his tone laced with a hint of pity. 5 thunderbolts of divine powers. Lei Xuanzai attempted to resist, but alas, he faced Lin Fan, who was far beyond his level, utterly crushing those beneath him in cultivation. Ah! Lei Xuanzai screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. My courtyard, Lin Fan exclaimed, his gaze falling upon the ruined courtyard. In his first encounter with a being of divine powers, Lin Fan inadvertently exerted too much force, causing collateral damage to the surrounding environment and courtyard. Subsequently, Lin Fan picked up the storage ring from Lei Xuanzai's hand. My storage ring, Lei Xuanzai cried out in both physical and emotional pain. You will repair it for me, Lin Fan commanded, his voice firm and unyielding as he looked down at the prostrate Lei Xuanzai. I, Lei Xuanzai, am a prodigy on the divine powers ranking. Even in death, I would not do such a thing. Lei Xuanzai gritted his teeth defiantly after a few slaps from Lin Fan. However, a reluctant Lei Xuanzai, his face twisted with a forced smile, began to repair the courtyard, with Feng Xingyun observing nearby. Meanwhile, Lei Xuanzai's heart was filled with resentment towards Han Yu. This was hardly a stroke of good fortune. Lin Fan reclined in a chair before the courtyard, watching the busy figures of Lei Xuanzai and Feng Xingyun, and after glancing at the rewards within the storage ring, he nodded in satisfaction. I must not be in an illusion, right, brother? Pinch me to see if I am dreaming. Ouch, I asked you to pinch me, not to nearly kill me. The crowd began to murmur excitedly, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief as they witnessed Lin Fan's rapid ascent from the 1st layer to the 8th layer of divine powers, subsequently overpowering a prodigy of divine powers. Before long, news of Lin Fan's extraordinary ascent and his crushing of the prodigy Lei Xuanzai spread like wildfire, shaking the entire central continent. What? He ascended from the 1st layer to the 8th layer in 7 steps. And then overpowered a prodigy of divine powers. This must be a fabrication. Who could be so outrageous? By the way, who is this Lin Fan? I do not recall hearing his name in the central continent. I hear from the heavenly profound sacred land that he seems to have just arrived from the eastern region. What? The eastern region? Then this must be a lie. However, not long after, the news of Lin Fan entering the top 50 of the divine powers ranking swept across the central continent, leaving everyone in awe. In a certain secret realm. What? Lin Fan ascended from the 1st layer to the 8th layer in 7 steps. He crushed the prodigy Lei Xuanzai. Are you out of your mind? Meng Yuan, bewildered, absorbed the news of Lin Fan, having only been apart from him for a single day. How could Lin Fan have transformed so drastically? Beside him, Ling Yan listened intently, training with even greater fervor, his eyes sparkling with determination. This waste, the 5th-ranked Feng Ling seethed with anger as he listened to Han Yu recount how Feng Xingyun had provoked Lin Fan. With the strength and potential Lin Fan displayed, given just a year or two more, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3 of the divine powers ranking. This was a truth Feng Ling understood all too well. Now this truly is troublesome, Feng Ling murmured, his brow furrowed with concern upon hearing news of Lin Fan. Xing Xian, the holy master of the heavenly profound sacred land, could not help but smile broadly. His previously stern demeanor now resembled a gentle breeze, revealing a look of contentment and satisfaction. He nodded slightly and softly remarked, I did not expect another figure of such potential, rivaling that of the Holy Sun, to emerge. In the central continent, at the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Palace. At this moment, within the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Palace, a heavenly demon messenger, with a face full of astonishment and dissatisfaction, exclaimed. I never imagined there truly existed such a person in the world. His voice echoed throughout the spacious hall, as if summoning a chorus of reverberations. Why didn't you clarify this sooner? The heavenly demon messenger looked at Liam Otian, his tone laced with reproach. My lord, I wasn't he. Liam Otian, wishing to explain further, fell silent upon meeting the heavenly demon messenger's malevolent gaze. Liam Otian felt wronged. 2 months prior, in order to deal with Lin Fan and that traitor Tian Feiyu, he had come to the central continent's main hall to inform the messenger of Lin Fan's terrifying potential, requesting the intervention of a powerful being from the life and death realm. Yet the messenger had asked, have you truly seen this person? How could Liam Otian, who had only heard of Lin Fan's reclusive nature, possibly have encountered him? He could only shake his head in response. The heavenly demon messenger, skeptical that someone from the eastern region could possess such capabilities, ultimately dismissed the matter. Reflecting on this experience, a bitter smile crept upon Li Motian's face. To evade the existence of Lin Fan, a figure of prodigious talent, he had even refrained from returning to the eastern region. Little did he expect, shortly thereafter, that the reclusive Lin Fan would proactively venture to the central continent. At that moment, the heavenly demon messenger noticed the bitter expression on Li Motian's face, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he emitted a dismissive scoff. Humph, in a few decades, the demon lord will awaken. By then, neither the heavenly profound sacred land nor prodigies like Lin Fan will stand a chance against our heavenly demon palace. Li Motian regarded the self-assured heavenly demon messenger, feeling an inexplicable unease stir within him. Chapter 71. Should Lin Fan have a wife? Meng Xian stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing curiously at the two individuals industriously engaged before him. Having received news moments ago, he hurried over only to find the scene diverging from what he had anticipated.
Lin Fan, my junior brother, what is this?
Meng Xian's voice bore a hint of perplexity as his gaze rested on Lin Fan, seemingly in search of a plausible explanation. Reclining in a chair with a gentle smile adorning his face, Lin Fan gestured towards the two busy figures and remarked, "Oh, these are two kind-hearted individuals who, upon seeing the dilapidated state of my courtyard, voluntarily offered their assistance in repairs." At the mention of kind-hearted, a peculiar twitch passed over Meng Xian's lips, conjuring memories of Lin Fan's earlier comments at the Tianling Food Pavilion and stirring an odd sentiment within him.
"Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Fan's calm voice resonated once more. "Indeed."
Feng Xingyun and Lei Xuanzizi nodded vigorously, their faces illuminated by smiles that, however, bore a trace of bitterness. They labored with renewed vigor, seemingly eager to complete their task and vacate this contentious place as swiftly as possible.
"Lin Fan, my junior brother, is it truly appropriate to treat them this way?" Meng Xian's eyes reflected a flicker of concern.
Lin Fan smiled faintly, a glimmer of profound meaning flashing in his eyes. "Senior brother Meng Xian, sometimes individuals require certain lessons to foster their growth.
Wouldn't you concur?"
Lin Fan inquired again, his tone tranquil.
"Indeed."
The two men nodded almost mechanically, their movements becoming somewhat rigid, evidently stirred by Lin Fan's words, which had touched a hidden corner of their hearts.
Feng Xingyun felt a surge of anxiety within. "Oh, elder brother, when shall you come to my rescue?"
Meng Xian fell silent, his gaze shifting back and forth between Lin Fan and the two men, unable to suppress a twinge of sympathy for them. He understood how proud these two had once been, now reduced to such a state. Truly remarkable, possessing the prowess of a divine realm cultivator, their efficiency in repairs is astonishing, Lin Fan mused, observing the diligent figures before him with satisfaction.
"You may take your leave."
The two departed with palpable relief, not merely from physical fatigue but also from the mental strain inflicted by Lin Fan, their faces marked by exhaustion as they left his courtyard, firmly resolving to sever ties with him henceforth. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon his storage ring. Due to the broken regulations of the Tianxin Holy Land, coupled with his own penchant for physical confrontation, he had depleted his supply of medicinal pills intended for healing. At this rate, he could only afford to engage in one more bout. He feared he might be the first protagonist in history to exhaust his healing elixirs through sheer combat. Subsequently, Lin Fan followed Meng Xian to the entrance of the Dan Pavilion. The pavilion was an imposing structure, exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity, with the entrance adorned by intricate carvings of various exotic medicinal pills, releasing a faint aroma of herbs. Taking a deep breath to savor the fragrant air, Lin Fan felt a surge of anticipation. "Senior brother Meng Xian, I must confess that I am also an alchemist," Lin Fan suddenly proclaimed. Meng Xian's expression flickered with surprise, astounded to learn that Lin Fan, so young yet already at the divine realm, was also an alchemist. He must have been diligently honing his skills all this time, he mused inwardly. "I am a sixth-grade alchemist," Lin Fan added.
"Ah?"
Meng Xian's astonishment deepened, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Lin Fan as if he were a marvel. Such age, such cultivation, and such alchemical prowess. Lin Fan was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Under Meng Xian's astonished gaze, Lin Fan entered the Dan Pavilion, retrieving the token of a sixth-grade alchemist from his storage ring and presenting it to Yun Ling at the front desk. "Greetings, I am Lin Fan, here to study alchemy and to accept some commissions for crafting sixth-grade pills," Lin Fan spoke gently, his eyes fixed on Yun Ling as he awaited her response. "Please hold on a moment," Yun Ling replied, her surprise evident as she looked at the youthful Lin Fan. She accepted the token and turned to head towards the inner hall of the pavilion. "Master, a sixth-grade alchemist named Lin Fan wishes to study alchemy and accept commissions for crafting sixth-grade pills," Yunling's voice echoed in the inner hall as she presented the token to Hua Tian, the pavilion master. Hua Tian examined the 6th grade alchemist token, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Intriguing, please invite him up, he instructed, his voice low and tinged with anticipation. Yunling returned to the front desk and informed Lin Fan, young Master Lin Fan, the pavilion master requests your presence.
Lin Fan nodded and followed Yunling into the inner hall of the Dan Pavilion.
The hall was adorned with an air of ancient dignity, the walls embellished with lifelike portraits of various medicinal pills, each image seemingly poised to leap forth from the canvas. The rich aroma of herbs permeated the air, invigorating the senses. You are the Lin Fan of the 7th step divine realm and a 6th grade alchemist, quite impressive, Hua Tian remarked, his gaze alight with fervor as he regarded Lin Fan with admiration.
I hear you wish to learn the art of alchemy. Hua Tian's intense scrutiny seemed to evaluate Lin Fan's potential.
Lin Fan nodded calmly. Here is the jade slip containing the experiences and insights of a 7th grade alchemist. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire. As for the slip's cost, you may settle it later, Hua Tian said, producing a jade slip that radiated a soft glow and handing it to Lin Fan. He had decided to support this young man, whose potential surpassed even his own. Thank you, Master, Lin Fan responded, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the jade slip and bowed respectfully. Hua Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Lin Fan need not be overly formal. Lin Fan began to utilize the jade slip, pressing it against his forehead as he closed his eyes. Host. Lin Fan Realm 8th step of the Divine Realm Technique, 10,000 laws return to 1 martial skill, 3 styles of the Heavenly Sword special bonus, perfect sword intent of the 10,000 laws special profession.
6th grade alchemist 9 turn alchemy technique 7th grade alchemist experience fusion creation points, 9 system fully loaded.
Lin Fan recited this silently in his heart. After 6 years of day and night digesting and comprehending the experiences of a 7th grade alchemist, he finally reached perfection. Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes, a luminous clarity shining forth. Master, I wish to craft 7th grade pills. I will cover the cost of the medicinal materials myself.
Hua Tian's brows furrowed slightly.
He had initially intended to advise Lin Fan to temper his ambitions, but upon witnessing the confidence in Lin Fan's eyes, he sighed, since you will bear the cost of the materials, I have no further objections. He shook his head, pondering that youth often brims with overconfidence. Having just begun to engage with the experiences of a 7th grade alchemist, he was now eager to concoct 7th grade pills. This required a dose of humility. Hua Tian subsequently provided Lin Fan with the materials for the 7th grade pills. Lin Fan accepted the materials and entered the alchemy chamber. His movements were deft and precise. With each addition of ingredients and every adjustment of the flame, he executed his tasks flawlessly. As time ticked by, the temperature within the chamber steadily increased, and the fragrance of the medicinal materials grew more intense. An hour later, Lin Fan successfully crafted a 7th grade pill. As he opened the alchemy furnace, a rich aroma wafted forth, and the pill within shimmered with an enticing luster. Beside him, Hua Tian's gaze grew ever more fervent, the atmosphere within the alchemy chamber becoming charged with excitement.
Lin Fan, should you take a wife? Chapter 72.
Hua Linger, my granddaughter, just 2 decades old, is in the prime of her youth, sharing the same age as you. Her beauty is truly breathtaking, rivaling that of any divine maiden. In Hua Tian's fiery eyes, there glimmers an unmistakable anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that all alchemists had a penchant for extolling their granddaughters. Faced with Hua Tian's candid and fervent remarks, he awkwardly smiled and replied, My apologies, esteemed master, but I am currently not inclined to contemplate such matters.
At that moment, a voice as melodious and clear as a lark's song pierced through the somewhat tense exchange between the two. Grandfather, I have come to see you.
The sweet and slightly playful tone rang out, reminiscent of a yellow oriole's chirping in springtime. Lin Fan turned to see a woman clad in a flowing crimson gown approaching gracefully. Her long, red hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her features were akin to a masterpiece, her skin fair as snow, and a delightful smile graced her lips. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity that revealed an innocent naivety. Hua Pavilion Master, a man's voice chimed in simultaneously.
It's Linger and Tian Shao. A smile spread across Hua Tian's face. This is Lin Fan, the renowned young master who has recently garnered much attention, he introduced.
At this juncture, Hua Linger fixed her sparkling, water-like gaze upon Lin Fan, her curiosity barely concealed. She blinked and in a soft voice inquired, You are Lin Fan, I have heard that you advanced from the 1st to the 8th level of the Divine Realm in just 7 steps.
How did you accomplish such a feat? Observing Hua Linger's inquisitive demeanor directed at Lin Fan, Tian Shao's eyes flickered with a hint of jealousy. I have heard that this Lin Gongzi is also a 6th grade alchemist? Tian Shao remarked.
Having spent time at the Alchemist Association, he often heard tales of a 6th-grade alchemist named Lin Fan from the eastern region, supposedly having achieved this rank in merely half a month. However, as a 6th-grade alchemist himself, he found it hard to believe such tales. Upon hearing Tian Shao refer to Lin Fan as a 6th-grade alchemist, Hua Tian cast a peculiar glance at Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan silently regarded Huolinger and Tian Shao, a curious sensation stirring within him. "I wish to compete with you in alchemy," Tian Shao declared. Suddenly Lin Fan pondered over Tian Shao's storage ring.
For some reason, Tian Shao felt an ominous aura emanating from Lin Fan.
"A competition is acceptable, but should I emerge victorious, your storage ring and its contents shall be mine," Lin Fan asserted, his gaze fixed upon Tian Shao's storage ring, as if it were his own. Hua Tian observed Lin Fan, thinking to himself, "This young lad harbors some mischief." He resolved to remain uninvolved in the matter. Although Tian Shao's storage ring contained several precious herbs, he exchanged a glance with Huolinger, seemingly making a decision. "Very well, I accept your challenge, but if you lose," he paused, feeling it inappropriate to voice certain matters in front of Hua Pavilion Master and Huolinger. "Wait, you must first surrender your storage ring," Lin Fan interjected unexpectedly. Tian Shao frowned momentarily before ultimately retrieving a small array from his storage ring and handing it to Hua Tian. Using the small array to shield himself from external distractions, he heightened his focus and success rate in alchemy, then commenced his crafting. Half an hour later, Lin Fan, having successfully concocted a 7th-grade elixir, shook his head at the sight of Tian Shao still laboring over his alchemy. He glanced into Tian Shao's storage ring, satisfied with his findings. "Master, I just remembered that senior brother Meng Xian is looking for me regarding some matters. I must take my leave," Lin Fan announced cheerfully, leaving behind a reluctant Hua Tian, a stunned Huolinger, and a still struggling Tian Shao as he exited the alchemy pavilion. As time ticked by, an expression of exhilaration finally broke across Tian Shao's face. He had succeeded, he had crafted an exceptional 6th-grade elixir. He looked up to share his joy with Hua Tian and Huolinger, only to find them gazing at him with pity, leaving him baffled. "Where did Lin Fan and my storage ring go?" Outside the alchemy pavilion, Lin Fan approached his waiting senior brother Meng Xian, patting him on the shoulder with a beaming smile. "Come, senior brother Meng Xian, I just encountered a kind-hearted individual. Let us head to the Tianling Food Pavilion for a feast." Upon hearing the term kind-hearted individual, Meng Xian grew suspicious, wondering if someone had fallen victim again. Meanwhile, on another front, "I was wrong. Brother, please don't hit me." Feng Xingyun cried out in agony, his voice tinged with a sob. Feng Ling snorted coldly, his anger intensifying. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from meddling in matters between the Holy Sun and the Divine Body? Neither of them is someone you, a mere 3rd-level practitioner, should involve yourself with." Feng Xingyun trembled slightly, realizing he had committed a grave error. He humbly replied, "Brother, I was wrong. I did not anticipate Lin Fan from the eastern region would be so formidable. I promise not to associate with him again." Feng Ling inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. He understood that his younger brother, though impulsive, was merely youthful and eager to prove himself. He spoke slowly, "Upon returning to the family, do not emerge until you reach the 5th level of the Divine Realm." With his head hung low, Feng Xingyun responded softly, "I understand, brother." "And what about Lin Fan?" he cautiously inquired. "Fear not, Lin Fan is so ostentatious that those on the divine ranking will not sit idly by," Feng Ling replied, a hint of derision creeping into his voice, as if he had already foreseen Lin Fan's fate. Upon hearing his brother's words, Feng Xingyun felt a tightening in his chest and quickly lowered his voice to ask, "What do you mean?" "I have received news that the 10th-ranked prodigy on the divine ranking intends to take action against Lin Fan," Feng Ling said, an unintentional glimmer of anticipation in his tone. A flicker of excitement danced in Feng Xingyun's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by disappointment as he sighed, "It's a pity I won't witness Lin Fan's comeuppance." Observing his brother's demeanor, Feng Ling couldn't help but chuckle. He gently patted Feng Xingyun's shoulder, his gaze filled with affection. "You should go watch, then return to your training." Feng Xingyun's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. "Thank you, brother." Chapter 73. Are you tickling me? Are you Lin Fan, the body cultivator? A voice resounded, laced with an unmistakable air of arrogance. Lin Fan, who had just returned to the courtyard after a hearty meal, turned around, his gaze landing on Zhao Tianshao. He scrutinized the man before him from head to toe and, in a calm tone, inquired, "Who are you?" "Humph." The man scoffed, raising his chin slightly, adopting a condescending demeanor as he looked down at Lin Fan. "I am Zhao Tianshao, the 10th-ranked genius on the divine power list." His voice retained that same air of undeniable pride, as if merely stating his name was sufficient to command the attention of all present. Curious and astonished glances were cast by passers-by and those who would follow Zhao Tianxiao to witness the spectacle. It was indeed remarkable that the 10th-ranked Zhao Tianxiao had come seeking Lin Fan. It seemed Lin Fan had only recently arrived at the heavenly mystic sacred land, and had been embroiled in battles almost every day. Was he perhaps fond of the thrill of combat? Hardly, it was nothing but a series of overwhelming victories. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Fan was also somewhat perplexed. He had been quite low-key, yet trouble still found him. Moreover, it seemed these individuals were always seeking him out right after he finished his meals. Were they merely trying to aid his digestion?
Did you bring them here?
Lin Fan raised his gaze, fixing it directly upon Feng Xingyun. Startled by the question, Feng Xingyun hastily shook his head, fearful of being misunderstood. I am the 10th on the divine power list, Zhao Tianxiao. How could I possibly be summoned by someone like him? Zhao Tianxiao sneered, disdain evident in his eyes.
Then what brings you here?
Lin Fan's tone remained tranquil, as if the unfolding events were nothing more than a child's play. I simply disdain certain individuals who feign weakness while hiding their true prowess. Zhao Tianxiao's voice carried a hint of provocation, his gaze unfriendly as it bore into Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head, a trace of pity flickering in his eyes as he regarded Zhao Tianxiao.
What do you mean by that?
Zhao Tianxiao's brows knitted together, sensing the pity in Lin Fan's gaze. You, alas, are too insignificant to comprehend the breakthrough speed of a peerless genius like myself.
It is merely a transition from the 1st to the 8th level of divine power. How could one claim to be feigning weakness?
Lin Fan's voice was calm, tinged with mockery. Zhao Tianxiao's expression darkened instantly, a surge of anger swelling within him.
How could the 10th on the divine power list be so belittled by someone he deemed a pretender? Sky-splitting divine fist.
With a furious shout, Zhao Tianxiao swung his right fist, unleashing a powerful force that howled through the air, akin to a thunderous strike aimed squarely at Lin Fan's face. The air seemed to tear apart in the wake of his punch, creating visible whirlwinds of force, yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Lin Fan merely smiled faintly.
What a perfect opportunity to test my invulnerable body cultivation technique.
Without hesitation, he raised his right arm, bracing for Zhao Tianxiao's blow. With a resounding thud, the anticipated scene of carnage failed to materialize. Instead, Lin Fan stood firm, unyielding in place, under the might of his invulnerable technique. His right hand acted as an indomitable shield, effortlessly absorbing the full brunt of Zhao Tianxiao's formidable punch.
Are you merely tickling me?
Lin Fan's voice remained remarkably composed, albeit laced with a hint of jest.
This is impossible.
Zhao Tianxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity as he shook his head frantically, unable to fathom how his attack had inflicted no damage whatsoever on Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head gently, his tone steady as he remarked, alas, yet another child unwilling to confront the reality of his limitations. It is time to prostrate yourself. With that, Lin Fan's right hand surged forth, imbued with immense power, directed at Zhao Tianxiao.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed as Zhao Tianxiao crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing and stirring up a cloud of dust. To think Lin Fan was a body cultivator, it was well known that the path of body cultivation was fraught with pain and demanded vast resources, immense willpower, and considerable wealth to succeed. The fact that even the 10th on the divine power list could not withstand his might was a testament to his formidable training. Yet, one must ponder, why did he sport a holy grade weapon at his waist? Surely, it must be for aesthetics, and indeed, it was quite visually appealing. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, their eyes filled with disbelief at the sight of Zhao Tianxiao, a mighty figure on the divine power list, rendered utterly helpless before Lin Fan. Was this the true essence of body cultivation? Zhao Tianxiao, sprawled on the ground, was engulfed by shock, never having imagined that someone could overpower him solely through physical prowess. An unprecedented sense of defeat washed over him, nearly suffocating in its intensity. Lin Fan retrieved his storage ring, nodding in satisfaction, seemingly less bothered by this troublesome encounter.
My storage ring. Zhao Tianxiao gazed helplessly as Lin Fan took possession of his ring, his voice brimming with resentment, fury, and despair.
Feng Xingyun silently observed the scene, feeling a sense of relief for having merely come to watch without intervening. He understood that had he interfered or said anything rashly, he too might now be lying on the ground. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. This skirmish hardly qualified as a true contest. If Zhao Tianxiao were to learn how Lin Fan regarded him, perhaps he would be left demoralized, entirely abandoning the path of cultivation. Perhaps, with that, Lin Fan turned towards his courtyard, his steps resolute and powerful, each stride resonating with the hearts of those present. His figure gradually receded, leaving behind a flurry of astonished whispers and discussions. Before long, news of Lin Fan's overwhelming triumph over the 10th on the divine power list, as a body cultivator, spread like wildfire throughout the central continent. In an instant, the central continent was once again engulfed in shock and commotion. Countless voices buzzed with excitement. Is it true that Lin Fan hails from the eastern region? Why does it feel as though he surpasses the prodigies of the central continent?
It can't be.
There's no way a divine body from the eastern region could be so extraordinary, no physique could possibly exceed a divine body. Simultaneously, as the news of Lin Fan's triumph as a body cultivator swept across the land, more and more individuals began to turn their attention toward the path of body cultivation.
Body cultivation is so powerful. I want to practice it.
Is there anyone interested in forming a body cultivation team? Let us go together. I want to train my body too. In the end, not a word shall be uttered.
In a secluded realm, Meng Yuan stood quietly, utterly bewildered as he absorbed the news of Lin Fan. Is this kid really human?
Thanks to all who have supported the story, and to the readers for their encouragement. Chapter 74 EGXIN Meng Yuan stood at a distance, casting a glance at Lin Yan, who was diligently practicing, and then reflecting on Lin Fan, who dominated the 10th position on the divine ability rankings. Why does it seem to me that Lin Fan is even more extraordinary than the fated individual, Lin Yan? A flicker of complexity passed through Meng Yuan's gaze as he recalled the words of the old ancestor, who had mentioned that 1,000,000 years ago, after the invasion of the otherworldly demons, before the emperors departed, the great emperor had foretold that the future of the heavenly Xian continent would witness a catastrophe. Moreover, in the eastern region, a young man possessing a divine physique would emerge as the savior of this impending calamity. However, the passage of time had rendered the exact moment of this event uncertain. Additionally, Lin Yan's weak cultivation as a divine body led many to believe he was not the fated one. Contemplating these thoughts, Meng Yuan could not help but shake his head with a sense of helplessness. After a deep sigh, he turned and slowly departed from the secret realm. Lin Fan's courtyard. Moments later, he arrived before Lin Fan's courtyard. There, he found Lin Fan reclining leisurely on a chair, his eyes closed, seemingly digesting some profound insights. Meng Yuan gazed quietly at Lin Fan, pondering to himself. This Lin Fan, aside from his strikingly handsome appearance, appears to be nothing more than an utterly ordinary individual. How could he possess such extraordinary capabilities? Lost in thought, he shook his head once more, his eyes still filled with confusion and disbelief.
Lin Fan. Meng Yuan's voice shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Would you consider cultivating in the Xian Tian secret realm? The speed of cultivation there is several times that of the outside world. Is that necessary?
Lin Fan gently shook his head.
What good is training in some secret realm when I can refine my skills here at my own pace? Meng Yuan was taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering in his deep-set eyes.
Lin Fan had unequivocally rejected his offer. He was aware of Lin Fan's astonishing speed of cultivation, yet such a response still caught him off guard. After all, training in the Xian Tian secret realm was a coveted opportunity for many.
After a brief silence, Meng Yuan regained his composure and softly inquired, "Is there anything else you might require?"
Lin Fan pondered for a moment, and a barely perceptible glimmer sparked in his eyes.
He then spoke, "Is the Heavenly Spirit Food Pavilion free of charge?"
Meng Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, it was the first time he had encountered such a request. After a considerable pause, Meng Yuan regained his senses, a wry smile gracing his face as he replied with a hint of resignation, "I shall consult with the Holy Master."
Watching Meng Yuan's disappearing figure, a subtle glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lin Fan's eyes.
Unfortunately, this hope was destined to be in vain. Ever since Lin Fan had achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of divine ability with 7 steps, he had caught the attention of the Holy Master, who had recently conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Fan's circumstances. If he were to be given free provisions, the Heavenly Spirit Food Pavilion might find itself devoid of stock within a month. Previously, the Holy Master had even questioned whether Lin Fan possessed a devouring divine body. After covertly observing him, he ultimately shook his head and departed without any findings. In a mysterious location within the lineage of Tian Xian, the senior elders of the Tian Xian and Huang Tian sects sat solemnly together, engaged in fervent discussions regarding Lin Fan. At that moment, the hall was enveloped in silence, the atmosphere exceedingly grave. The elder Feng was the first to break the silence, his voice echoing in the vast hall. "Does Lin Fan intend to compete for the position of Holy Son?" Upon hearing Elder Feng's words, the expressions of those present grew increasingly somber. Among them, Elder Zhao furrowed his brow, a look of deep concern etched on his face as he solemnly remarked, "Alas, having one divine body, Lin Yan, supported by the old ancestors of Tian Xian, is already troublesome enough. Now we have another Lin Fan, who is even more formidable." Another elder chimed in, "Indeed, Lin Fan's current invincible stance in the realm of divine abilities has begun to sway some opinions, leading them to contemplate following the Holy Son."
As those words resonated, the crowd nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting anxiety. Someone impatiently queried, "What does the Holy Master say regarding this matter?"
The Holy Master has indicated that as long as there is no bullying of the weak by the strong, he will generally refrain from interference, one elder replied, his tone carrying a note of relief. As a body cultivator, Lin Fan's defensive capabilities were exceedingly difficult to contend with. Even Zhao Tianxiao, ranked 10th on the divine ability rankings, was unable to breach his defenses despite exerting his full strength. One elder furrowed his brow, worry etched across his features, and he could not help but shake his head in dismay. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao's expression darkened instantaneously, revealing his displeasure. It was well known that Zhao Tianxiao was his most prized disciple, and this defeat brought him great embarrassment. At that moment, another elder spoke up. The individual ranked first on the divine ability rankings is a divine body wielder from the Di Tian lineage. However, they seldom involve themselves in these matters. The second is from the Tianxian lineage. Just as the discussion was unfolding, someone suddenly proposed an idea. What about GXIN, ranked third on the divine ability rankings? I have heard that he specializes in spiritual cultivation. Surely he could defeat the body cultivator Lin Fan. As the elder spoke, he cast his gaze toward the others, his eyes betraying a glimmer of hope, as though he believed GXIN was their last refuge. Yet another elder expressed reservations, murmuring, while that may be the case, Lin Fan, as a prodigy, likely recognizes his weaknesses and has tailored his training accordingly. Thus, we must not be overly optimistic. We shall see if GXIN can truly meet our expectations. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to resolve the Lin Fan situation before the Holy Sons returned from the otherworldly battlefield. Suddenly, Elder Feng, who had remained silent, spoke with a firm and resolute tone, clearly having made up his mind to tackle this issue. Subsequently, the assembly of high-ranking elders proceeded to GXIN's residence to assess whether he could defeat Lin Fan. Ultimately, each elder departed one by one, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, akin to blossoms blooming in the spring, bright and resplendent, or like the warm sun of winter, comforting to the heart. Clearly, through their recent evaluations, they held great confidence in GXIN's ability to triumph over Lin Fan, as if they had already witnessed the captivating scene of Lin Fan's defeat at GXIN's hands. At that moment, GXIN, ranked third on the divine ability rankings, approached the table, his gaze quietly resting upon the storage ring left behind by the elders. Chapter 75 features Lin Fan, a beast of a soul cultivator. Zhao Tianxiao stood at the entrance of Lin Fan's courtyard, his expression a mixture of complexity and turmoil. To be frank, he was reluctant to come, but GXIN had informed him that should he arrive and defeat Lin Fan, his lost storage ring would be returned. What brings you here? Lin Fan's calm voice shattered the silence of the courtyard. Zhao Tianxiao's gaze fell upon the storage ring adorning Lin Fan's left hand, a ring that rightfully belonged to him, now resting on another's finger, igniting within him an inexplicable surge of anger and humiliation. This is a challenge. Zhao Tianxiao's voice trembled slightly, yet he resolutely retrieved an exquisitely crafted challenge letter from his pocket. His hand quivered slightly, but his eyes remained steadfast. This was his sole hope, his only option. Lin Fan took the challenge letter, glancing at it casually before looking up at Zhao Tianxiao. GXIN, ranked third on the divine powers list, dares to challenge me? Intriguing. He noticed his own left hand, which was nearly full with one more storage ring needed to complete the collection. A playful smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips as he mused over Zhao Tianxiao's name. Very well, I accept. Lin Fan spoke with an air of indifference, his tone devoid of any ripple, as if this impending challenge was merely another mundane occurrence in his life. Subsequently, the news spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor throughout the Tianxian sacred land, with people chattering excitedly. Have you heard? GXIN, ranked third on the divine powers list, is challenging Lin Fan. This must be the first formal challenge against Lin Fan. Oh, this is bound to be a spectacle. The clash between the third and fourth on the divine powers list will surely be captivating. Let us hope it isn't yet another one-sided affair. The dual platform at Tianxian sacred land was abuzz with anticipation, the air thick with tension and excitement. Countless spectators had gathered, their eyes fixated on the center of the platform where two formidable powers, Lin Fan and GXIN, were poised for battle. The Holy Master and Mang Yuan stood at a distance, their gazes penetrating through space, silently observing the impending confrontation. The elders of the Tianxian Huangtian lineage stood atop a high platform, exuding confidence as they watched the impending clash, as if victory were already assured. Their faces radiated pride, as though they could already glimpse the dawn of triumph. On the dual platform, Lin Fan and GXIN stood out vividly in the morning light. Lin Fan, clad in white, exuded an ethereal aura, reminiscent of an immortal who had transcended earthly concerns, while GXIN donned green, his brow furrowed with worry. In truth, GXIN was quite unwilling to engage Lin Fan. A victory would be acceptable, but a loss would mean a slap in the face for any prodigy, followed by the disappearance of his storage ring. Had it not been for the substantial incentives offered by the elders, he would have had no desire to be here at all. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon GXIN's empty hands, causing him to raise an eyebrow in curiosity.
Where is your storage ring? Oh, the storage ring?
I accidentally left it at home, GXIN replied nonchalantly, betraying no sign of anxiety, while secretly feeling relieved by his decision.
Left it at home, you say? Lin Fan's tone remained calm, though his mind was racing with thoughts.
After a brief pause, it was Lin Fan who broke the silence.
Let us begin. Breakthrough Divine Eye.
GXIN shouted, and in an instant, his eyes transformed astonishingly. His once ordinary gaze morphed into that of an unfathomably deep abyss, radiating and entrancing in mysterious light. His soul power surged forth like a tidal wave, charging directly at Lin Fan. He believed that even Lin Fan, with his formidable physical prowess, would struggle to withstand such a potent soul attack. However, with Lin Fan's soul already stronger than most, bolstered by millennia of memories and experience, along with enhancements from divine-grade techniques, GXIN's soul assault was akin to a gentle breeze entering Lin Fan's mind, dissipating without effect.
What are you staring at? Lin Fan approached GXIN, each step measured and unhurried.
GXIN's mind was overwhelmed with shock. He could hardly fathom that his all-out soul assault had proven utterly ineffective against Lin Fan. After a brief moment of distraction, he snapped back to reality and let out another low roar, Eye of Annihilation. Purple Extreme Mystic Eye, Twin Souls of Oblivion. A torrent of soul attacks surged forth, crashing toward Lin Fan, yet upon contact, they vanished without a trace, achieving nothing. Conversely, GXIN's condition deteriorated. As time passed, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, resembling a blank sheet of paper devoid of color. His soul power felt as though it had been entirely siphoned away, leaving him in an unprecedented state of weakness. Not only had he failed to inflict harm upon Lin Fan, but he had exhausted himself to the brink of collapse, prompting Lin Fan to cast a few more incredulous glances at GXIN.
Yet, these casual glances were enough to leave GXIN despondent.
I concede, GXIN's voice was frail, laced with despair. He had not anticipated that his soul attacks would prove so impotent against Lin Fan. At this moment, the spectators surrounding the arena were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Lin Fan, erupting in exclamations of astonishment. Who would have thought that Lin Fan is not only a formidable physical cultivator but also a masterful soul cultivator? Such terrifying soul defense.
This doesn't even qualify as a one-sided battle. In the realm of divine powers, how can one defend against such attacks?
The elders of the Tianqian Huangtian lineage stood frozen, their once confident expressions now rigid, as if time had halted on their faces. They had never anticipated that this battle, which they believed to be a guaranteed victory, would yield such an outcome. The Holy Master in Meng Yuan gazed at Lin Fan in shock, unable to believe how effortlessly he had attained victory. GXIN, resembling a mere shell of his former self, descended the towering dual platform, his eyes vacant and spirit crushed. Each step felt burdensome, as if he were shackled by immense weights, making his progress laborious. Finally, he returned to his quarters, dragging his exhausted form, yet, unbeknownst to him, someone lurked in the shadows, trailing his every move. Upon entering his room, GXIN retrieved his storage ring. Just then, a voice resonated from behind him. So, my storage ring was here all along. GXIN's face blanched in shock as he watched his storage ring vanish from his grasp.
Beast. Chapter 76. The Heavenly Steel Beasts. A heart-wrenching wail, filled with anguish, suddenly reverberated from GXIN's abode, shattering the once tranquil atmosphere. At that moment, a few disciples happened to be passing by GXIN's residence. Upon hearing the unexpected cry of despair, they instinctively halted their hurried steps and exchanged glances, engaging in hushed discussions. Could it be that senior brother G has succumbed to despair after his defeat to Lin Fan? One speculated, the possibility lingering in the air, especially after today's contest. Alas, how pitiful. Fortunately, it was merely the storage ring bestowed by the elders, not his own. The loss is not substantial, GXIN reassured himself inwardly. Should I leave? GXIN murmured softly, his voice tinged with uncertainty and fatigue. Lin Fan? Lin Tianjiu? He stepped hesitantly out of his room. The great Lin Fan? It was possible he had overexerted himself on the battle platform, as GXIN failed to notice the arrival of other disciples. A few passing disciples had already reached his door, their expressions revealing concern as they observed GXIN talking to himself. It's over, senior brother G's spirit has faltered, the passing disciples exclaimed in alarm. GXIN's heart sank once more. Reclining on a chair in the courtyard, Lin Fan gazed contentedly at the storage ring adorning his left hand. How on earth did you manage this? Meng Yuan emerged, his face a mask of disbelief as he regarded Lin Fan. From the clash between Lin Fan and GXAN, he could discern that GXAN's spiritual attacks were certainly formidable, yet, Lin Fan appeared to be somewhat extraordinary, even those at the Nirvana stage would struggle to maintain such composure. Lin Fan offered a slight smile, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Because I am an unparalleled prodigy, he stated nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Meng Yuan regarded Lin Fan, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Lin Fan, your strength and potential are indeed astounding, but you must understand that this world is vast, and there are other prodigies. Lin Fan smiled faintly, his gaze radiating self-assurance. How do those prodigies compare to me? Meng Yuan inhaled deeply, then slowly replied, with you. He seemed to be searching for the right words, but ultimately found nothing to articulate. He had to concede that he had never encountered anyone as extraordinary as Lin Fan, not even the Holy Son of the Divine Body. After a brief silence, Meng Yuan raised his gaze, fixing his serious expression upon Lin Fan as he proposed. Lin Fan, I believe with your strength and potential, you are entirely qualified to become the Holy Son of our heavenly Shan sacred land. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan merely raised an eyebrow and casually inquired, what can one do as the Holy Son? A fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable anticipation crossed Meng Yuan's eyes as he hurriedly explained, first and foremost, resources. Once you become the Holy Son, the entire resources of the heavenly Shan sacred land will be at your disposal, whether it be rare treasures, powerful martial arts manuals, or various precious elixirs and spiritual herbs. Anything you require will be yours to enjoy. He paused momentarily, gauging Lin Fan's reaction. However, to Meng Yuan's surprise, Lin Fan immediately followed up with, can one eat for free at the Heavenly Spirit Food Pavilion? Meng Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, inwardly muttering, why does this lad always think about food? Wouldn't it be more delightful to utilize those precious resources to enhance one's own strength? Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what delectable offerings the Heavenly Spirit Food Pavilion possessed that captivated Lin Fan's thoughts so. He resolved to personally sample them when the opportunity arose. Despite his thoughts, he answered truthfully, no, unfortunately not. After all, he hadn't forgotten the last time when the Azure Shan Holy Master mentioned that if Lin Fan were allowed to feast freely at the Heavenly Spirit Food Pavilion, he would likely deplete their stock within a month. Upon hearing this response, Lin Fan's face instantly contorted with disdain. Seeing this expression on Lin Fan's face, Meng Yuan felt an unexplainable urge to enlighten him on the glory of being the Holy Son of the Heavenly Shan sacred land. He scrutinized Lin Fan, suddenly recalling that Meng Yuqing had mentioned Lin Fan was a sword practitioner, body cultivators, soul cultivators, and sword cultivators, all with impressive prowess. A true monster. Meng Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in hushed awe. Just then, as if struck by a brilliant idea, Meng Yuan proposed to Lin Fan, since you seem disinterested in becoming the Holy Son, I believe, based on the strength you have displayed, you could challenge the Heavenly Steel ahead of time. Lin Fan paused, a hint of confusion on his face as he asked, Heavenly Steel? What is that? Meng Yuan took a deep breath and explained, the Heavenly Steel is no ordinary object. Typically, only those who have reached the Nirvana stage are eligible to approach it. It bears the names of all prodigies under the age of 100 who have attained Nirvana throughout the history of the Heavenly Shan continent. More importantly, if one can successfully challenge and defeat the opponents inscribed upon it, they will be rewarded with various coveted treasures. A spark of curiosity flickered in Lin Fan's eyes at the mention of the Heavenly Steel. What kind of treasures? Meng Yuan smiled slightly, elaborating that it contained divine-grade weapons and martial arts techniques, along with extraordinary items capable of altering one's innate qualities and comprehension. Lin Fan's heart surged with astonishment. Divine-grade weapons, techniques, and items that could enhance one's innate abilities were indeed treasures coveted by any cultivator. Meng Yuan continued, moreover, it is said that within the Heavenly Steel, there even exist some Imperial-grade treasures. What? Imperial grade, what kind of entity is this Heavenly Steel? Lin Fan exclaimed in shock. Imperial grade items were the pinnacle of existence within the Heavenly Shan continent, and the fact that the Heavenly Steel served as a reward was astonishing. I do not know, Meng Yuan gently shook his head. The origin of the Heavenly Steel has always been a mystery. Some say it is a relic from ancient times, while others claim it is an otherworldly artifact. Regardless, it is a place that all Nirvana stage prodigies yearn for. What do you think? Do you wish to go? Meng Yuan inquired with a smile, looking at Lin Fan with keen interest. The Heavenly Steel indeed seemed suspicious, yet the prospect of acquiring items that could enhance innate qualities, along with Imperial-grade treasures, would be immensely beneficial to him, Lin Fan mused inwardly. Yes. However, a sly smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. First, let us feast at the Heavenly Spirit Food Pavilion. Chapter 77 is Saintess Yuli of the Heavenly Spirit Dining Hall. Meng Yuan and Lin Fan emerged from the Heavenly Spirit Dining Hall, the lingering aroma of delectable cuisine still wafting through the air. A satisfied smile adorned both their faces, clearly expressing their admiration for the culinary delights of this place. The Heavenly Spirit Dining Hall indeed offers exquisite flavors, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with nostalgia. After countless millennia devoid of culinary cravings, today's gratification transported him back to the days of his youth when the need for sustenance was paramount. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the gastronomic offerings here are truly unforgettable. Subsequently, Meng Yuan led Lin Fan to the celestial stele. As they gazed up at the towering monument that pierced the clouds, an indescribable sense of awe surged within Lin Fan. The stele was inscribed with the names of legendary figures from generations of Nirvana realm prodigies, each name representing a tale of valor and an embodiment of strength. These names sparkled like stars embedded in the stele, radiating the brilliance of their respective epics. Are you truly the current #1 on the divine powers list, Lin Fan? A melodious voice disrupted Lin Fan's reverie. Slowly turning his head, he beheld a woman clad in flowing garments as white as snow, standing gracefully behind them. Her ethereal presence was reminiscent of the lofty celestial stele, inspiring an instinctive sense of reverence. In her beautiful eyes flickered a cold and unassailable authority, making it difficult for one to meet her gaze directly. Upon closer examination, her beauty seemed almost otherworldly, as if she had stepped forth from a magnificent painting, an otherworldly fairy. Each of her movements exuded an aura of transcendence, light and airy, like a dream. The woman parted her ruby lips, her voice flowing like a mountain spring, resonating in the ears of those present. Greetings, I am Yuli. This clear and melodious voice seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, bestowing an invigorating sensation. She is the current saintess. Observing Lin Fan's stunned expression, Meng Yuan interjected. Regaining his composure, Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Saintess Yuli, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Lin Fan. Yuli furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of curiosity glimmering in her eyes as she softly inquired, "What brings you here?" "I have come to test the celestial stele," Lin Fan replied calmly, his voice imbued with tranquility. "Just you?" A derisive voice interrupted, as Zhou Wang stepped forth from the crowd, his gaze rife with contempt. A mere 8th level of divine powers dares to approach a stele dedicated to the prodigies of the Nirvana realm? Do you think you are the young emperor? Poof. Meng Yuan snorted disdainfully from beside Lin Fan. Suddenly, Zhou Wang felt an overwhelming pressure, his body collapsing to the ground, his complexion paling. Is this person under the influence of a dim-witted aura, or has he been blinded by beauty? Does he not see the ancestor Meng Yuan of the life and death realm beside me? Lin Fan mused inwardly, casting a quizzical glance at Zhou Wang. Indeed, Zhou Wang acknowledged that he had been momentarily blinded by beauty, and who could have anticipated that the ancestor Meng Yuan of the life and death realm would be standing next to someone at the 8th level of divine powers? Lin Fan paid no heed to Zhou Wang, who resembled a defeated dog lying on the ground. His attention was wholly captured by the celestial stele. Standing before it, he inhaled deeply, extending his right hand. Just as his palm grazed the surface of the stele, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance that enveloped him entirely. Lin Fan felt a momentary blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a realm starkly different from his previous surroundings. A youthful man stood before him, staring blankly at Lin Fan. The young man's eyes were hollow, resembling two profound black voids, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, akin to a lifeless puppet. He should be around the 3rd level of Nirvana, Lin Fan assessed quietly, utilizing his divine level techniques to gauge the opponent's strength. He then retrieved 2 additional spirit swords from his storage ring, placing them at his waist in preparation for battle. Celestial Sword, First Strike. The first spirit sword at Lin Fan's waist shot forth like an arrow. In an instant, the blade radiated a dazzling aura, akin to a magnificent rainbow, striking fiercely towards the young man with overwhelming force. The youth exerted himself to defend against the assault. Celestial Sword, Second Strike. The second spirit sword transformed into a blinding flash, racing towards the young man with incredible speed, aimed at breaching his defenses. Celestial Sword, Third Strike. The third sacred sword soared forth, bringing forth an apocalyptic momentum as it rushed towards the young man, resembling a falling meteor from the heavens, crashing directly into his position. Ultimately, the young man vanished. The 3 flying swords returned automatically to their sheaths at Lin Fan's waist. Observing the scene before him, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Lin Fan's lips. This swordsmanship is quite effective. At that moment, a radiant light descended from above, enveloping something before landing before Lin Fan. He extended his right hand to receive it, and the light dissipated to reveal a pill. Lin Fan gazed at the pill in his hand, surprise flickering in his eyes. This is actually an 8th grade pill, the 9-turn Nirvana pill. I did not expect to acquire such a precious elixir right at the outset. However, this joy was fleeting, as a look of regret soon crossed his features, and he sighed softly. It is a pity that this pill is meant for life preservation. If only it could directly enhance one's aptitude or comprehension. Meanwhile, outside the celestial steel, a cacophony erupted. Look, the celestial steel has changed. Lin Fan's name has appeared on the steel. How is this possible? How long has it been? Is Lin Fan really only at the 8th level of divine powers? People whispered amongst themselves, their faces etched with profound astonishment and confusion. Even the normally aloof and regal Saintess Yuli could not help but display a flicker of emotion. Her exquisite face, which had previously been as calm as still water, now rippled with surprise, a hint of astonishment surfacing. Her captivating eyes were fixed intently on the name inscribed on the celestial steel. Beside her, Ancestor Meng Yuan stared wide-eyed at the steel, his expression one of disbelief. Astonished by Lin Fan's rapid progress, Zhou Wang, still sprawled on the ground, gazed at Lin Fan's name on the steel, dread washing over him. It seems he truly is the young emperor. The author noted that some readers suggested including female supporting characters. While Yuli may be viewed as a supporting character, the author advises against considering her merely as such, as all female roles in the author's works are deemed underdogs. The author has 2 main female character designs in mind, featuring white hair, red eyes, and fox ears, but has no intention of writing them. The reason being, the author has never had a girlfriend. TT Chapter 78 of The Extraordinary Talent Lin Fan. So be it. Lin Fan mused inwardly. He remained indifferent to the rewards bestowed by the Heavenly Monument. Apart from the initial reward of an 8th grade elixir, the subsequent offerings paled in comparison. Subsequently, Lin Fan departed from the Heavenly Monument. As he emerged from its confines, the crowd gazed upon him, their expressions a blend of reverence, curiosity, and profound bewilderment. His name, Heavenly Monument 9527 Lin Fan, shone like a newly minted star, illuminating the realm around him. Lin Fan regarded his ranking with a nod, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Surely, even the other emperors in their youth could not rival Lin Fan's accomplishments. Indeed, how curious it was that he, merely at the 8th level of divine abilities, wielded such extraordinary power. An unparalleled prodigy. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd, yet Lin Fan seemed oblivious, his thoughts already drifting toward distant horizons. Meanwhile, Zhou Wan lay prostrate on the ground, too fearful to rise. His eyes were filled with terror, for he understood that the chasm between himself and Lin Fan was no mere disparity of strength, but a gulf as vast as heaven and earth. His body trembled, not from pain, but from dread. The Saintess Yun Liyun to speak with Lin Fan, her steps tentative as she approached him. Alas, Meng Yuan offered her no opportunity. Lin Fan's form shimmered and was whisked away by the venerable ancestor, disappearing from the crowd's sight, leaving only the Saintess standing there, a flicker of disappointment crossing her gaze. As Lin Fan, with his 8th level divine prowess, entered the Heavenly Monument, a realm brimming with Nirvana-level beings, the entire central continent trembled anew. The news spread like a tempest, swiftly engulfing the land. What, is it true that Lin Fan ranks 9527 on the Heavenly Monument, entering the realm of Nirvana with merely 8th level divine abilities? In comparison to Lin Fan, what do I amount to as a prodigy? Truly, Lin Fan embodies an unparalleled genius, some marveled, while others, the so-called prodigies, could only smile wryly, resigned to their fates in an era overshadowed by Lin Fan. His name sparkled like a resplendent star, illuminating the skies of the entire central continent. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, Lin Fan had proven what it means to be a true prodigy through sheer power. Lin Fan, have you truly given no thought to becoming the holy son of the Tianxin sacred land? The voice of Meng Yuan echoed in Lin Fan's ear, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. At this moment, if you were to voice your intentions, I believe at least half of the Tianxin sacred land would rally behind you, he continued, his gaze filled with anticipation. To Meng Yuan's proposal, Lin Fan responded with calm deliberation. Allow me some time to consider. Meng Yuan nodded, refraining from further discourse, yet his eyes remained fixed upon Lin Fan. In the hall of the Demon Palace, a sense of urgency permeated the atmosphere. My lord, the rate at which Lin Fan's strength is escalating is astonishing. Can we truly contend with him? The voice of Liu Motian quivered slightly, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the demon envoy. The demon envoy cast a cold glance in his direction, disdain evident upon his countenance. He is merely a somewhat formidable divine being. What is there to fear? His tone brimmed with confidence, as though Lin Fan were insignificant in his eyes. Even granting him another century, he could never surpass Lord Demon Master, the demon envoy continued, his eyes sparkling with fervor, as if his faith in the demon master eclipsed all else. A complex swirl of emotions surged within Li Motian. He recognized the validity of the demon envoy's words, yet the speed at which Lin Fan advanced was nothing short of terrifying.
He began to doubt whether a mere decade or so would suffice for Lin Fan to eclipse the Demon Master. However, the talent displayed by this individual was indeed formidable. In a few days, the Wuxiang secret realm would be opened. Should Lin Fan attend, they would exert every effort to eliminate him. If he chose not to come, they would address it later. A hint of murderous intent laced the demon envoy's words, his gaze penetrating the shadows of the Grand Hall. Liu Tian's eyes brightened. He understood the implications of the demon envoy's words. The Wuxiang secret realm was a domain where life and death were restricted, teeming with various treasures, and each opening incited fierce competition among the factions. Should Lin Fan truly attend, their opportunity would arise. Yet, knowing Lin Fan as he did, Liu Tian surmised that Lin Fan would likely refrain from coming, causing his expression to darken once more. Within a certain hall of the Tianshan lineage, the atmosphere was starkly different from just days prior. The usual bustle and clamor had been supplanted by a stifling silence, an unsettling tension pervading the air. The elders of the Tianshan Huangtian lineage sat on either side of the hall, their faces etched with worry and anxiety. A great many have begun to withdraw their support for the Holy Sun. The low voice of Elder Feng resonated, each word striking the elders like a heavy hammer. His eyes revealed profound concern, as if he awaited something while simultaneously evading it. Esteemed elders, the family has encountered urgent matters to attend to. I shall withdraw my support for the Holy Sun. Farewell. A voice shattered the silence, tinged with urgency and unease. This elder from the Huangtian lineage rose, his form slightly stooped yet his gaze resolute. His words rippled through the hall like a stone cast into still waters, provoking murmurs amongst the elders, some astonished, others displeased. Elder Feng provided no further explanation, knowing that any attempt at clarification would only heighten the tension within the hall. He cast a deep glance at the elder from the Huangtian lineage. Elder Zhao, I shall refrain from participating in matters concerning the Holy Sun. I wish you all good fortune. Farewell. Another elder stood hastily, his movements brisk, his robes billowing as he exited the hall in haste. His departure intensified the atmosphere, as if he had carried away the last vestige of warmth. Elder Feng's brow furrowed, his gaze trailing the departing figure until the heavy door shut with a thud, and he slowly withdrew his gaze. He turned to Elder Zhao, hoping for a measure of support from this old friend. Alas, I too shall withdraw from this matter and prepare for a secluded retreat. Elder Zhao's voice was low, imbued with an undeniable finality. Old Zhao, how could you too? Elder Feng's voice trailed off, disappointment flashing across his eyes as he inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumult within. He surveyed the now desolate hall, a wave of inexplicable loneliness washing over him, followed by a heavy sigh. Oh, Holy Sun, when might you return? If you tarry any longer, you shall truly become the last of your line. Chapter 79 of the Nirvana Realm. On the morning 3 days hence, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a warm glow upon the courtyard. Lin Fan stood quietly within, gazing upwards at the sky, softly murmuring, "It is nearly time." Ever since his name as an unparalleled prodigy spread, his courtyard had been anything but tranquil. Countless visitors arrived daily, drawn by the desire to catch a glimpse of this legendary genius. Particularly, those kind souls who had gifted him storage rings days prior returned once again, presenting him with new ones. Lin Fan surveyed his hands, laden with storage rings, and sighed, "Ah, such charm can indeed be a burden." He shook his head slightly, a wry smile gracing his lips, his voice tinged with self-deprecation yet unable to conceal the innate confidence that radiated from him. Subsequently, Lin Fan stealthily exited Dream Yuan. Noticing this, discreetly followed. The sacred master of Qing Shen observed in silence. Lin Fan made his way to the tribulation site within the heavenly profound sacred land, a place meticulously crafted for the purpose of transcending tribulation, surrounded by an array of formations and restrictions. Host, Lin Fan Realm. 8th layer of divine power technique, 10,000 laws reversion method, martial skill, 3 styles of the heavenly sword special enhancement, perfected sword intent of the 10,000 laws special profession. 7th rank alchemist, 9-turn alchemy fusion creation points, 38th system maxed out. Lin Fan silently contemplated, reflecting on the 35 years of relentless practice, the heavens reward diligence. He had successfully broken through to the Nirvana realm. Points, 3. Boom. Ah, the Nirvana thunder tribulation, someone is breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Quick, look, that is the unparalleled prodigy Lin Fan achieving his breakthrough. How can it be so swift? Wasn't he at the 8th layer of divine power just 3 days ago? Truly, he is an extraordinary talent. To advance to the Nirvana realm in merely days is astonishing. Perhaps luck favored him, and he acquired some breakthrough elixirs in the heavenly steel. In the distance, disciples and elders from various sacred lands noticed the commotion and began to discuss it animatedly. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Fan's cultivation speed was unfathomably rapid. Boom, the deafening roar of thunder echoed through the skies, akin to a colossal beast enraged and bellowing. Dark clouds gathered above, thickening like ink. pressing heavily upon the heads of the onlookers, instilling an ineffable sense of oppression and dread. The thunder rolled in waves, each more intense than the last, as if countless war drums were being struck in unison, shaking the very fabric of existence. Each lightning bolt that cleaved the sky momentarily banished the darkness, illuminating the terrified faces below. Yet amidst this chaos and terror, Lin Fan stood tall, head held high, gazing at the heavens with a demeanor unmarred by fear. "The thunder tribulation has arrived," someone exclaimed. The tribulation descended like the wrath of the heavens, lightning strikes relentlessly targeting Lin Fan. However, under the protection of the 10,000 laws, the tribulation merely tickled him. Were there not so many onlookers, Lin Fan might have been inclined to give the lightning a cheeky gesture. Witnessing Lin Fan's nonchalant handling of the tribulation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Is this physique even human? Not even the thunder tribulation can breach the defenses of the unparalleled prodigy Lin Fan. Future emperor indeed. I yearn to train my body. Me too. In the end, they all silently practiced, their envy palpable. Other Nirvana realm practitioners could hardly contain themselves, who could traverse the tribulation with such ease. The sheer strength of his physique was almost absurd. Even some elders from the life and death realm displayed signs of unease, their gazes reflecting a newfound assessment of Lin Fan. The sacred master of Qing Xian's expression was particularly complex. He studied Lin Fan, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes, as if contemplating something profound. Is this the essence of the Nirvana laws? Lin Fan mused, feeling the vibrant pulse of life that accompanied the Nirvana laws. In the heavenly profound continent, anyone who broke through to the Nirvana realm would automatically comprehend a portion of the Nirvana laws, a gift bestowed by the heavens. Having absorbed the essence of the Nirvana laws, Lin Fan had intended to treat himself to a grand feast, but upon noticing the throngs surrounding him, he opted for a hasty retreat back to his courtyard. Upon his return, Dream Yuan emerged slowly from the void, his deep and bright eyes fixed intently upon Lin Fan, revealing an unmistakable trace of concern. Lin Fan, do you intend to venture into the myriad phenomena secret realm? Of course. Lin Fan replied without hesitation. The myriad phenomena secret realm held what he sought. Moreover, within that realm, where those of the life and death realm could not tread, the Nirvana realm was akin to the heavens, and Lin Fan felt no fear. He would boldly face it without hesitation. Dream Yuan sighed, expressing his reluctance for Lin Fan to leave the heavenly profound sacred land, fearing what might transpire outside. Yet, he recognized Lin Fan's determination. He placed a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and said, "Very well, I shall seek the sacred master to make preparations." Before long, Dream Yuan returned, bearing an array of treasures. He proceeded to detail each item to Lin Fan meticulously. This is the divine great starry illusion garb, boasting formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding attacks from those in the life and death realm. As he spoke, Dream Yuan presented a resplendent garment that shimmered with myriad stars. And this is the Annihilation Talisman. Upon activation, it unleashes terrifying power that rivals the full strength of a life and death realm expert. Dream Yuan held forth a talisman exuding a faint black light, presenting it solemnly to Lin Fan. This. Dream Yuan continued to introduce the other treasures, one after another, each more astounding than the last, enough to ignite fervor and greed in anyone's heart. As Lin Fan listened to Dream Yuan's passionate descriptions, he felt deeply moved. Once Dream Yuan finished presenting all the treasures, Lin Fan bashfully spoke, "Ancestor Dream Yuan, I truly do not require these items. It feels somewhat undeserved." "Absolutely not, you must have them," Dream Yuan insisted firmly, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. "You are the hope of our heavenly profound continent. While these treasures are precious, they pale in comparison to your safety. We cannot allow any misfortune to befall you." Dream Yuan, along with the sacred master and several elders, believed Lin Fan to be the destined one to combat the impending calamity. He could not afford any setbacks. "Thank you, Ancestor Dream Yuan," Lin Fan bowed deeply, understanding the value of these treasures and the care behind Dream Yuan's insistence. He accepted the treasures, vowing silently not to disappoint the expectations of the heavenly profound sacred land. Dream Yuan observed Lin Fan's acceptance with a satisfied smile and a nod of approval. Days later, the myriad phenomena secret realm would open. Chapter 80, The Despair of Yunli. The myriad realms of the mystic domain are a veritable treasure trove, brimming with an array of wondrous artifacts. The entrances to these realms, however, are shrouded in unpredictability, manifesting sporadically in select locations. Furthermore, the number of entrances varies with each appearance, which is precisely why this place has earned its distinctive appellation. Dream Abyss led Lin Fan to the exterior of a mystic domain, where the whispers of the crowd ebbed and flowed like delicate waves. Is this the unparalleled prodigy, Lin Fan? It is said that he recently ascended from the 8th layer of divine powers to the Nirvana realm in mere days, and even the Nirvana thunder tribulation could not breach his defenses. What a terrifyingly formidable physique he possesses. The Saintess of the Heavenly Shin Holy Land, Yunli, has also arrived. They truly make a stunning couple, talented and beautiful. The celestial vessel of the Heavenly Shin Holy Land resembles a moving palace, resplendent in golden light and exuding an extraordinary aura. Standing at the forefront of the vessel, Saintess Yunli, draped in a flowing white gown, resembles a celestial being descending from the clouds, cool and ethereal. Her gaze traverses the crowd, ultimately resting upon Lin Fan, her eyes flickering with a complex blend of curiosity and intrigue. Lin Fan sensed Yunli's gaze but paid no heed. At that moment, his sole concern was the precious enlightenment fruit concealed within the mystic domain. For Lin Fan, acquiring the enlightenment fruit far outweighed any other pursuit. Yunli, standing upon the vessel, was momentarily taken aback. It was her first encounter with a young man who seemed indifferent to her attention, leaving her both curious and perplexed as she observed Lin Fan. Her enchanting eyes followed his figure until he vanished completely at the entrance to the mystic domain. At that moment, a disciple of the Heavenly Shin Holy Land approached with great reverence, inquiring, "Saintess, should we not also enter the mystic domain?" Yunli regained her composure and nodded, "Indeed, we should set forth." With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she signaled for the others to follow. Meanwhile, spies from the Demon Palace lurked among the crowd, silently observing the unfolding events. In the grand and majestic hall of the Demon Palace, the demon envoy stood with hands clasped behind his back, radiating an aura of overwhelming power that sent shivers down the spines of those present. "Notify all Nirvana Realm members to converge for the purpose of eliminating Lin Fan and Saintess Yunli." The demon envoy's deep and authoritative voice reverberated throughout the hall, akin to a thunderous clap, causing everyone to tremble in trepidation. "You too shall go." The demon envoy's gaze fell upon Li Matian, whose body quivered slightly. "Ah!" A flicker of terror crossed Li Matian's eyes. He was acutely aware of Lin Fan and Yunli's formidable prowess, and he feared that his participation could lead to his demise. "This is an order." The demon envoy's voice rose sharply, infused with an undeniable pressure that made Li Matian's body shudder involuntarily. "My enlightenment fruit, where art thou?" Lin Fan stood aloft, gazing at the boundless mystic domain, murmuring to himself as he searched intently. Fortune smiled upon Saintess Yunli. Shortly after entering the mystic domain, she stumbled upon the enlightenment fruit. Standing beneath the fruit-laden tree, she beheld the translucent orb, a wave of indescribable joy swelling within her. The enlightenment fruit, a legendary artifact, is said to bestow profound insights and enhance one's comprehension. However, at that moment, several figures cloaked in black materialized like phantoms, their eyes glinted with avarice as they fixated on Yunli and the tantalizing enlightenment fruit. "Is that not Saintess Yunli? And the enlightenment fruit?" Yunli's delicate brows furrowed, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her beautiful eyes. With a disdainful snort, her body trembled slightly, and in an instant, her unparalleled phoenix divine body was fully awakened. Golden radiance enveloped her, akin to a phoenix reborn from flames, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Utilizing her phoenix divine body, Yunli swiftly dispatched several black-cloaked assailants, but before she could catch her breath, dozens more surged forth, igniting a fierce battle within the Nirvana realm. The uproar and intensity of this conflict soon drew the attention of many. "Look, is that not the Saintess of the Heavenly Shin Holy Land, Yunli? She holds the enlightenment fruit. This is dire. Those black-cloaked figures appear to be from the Demon Palace. Quick, let us summon aid." Witnessing the relentless pursuit of the formidable Nirvana Realm members from the Demon Palace, panic gripped the onlookers, compelling them to seek assistance in hopes of rescuing the Saintess of the Heavenly Shin Holy Land. Before long, news of Yunli possessing the enlightenment fruit and being hunted by the Demon Palace reached Lin Fan's ears. He, as expected of the prodigious daughter with the phoenix divine body. Not only can she withstand our fierce onslaught for so long, but she also manages to retaliate against several of us. However, now that her resources are depleted, she shall not escape our grasp. A sinister chuckle escaped the lips of one black-cloaked figure, his bloodshot eyes revealing a cruel and merciless disposition. At that moment, another black-cloaked figure leered at Yunli, a lewd smile creeping across his face as he murmured, "This Saintess is truly a vision of beauty." Why don't we?" Before he could finish, the leading black-cloaked figure barked, "Silence your foul tongue. Do not forget the mission we are here to accomplish, to eliminate Lin Fan and Yunli without any distractions." Upon hearing this, the other black-cloaked figures fell silent, refraining from any further transgressions. Yunli, her face betraying an unmistakable weariness, was now drenched in blood, her once pristine white attire stained. Were it not for her phoenix divine body and the protective talismans bestowed by the elders, she would have long since perished here. "I never imagined I would meet my end in such a place." With all her cards laid bare, even her phoenix divine body and nirvana laws began to dim. Gazing at the ever-increasing throng of black-cloaked figures, despair enveloped Yunli's heart for the first time in her life. As she steeled herself to ignite her phoenix divine body, prepared to sacrifice her life in a desperate fight against her foes. A resonant and impassioned cry suddenly pierced the air.
I come to assist you. Rest for a day. Chapter 81. Let us be together. Lin Fan, flee quickly, they are targeting us. This rascal has come to us of his own accord. In response to the Heavenly Demon Palace, a destruction talisman was activated.
There was no choice, the enemy outnumbered them significantly, all possessing the Nirvana realm. Even Lin Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Without utilizing the destruction talisman, he feared for the safety of his Dao fruit. As the talisman was activated, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted. The forces of life and death intertwined, creating a chilling aura that swept toward the members of the Heavenly Demon Palace.
This is bad.
The leader in the black robe sensed the power of life and death, his complexion turning pale instantaneously. He reacted swiftly, grabbing a teammate with each hand and shielding them in front of him.
Damn it!
The black-robed individuals caught by the leader were filled with terror and rage. They attempted to resist, but it was too late. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, shaking the very essence of the secret realm. Those cultivators exploring the distant areas felt this immense tremor, causing a flurry of panic and chaos among them.
What on earth is happening?
The tremor seemed to originate from the direction of the sacred maiden Yunli of the heavenly Xian Holy Land.
This is too dangerous. I must leave this place at once.
Under the influence of life and death, the surroundings were reduced to ruins. The 30-odd black-robed individuals dwindled to merely 4, who retreated in fright, hastily producing pills from their storage rings to recover from their injuries, too fearful to approach Lin Fan again.
Let us go.
Observing this, Lin Fan lifted Yunli and turned to flee. If he were alone, dealing with these black-robed figures would be trivial. However, Yunli's presence forced him to divert his attention to her protection, rendering her a burden.
Chase him, we must not allow that brat to escape.
The leader of the black-robed individuals appeared utterly disheveled, his clothing tattered and stained with blood, yet his eyes shimmered with madness and obstinacy.
His furious roar echoed through the skies. The black-robed followers of the Heavenly Demon Palace pursued Lin Fan like ravenous wolves. Each unleashed their Nirvana realm powers, unleashing a dazzling array of lights that rained down upon Lin Fan like a tempest. However, under the protection of the divine starry illusion garment and the invulnerability bestowed upon him by various divine arts, Lin Fan remained unscathed, yet he feigned injury, pretending to be gravely wounded. His complexion pale, he coughed up blood onto Yunli's garments and acted deliberate. On one hand, it was a ploy to numb the relentless pursuers, coaxing them into a false sense of security. On the other, he hoped to elicit sympathy and trust from Yunli, facilitating the acquisition of the invaluable Dao fruit from her. Seeing Lin Fan spitting blood, concern filled Yunli's beautiful eyes. His injuries sustained for her protection ignited a flicker of guilt and anguish within her. Let me go and flee alone.
With the relentless pursuit of the Heavenly Demon Palace behind them, Yunli spoke softly to Lin Fan. She understood that their joint escape would only heighten the risk of capture. If Lin Fan could abandon her and escape alone, there might still be a glimmer of hope.
Absolutely not. Lin Fan's voice was resolute, devoid of hesitation.
I've gone through great lengths to obtain the Dao fruit.
How could I possibly abandon you?
His gaze fixed on the storage ring on Yunli's hand, his determination unmistakable. Yunli, gazing into Lin Fan's unwavering eyes as he focused on her wound, felt a warm surge within her. To think that amidst such peril, he refused to forsake her and even cared for her injuries, this compassion was akin to a ray of sunlight in the cold of winter, warming her heart. Perhaps fatigued or finding solace in Lin Fan's embrace, Yunli unconsciously rested her head against his chest and fell into a deep slumber. No, I am here to protect you, yet you take advantage of the chaos to sneakily encroach upon my space, Lin Fan mused inwardly, observing Yunli's slumbering form. Realizing that this situation was untenable, Lin Fan gently set Yunli down on a patch of ground.
Such a waste.
He retrieved a protective talisman given by the esteemed Dream Abyss ancestor from his storage ring. Upon activation, the talisman emitted a soft glow, enveloping Yunli in a sturdy protective barrier.
Brat, surrender and accept your demise.
The leader of the black-robed men, witnessing Lin Fan's halt, roared, his voice laced with fury and madness.
Accept my demise?
You must first lay a finger on me, Lin Fan retorted, brandishing the divine weapon gifted by the Dream Abyss ancestor and slashing toward the black-robed leader. Half an hour later, Lin Fan stood amidst the ruins, surveying his spoils. That was no easy feat. By sacrificing his own safety, Lin Fan had successfully vanquished all the black-robed individuals. As he gazed at the still unconscious Yunli, resembling a slumbering fairy, a complex emotion welled within him. He leaned closer, whispering softly to her exquisite face, "You've been fortunate." From his storage ring, Lin Fan retrieved the Soul 8th grade pill, the 9 transformation Nirvana pill, obtained from the heavenly steel, and placed it into Yunli's delicate mouth, where it dissolved instantly.
Having completed this, he murmured, "I've been so kind to you that if you do not hand over my Dao fruit, do not blame me."
Under the effects of the 9 transformation Nirvana pill, Yunli soon began to stir. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her previously pallid complexion gradually regained its color, becoming increasingly rosy, even her faint breath steadying and strengthening. Before long, Yunli finally opened her eyes slowly.
"You're awake."
Lin Fan observed her with an impassive expression, speaking calmly.
"I am well."
Yunli gazed at her fully healed wounds, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes.
"I gave you my only 8th grade pill," Lin Fan stated evenly.
Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Yunli's lovely face. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you for the Dao fruit." Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Yunli.
"I give it to you."
Though her voice was faint, it resonated with conviction.
She retrieved a softly glowing fruit from her storage ring and offered it to Lin Fan. A glimmer of surprise crossed Lin Fan's eyes, followed by a nod of satisfaction. He accepted the Dao fruit, feeling a wave of joy swell within him. "Well, your injuries have healed. I shall take my leave now," Lin Fan declared, turning to depart.
"Lin Fan, let us be together."
"Lin Fan?"
Chapter 82 The Ancient Bronze Gate of the Celestial Palace. Lin Fan turned around, a look of perplexity adorning his face as he gazed at Yunli, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Yunli's petite face flushed crimson as she spoke. "What I mean is, we are both being targeted by the Demon Temple now, so it's better for us to stick together for mutual protection." Realization dawned upon Lin Fan, as he nearly succumbed to one of life's 3 great illusions. It was indeed a concern for their safety from the Demon Temple that prompted her words. "All right," he nodded, acknowledging her insight. She was correct, they were both targets of the Demon Temple, and being together would allow them to look out for one another and better confront any potential dangers. Though he was tasked with her protection, she was the saintess of the heavenly mystic sacred land, and he owed much to that esteemed place. "However, we ought to bathe and change into clean attire," Lin Fan suddenly remarked, his gaze sweeping over Yunli's blood-stained garments and his own tattered appearance. Yunli's cheeks deepened in hue, lowering her head to avoid Lin Fan's gaze. A wave of shyness surged within her, yet concurrently, an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloped her. Observing her flushed complexion, Lin Fan attributed it to the restorative effects of the medicinal pills, dismissing any further thoughts. After the two had bathed and donned fresh, tidy clothing, they clasped hands and embarked on their journey to explore the celestial palace of myriad manifestations. Perhaps it was due to the complete annihilation of the Demon Temple's members or their newfound trepidation in confronting Lin Fan and Yunli, but for over half a day, they encountered no peril along their path. In a certain part of the secret realm, a dozen figures cloaked in black robes congregated quietly. The fear and unease reflected in their eyes made it evident that a tense atmosphere was palpably settling around them. Regrettably, they had not heeded the earlier messages from the Demon Temple. Had they acted recklessly, they would have simply offered themselves up as targets. "What should we do now?" One of the black-robed figures finally could not restrain his anxiety, his voice quivering with palpable terror.
"Humph. What else is there to do? We must simply disregard it. Are we to charge into our demise?" Another replied coldly, his icy gaze devoid of any warmth. "But this is a directive from the esteemed envoy.
If we fail to execute it, the consequences could be dire," the initial speaker lamented, his words laced with dread. At that moment, an elderly figure among the group interrupted their discourse, his voice gravelly and low. "Enough. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Have you not witnessed the fate that befell those before us? In my view, this task is one we cannot accomplish. Rather than throw our lives away foolishly, it is far wiser to preserve our existence." His words resonated through the hushed space, plunging all present into a profound silence. A day later, onlookers gazed enviously at Lin Fan and Yunli, the two strikingly matched individuals exploring the celestial palace of myriad manifestations together. Wherever they ventured, fortunes and treasures seemed to gravitate towards them, with no one daring to contest their presence. After all, one was a prodigy of divine physique, and the other, a paragon destined to become an emperor. Nobody dared to provoke them, especially after witnessing the fates of the dozens of Nirvana Realm disciples from the Demon Temple. At this moment, Lin Fan and Yunli stood side by side before the magnificent entrance of the Celestial Palace. Towering into the clouds, the palace exuded an aura of ancient mystery. Lin Fan slightly tilted his head back, his gaze meandering over the grand architecture, contemplating, is this truly the fabled Celestial Palace of myriad manifestations? Together, they stepped inside, as if crossing into another realm. The first level of the Celestial Palace revealed a vast circular hall, its walls adorned with intricate and fantastical carvings, with a massive stone platform at its center. The puppets of the 7th level of Nirvana posed no threat, and they dispatched these obstacles with relative ease. Once the puppets were vanquished, a tome of techniques materialized upon the stone platform.
A divine-level technique, splendid.
Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction at the rewards of the first level, his anticipation for the subsequent treasures growing. The two continued deeper into the palace. Each successive level presented more formidable challenges, yet also more enticing rewards. Lin Fan and Yunli, leveraging their respective strengths, forged ahead until they reached the 9th level of the Celestial Palace. Here, they faced 10 puppets of the 9th level of Nirvana. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from these constructs. A glance exchanged between him and Yunli revealed a shared determination. Through their combined might as a prodigy of divine physique and a future emperor, they engaged in a grueling battle, ultimately toppling the last of the 9th level puppets. As he beheld the rewards upon the platform, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. "A divine-grade treasure garment," he exclaimed, presenting the exquisite attire to Yunli. "This is for you." Yunli was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she gently accepted the garment, her voice soft as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." A subtle yet profound emotion shimmered in her beautiful eyes. "Surely the 10th level will not be the realm of life and death," Lin Fan pondered, his expression growing somber. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yunli hesitated briefly, contemplating the unique nature of the myriad manifestations' secret realm, and concluded that it should not be. Nodding in agreement, they advanced to the 10th level of the Celestial Palace.
"Wait, why is there a bronze ancient gate here? Yunli, do you know anything about this?"
Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, as he had never heard of such a door within the Celestial Palace.
"I do not know, I have never heard of a bronze ancient gate existing here," Yunli replied, shaking her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. The bronze gate stood silently, as if it were an entrance to another world, surrounded by an air thick with ancient mystery. Lin Fan's gaze wandered across the gate, searching for clues, yet aside from some peculiar patterns, there were no discernible markings. At that moment, the bronze gate seemed to sense something, slowly creaking open with a deep, resonant groan. Their attention was drawn to a colossal red figure within. It was a massive gorilla, its body covered in fiery red fur, with eyes that burned like two blazing orbs, exuding a foreboding aura. Lin Fan's heart raced as he beheld the crimson gorilla, exclaiming in astonishment, "By the heavens, a red-haired beast! The author encountered a red-haired beast yesterday, which is why there was a delay in updates." Chapter 83 Forbearance. As Lin Fan and his companions remained fixated on the ominous figure with the crimson hair, the entity turned its gaze upon them. In an instant, a powerful and sinister curse surged towards Lin Fan and Yunli. "This is bad." Lin Fan, however, exhibited an extraordinary agility that surpassed the ordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly moved in front of Yunli, shielding her from the malevolent curse with his own body. Feeling Lin Fan's protection, a wave of warmth flooded Yunli's heart, and simultaneously, her phoenix divine body erupted with immense power. A searing flame burst forth from within her, enveloping her entirely. Her hair danced without wind, and her eyes sparkled with a golden light, as if a phantom of a phoenix flickered behind her. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Under the protection of the invulnerable divine powers, along with the divine class starry illusion garment and the myriad techniques of self-preservation, Lin Fan withstood the ominous curse unleashed by the crimson-haired creature. The red-haired monster, momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's apparent immunity, glanced at the ancient bronze door before retreating. Both Lin Fan and Yunli exhaled in relief, yet their hearts were heavy with questions. What exactly was this red-haired monster? What was the nature of that ominous curse? What secrets lay concealed behind the ancient bronze door? "Let us depart from here," Lin Fan said, his gaze fixed upon the colossal and ancient bronze door, his brow slightly furrowed. The aura emanating from within the door was extraordinarily mysterious and alien, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. This chilling and profound presence instilled a sense of dread within him. "This is the second time," Yunli murmured softly to herself, standing beside him. Her eyes were somewhat dazed, intertwined with a complex and inscrutable emotion. As the two turned to leave, the ancient bronze door appeared almost sentient, slowly closing of its own accord. With a dull thud, the gap between the doors gradually vanished, leaving only the imposing doorframe standing silently in place. Outside the myriad realms, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. However, Lin Fan and Yunli, having just endured the incident with the bronze door, did not feel at ease. "Lin Fan, are you truly unscathed?" Yunli's voice was laced with concern and worry, her beautiful eyes locked onto Lin Fan, as if she sought to peer through his calm exterior to uncover the truth of his inner state. "Rest assured, I am indeed fine," Lin Fan replied with a slight smile, his tone serene, exuding a reassuring strength. Upon hearing his words, Yunli nodded gently, yet the worry in her eyes remained unabated. She recognized Lin Fan's formidable prowess, but the sinister force was exceedingly strange, and even she felt it would not be easily confronted.
Thus, the two continued their quest for treasures and opportunities within the myriad realms. However, armed with their previous experiences, they refrained from recklessly venturing into places fraught with unknown dangers, such as the myriad celestial palace. Eventually, the exploration of the myriad realms came to a close. As Lin Fan and Yunli emerged from the depths of the realm together, Meng Yuan, who had been anxiously waiting outside, felt an immense weight lift from his heart, letting out a long sigh of relief. Observing Lin Fan and Yunli, a mischievous grin crept onto his face. "Young man, it seems you have reaped quite a bounty this time," Meng Yuan teased, his gaze flitting between Lin Fan and Yunli, as if trying to discern something. "Indeed, quite a lot," Lin Fan replied with a faint smile, reminiscing about the invaluable Dao fruit and the numerous treasures he had acquired, feeling a swell of joy and satisfaction. At that moment, Yunli stood quietly beside him, her beautiful eyes also glimmering with a subtle smile. She understood that the greatest opportunity she had gained from this perilous venture was not the rare treasures, but rather the companionship of Lin Fan. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her movements elegant and natural, revealing an indescribable grace. Her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Lin Fan. Had it not been for him, she might have already met her demise. Meng Yuan observed Lin Fan, feeling an inexplicable disparity between what Lin Fan claimed and what he perceived. Then, Lin Fan recounted the encounter with the Celestial Demon Hall during their expedition. "What?" Meng Yuan's aura exploded, a wave of deathly pressure emanating from him, sweeping through the space like a raging torrent. In its wake, the air around them seemed to freeze, becoming heavy and oppressive. The onlookers turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if a colossal invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering their breaths labored and difficult. In the next moment, without hesitation, Meng Yuan's figure flickered, transporting Lin Fan and Yunli through space, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Upon their arrival at the sacred land of Tianxian, this astonishing news swiftly spread throughout the entire domain. The higher-ups of the sacred land, upon learning of the Celestial Demon Hall's assassination attempt on Lin Fan and Yunli, were initially taken aback, followed by an eruption of fury, convening a meeting to eliminate the demons. Simultaneously, as a gesture of gratitude for Lin Fan's protection of the sacred maiden Yunli, all levels of the sacred hall, except for the 9th floor of the scripture repository, were temporarily open to him without charge. Within the Celestial Demon Hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though water could drip from it. In the center of the Grand Hall stood the Celestial Demon Envoy, a figure as imposing as an insurmountable mountain, his gaze icy and unyielding, reminiscent of a biting winter wind. Under the terrifying scrutiny of the Celestial Demon Envoy, a row of black-robed subordinates knelt in unison on the ground, their heads bowed low, their bodies trembling involuntarily from sheer terror. "Useless! Useless, useless, you bunch of worthless scum!" The Celestial Demon Envoy's fury erupted like a volcano, his voice echoing throughout the vast hall like thunder. Each roar struck like an unyielding hammer, mercilessly crashing down upon the hearts of all present, instilling fear and trepidation. Dozens of Nirvana Realm practitioners, and yet you couldn't even subdue 2 mere Nirvana Realm individuals. His voice resounded once more, laden with boundless disappointment and rage. Had it not been for the need to avoid a situation where the Celestial Demon Hall would be left without Nirvana Realm protectors, he would have undoubtedly unleashed his killing intent upon these inept individuals. The subordinates, upon hearing the envoy's wrath, quaked with fear. They were acutely aware of his ruthless nature, and now that his anger had been ignited, the consequences were unimaginable. An oppressive atmosphere of dread enveloped the entire hall. Yet, the Celestial Demon Envoy took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He understood that merely venting his fury would not resolve the pressing crisis at hand, only by maintaining his calm could he devise a plan of action. For the time being, the Celestial Demon Hall must remain in hiding. The Celestial Demon Envoy's voice was low, suppressing the storm that threatened to erupt. He resolved to endure, awaiting the arrival of the Demon Lord in 30 years. When that time came, all who had humiliated the Celestial Demon Hall would undoubtedly face annihilation. Chapter 84. The Return of the Saint's Son at the Scripture Pavilion of the Heavenly Abyss Holy Land. Master Dream Yuan, having spent many years in the Heavenly Abyss Holy Land, have you ever heard of an ancient bronze door within the vast Sky Palace, as well as a massive, red-haired gorilla? Lin Fan inquired while perusing a martial arts manual beside the venerable Dream Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, Dream Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly. The ancient bronze door in the vast Sky Palace, and the red-haired gorilla, what are those? I have never heard of them. He shook his head, clearly oblivious to the matters Lin Fan spoke of. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Fan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood that if even the well-informed and esteemed Dream Yuan was unaware of such matters, a significant secret and danger must surely lie beneath. With this thought, Lin Fan began to recount in detail to Dream Yuan the experiences he had encountered on the 10th layer of the Heavenly Palace. There must have been some unforeseen change. I recall that the 10th layer of the vast sky palace previously involved battling 30 beings at the 9th stage of nirvana. After listening to Lin Fan's narrative, Dream Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, evidently recognizing that this matter exceeded his understanding. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Lin Fan gently closed the final volume of the martial arts manual from the 8th layer, rose to his feet, and offered a slight bow to Dream Yuan in gratitude. He then turned and exited the scripture pavilion, leaving Dream Yuan with a face full of perplexity.
Strange, has this lad memorized all the martial arts techniques he desires?
Dream Yuan murmured, gazing at Lin Fan's receding figure. In Lin Fan's chamber, he took out a Dao fruit from his storage ring and consumed it directly. The Dao fruit transformed into a refreshing liquid that flowed down his throat and into his abdomen, subsequently morphing into a warm current that swiftly spread throughout his body. Lin Fan's consciousness gradually became increasingly clear. At this moment, his senses were infinitely heightened, and the once ordinary world appeared extraordinarily vivid under his perception. After an indeterminate period, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled within them, and his entire demeanor had shifted, becoming more profound and enigmatic. He realized that he had attained enlightenment. Half a month later, host, Lin Fan realm 5th stage of nirvana technique. Supreme quality divine law of all methods martial art, supreme quality heavenly sword 4 styles movement technique, supreme quality body technique of instant saint special bonus, 4-fold law of inviolable sword of all methods, 2-fold nirvana law special profession. 7th rank alchemist, 9-turn alchemy fusion creation points 0 during this half month, bolstered by the heightened comprehension granted by the Dao fruit and Lin Fan's relentless dedication to cultivation, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. I am now terrifyingly strong, Lin Fan mused, gazing at the information displayed on his panel. Throughout this period, in addition to Yun Li's frequent visits, he was also regularly sought after by Huo Linger from the Alchemy Pavilion, who would come to him seeking guidance in alchemical techniques. Faced with the frequent visits from these two beautiful women, Lin Fan felt a twinge of surprise, but then thought to himself, what can I say, being handsome is simply a double-edged sword.
Who's to blame for my considerable charm?
With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Lin Fan's lips. High above in the vast, boundless sky, a magnificent flying vessel sped through the air like lightning, instantly slicing through the horizon. It resembled a brilliant streak of light, traversing the layers of cloud and mist at an astonishing velocity. At this moment, the much-anticipated Saint Sun, Song Hui, stood tall at the bow of the vessel, his deep and piercing gaze fixed intently ahead. I am finally returning, Song Hui murmured to himself, an involuntary smile gracing his face. However, the two venerable ancestors of the Huangtian Heavenly Abyss lineage standing beside him wore complex expressions, hesitant to speak. During this time, in order to ensure that Saint Sun Song Hui could gain ample experience on the battlefield beyond the realm, these two ancestors had refrained from disclosing any information regarding Lin Fan. Song Hui keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere between the two ancestors and turned his head, puzzled.
Esteemed ancestors, is there something difficult to discuss?
The ancestors exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, the elder of the Huangtian lineage took a deep breath and slowly articulated, Saint Sun, we believe it would be more prudent to provide you with certain information upon our arrival at the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Song Hui's heart tightened, an ominous premonition washing over him. Yet, he did not press further, merely nodding slightly in agreement with the elder's arrangement. As time passed, the vessel carrying everyone gradually descended onto the vast and expansive plaza of the Heavenly Abyss Holy Land. Song Hui was the first to step off the vessel, his feet landing solidly on the ground. I, Song Hui, have returned, his voice echoed across the plaza, yet surprisingly elicited no response. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find that not a soul had come to welcome him. This was an inconceivable occurrence. Every time he returned from the battlefield beyond the realm, he was met with enthusiastic cheers and celebrations. With a heart full of confusion and unease, Song Hui hastily walked toward the Holy Land's hall. Upon entering the hall, he beheld the Azure Abyss Holy Lord seated upon the elevated throne, regarding him with a half-smile. Feeling the Holy Lord's gaze upon him, Song Hui involuntarily shuddered and promptly bowed in reverence. However, before he could steady himself, the Azure Abyss Holy Lord's calm yet authoritative voice resonated, Song Hui. Following this, the Holy Lord slightly narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Song Hui from head to toe. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, it seems that your journey to the battlefield beyond the realm has indeed yielded considerable gains. Song Hui felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing this, yet he dared not exhibit any complacency, hastily responding with humility, thank you, Holy Lord, I merely had the fortune of acquiring some insights. Just then, the previously smiling Azure Abyss Holy Lord's expression suddenly darkened, turning gravely serious. He regarded Song Hui with a complex gaze and slowly began, Song Hui, you are unable to grasp the position of Saint Sun, it would be better to pass it on to someone else.
Song Hui? Chapter 85.
The remnant of Sanghui stood before the Qingxian Holy Master, his pupils constricting as waves of astonishment surged within him like a tempest. It had only been 3 months since he departed from the Tianxian sacred land to hone his skills on the battlefield beyond, and upon his return, everything felt utterly alien. Was it due to the individual named Lin Yan? Sanghui furrowed his brow, perplexed and questioning. In his mind, aside from the faithful Lin Yan, who had been brought back from the distant eastern domain by the venerable Xiantian patriarch Meng Yuan, he could hardly conceive of anyone else who could compel the Holy Master to make such a momentous decision regarding the replacement of the Holy Sun. Not at all. The Qingxian Holy Master's response was succinct yet exuded an extraordinary calmness, his gaze piercing through Sanghui as if peering into realms far beyond. The Holy Master continued slowly, "It is due to Lin Fan." "Lin Fan? Who is this person?" Sanghui's voice resonated with confusion. The name was entirely foreign and abrupt to him, akin to a sudden apparition from the heavens, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ah, he is the Destined One, the future Emperor, renowned for his extraordinary prowess, having inscribed his name upon the celestial tablet at the 8th level of divine powers. At present, he is an unparalleled prodigy and a 7th-grade alchemist, nearly 16 years of age. The Holy Master paused momentarily, seemingly recalling something, before hastily adding, "Moreover, just a month ago he was at the level of divine powers, yet now he has ascended to the Nirvana realm." Sanghui? The young man felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He recognized each word but struggled to grasp their collective meaning. Wasn't Lin Yan the Destined One? Had something gone awry? For a fleeting moment, Sanghui even began to question whether the individual the Holy Master spoke of was indeed human. If it were merely one of such achievements, it might be understandable, for the world is replete with geniuses, and the emergence of a few extraordinary figures is not entirely implausible. But could someone like Lin Fan, possessing a plethora of otherworldly accomplishments, truly exist in this realm? After a prolonged silence, Sanghui gradually regained his composure. He shut his eyes tightly, inhaling deeply as if attempting to forcibly suppress the tumultuous emotions within. "Holy Master, if Lin Fan is indeed as you describe, then I have no qualms about relinquishing the position of Holy Sun to him. However," his voice suddenly rose several degrees, his eyes gleaming with resolute intensity, "as long as there remain those among the 4 lineages who support my claim to the Holy Sun, I shall not easily concede my position to Lin Fan." The Qingxian Holy Master gazed at Sanghui, a flicker of compassion crossing his features. He understood the pride and reluctance that resided within the young man, yet reality often proved more ruthless than one could imagine. With a gentle sigh, the Holy Master's voice bore a hint of resignation. "Every elder of the 4 lineages within the Tianxian sacred land backs Lin Fan as the Holy Sun." Not a single dissenting voice has emerged, including Elder Feng and Elder Zhao. Sanghui, a look of disbelief contorted Sanghui's face as he turned to the 2 venerable ancestors of Tianxian Huan, seeking a different answer from them. The 2 ancestors exchanged glances, and ultimately, the Tianxian patriarch spoke slowly. "Sanghui, this is the truth. Lin Fan's talent and strength have garnered universal acknowledgement." A sharp pang pierced through Sanghui's heart. He felt as though his entire world was crumbling around him. He had merely been away for 3 months. How could everything have changed so drastically? However, Sanghui was not so easily broken. He quickly gathered his resolve, fixing his determined gaze upon the Qingxian Holy Master. "Holy Master, I understand now, but I will not concede without a fight. I shall prove with my strength that I, Sanghui, am worthy of the title of Holy Son of the Tianxian sacred land." His voice was steadfast and powerful, brimming with determination. With that, Sanghui slowly turned and strode out of the Holy Land's hall with unwavering steps. The Qingxian Holy Master watched Sanghui depart, sighing in regret. Sanghui soon encountered a passerby and learned of Lin Fan's residence at Lin Fan's courtyard. "Are you Lin Fan, Yunli? What brings you here?" Sanghui's voice shattered the courtyard's tranquility, his gaze darting between Lin Fan and Yunli, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Upon hearing this abrupt inquiry, Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing the unfamiliar man before him. "Who is he?" "The Holy Sun, Sanghui," Yunli replied softly. Her voice was calm as water, yet her eyes inadvertently betrayed a hint of subtle vigilance. "Ah, so you are the Holy Sun." "Greetings," Lin Fan replied politely, nodding with an attitude that was neither servile nor arrogant. Sanghui wished to express that Lin Fan was anything but satisfactory in his eyes. His gaze flitted between Lin Fan and Yunli, surprised to find the holy maiden Yunli present in this place. A surge of inexplicable emotions welled within him, a blend of astonishment and jealousy. He was acutely aware of Yunli's status as the holy maiden of the Tianxian sacred land, revered in rank, her beauty and talent unmatched within the sacred land. Even when he had previously pursued her, she had paid him no heed. Sanghui shook his head, temporarily dismissing thoughts of this woman. Lin Fan was of greater importance. His gaze returned to Lin Fan, his eyes glinting with coldness. I challenge you to a contest, to determine who is truly more deserving of the title of Holy Son of the Tianxian Sacred Land.
Let us meet at this time tomorrow.
With that, without waiting for Lin Fan's response, Zhang Hui turned and departed. Lin Fan watched Zhang Hui leave with an expression of displeasure. This individual had not even bothered to inquire whether he accepted the challenge. He resolved to provide this Holy Son with an unforgettable experience. The following day, Yun Li's countenance remained calm, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. She was acutely aware that Zhang Hui's strength was formidable and should not be underestimated. Lin Fan, you need not accept his challenge.
It is not fair to you.
However, in response to Yun Li's concern and advice, Lin Fan merely shrugged lightly and replied in an exceedingly calm tone, "It's fine." Zhang Hui hastily exited Lin Fan's courtyard, seeking out those who had previously supported him, his figure weaving through the various corners of the sacred land. Yet, wherever he went, he received not hope and warmth, but rather repeated disheartening refusals.
Holy Son Zhang Hui, Elder Feng is currently in seclusion and cannot be seen. Holy Son Zhang Hui, Elder Zhao is also in seclusion and cannot be seen.
Holy Son Zhang Hui, lonely, Zhang Hui ultimately found himself atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds. He stood quietly at the summit, gazing out over the breathtakingly magnificent scenery of the Tianxian Sacred Land, yet at that moment, the picturesque view failed to stir even a flicker of warmth in his already cold and desolate heart. In this vast Tianxian Sacred Land, was there truly not a single soul to support Zhang Hui? Chapter 86 features the sword cultivator, Lin Fan, the holy son of Lin Fan. The following day, at the duel arena of the Heavenly Shin Holy Land, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement and anticipation as nearly all the idol disciples gathered, their faces aglow with fervor, eager to witness this thrilling contest. On the elevated platform sat the revered Qing Xian Holy Master and the four ancestral elders, their gazes sharp and penetrating like torches, fixed intently on the impending fierce competition below. A palpable tension enveloped the duel arena, and whispers filled the air as spectators engaged in hushed discussions about the forthcoming match. The clash between Lin Fan and the formidable Zhang Hui undoubtedly stood as the most captivating event within the Heavenly Shin Holy Land. One might ponder why the Holy Son Zhang Hui, in his prime, would challenge the extraordinary talent Lin Fan. It was rumored that this contest was to determine who would ascend as the Holy Son of the Heavenly Shin Holy Land. Speculations arose regarding who was stronger, the unparalleled prodigy Lin Fan or the Holy Son Zhang Hui. Most believed Zhang Hui would triumph, considering Lin Fan had only recently entered the Nirvana realm. Would he prevail? Surely, he would. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Zhang Hui stood resolute on one side of the duel platform, his eyes steely and unyielding. To counter the astonishing talent of Lin Fan, he resolved to unleash his full power from the very outset.
Open, dominating heaven divine body.
Zhang Hui bellowed, and in an instant, his form erupted with a dazzling radiance, akin to a blazing sun at dawn. Following this, a tremendous and overwhelming aura surged forth from his being like a torrential flood, sweeping across the entire duel arena with breathtaking speed. The spectators were left in awe, feeling the oppressive might of his presence. Even the disciples observing from afar could not help but turn pale. Was this truly the legendary dominating heaven divine body? Such strength! It seemed that the extraordinary Lin Fan was in for a formidable challenge. However, one could not help but notice the three swords at Lin Fan's waist. Could he possibly be a sword cultivator? On the viewing platform, Yun Li's eyes remained fixated on Lin Fan, her enchanting gaze briefly flickering with an imperceptible trace of concern. Yet, Lin Fan stood calmly on the duel platform, his demeanor as tranquil as still water, showing not a hint of anxiety. He remained poised, his stature upright like a pine tree, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if he could unravel the secrets of the universe. The three swords at his waist lay in wait, seemingly anticipating their moment. "The duel begins," announced an elder, his voice resonating like a thunderclap throughout the arena. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Hui vanished from sight, launching himself toward Lin Fan with astonishing speed, almost instantly closing the distance between them. Yet, the flying swords at Lin Fan's side were swifter still. The first sword interrupted Zhang Hui's advance, the second disrupted his defense, the third sent Zhang Hui crashing to the ground. The swords returned to their sheath at Lin Fan's side, and the entire sequence transpired so rapidly that the numerous onlookers scarcely had time to react. In that moment, the duel arena seemed to freeze in time, enveloped in an eerie silence. The previously seated Holy Master, elders, and various dignitaries suddenly rose to their feet, their eyes locked onto Lin Fan, a mix of astonishment and disbelief etched across their faces. Some of the less experienced disciples wore expressions of utter confusion, utterly oblivious to what had just transpired, what had just occurred. Many exchanged bewildered glances, their minds grappling with the events. "Who would have imagined that Lin Fan was a sword cultivator?" murmured the Holy Master of Qing Xian. The elders nearby nodded in agreement, expressing their astonishment. This young man not only excels in body and soul cultivation but has now unveiled his remarkable swordsmanship, and it is said he is also a 7th-grade alchemist.
His talent is truly extraordinary.
Song Hui, lying on the ground, wore a dazed expression, unable to fathom Lin Fan's strength. With just 3 swords, he had been defeated, and he sensed that Lin Fan had not even exerted his full potential.
You have won.
I concede willingly. The position of Holy Sun is yours, Song Hui said earnestly as he rose from the ground. Though defeated, there was no resentment in his eyes, only an acknowledgement of his opponent's exceptional prowess. Dream Shen gazed at Lin Fan with fervent admiration and suddenly declared, "Let Lin Fan be our Holy Son of the Heavenly Shen Holy Land."
This proclamation resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of the crowd.
In response, the other disciples were ignited with fervor, their voices rising in unison, "Let Lin Fan be our Holy Son." The arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers, the excitement palpable. At that moment, a graceful figure, akin to a celestial being, leaped onto the dual platform. It was the Saintess, Yunli, who approached Lin Fan with a radiant smile. With delicate hands, she carefully retrieved a splendid garment tailored specifically for him from her storage ring. Yunli walked gracefully to Lin Fan's side, gently draping the exquisite robe over him and meticulously adjusting every fold and detail. Lin Fan, observing Yunli's thoughtful gesture amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd, could only shake his head with a wry smile. "You all have truly put me in a difficult position." Meanwhile, the Qingxian Holy Master, seated above, beamed with approval and proclaimed, "From this day forth, Lin Fan shall be the Holy Son of the Heavenly Shen Holy Land.
3 days hence, we shall commence the Holy Son's inauguration ceremony."
As his words echoed through the arena, a profound silence fell upon the crowd. All breath was held, eyes riveted upon Lin Fan, whose figure shone brightly under the sun, embodying the essence of a destined one, poised to bear the weight of great responsibilities. News of Lin Fan's ascension to the position of Holy Son spread swiftly, causing a stir throughout the eastern region. Countless cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, some expressing awe, others envy, and still others harboring jealousy. Who would have thought that the extraordinary Lin Fan would rise to such heights so swiftly? Indeed, it was said that he was an incredibly skilled sword cultivator, having bested the original Holy Son with just 3 strikes.
"I too wish to become a sword cultivator," exclaimed one. "Then I shall become a sword merchant," another chimed in.
Meanwhile, within the distant confines of the Heavenly Demon Hall, the atmosphere was notably tense. The recent exorcism conference held by the Heavenly Shen Holy Land had resulted in significant losses for the Heavenly Demon Hall. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Envoy sat solemnly in the Grand Hall, attentively listening to reports regarding Lin Fan's latest developments. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had become the Holy Son of the Heavenly Shen Holy Land, a cold, sinister glint flashed in his narrow eyes as he uttered 2 chilling words: "Endure."
Chapter 87.
The celestial exile Lin Fan and the demon clan Prince Zile on the Tianxian continent today marks an unprecedented grand event, the inauguration ceremony of Lin Fan as the new saint son of the Tianxian sacred land. The news spread across the continent like a gentle spring breeze, drawing countless esteemed figures to witness the occasion. The square of the Tianxian sacred land was already bustling with activity. Lavish carriages rolled in succession, their wheels turning and dust swirling. Majestic spirit beasts whinnied, bearing representatives from various factions upon their backs. Some were imposing elders, while others were vibrant young talents, each visage reflecting palpable anticipation and reverence for the grand ceremony. Simultaneously, members of the Xintian sect and the Lin family from Shenyang City were also in attendance. The sect master of the Xintian sect arrived with his disciples, all clad in uniform robes, their expressions solemn. Beside them, the head of the Lin family from Shenyang City accompanied his kin, their eyes betraying a mix of pride, anxiety, and an unsettling sense of unreality. After all, it had been less than half a year since Lin Fan ascended to the position of Saint Son of the Tianxian sacred land, a pace that left all in utter astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was with his parents. Ever since Lin Yan's name graced the eastern region's list of prodigies, his maternal family's influence had recognized the connection between Lin Fan and Lin Yan, and they had respectfully escorted his mother to the Lin household. At this moment, Lin Fan resembled a dazzling star, radiating brilliance before the assembly. His aura manifested in a magnificent display, akin to vibrant fireworks, casting a shadow of mystery and strength around him. Draped in a pristine, snow-white ceremonial robe befitting a saint's son, the resplendent fabric danced gracefully in the breeze, adorned with golden runes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating a breathtaking luminescence under the sun that left onlookers entranced. His lustrous black hair was elegantly secured by an exquisite jade hairpin, perfectly framing his strikingly handsome features. His skin was as fair as jade, smooth and delicate, as though it could be shattered by a mere breath. His brows arched elegantly, and his deep-set eyes were as profound as the ocean, seemingly capable of unraveling the mysteries of the universe. Beneath a noble nose, his lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that tenderly caressed the hearts of those present, evoking an inexplicable sense of calm. As he stepped into the grand hall, time itself appeared to halt. The previously bustling crowd fell into an immediate hush, all gazes converging upon this figure who seemed to have descended from the realms of myth. Sunlight streamed through the dome, casting a divine glow upon him, rendering him akin to a deity from the heavens, regal yet compassionate. In that moment, the audience could no longer contain their awe and astonishment, whispering amongst themselves, "Is this truly the new saint's son, Lin Fan? His demeanor is utterly transcendent and unparalleled. To learn that he became the saint's son in less than 2 months is to acknowledge a talent that is nothing short of extraordinary, indeed, a prodigy of celestial caliber. Even the legendary celestial exiles pale in comparison to him. In my view, to call Lin Fan the most handsome man on the Tianxian continent is no exaggeration." Some even shouted in excitement, inciting a chorus of agreement from those nearby. The holy master of Qingxian gazed upon Lin Fan, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He understood that Lin Fan would undoubtedly become the most exceptional saint's son in the history of the Tianxian sacred land, destined to lead it towards a more illustrious future. Meanwhile, Lin Wu, Lin Xianyuan, Lu Meier, Wu Yanfeng, and Lu Yanran, 5 beautiful women, regarded Lin Fan with complex expressions. At that moment, a clear and resonant voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere, which had initially felt somewhat tense. "The Demon Clan Prince Zile has arrived to congratulate Lin Fan, the saint's son of the Tianxian sacred land." The mention of the Demon Clan? The prince, why have they come? The murmurs among the crowd brimmed with astonishment and curiosity. The Demon Clan, with its intricate ties to the human world, had made an appearance at the inauguration of the saint's son of the Tianxian sacred land. Prince Zile, draped in a purple robe embroidered with lightning motifs, embodied both his identity and power. His handsome visage bore a hint of untamed wildness in his eyes. Zile approached with measured strides, a finely crafted storage ring in hand. "This is a gift from the Demon Clan for the saint's son. May the friendship between the Tianxian sacred land and the Demon Clan endure." Zile silently hoped that the clan leader would not misunderstand the gesture. Lin Fan accepted the storage ring, sensing within it an abundant collection of high-quality demon beast meat, at least several tens of thousands of pounds. He felt a surge of delight, thoroughly satisfied with such a generous gift. He smiled and nodded at Zile, expressing his genuine appreciation. "Thank you, Prince Zile, for presenting such a precious gift. The Tianxian sacred land will surely cherish this friendship." Zile breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first time presenting such a gift, and he felt a flicker of curiosity about Lin Fan's fondness for demon beast meat. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd began to disperse, yet Zile lingered. He approached Lin Fan, a glint of competitive spirit in his eyes. "Saint's son Lin Fan, I wish to spar with you." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by Zile's request, his mind racing with surprise. Just as he was about to respond, another voice interjected, "If you wish to challenge Lin Fan, then you must first overcome me." Sun Hui stepped forward, his stature tall and imposing, exuding a powerful aura. "Very well, I have heard tales of the Baishanshan body's renown. Today I shall witness it firsthand," Zile replied, a smile curving his lips, excitement sparking in his gaze. As the two took their positions on the dueling platform, the atmosphere shifted, thickening with tension. It felt as if even the very molecules in the air sensed the potent energy radiating from them, stirring restlessly. Half an hour later, Lin Fan stood quietly upon a distant high platform, his gaze fixed intently on the fierce battle between Sun Hui and Zile, a look of envy crossing his face. He longed for a balanced and exhilarating fight. Alas, as an unparalleled prodigy, he was fated to dominate others, even those like Sun Hui with divine bodies. Should Sun Hui learn of Lin Fan's internal assessment of their duel, he might apologetically remark that he failed to provide Lin Fan with an enjoyable challenge. The battle raged on for some time, and ultimately, as expected, the former saint's son Sun Hui, leveraging his profound cultivation and exquisite martial skills, emerged victorious over Zile. Though Zile appeared somewhat fatigued, he accepted his defeat with grace, approaching Sun Hui and inquiring, "Brother Tsang, is Lin Fan truly as extraordinary as the rumors suggest?" Sun Hui could only shake his head helplessly, a wry smile escaping his lips as he sighed. "Indeed, I was bested by Lin Fan's 3 strikes, and I sensed he had yet to unleash his full might." Hearing Sun Hui's rueful admission, Zile couldn't help but chuckle in agreement. It was clear why the clan elders had sent him to offer congratulations. Lin Fan was genuinely formidable beyond measure. Chapter 88. Re-entering the Celestial Steel. A few days later, Lin Fan stood before the Celestial Steel, his figure as upright as a pine tree. Clad in flowing white garments that danced lightly with the wind, he resembled an ethereal being descended from the heavens. At behind him, the enchanting Yunli followed closely, her expressive eyes occasionally glancing towards Lin Fan, revealing traces of concern. 2 venerable ancestors were discreetly concealed in the shadows, silently safeguarding Lin Fan and Yunli. Nowadays, whenever Lin Fan ventured out, he was invariably accompanied by at least 2 ancestors providing their watchful protection. Such treatment not only underscored his esteemed status within the sect but also reflected the high hopes that others had for him. Little did they anticipate that the Holy Sun would return to the Celestial Steel so swiftly. "What do you think? How far can Holy Sun Lin Fan rank this time? At least within the top 50, I would presume. The top 50, I believe it will be within the top 30. Alas, Holy Sun Lin Fan is still too young. after some time to mature. I estimate making it into the top 10 will be no challenge. Ignoring the discussions behind him, Lin Fan's gaze was firmly fixed on the celestial steel as he slowly extended his right hand to gently touch its surface. The radiance emanating from the steel intensified, ultimately enveloping Lin Fan entirely. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once again within the peculiar realm of the celestial steel. As for his opponent this time, they were swiftly eliminated the moment they revealed themselves. Moments later, the first opponent, ranked 1000th, emerged only to be dispatched by Lin Fan in an instant. The opponent ranked 100th appeared next, and was likewise swiftly defeated. When the opponent ranked 50th materialized, Lin Fan, observing that they had merely suffered severe injuries and had not been vanquished, emitted a soft exclamation of surprise before effortlessly dispatching them with a single strike of his sword. After a brief pause, a new challenger emerged from the celestial steel. The 30th ranked opponent appeared, only to be eliminated by 3 swift strikes. Imperial grade elixirs, quite impressive. Observing the rewards this time, Lin Fan could not help but smile with satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he anticipated the forthcoming rewards even more eagerly. Outside the celestial steel, the once boisterous crowd had fallen into an odd silence. Each face bore an expression of astonishment as they stared at the steel, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before their eyes. Lin Fan's name soared through the ranks like a shooting star across the night sky, ascending to a lofty position on the steel at a pace that left everyone breathless. How astonishing! He reached the top 30 in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. It is truly terrifying to exist in the same era as a prodigy like Lin Fan. Alas, why couldn't I have been born several millennia earlier? The venerable Tian Shan looked at the celestial steel, exclaiming in admiration, truly deserving of the accolades of one who embodies numerous extraordinary achievements. As the 10th-ranked Xu Yun emerged, she showcased remarkable strength, successfully fending off Lin Fan's formidable strike. Her keen eyes, imbued with wisdom, fixed intently upon Lin Fan as she remarked, truly formidable for one so young. I never expected someone at the 5th level of Nirvana to penetrate into the top 10 of the celestial steel. Impressive indeed. Lin Fan regarded Xu Yun with curiosity and puzzlement. He had never anticipated that someone would communicate with him within the confines of the celestial steel. Those ranked within the top 30 of the celestial steel can leave a trace of their soul behind. Did none of your previous opponents engage with you? Xu Yun discerned Lin Fan's confusion, sharing in her own. If the 30th ranked opponent, who was defeated in 3 strikes, were present, they would undoubtedly erupt in rage, lamenting the indignity of being dispatched so swiftly. Is that so? Lin Fan replied, his countenance as tranquil as a still pond, merely responding with calm indifference. My name is Xu Yun. May I ask for yours? She inquired with a smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Fan, he replied succinctly. What a pity, I truly wish to meet you in reality. Xu Yun sighed softly, a hint of longing evident in her gaze. I wonder how I fare in the real world now. Her tone suddenly darkened, tinged with an unmistakable worry. Proceed, Lin Fan stated expressionlessly, as though the surrounding events held no sway over him. Acknowledging Lin Fan's words, Xu Yun nodded slightly in agreement. At that moment, Lin Fan's 3 treasured swords at his waist transformed into 3 streaks of cold light, hurtling towards Xu Yun like lightning. Simultaneously, Lin Fan brandished a godly sword radiating a mysterious aura, propelling himself towards Xu Yun with overwhelming force. He unleashed the 4 styles of the heavenly sword. In an instant, the air crackled with intertwining sword energies, enveloping the entire space with their fierce intent and underlying laws. Faced with such a vigorous assault, Xu Yun dared not slacken her efforts, swiftly executing her ultimate technique, Imperial Law descending from the 9 heavens. A thunderous clash ensued as the 2 immense forces collided, fracturing the surrounding space and stirring clouds of dust into the air. I cannot believe I was injured. Lin Fan exclaimed in shock, staring at the wound on the back of his hand. This was the first time he had sustained an injury since attaining invulnerability through his myriad divine techniques. Subsequently, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the faint imperial aura shimmering on his hand, and without hesitation, he invoked the Nirvana laws. In the blink of an eye, the wound healed completely as if it had never existed. Are you truly from the Tianxian continent? Xu Yun, now fully alert, gazed at Lin Fan with a face of disbelief and curiosity. Lin Fan inclined his head slightly, affirming her query. Just as Lin Fan was about to launch another attack, Xu Yun unexpectedly raised her hand, inspecting her own injuries and the unscathed Lin Fan, shaking her head as she said, there is no need to continue the duel. My strongest imperial law merely breached your defenses, it is unnecessary to proceed further. She regarded Lin Fan with puzzlement, questioning if he could genuinely be a product of the Tianxian continent. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Yun spoke gravely, Lin Fan, you now possess the caliber of the 3rd or 4th rank on the celestial steel, but I recommend allowing some time for further cultivation before challenging the 1st rank. That individual is not someone of this world. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, a faint smile graced Lin Fan's lips, revealing a hint of intrigue as he softly murmured, "How fascinating."